Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakabuto ka niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it to trouble. Naman yung saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
This is the first day of our group stage ng CFS SEA Masters Summer 2026 na ito na nga ang ating phase 2 ng kamakailang nangyari para sa ating spring. Abay, hindi pa dyan nagtatapos ang laban. Makakasabay ba sa summer heat itong ating mga teams? For this time around, malalaman natin yan. Kami nga pala yung mga kasama dito sa ating panel desk. I am Mochi alongside with Bipolar. It's been a while and I'm so excited to witness kung ano ang mga kaganapan natin ngayon.
Yun na nga no, Mochi, it's the summer season and that little bit of a break felt like an entire year for me and the rest of the casting pool dito, even the pro team, no? So parang giang na tayo na bit, we want to go into the action in immediately dito sa ating Masters. But yeah, ang daming nangyari while we were in the qualifiers. Roster changes, big impact plays, big plays, and as well as you know, what do you call it? A Masters already team set right now. 8 teams or 10 teams ang maglaban-laban dito, Mochi. And as you can see, they're already, and what can we say? Masters is just gonna be one hell of a tournament para sa ating mga teams.
Exactly. And just like what you guys are seeing right now dito sa inyong stream is we came down to our top 4, no, na nakita natin na from spring, because we have the usual, no, andyan si ㍍MatTJESS, andyan si Team Stallions, si FERVID, si Virtus.Pro, si Execration, and a couple of newcomers here nang galing dito sa ating qualifiers, which is yung Comeback Friends, Atras, and as well as ito si Team Acceptance. And on the other hand, we also have a couple of representatives from Rosie na wala na si Riders, unfortunately, no, they gone their separate ways, but we have Taring Bobby, which is entering the fray, which has, I heard, merong pretty decent subway, so aabangan natin yan. And dito naman sa ating playoffs, do, pagka natapos itong ating group stage, yung ating top 6 teams will be seeded accordingly sa kanilang mga magiging respective na standings, and dyan magsisimula ang tunay na laban.
You know, Mochi, you're absolutely right. Meron tayong mga newcomers, meron tayong mga comebackers, meron din tayong mga stayers dito sa ating buong Masters Summer, no. You have a very, very big lineup para makita ang mga exciting playstyles ng ating mga team. Pero, may kita natin ang ating mapul, Mochi. It's the same. It's Ankara Black Widow Eagle Eye 2.0. It's still New Compound, New Mexico, Port, and as well as Subbase. I feel like this time around, Mochi, compared to the Masters before yung last season natin, marami ng kakaibang mga openings na parang map prioritizations ng ating mga teams.
For sure. Especially that little by little, yung mga teams na talagang vinavouch natin na magkakaroon ng upward trajectory as it comes by dito sa ating buong taon na puno na Crossfire is talagang nadidiscover na nila ang kanilang mga identity at paunti-unti na natin napipinpoint ang kanilang mga strengths and weaknesses and what they should be working on more. And here is ang ating mga participating teams, no, ang ating pub na magpapakita sa inyo kung sino-sino ang mga yan at malalaman din natin kung sino ang mga mukha sa likod ng mga logong iyan maya-maya, at doon ang magsiset ng tone, ng standard at ng init dito sa ating unang araw sa ating group stage.
Yeah, just looking at these participating teams, no, Mochi, may kita mo na agad na hindi lang isang storyline na may kita natin dito, but multiple storylines that branches out to whatever they want to prove pagdating dito sa ating mga sa ating Masters, no. You have an immediate team na talagang top 1, pero syempre
na pangyayari, especially there was been like quite discussions, no, na nangyari, wala na si Raida, some of their players went to become more on the content creation side, yung iba nag-retain dito pa rin sa ating lobby, dito sa ating liga. And unfortunately though, yung iba sa kanila hindi nakaabot, but we have Taring Bobby, which I do believe we will be seeing a lot of new faces din dito as time goes by, but for veteran, it's still them. And we already saw kung paano sila nag-improve. We already saw how they've been able to try and catch up with the meta that is ongoing here dito sa local scene natin, and it's wonderful that we're seeing them again.
And now, dito naman sa ating Philippine bracket, no, Mochi, in this Swiss format, everybody played very, very well. You can see naman na FERVID and as well as Team Stallions talagang nag 2-0 up against all of the teams that they basically fought up against ito sa Swiss format natin. Tapos yung mga nasa baba ng Mochi, lahat yan duguan, lahat yan baraga ng mukha, lahat yan mayroong mga setting stones na parang, uy, wait lang, ba't ganito yung nangyari? Especially sa mga teams na just like Comeback Friends na talagang nahirapan dito just because tignan mo naman yung matchup ni Mochi. I believe it was Stallions, then Virtus Pro, tapos aabot sila dito up against SGJ, which was a very good team. Kaso, mas malakas lang talaga dito yung pag-comeback ng buong Comeback Friends. And of course, dito rin natin nakita yung 2 JY teams na parang, uy, wait lang, parang gone are the days na ba na Pacific is gonna be having 2 representatives sa Masters? Yes, it is, kasi napapunta sila dito sa ating Impact. Plus, yung mga Masters teams natin, just like ALG last time, na dumayo pa naman up until the group stage, ay ngayon mapupunta sa Impact. So, a lot of things really happened. Lot of improvement, lot of things happened. And what can we say? Ito na, new set of participating teams, and everybody is gunning not just for that spot sa podium finish, but for the 2 EWC.
Wonderful there, Bipolar, is the fact that the traditional and the modern is finally meeting, no, dito sa ating sa istorya ngayon, na dati kamakailan lang ko-compare natin sila, no? We are dividing these generations, pero right now, we are seeing them in just a single screen. At ngayon, nakita naman natin partida daw si Aiden. Dalawa lang daw yun nilaro nito, pero nasa top 1 siya. Shoutout sa'yo, man. And we also have Alden following that up alongside with CBN, RTA, and as well itong si Dre.
If you think about it, no, itong top performers natin are, you know, the past people that we were seeing before the recent Masters, no? Pero with Comeback Friends coming back to the scene, Aiden and Aldrin stopping our top performers, number 1 and number 2 spot, it's a good setting point, no, Mochi, na parang wait lang, Comeback Friends, they have this kind of power. Tignan natin yan pagdating dito sa ating group stage kung ano nga pwede lang gawin kapag ganito ng sitwasyon, kapag best of 3, full-on series, kapag up against teams na lahat makakalaban nila. But RTN, CBN, Dre, feeling ko everybody knows na kaya naman nila umabot dyan sa top performance. But now, Mochi, ano nga ba yan?
Grabe. Players to watch out for. Kitang-kita ang kulay ng asul, puti at itim dito. We have Alden, Aiden, Woods, and as well as Tesu 4 occupying ating 1, 3, and 4, 5 na players, sir, at ang bukod tanging ng gagaling sa VP ay itong si Yobib. And you know what, Bipolar, ang general na ideya na gusto kong ipakita dito is yung fact na here for Comeback Friends, hindi biro yung pinagdaanan nila ng ating qualifiers. And them being able to appear dito sa ating players to watch out for at 4 sa kanila in just a single category says a lot about sa kung ano ang makakayang gawin nila dito.
Yeah, alam mo, ito nga yung crazy, no, na hindi nga naging madali yung laban dito ng Comeback Friends just because they were up against top 2 teams natin dito, Virtus Pro and Stallions, just like what you've said. Pero for them to garner this kind of like mindset and this kind of like stat line, that is pretty crazy. But Yobib,
Right.
It's the Dark Prince one. Alam natin na dyan yun palagi. It's just concerning na wala dito Stallions, pero talagang ginalingan talaga dito ng Comeback Friends.
Of course. At kaya naman sa mga mga nagtata, ano po bang schedule? Ano pong laban, mami? Laban
Ayan
po bang
na.
STS later on? Eto na guys, no? We have CBF versus Acceptance. We have MATTJESS and as well as FERVID after that one. And last but not the least, mapapaaga at papatan ng Team Stallions and as well as Execration.
If you think about it, no, Mochi, itong show natin, I feel like it really sets a tone pagdating dito sa Masters Summer. Just because you have teams that are coming back to the scene, that are trying to prove themselves through the recent roster changes, tulad na itong first matchup natin, MATTJESS and FERVID, they've been in this situation before. And for them to fight up against each other pagdating dito sa ating first day ng group stage, well, it will definitely set a tone as well. Pagdating sa mga susunod pa nilang matchup. FERVID is undoubtedly a team everybody was surprised to see. MATTJESS also surprising na now with the recent roster changes with Vincent, kaya ba nilang lumaban up against the brain of Angelito Jayo? Masasabi ko sa dalawang teams noon. And of course, Execration, it was like they still need to execute that kind of mindset na wait, kaya nga ba ng Execration ulit umabot ng unang or at least mapapush ang ating players sa Stallions after that stint mula sa recent Masters na.
Yeah, and especially included na rin the fact that there are a lot of negative feelings coming from community na rin, no, with the performance nila pag dito ni Execration beforehand. And I really do hope na makita natin there are some signs of life, signs of improvements then and development na makikita natin later on, no, the moment na makatapat nila at Team Stallions. Kasi biro mo, unang at walang sinampal na sila kaagad ng matchup nila against Team Stallions. So, I hope that will be okay later on. We'll see lot of reflections na rin siguro, no, about how it will be transpiring as time goes by. Pero by the way, guys, makita niyo yung dyan sa baba for our play of the week. Meron tayong pag-giveaway. Meron kayong chance na manalo ng 100 eats. And kailangan nilang gawin is to like, follow ang ating official CROSSFIRE Philippines Facebook and YouTube pages. Ayan ang QR code. Saan ba yun? Yan, tama dyan. Pero QR code dyan, i-scan nyo lang yan para meron na kayong entra dyan. And be sure to like and share yung featured highlight post natin publicly. Abangan nyo na lang kung kaninong player yan, kaninong team yan. Kahit alin dyan, no, pwede na yon. Basta naka-publicly share yan. And ang ating step 3 in your caption, tell us bakit deserve nun to be in the top 1 play of the week. Kasi yung mga boto niyo magre-reflect yan sa ating mga broadcasts very soon.
Yun ang ano, everybody, get your icons up and get the submissions in. Kasi kung ako sa inyo, kunin nyo na opportunity na to kasi CROSSFIRE, maraming salamat po sa inyo for giving us an opportunity to connect with the community even more and to give back sa community natin. Kasi nakita mo na, Mochi, no, from all of the tournaments that we have for the past 2 years, ang daming suporta. And this is our time to give back to you guys. So maraming salamat po. And help us na rin, no? And to get featured as well pagdating dito sa sports. Plus, ilang naman yan ang merong giveaway tayo, Mochi. No, meron din naman tayo mga giveaway sa kanya-kanya nating pages. So if you want more e-coins, well, get on that as well.
Oo nga, no? Singit na lang din natin yun. Kung gusto nyo ba ng karagdagang e-coins, check nyo yung mga pages namin, no? Yung Sticky Frog, Salvatore, lahat kami dito. Check nyo isa-isa. At pagka ginawa nyo yung mga mechanics doon, meron kayong multiple entries, multiple chances of winning. Kaya balik na tayo dito sa ating laban ngayon. We have, again, Comeback Friends versus Team Acceptance. We have a lot to unpack here, Bipolar. And I feel like marapat-rapat lamang natin na i-point out ano nga ba talaga ang ipinaglalaban nitong dalawang team natin para sa matchup na ito.
I mean, like, let's start it off with Acceptance. So, Acceptance did have a good run pagdating sa Impact last time. Yes, they did not end up with a trophy win or a title win pagdating sa Impact, pero sila yung nag-qualify dito sa Masters. And I feel like that has even more pressure pagdating sa kanila at mas may weight yun compared sa nangyari sa Impact. They were proud up against him, no? Nakausap natin si Hek beforehand, off of the streams and off of the broadcast, and sabi nila, ito yung inaasam ng buong Acceptance. With their OG team na kasama si Silent and as well as si Hek, and I believe it was one more, nakalimutan ko lang, my goodness, but the OG roster dito ng 3 players natin mula sa Acceptance, ito yung hinahangad na. And since hindi talaga sila umabot last time, sabi na, wait lang, ito na, kailangan natin galingan, kailangan improve na Acceptance is still here and Hek can still outfrag everybody sa scene pagdating sa Sniper despite the age gap na nakikita natin, no? But for Comeback Friends, itong Comeback Friends kasi they're a bunch of players na talagang kung saan mo nakuha. Pero star players pa din yung merong kalibre itong team na to. Which means, looking at the top performance pa lang, Mochi, nakikita mo na agad kung ano nga ba ang lakas ng team na to. And up against Acceptance, doon natin makikita ang ating, possible results mula sa Comeback Friends. Kasi, little bit of, a backstory. Acceptance now, hindi na sobrang passive, Mochi. Meron na yung on and off switch na kayang mag full forward push, kaya rin nila maging very, very held back. Yun ang kagandahan. Marami nag-improve just from these two teams.
Yes, and I'm really excited kung ano nga rin yung ipapakita nila dito later on, no? Kaya ilatag na rin natin kung ano nga ba ang meron para sa ating mga predictions individually here dito sa panel and as well as para sa ating mga casters. It is going to be a series of 2 zeros para sa amin ni Sneaky Frog. And we also have 2 ones para sa iyo, Bipolar, and as well as L. Bakit mo sa tingin kailangan na deserve na bigyan ng isang mapa itong si Team Acceptance based on your prediction?
I feel like it's not really the powers of Acceptance as a whole kasi syempre medyo para sa akin hilaw pa dito yung Acceptance just because it's Acceptance at the end of the day. You don't rely on these players a lot kapag clutch time. They thrive off of like set plays and as well as big team fights. Pero for Comeback Friends, kaya nila impitasin isa't isa, but there's also that probability na they will falter in the midst of the chaos. Yan ang lakas ng Comeback and Friends. But if they really, cannot close the map, especially pagdating sa map Vito Mochi, it will tell a lot kung ano nga ba ang pwede maging scoreline natin. Kaya ako nagtutuwa. And plus, first runner-up in last time, Acceptance, I'll give them a map win here.
I see. On my end naman, it's just because of how Comeback Friends survived the most gruesome bracket. So
That's
parang
true.
battle-hearted at battle-ready na
That's
itong mga to. And I feel like they have no time to lose and no energy to waste. But I feel like it's also about time for us to break down kung ano nga ba ang meron dito sa ating mga players for every single team. Let us start kay Comeback Friends. We've already been able to point out kung ano nga ba ang last na meron dito for Alden, parang dati lang, no? Galing siya matches, alongside si Yabe, pero right now, ito ay pati ito si Tetsu nandito na rin. And as well as itong si Aiden, na kung kani-kanina lang, no? Kung nare-recall nyo, nasa top performer natin siya. Number 1, despite just playing a couple of series as well. And we also have Fuz and Bright. Anong thoughts natin dito, Bipolar?
I mean, Comeback and Friends, sinabi ko na nga beforehand, no? Even you agree on with this point, Mochi. Star players to, kumbaga. Pinagsama-sama yan to a team to combine them into Comeback Friends. You have Yaba na last time, I believe he was in the ㍍Match pa nga lang. And high praise to mula sa top 2 coaches natin. Mula kay Coach Tanks mula kay 0-2. But for the entirety of Comeback Friends, their team goal is to reach playoffs first and see what happens. Yun ang sabi ng IGL nila ni Tetsu. Pero syempre, yung pinakadulong sasabihin niya doon, hopefully, bonjour Paris daw. So they have this little bit of di ba? Little bit of na goal na, wait, kailangan natin makapasok ng playoffs, pero kailangan din natin makuha yung EWC. That's what you want to see from Comeback Friends, no? Hindi sila takot na maglabas dito ng mga gantong kind of mindsets.
Of course. And I feel like that's also a good thing to point out, no? We have a bunch of hopefuls here in Comeback Friends that are like parang pinagpipitas na mga parte, na mga malalakas na mga teams natin dito sa ating PH scene, and hence this is what you've got. And so far their performance has been definitely promising, and I can't wait but to see kung ano nga ba ang mga ipapakita nila dito kontra sa Team Acceptance. Kasi nabanggit na natin earlier on, no, again, Team Acceptance is also a team to be reckoned with. But again, here is the schedule na meron dito for CBF at kung sino-sino kanila makakatapat dito. I can say that it's pretty decent start because sa bandang dulo pa sila makakapag balagbagan dito.
Yun nga, Mochi, looking at this journey para sa Comeback Friends, you have Atras, veteran matches, FERVID, and as well as starring Bobby. Pagdating dito sa first matches nila, saka lang na may kita Execration, Stallions, VP, and as well as Atras sa pinakadulo. So I feel like the possibility of a 5-0 immediately, or possibly a 4-1, will not be entirely impossible. So Comeback Friends, yes, they're ready, yun yung sinasabi nila But are they ready for these forces na lahat nakapag-improve? Are their off-season enough? Are there pub games enough para makalaban itong mga teams natin na tenured na basically, no, sa Masters? So it's very exciting na ganito yung sitwasyon ngayon ng Comeback Friends.
Of course, no? Kumbaga, time will tell at sila na, no? Kanila na ang manibela,
Yes.
CBF take the wheel sa kung saan nyo kami dati ng adcount, kung paano namin magagawa ang aming mga naratibo, no? So, again, highly looking forward kung anong kanilang magiging performance dito. And in a bit, I do believe na pag-uusapan din natin dito ang Team Acceptance. Kasi kung kanina napag-usapan natin ang lakas and mga possibilities na maaaring i-unlock ng organic encounter, dito pag-uusapan natin ang reunion ng tatlong mga miyembro na meron dito for Acceptance right now.
Yeah, ito nga reunion ni Ajax, ni Silent, and as well as Nick. Ito yung sinasabi kong OG Acceptance roster dati. Pero kung bibilangin yung sinabi ko, 3 lang yun. Kasi meron silang pinasok na Dre at as well as si Ting. Dre and Ting are very, very young talents na kumbaga, aasahan mo naman in terms of fights. But the problem right now, na Mochi, we talked about this beforehand, is that paano nga ba i-bridge yung 3 veterans natin na OG Acceptance and these 2 players na very young, and how does that combine? Makikita natin yun sa first games natin, but ito naman yung team goal, Mochi, ng Acceptance. Ang team goal lang naman nila in the very, very first start is makapag-qualify ng Masters. Yes, gumaling sila dito sa Impact. Yes, napakita nga nila yung galing nila. Pero the name of the game na palagi sinasabi ni Hek is that gagalingan pa nila para makaabot ng playoffs. So that goal is not entirely, out of reach. Kaya naman. But with this roster and with this 3-2 setup na meron sa kanila ngayon, kaya nga ba? Yun ang tanong natin na.
Yeah, yun yung challenge sa kanila dito, no? Paano nila pag-iigihan at pag-iigtingan, because we already saw glimpses of their weaknesses back in our qualifs, no? Na kung saan ang mga natapatan nila dito, they got JY Bacolod, SGJ, Moment, hindi rin naman biro, no? Parang kasing tier naman ang kanila mga katapat dito, but at the same time, there are some rounds na okay na sana, no? Malapit na sana lang makuha, pero napapakawalan, no? Parang slipping through my fingers all the time at certain occasions. Pero hopefully that we won't see that here for Acceptance, and I'm pretty sure, no, just by looking at their faces, seems like ready na sila makapag-sa. Baka nag-vices dito.
Si Heckman, kausap kayo umaga pa lang. Kausap natin yung lahat umaga pa lang, sabi niyo, uy, nagkape kami kanina kasi nag-practice pa kami nung madaling araw. So, they're ready. Pero tingnan natin kung malalabas ba nga dito ang angas ng buong Acceptance. Looking at the matchup now, Mochi, CBF ang unang ng laban. It's almost the same, no, Mochi? Just like Comeback Friends. Ang problema lang dito is mapapaaga ang VP and as well as MATTJESS.
Yes, and I feel like, Acceptance, matutuwa na ako sa schedule na to, no?
Pwede
Kailan
na to.
talaga yung magiging, parang matarik na daan na kailangan nilang tapatan on the way to their journey at the end of this group stage, no? And I feel like it's pretty much decent in design para dito for Team Acceptance na hindi sila mabigla, no, ng kumbaga as an entire team or as a whole. So, I guess this is also quite of a good way para mapakiramdaman din nila yung mga katapat din natin dito for our Rosie representatives as well. Kasi yun yung susunod nilang katapat dito. It is gonna be Taring Babi as well. So, again, so far, maganda na naman ang pagkakasulat ng ating mga director dito sa ating mga schedules right now. And, dude, this just means growth para dito for both of our teams na nanggaling sa qualips.
Yeah, and feeling ko, Mochi, all of us here sa casting pool, even for the whole talent pool, no, na parang we're hoping the best. Not just for teams na hindi pa naglalaro, but especially for these two teams na magsisimula pa lang. Yung Acceptance na matagal na naghahangin na mapag-Masters ulit, they got it right now. And ito, nagtama na natin. Mula pa lang sa mga interviews from before and from the recent stint and the recent journey na parang, we're not gonna let this slip past our hands. And that's intense to see. Kasi this is a roster mula sa Acceptance na we can definitely say naman. And I feel like it's not really an insult at this point na parang this is very not a young roster anymore. Yes, nandyan si Dre, and yes, nandyan si Ting. Pero most of these talents, man, have been trying and trying for the longest of time. And I feel like this is the best roster of Acceptance so far. Or at least on par with their best. So, if the time is close, well, the time is now para sa Acceptance, right? And for comeback friends, well, let's see. Maraming bulgaran dyan, ma'am.
Wow. I couldn't agree with what you have mentioned. No, I feel like this definitely seems promising as their roster as a whole. And I feel like this will be providing them a lot more flexibility as well, no? And I just hope that they can work on more sa kanilang mga internal processes, especially when it comes to the mid-round calling and those types of stuff when the pressure and the situations already seem dire, because usually doon naman din talaga nagkakaroon ng mga problema. Kasi we already can point out some teams na kung kailan mayroong mataas na pressure, doon sila nag-iinit. Siguro safe na rin na i-point out din si Comeback Friends yun, si Execration ganon, sadyang nahihirapan lang silang tumapos, no? Team Stallions is also like that, VP is also like that. So again, individually, let's check out ang ating head-to-head. We have Yaba and as well as Ting.
Ooh, okay. Head-to-head matchup natin. I believe these were from our qualifier stats ng Mochi. So, these are attackers nonetheless. Or at least like backup players natin, no? I mean, Yaba has been one hell of a player. Every time he gives us silent, every time he gives us a show. And for Comeback Friends, well, can he shine up against together, no, with Aiden, Aldrin, and Tet? So nakita naman natin sa qualifiers na kaya ni Yaba gumawa ng plays, pero how well does it do it up against Ting na kaya namang mag-hold ng backlines? And you know what, this head-to-head will really show na parang yes, low in KD, yes, hindi ito yung mga out-fragging natin ng mga players, but they're a crucial part para makuha yung mga first wins natin. Kasi the very series might have a very long time. Yun yung feeling ko mangyayari.
Yes, and before that time happens, no, I'm pretty sure na we'll be seeing a lot yung process mismo bago sila makapag-arrive dun sa prime form na inaabang-abangan natin para sa kanila. Pero right now, let us check out kasi mukhang ready na ang ating map dito ngayon, no? Saan nga ba maglalaro itong ating mga teams? We are gonna find out because mukhang inalis na agad itong ating Black Widow, Ankara, New Compound, as well as Mexico, at ang tanging naiiwan is gonna be sub-base na Pinina Acceptance. We also have Eagle Eye and as well as Sport as our decider.
This is pretty crazy, Mochi. I'm not really concerned sa ating mga map picks, but I'm concerned on those first two bans. Black Widow, yes, malakas dyan ang Comeback Friends, respect given mula dito sa Acceptance. Pero Ankara, banned out mula sa Comeback Friends. This is one of their best maps. This is one of their favorite maps. Both of them actually, yes. Pero kasi kung iisipin mo, Mochi, pagdating sa Ankara, Acceptance is very much readable. Very basic ang BL side nila. So it's why is Comeback Friends so scared of this? Yung GR side ba yun ng Acceptance? But for them to open up sub base, guess what? Acceptance is happy to take it first match, Mochi. But Eagle Eye 2.0 feeling ko dyan, magpapantay yung ating laban. That's why I feel like pagdating dito sa match na to, aabot pa tayo na po.
Yeah, I'm also wondering about that din, no, Bipolar. Yung thought process na we would rather ban Ankara and us play in Eagle Eye instead, na pareho tayong marunong din dito, no? I think it provides a lot more creativity and options siguro, no, pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye map na hindi na po provide ng isang Ankara. So, I can't wait kung ano din yung sasabihin ng ating mga casters about that later on. But again, ating last map, also gonna be pretty interesting, and again, lots of stuff to unpack here sa map ng Port. Hindi na rin ako magtataka if we will also see some inspirations galing din sa galawan ng Virtus Pro dito para sa ating mga mapa na nandito. Pero I think we'll have further discussions underway dito sa ating desk, kaya tatawagin na natin ang ating mga casters na mga kakasama natin maya-maya. Hugutin, hilahin mo na yan, Bipolar, and welcome na natin si Sneaky Frog and as well as si
May recoil pa rin.
May recoil, umaalog siya. So, hi Sneaky Frog and Elle, how are you guys doing? Start tayo kay Sneaky Frog kasi dude, qualifiers, hindi siya biro. Tapos ngayon dito na tayo.
I'm really astounded, really surprised, no, na yung 3 araw lang tayo nawala dito, Mochi, and I feel like it is like 2 or 3 years worth of off-season na nakuha nga natin right before the group stage. A lot of changes na pwedeng magpa-apekto ng mga standings sa teams natin, and I can't wait to dive right into it.
Yeah, sa akin naman, Mochi, I feel like mapakamot lang ang ulo kasi yung mga impact teams ko, yung mga bets ko, medyo nawala. Pero at least, there's acceptance, there's a trust, but I feel like it's still gonna be a long road ahead of them, especially that the flight to Paris is going to take quite a while. So, good luck na lang sa ating teams kasi for this summer season, mas nag-improve yung quality ng teams natin.
For sure. And speaking of quality, that also just means na mas magiging malapit yung ating mga laban dito, no? And speaking of ang ating points, ano nga ba ang impact ni Alden dito for our, as him being an addition for CBF?
Ito na nga, no, Aldrin is an addition to CBF that was very much needed. Not just crucial, needed talaga para dito sa ating comeback and friends, just because he is a fragger that is very underrated in my opinion. Sa mundo na nakikita na natin dito sa Kano, si Yobib, and the rest of the playing pool na nakita natin for the last Masters, Aldrin still prevails. And he can still somehow outfrag these players. At kung, again, going back to our thought, no, comeback friends, they played up against the top 1 and top 2 teams. And for him to get out with this kind of total KD, well, this just really sets a tone na parang, uy, comeback friends, threat nga ba sila? With the help of Aldrin, with the help of Tetsu, with the help of Eden. So, feeling ko, yes, this is very much clear, no, na parang kailangan natin lalong tutukan si Aldrin sa mga pwede niyang gawin dito sa mga matches.
Which would definitely be putting a bit of pressure din for Aldrin mo as a collateral noong ating inaabangang performance din galakan niya. And how about this one, no? What's maybe the X factor for comeback friends? Ano ang masasabi natin dyan?
In all honesty, I feel like I feel like we had plenty of discussions about yung snipers behind the scenes. Obviously, napaka-spoiled na natin, kumbaga, pagdating sniper talent at tinagdagan pa natin si Woos dito sa CBF. And obviously, he will be the silent worker, no, para nga dito sa CBF. He's not the guy that you're gonna look at, okay, this guy will get the ace every single time na napapasok siya ng site. Instead, he will be the overseer para nga dito sa CBF. Kasi to be fair, no, I feel like Polar and Elle would agree with me on this. They don't need more aggression. Okay na yung aggression nila. Okay na yan. Kaya Woos will be standing right back, and of course, I feel like one of the main reasons why kung bakit na-enable yung mga teams na to be, or at least CBF to be specific, no, to be more aggressive, is their backups. Manyaba also needs some credit about that. Pero Woos does a great job as well.
I feel like that's also a good thing, no? Who's actually playing as being the guardian angel, I guess, para dito for the team of CBF. And I do think that we have one more remaining na mapopoint out din dito, no, para sa ating match-up right now. Pero again, with Wooz, parang kamakailan lang nakita siya sa isang random night, and then, I think I want you, sabi ni Tetsu, and then, boom, andyan na siya. This one, at qualified to Summer Masters, SCJ accepted their fate. Elle, how about this one?
I mean, sinabi ko nung nag-cast ako sa Impact, tanggapin nyo na lang talaga na fluke lang yung panalo dito ng SCJ sa Impact, and it should be at trust and acceptance at the very start, no, that got the spot talaga dito sa Master. Sure, I mean, medyo kilala na dito si SCJ, inaabangan nga yan for their matchup versus Pro, di ba? Pero hindi nangyari sa Swiss at hindi mangyayari yan dito sa Masters natin because of course, even with the swap-ins dito na ginawa na Acceptance, no, even with all these changes na ginawa nila, they beat a fully fledged SGJ na naghanda in the small time span kung saan may pagitan yung Impact playoffs and yung Swiss stage natin, no. So kung hindi kaya ng SGJ yon, well, tanggapin nyo na lang, nababalik kayo sa Impact at makikita nyo ako doon madalas.
My, couldn't agree more with that one, no? The disappointment of SGJ not advancing here and the surprise of having them peering dito, no? And I guess that will be it. All of the pointers inilatag na dyan ng ating mga kasama. Kaya naman dito na tayo sa two-year action. It is about time for Sneaky Frogwing L na ihatid sa atin. Tunay na laban, rakrakan na.
There you go. I think, Sneaky, it's just perfect to start off na this is the summer season. This is the second leg of our C Masters. The first step to the international. The road to Paris begins with this single step. Pero para sa mga ibang team, itong grueling na season natin will either be the road to Paris o yung daan nila papunta sa tabi ng road para kumain ng Pares. This first match natin, Acceptance and CBF, Sneaky. I have 3 questions for you. What are your expectations for these teams? What are your expectations for their season? And what do you think will happen dito sa map veto natin? Because we did not expect that ng Caravan.
Ayun nga, no? Expectation siguro for both of these teams siguro para dito sa CBF, considering that you know, they're an OQ team, probably the best OQ team so far na nakita ka natin dito sa C Masters because we've only had one. So ayun nga, I feel like this kind of team, especially itong si Tetsu and you know, the rest of the boys, it's a high variance team, no? You kind of get used to it. Yun nga, every single time that he enters itong Masters is either yun nga, napakataas ng level ng kanilang gameplay or you are gonna see some of the worst crossfire you've ever seen dito sa ating broadcast, no? So yun nga, no, that's the duality ng pagkanood nga dito ng CBF. Para naman sa Acceptance, I think Polar had a fair point, no, about yung kanilang head-to-head kanina of Acceptance being more of a grouping team rather than dito sa CBF that's more individual. So I expect na you know, mas maganda at mas matalas yung kanilang mga executes, especially this time, na mas may enable nila si Dre dito, pare, kasi Dre specifically nung OQ, that guy absolute demon time, man, and one of the main reasons why kung bakit nag-qualify itong Acceptance as well as itong si Heck. And I feel like if those two can really turn the engine on na napakaaga dito sa laruan natin, we can definitely do something. Pero expectation siguro para sa ating series, I would say, ayun nga, this might be close or this could be a one-sided affair. Yan yung levels rin ng dalawang teams natin. Acceptance can also play very high and very low crossfire. Para naman sa CBF is the exact same thing. But it really depends on how mag-interact kayong kanilang playstyle dito. Going back to the point ni Polar nga kanina, how will the individual, you know, death by 1,000 stings na playstyle compare dito sa grouping, you know, parang special forces like kind of spacing, no, dikit-dikit talaga, back-to-back. So how is that gonna interact with each other? Para I feel like this is really gonna be very entirely dependent on timings talaga, kasi CBF heavily dependent on timings from time to time, pero kung masungkit lang nila yun, men, that could you know, that could really disrupt kung ano man nangyari dito. Pero speaking of the map veto, nasa third question na ako sa iyo, El. It's a really good first 2 maps para dito sa CBF. I'm not gonna lie. Some base and itong Eagle Eye Port.
Tuwan niyo ako, pre.
Ayun na.
In all honesty.
Wala pa,
Pero
wala
of
pa,
course,
wala pa.
first round,
Wala namang
dito
bend,
sa
no?
base.
Wala naman.
Sa akin pa.
But we don't care about that, Sneaky. We're gonna listen in on the comms here. Already one man down dito sa Acceptance. That is Dre. And so far, with that initial pick, Sneaky, CBF will just quietly go into the night, pare. Tatanggapin nila yung one pick na nakuha nila and they will just reset the default. And yun nga, no, sinasabi natin dito, that is where CBF shines, in their individuals. But, of course, contrast natin sa Acceptance, makikita natin na they are a snowball team. But if you pick off the snowball bit by bit, no, hinagisa mo ng bato hanggang sa mag-crumple na siya bago pa siya lumanding sa pinaka-bottom ng hill natin, there isn't really a snowball, right? So the big difference dito that I would like to see is, will this mid-rounding as a team from Acceptance beat the mid-rounding of the individuals dito ng CBF? We're about to find out as well, because Acceptance, they have already made their way dito sa may pintuan natin sa shutter, about to find their way sa may control room. Pero ang labo pa, no? Kasi wala sila nakikita kahit ganito sila kalalim sa ating sites.
Yeah. Second mid control though, nasa kamay dito ng Acceptance. But I feel like CBF, mas priority nila i-reserve or preserve itong 5 versus 4 advantage na meron sila. And the fact na ganito yung kanilang default pare, naaning yung Acceptance para makahanap ng kill dito. Pero Acceptance gusto na pumasok dito ng Shutter Woods. First kill dito kay HX. Second, wala pang darating. Silent will be getting Woods in return. Pero si Yaba, getting things silent so far. Good for two. Sniper Heck, nakarating na ng CR. Quick scope, USP, makakapatay ng dalawa. Piso na lang dito si Tetsu. Sniper versus sniper action, pero naka-HK dito si Tetsu will be going for the full swing and the full headshot. The captain once again on low HP getting a clutch.
Health disadvantage, be damn sneaky. That is how you play dito for CBF. Sure, yung individuals yung papakita natin dito at the start of the round. But when we get what we want, papakita naman natin sila ng konting team play. The macro is still there. Of course, they are veterans in the scene, pare. But of course, in this team na sabihin nila natin impromptu, yung pagkakagawa sa nila, no, you're going to expect the tenure to come out of this team, especially in this fashion where, you know, alam naman natin na limited lang yung time nila in terms of scrimming. Sure, nag-8v sila, nagpa-pub game sila, whatever they wanna do in their free time to practice. Pero as a team, a bit lukewarm pa sa aking opinion, no? This time though, we're going to see Acceptance dito sa ating MR, sa may lababo, tinatawag natin dito. Two players try to contest dito sa may LR natin, sa may bungad. Pero so far, again, CBF knowing that they cannot make that push para or they cannot make that initial contact, will rely on that very deep-seated default. Pero si Aldrin may makikita, pero baback out muna siya.
Yeah, tama na lang. LR Aldrin, HK headshot na naman para sa kanya. HX nahulog na agad. Na-stuck na sa LR itong Acceptance. Aldrin with a cheeky angle. Has to be careful about his position. Kita ang kanyang legs. Pero may choice na dito yung Acceptance eh. Kung aalisan nyo ba tong LR, meron na kayong onting space dito sa B-site. But with the amount of members meron dito, parang hirap na nito. Pero Tetsu,
that's good.
caught looking at passage at nagkamali siya ng tingin doon pare. Woods still trying to spot whoever's in the corner. Ting finally down. Dre bababa ng fence at sa loob ng crosser ni Aiden. Aldrin getting silent as well. Heck nakabawi na pero yung C4 natin nasa gitna ng kawalan. Yaba inside of the site. Iiko din.
Wala na siyang magagawa dito si Heck, no? I mean, he's just stuck both ways, pare, between an Aiden and a Yaba. And that USP, wait a minute, will be a bit labored in then. Pero the HK will do the trick here. CBF with a second. And ganda nga ng point dito, no, nila Mochi kanina. Woos will be that gatekeeper. No, that passive player that will step up at the right moment for CBF. Pero dead run muna tayo. Of course, you're going to expect this, Nick. It's the first day natin, no, pagbabalik sa ating group stage summer. And of course, mainit na yung panahon, mainit pa yung mga PC ng player. A dead round is the proper call. Siguro, let's fix things for a moment, no, make sure that the rest of the day goes forward as clean as possible.
Yun nga, man. I feel like yun nga, yung pagka-impromptu nga dito ng CBF is also kind of helping them, you know, be the one of the more unreadable teams dito sa ating tournament, no? And I feel like it was very evident nung nakita natin yung nakalaban nila yung Stallions and itong VP. And it's kind of I wouldn't say a casualty or a side effect siguro ng pagiging ganito na style of having, you know, you really do not know what to expect pagpasok mo dito sa round, basically, pagkalaban mo yung CBF. And I feel like it was very evident to sa Stallions game, it was slightly evident dun sa VP game, but I feel like they kind of caught a lot more with that, pare. But I feel like mas na full display na dito, pare. At the start of the round, obviously, maghahanap na ng 5 versus 4 itong CBF, and they're gonna play off of that right after, no? Meron silang aggression, pero pag na-recognize na nila na meron silang massive advantage dito sa mapa, hindi nila tinutulak masyado, which is the right mindset to have kasi, ayun nga, kayo yung nang-aaning ng Acceptance dito, and we see it that Acceptance are kind of forced to make these bad decisions, gaya na nakita natin sa Ben from Ray, nakita natin from Passage, and yung LR push kanina, pare, I feel like may moment of hesitation galing dito sa Acceptance na gusto na ipasok yung site, but at the same time, I feel like na nakain sila na sarili nilang setup dito, pare, kasi tatlo na kayo nasa LR, tapos dun pa kayo mag-iisip kung magpa-passage pa kayo or mag-shutter. Nandun na kayo, pare. Aldrin's already shooting at Ting, so decisions have to be made faster para sa Acceptance, pare.
Yeah, that's the thing that I like to call the impact syndrome, pare. No? That mid-rounding talaga na hindi na solusyonan na even Atras has this problem sometimes. So granted, they are impact teams. No? Even if the caliber of players na meron sila, experience man and all that, nandun talaga eh. Minsan dahil siguro, bago addition dito si Dre, sitting as well, medyo baguhan pa sa sistema. Yung tatlong magkakaibigan dun sa Acceptance, sure, may sarili na silang mundo. Pero when you try to integrate new people, right, doon tayo mahihirapan sa ating decision making. That's where we'll see the hesitation rather. So CBF on the other hand, I feel like sa Swiss stage natin pare, ito yung pinaka embodiment ng gambler's fallacy. They're gonna try the craziest strat and expect it to work, and then they're gonna try it again even if it failed the first time around. Pero this time around though, they already made their bank. Kinash out na kagad nila. Second round pa lang kagad nun, nakita na nila na, okay, to Acceptance parang hindi masyado confident kapag kumukuha ng space. What if banatan natin ng wag tayo gumalaw, no? Talaga mag-30 lang tayo dito sa mga sites natin, wag tayong kumuha ng angles, hayaan lang natin na sila yung magkamali, palapit sa atin kung saan tayo comfortable. Yun yung napapansin ko sa CBF na siguro dahil din sa dinaanan nila sa Swiss stage na napakahirap na daan, no? VP, STS, no? And then some 3 teams na, well, hindi naman masabing madali, hindi masasabing mahirap, competitive at least for them. The challenge in itself was the reward, no? That I think made them learn to add this new depth of play sa kanilang macro. And if we see more of this, no, in this matchup pa lang, they can go anywhere. And if we see this develop pa into the further matches that we have in the big marquee matchups, katulad ng Virtus Pro at FERVID, no, and STS, who's to say na hindi nila matatalo yun, di ba?
For sure. I feel like CBF definitely capable of a whole lot of things dito sa mapa natin, and I feel like it couldn't work, no, yung solution dito ng Acceptance. Baka mag-turtle muna sila sa start ng round, maybe try to find some stragglers, no, para nga sa CBF, considering na CBF is always trying to find for that 5 versus 4. And ayun nga, it could work, it could not work, really depends upon kung anong strat it is happening that round, no. Para you have to really catch them on the timing na sila naman yung kukuha dito ng MR, sila naman yung kukuha dito ng Woods, and that timing, maybe it can't come. Yun nga, no, mali mo, hindi pala darating. Tetsu's the type of guy to see na, oh yeah, this B defense is working, let's run it back like 5 more times, pare. And kung yun nga yung pwede mangyari dito, then Acceptance to have a bit of a pickle happening. Kaya I feel like we might start to see yung Woods, maybe a lot more action dito sa passage, maybe a lot more bench control attempts galing dito kay Heck, kasi ang pakiramdam ko kailangan nila i-take yung pressure off of dito sa B site, kasi yun nga, kagaya na nangyari kanina dun sa LR, everybody was in there and there's already massive pressure galing dito sa CBF, so yun nga, wala silang magawa sa type na yun. So I feel like maybe it is either magpa-passive sila sa start ng round, and then right after they are gonna weigh out their options. No, kunin yung Woods, kunin yung passage, kunin yung outside, see what's up dito sa mapa, pare.
Exactly.
What can you take kung kayo yung Acceptance?
Yeah, we're about to see right now, no, Sneaky, as we get back into the game dito, medyo tama tayo sa sinabi natin na medyo umalis na sila sa MRN towards that B presence. Tingnan mo dito kagad yung ating player number 5 sa Acceptance dahil nawawala pa yung ating mga player names. Ayun si Ting, no? Nakatanim na kagad siya dito sa may dulo na mid, and he's just waiting for something to happen, no? Tama nga yung passiveness, pero again, that Woods presence that you said will be there, but it's silent to get the kill. Tetsu down, but the trade here for Yaba is good.
Yes, Price committed to that spray. Heck, nakuha na ka dito si Yaba, so the backup and the captain is down para dito sa side ng CBF. Makakababa ng Vince at magugulat dito si Woods. Probably double-scoped dito sa Woods para mahanap itong si Heck. And Ajax, meron na siyang control dito sa CR, but a quick push galing kay Aiden to try and even get a foot dito sa round natin, pare, pero hindi na nga makukuha. Aldrin na lang natitira. And the individuals, granted they can shine, pero Aldrin has produced multiple amazing clutches. Dre mapapaakyat at mapapababa very quickly. Aldrin already nagsimula na nga, pero tatapusin na agad ni 8. Ipatuloy yan, pare.
Yeah, no more shenanigans dito para sa CBF, no? And I feel like that's the individuals once more dito from CBF that, sure, they may shine, pero once again, you guys are just individuals. Nakita mo naman yun, no? Si Ting lang siguro yung nag-solo dito para sa Acceptance natin, and 2 members make that 3 pa nga yung nakatoka dito sa may Woods natin. Talagang inaantay nila yung magiging possibility na pwede mag-push dito yung CBF, pero back at it again, no? They're gonna cash out na, pare, while they're still ahead and make sure that this turtling default works. Pero may ibang idea si Aiden, no? He's gonna try hold dito. sa may bangin, sa may luwag. Pero okay lang naman to. Hindi naman sila nagpo-push, no?
Oh no.
It's gonna be the Vincent angle. But opposite. The GR Vincent angle, pare. They're gonna get one. That's Ajax down.
Di na paikot dito yung tropa natin na si Ajax, pare. Could not even bait the shot kung sino ba na nasa loob doon. Pero silent kasi nabilisan ng A-site. Aiden caught immediately. Silent with a good tap off. Pababa dito ng luwag. Tetsu nakot na rin dito sa CR. Pero Booz can maybe get one number back. Pero Trey, napakabilis ng Trey dito kay Yaba. Aldrin and the sniper. And suddenly, it's only the sniper and si Trey na nasa loob ng site. 28 seconds. Heck with a nice shot dito kay Booz. Aldrin, a 1 versus 2. Another clutch attempt para sa kanya, pare. May hirapan sa makapasok dito ng site. Sikip lang yata ang kanyang pakay. At sikip lang siya mamamatay dito. 2-2 acceptance. Ayun nga, man. I feel like weighing their options is not working for them.
Yeah, the mid round, no? That has been the plague of their existence ever since they started sa Impact. Somehow a bit of a problem dito sa Swiss stage natin. But slowly and surely, no, nakikita natin yung improvements, and that round was the evidence dito ng acceptance to prove to us that, hey, we are improving. Yes, may bago kami mga membro, pero we're gonna leave them to their own devices muna. Hayaan namin yung core players dito, Ajax, Silent, and Heck, to do the dirty work and let these new additions shine in their own playstyle muna, no? Makita mo si Ting, pangatlong beses na niya yan dito sa angle na to sa mid-dulo, pero wala talaga siyang pakialam dito sa CBF, no? Because he knows that CBF will not guarantee a push towards him, no? Hindi siya mahuhuli, hindi siya ma-pick off. Better siguro kung yung CBF ay pumunta dito ng MR, dun lang siya siguro madadali, pero napakalabo din naman kasi na may MR push, sabay passage push dito na manggagaya sa CBF, no? So he's hedging his bets dito talaga na walang pag-iingay or walang lalapit sa kanya, and then let these 4 members of acceptance, no, yung mga natira sa gilid-gilid natin na humawak lang ng area and then decide on the push. However, as I've been saying all that, no, they spend quite a lot of time dito, pare, to think about saan ba talaga sila pupunta. And I feel like with the C4 being picked up here and the lean dito ni Heck towards sa tingin niya sa LR, no, the creep up might be a fake towards B, pero it's a fake towards A rather. And with 1 minute remaining, sure na dapat dito si Dre na makukuha niyo yung entry.
2 players on lockers. Heck, kailangan makuha dito si Aldrin. Hindi nakatayo sa DR, kundi nakatayo sa harap ng entrada ng ating lockers. Grenade, masakit yan, pero di masyado. Surprisingly, Dre, barely damaged by that HE at mamamatay na nga sa headshot dito ni Aldrin. Pero Aldrin getting taken down in the turn. Good face dito by Heck with the USP. Tetsu spray down onto 2 players. And Silent, and Thing is down. Ajax, nakita na nga dito si Aiden sa second mid. Yaba spray down. Now down as well. Ajax piso na lang, pero grabe ang kanyang impact. 19 seconds. Tetsu has to hit both. Tetsu with the third, but cannot get the fourth. Wooz versus Heck. Nagkabaliktad na ang sitwasyon. Si Wooz naman ang naka-sniper, Heck naman ang naka-rifle. Wooz with the USP. Mapapaalis 5 segundo para makababa ng C4. Saktong-sakto yan para kay Heck. Pero nandito na yung USP ni Wooz. Ikutan nga ba? Ikutan, ring around the rosy. Pero Heck with the lower HP. And that is a clutch para kay Wooz. CBF. High octane round, pare.
Ring around the rosy, but granted though, that round kind of felt like a rosy round, no, in terms of how magulo siguro. That's the perfect magulo yung nangyari. No? I mean, nakikita ko naman yung bagal ng tempo natin, but this time around, Sneaky, no time for talking. Tetsu will just take things in his own hands, pare. He's challenging dito sa may bintana. Wala siyang nakikita do, and I think it's a fail. Tatlo sila dito, nasa MR. Yes, they get the control, pero yung laban parang hindi pa pumapabor sa kanila. So, if Acceptance tries to fight this, which they cannot dahil nag-bounce na sila kagad, it's gonna be a stalemate. A stalemate, but they said, I'll do it again. I'll let it ride. One more MR push.
Of course, that's Tetsu's whole playstyle, pare. He is the definition of letting it ride. Pero Tetsu, another individual shot, possibly dito kay Ajax, possibly can't surprise him, pero may lumabas bigla na passes, and there is 3 heads popping. Galing dito sa metal box, Ajax. Still low on the HP, gets the wall bang dito kay Aldrin. Napakanipis ng bintana doon, but he still hits the shot. Ting at Ajax, barely nabawasan ng acceptance in terms of HP and in terms of players dito, pare. Nawalan na nga ng dalawa itong CBF. Pero Posturing tong B-side, B-split potentially. Para dito sa side ng Acceptance. Gulat na lang si
That's a
Yaman na
huge
may
pick.
nag-pick bigla dito sa passage. Aiden, it's all on you to take this entire Acceptance team down. Pero masyado kang humarap dito sa shutter. At nakita ka sa second mid. Heck, alam niya na kung nasa na last player dito. Do the math, wala ng tao sa B. Most likely nasa A yan, pare.
You know, he's a bodybuilder talaga because he's flexing his big gun. Or guns, depending on which one he actually flexes dito. But Acceptance, getting the rounds that matter, no? That CBF push was something out of the moment for them, no? From a switch in the passiveness to an aggressive one, but Woos will make sure that Heck can only flex once this time around, and he will go down for doing that dito sa ating Woods angle. Silent in try niyang makapitas ng isa with the quick swap, pero babalik naman siya dito sa kanyang EBR, pare. Now, this is the problem, no? We can see Acceptance in their mid-rounding kapag 5v5, kapag 5v4, they work, no? Sure, may 50-50-ish na sequences, pero they work, no? That's a guaranteed fact. Pero kapag man down na sila, and again, the impact syndrome comes, it kicks in again, hindi nila alam anong gagawin kapag wala sila isang miyembro na pwedeng pang trade, pwedeng pang ally. They think that it's always a negative. So, this group up is a sign of life, but again, how long will this group up last, no? Kailan sila magte-trigger? Kailan sila magpo-push? Or baka magkanya-kanya pa to ng angle papunta sa pintuan at dito sa sikip, no? They're gonna choose for the 1-3, and Aiden is here.
Ooh, Aiden already getting 2 down dito sa CR. Dre getting Tetsu, they needed that kill. Pero yung C4, di man lang nakadaan ng CR. Pero teka lang, Dre. The absolute impact galing sa kanya. Pero masyadong mahaba ang EBR ni Silent. Pero alam nyo ba na may paparating na si Kip? Mukhang oo ang sagot sa tanong na yan, pare. CBF absolutely clearing everybody sa Acceptance. Pero kagaya nga sinabi mo, I feel like Acceptance is expecting CBF to push forward sa 5v4. Tetsu was literally just crouching dun sa metal box the entire time doing his grenade dance, pare. They were not pushing, pare.
They were not pushing. They're not gonna risk the all-in, pare. That's Aiden, or Aldrin rather, with the first skill and not going all in once more. But this time, hindi nila alam dito si Ajax, pero still, Aldrin, or Yaba rather, will get that one. Aldrin with the assist though. The 3v5, again, just group up, try to hit a site, and then pray for the best. Acceptance, tatanggapin nyo na lang to, execute na to. But you have to go to Tetsu and Woos holding these angles perfectly sa may cram, sa may missile natin.
Oh, Woos already tagged up. Grabe yung kaltok sa start ng round na yan. Yaba, headshot agad para dito kay Dre. Quick scope para kay Woos. What a shot on Silent, but what a shot from Heck as well. Tig isa silang quick scope dito. 1 versus 2. Heck, chance of a lifetime para makagawa ng highlight play that could show up on the For You page. Pero Aldrin not wanting to give him any freebies dito sa A-site natin. Heck, tamang upo lang. Alam niya kaya niyang pumaslang ng isa pa dito. Aldrin and Aiden, patience from both ends dito sa sikip at sa luwag. And pressure is on para kay Heck. Kailangan nilang pumili dito ng desisyon. Ano nga ba? Sino yung uunahin ko dito? Si Aldrin ba o si Aiden? C4 will be set down eventually. And Heck, time's up para sa kanya. But is time up for CBF? They're gonna group up. And I actually like this decision galing dito sa CBF. No? They'd rather get the trade going. Baka sa gitna pa ng kasa, mapapatay itong si Heck. Pero Heck, masyadong sumala sa sikip. And Aiden with a very quick headshot. Honestly, it's not a bad plan. Galing sa Acceptance. So I feel like this is the only decision that they can make.
Yeah.
Sa mapa, considering 5 versus 3 pare. Pero start ng CBF eh.
Yeah, masabi lang natin na at least yung adjustment nila into thinking that the 3v5 push dito sa A site is worth it was very quick. No? Ang bilis ng transition nila, hindi na sila nag-isip ng masyado pang matagal. They did not let CBF cook any longer and it almost became a clutch, no? Kung naka-aum lang si Heck, no? Could've, would've, should've won. Pero then again, Aldrin, makikita ng isa, but the second one, good! And that's the trade, pare.
Ooh, Aiden getting 2. Right in front of him, pare. Aldrin finally down, Aiden down as well. Salamat nga dito kay Heck. Pero 2 versus 3. Still a lot in the air para dito sa dalawang teams natin. Dre headshot, pero si Yapa sasagot rin. Tetsu versus Heck once again for the 4th time dito sa ating mapa. Pero mahanap pa ni Heck si Tetsu this time, or will it be the other on the Heck? quick scope. Possible. Misses. HK hitting. Tetsu killing. Headshot. Oh my goodness. CBF. A defuse and a headshot later. Na cheeky smile galing dito kay Tetsu para he knew what he did.
Alam niyo siguro na ba't nag-iisip, ba't tumatakbo to si Hek? Saan to papunta? Ba't inakala ata na hinahabol siya dun sa DR Pero no, he thought wrong pare. And Tetsu, well, he might risk most of the plays, but that one he was sure he was gonna win. No gambling in that scenario pare. And CBF, I feel like all things considered pare, this is the best half that we can give them. Because Acceptance, as much as they might be a shrug off dito sa mga perspective ng teams natin above them, they can still pull a punch dito, no? They can still throw a fight talaga sa ating mga teams, and especially CBF, no, with the tenure that they have and the experience that all of these players have, where chemistry is not a problem, albeit it's a small issue lang siguro. Masasabi mo na Acceptance got the most out of their rounds, no? Siguro yun yung best na makukuha natin sa kanila. There were glimpses of I would say indecisiveness in the mid rounds, pero once we saw na yung 4v5, yung 3v5, hindi na sila ligot-ligot pa, talagang pinush na lang nila yung mga angles nila, and they just went for the get and go exec. Well, at least nakita mo, there were chances of those rounds being converted to the side. Pero once we swap the rounds though, this is I think where CBF can deal the most damage. No? This is where it's gonna get worse for Acceptance, and Acceptance, you just gotta hold on for the ride.
Grabe. Nakikita mo na lang na lumiliyab bigla yung mata ni Aldrin dito. Napunta na sila dito sa BL side natin. He is waiting for that permanent green light. Pero speaking of green light, pare, on the A site, Atex, nakita na si Boost, pero silent nakatingin dito sa fence. Yapa getting hacked. Siya pala mag-enter dito, pero Tetsu will be already down. Silent, hindi pa siya na-clear dito sa Cram. Aldrin with the swing. But finally, Aiden takes him down. Pero Aldrin mamamatay na lang rin. Yaba low on HP. Aiden still on full. Spray down para kay Ting. But Aiden with the trade. 1 versus 2. Dre and si Ajax. CR sikip ang kanilang posisyon dito. Pero Aiden, HK 417. And a dream dito sa A side. Papapaikot si Ajax. Opportunity for a 1v1 kill para dito kay Aiden. Nakaspotan na dito si Dre. Pero si Dre makaspot sa kanya dito. And that's a 6-4 Acceptance. Gandang bawi dito sa second half.
Yeah, ang ganda ng bawi, and I feel like they know all too well that CBF is just going to push, no, pare. Like, they're just gonna go all in dito sa isang angle. But this time around, no, Aiden, may balak dito sa vents natin. I wonder where the still Mission Impossible will go, pare. Nakahawak dito si Hek.
Oh, no, Hek.
Aegis. And that's just the proper meeting time, pare. Buti na lang, nakali siya. And he gets one! And buti na lang may trade. The balls on this man, Sneaky. And the rest will follow. Exactly.
That's not how you get out of vents and get out of a precarious situation exactly like that. Yung parang nakita ka na sa vents, yung first course of action natin dun, men, is to U-turn at bumalik ka dun sa passage. Pero hindi. Wala yan sa instruction dito ni Aiden. He let it ride dito sa mid natin. Pure gambles, but the gamble's not gonna work para dito kay Tetsu. Nag-all in sa maling card. Trey. Hinap yung C4. Who's confirming na yung C4 na dito sa loob ng MR, at si Dre nakakuha na ng dalawa. Yaba, can you get anything done? Stuck ka na nga dito sa mid-wall. Kaya mo pang patayin itong si Dre. Dre nakataligod. Umingay. Yaba. Maghahanap na lang ng isa pang kill. Guaranteed na kung nasaan si Dre dito. Pero kailangan niya hanapin kung sino ang nasa passage in order to get to. Pero Ting, tamang ikot. 2 pieces of information confirmed. Nilayuan na lang dito si Yaba. Man, actually, honestly, I like this from Acceptance. Kasi just plant the C4, magre-retake kami na 4.
Exactly, no? Play the numbers. And the numbers they are playing, pare, no? So, including the time, no? They're just letting him run down, making Yaba do the hard decisions himself. And I feel like one guy should be warranted dito for the push, no? Hayaan nyo sa Dre. Siya naman yung nakakuha ng run na to para sa atin. Why not let him get a highlight for himself, no? And once he finds Yaba, left or right na lang siguro yung pagpipilian. Guys, gonna find the head. And so far, timing na naman yung usapan dito natin for, I feel like, CBF, no? Malapit. Ace! I feel like we did not notice if it was an ace, but we need the replay 100% sure for that. I feel like it's an ace, but the heck, no? Ace in the hole through the doors, pare. And so far, so good. Pero, ayun na, double check in the vents. You never know when a Vincent might come, pare, dito sa ating vents. Not boys for it to go to the doors, pare, and they're already through.
Second mid, already taken dito ng CBF. Heck, straight down, Aiden. Finally finishing mo, pero dito na malayan na nandito na si Ting sa kanyang likod. And Ting with his own turnaround. Nakita na nga dito si Yaba. Wooz, quick scope. C4 drop na nasa loob ng CR, pero meron pang tao na nasa loob ng shutter. Luwag, silent, down. Dre gusto habulin si Wooz, pero si Wooz ang mamamatay. Instead, dito ay and it will be a tie game. Acceptance, lumakas bigla sa kanilang depensa. CBF not getting the same opportunities as they did dito sa last half natin.
I feel like CBF said, okay, we're just gonna rush your second mid, no? But Acceptance said, here's the thing. And the thing went boom, pare. He got multiple kills that round. And I feel like these kinds of plays does not work for CBF. They need to think, pare. They really need to think on how they execute this. And that's where you use the individual na. Yes, individual plus the macro teamwork, pare. Kasi hindi na natin nakikita yung CBF na, sabihin na lang natin, sige, dikit-dikit. Pero yung dikit-dikit nila, parang kanya-kanya sila. O, sige, dito ka sa passage, dito ka sa MR, mag-woods ka, kasi ikaw dyan ka lang, mag-hold ka lang. Very, very stable individually. Pero pag nakita natin yung team play, no, parang sila yung mas magaling on paper. Pero yung teamwork nila, nawawala in transition when the fight happens, no, Sneaky. So, that is the problem right now for CBF. And Acceptance doing a really great job at trying to douse this fire that has been started by CBF. And with this dead hold of a default, pare. This is where things can take a turn for the worse or the better. Depends on which team you're rooting for. Pero tamang ingay na lang.
I think this will be... Ayun nga, they're just gonna wait around up until may paparating dahil dito sa Acceptance. But I really like this kind of Acceptance. So keep discipline, you are in the tie point. You are basically in the lead dito sa game natin. Pero Dre, anything but the lead dito sa LR. Kakain ng HE at kakain ng bala sa kanyang mukha. Outlet with an entry dito sa LR. Here comes the pressure from the passage players. Pero hindi nila namataanan. Itong si Ting. Pero si Ting nahulog sa site. Yaba getting heck. Ajax nasa loob pa pero Silent tutulungan ng kanyang kakampi dito. Ajax still stuck on DR. Silent getting one but Silent taking down. Ajax with the spray. Wooz na naman nasa 1v1. 30 seconds HC. Pero Wooz pa gumagalaw. Di niya alam kung left, right, or 2F ang nasa loob ng LR. Walang impormasyon nitong si Ajax up until now. Wooz, crowd speaking, pero alam na ni Ajax barag na ang last player dito. Acceptance with 4 rounds in a row dito sa kanilang depensa and it will be a dead round on the 6 o 7, pare.
Hindi alam ni Wooz kung sa kaliwa, sa kanan, sa likod o sa harapan dadaan dito. Ang last member na Acceptance, pare, and the dead round. I think untimely but the perfect way to cut off this spice level na nakita natin from both teams. No? We've already seen them go dead, slow, dead stop dito sa mga rounds natin. Pero I feel like this sequence is only going to be favoring the side of Acceptance, pare. Because of course, nasabi ko na dito, CBF, individually they are good. Chemistry-wise, a small issue. Teamwork, different from chemistry, but teamwork is not really there. So I feel like if they just get things together, simplihan nyo lang, isang 5-man push, luwag. I'm good with that, pare. Pero the rest, medyo malabo pa yung default nila. Parang sila din yung may impact syndrome dito, Sneaky.
Yun nga, no? I feel like they're waiting for an opportunity to present itself dito sa mapa na to. And I feel like yung expectations siguro dito ng CBF papasok ng ating sub-base, no? Especially when it comes to that GR side, dito ng Acceptance ay, okay, Acceptance, sasala sila dito sa mid, sasala sila dito sa MR, sasala sila sa passage. But instead, hindi natin nakita yun, L. They are posted up dito sa LR, meron tao dito sa 3F. Granted, nahulog si Ting kanina, no? But I feel like he did his job well enough naman na hindi sila nakapasok ng B-site. And itong si Silent Ajax and etong si Heck are doing a really good job of rotating very quickly para matulungan ang kanilang mga teammates from the CR side. And that kind of helps playing passively kasi may access ka pa dito sa second mid rotation. Pero parang ayaw na yata ibigay second mid dito, L.
I said to them, pare, or rather, we said to them in the broadcast that they should start playing faster and together. This is fast, this is together, but that's only a trade, Sneaky. Wanna go for more?
Woo! Yaba! Nakita na nga si Heck dito sa Sigip, and this might be an A-side take, pero si Aldrin gusto pang sumala dito sa B-side take and take both sides at the same time. Moves, nakita na si Dre, and this is the opportunity presenting itself para dito sa CBF, and it only took one good tag at the start of the round, pare. And Silent will be falling down. CBF creating pure chaos sa second mid. At ang Acceptance, naaning sila, pare.
Tawag sa 4-1 setup, no? Or a 3-1-1 setup rather dito from CBF. Just didiretso nila dito yung second mid. And the rest was history from the lurk dito on the MR side, pare. I want to see more of that kasi together na sila dun eh. And they went fast, no? So combining the best of both worlds, the individuality where you want to go for that tempo play, and the togetherness of the macro, pare. Kung saan, kung tumumbawan ako, nandiyan ka sa likod ko, and they found the trades immediately. Walang nasagot dito yung Acceptance, no? As much as they are prepared, when you see the individual versus individual prowess dito, or matchup, talagang papaboran mo dito yung CBF, and they get the first again dito kay Heck, going to the A side.
Oh, Silent with his own 2K spray dito sa luwag. Hindi siya magpapapasok dito. Yaba and Aiden already out of the picture. 3 versus 4. And wala na yatang hope tong A-side. I mean, there's already 2 players na nandito sa baba. May nakabantay na ng bench, may nakabantay na ng CR. And at most they can hope for, is itong si Wooz. Makakuha dito sa second mid to try and separate yung A at yung B defenses natin. Pero Wooz will try exactly that. Tetsu not too bad on the sniper. Can maybe get something done. Wooz still intending itong posisyon na to. Pero si Ajax, napaka-steady na lang dito sa second mid. Walang galaw-galaw. He was expecting na naandun pa si Wooz. Pero paparating na sila dito sa LR, para Dre. Chance of a lifetime to finish this round right here, right now. Pero Aldrin spotting Dre on the 2F side. Dre sa lang dito sa locker room entrance, and he will come to regret that. Napadaan niya dito si Aldrin sa lockers. Tetsu, heady angle, di gagana para sa kanya sa Soda. 3 versus 1. Ajax spotting him. Bad spot para sa kanyang LR. Holding Aldrin, backing up into the wrong spot dito sa lockers natin, pare, and it will be Acceptance grabbing the lead dito sa mapa natin.
Grabe, no? They already know na yung isang round na yun, yung finish yung second mid as 3, as 4. That's just a one-off thing dito. Acceptance quick with the adjustments dito sa ating game, and Drado will go on the aggressive. This is a different look from Acceptance, played by Aiden. Will be there, no? And as well as Ajax going down. 3v4 disadvantage for Acceptance. This is a hard fight for them, pare.
Silent spraying on down. Tetsu na naman na nahulog dito. Grabe ka na, Silent. For these past 4 or 5 rounds, he has been pure impact para sa kanyang team. Granted, he hasn't had the spotlight sa Acceptance, pero ngayon, siya na mismo kumukuha nun, pare. Pero tignan mo naman, meron na nakapost dito ng gate. Aiden will be getting Ting. Wooz will be getting Dre. That's the flank down para dito sa Acceptance. Ay,
Fumbles here and there, no? Yun talaga yung problema natin when you are Acceptance. Yes, makuha natin yung macro, pero time and time again, we are going to circle back dito sa firepower na dala-dala ni CBF. And not too shabby naman yung reaction dito ng Acceptance, no? Sadyang nagkaroon lang ng timing, no? Immaculate timing that will never go away dito sa ating mga games, and of course, the better shot, no? I feel like si Silent, he got a good impact dito kay Woods natin. And so will Heck dito sa round natin. Tetsu goes down. But then again, so far so good dito sa Acceptance kapag pinapressure yung Woods nila. So that's one part of the map with a problem solved. However, the second part called MR, there's another problem, pare. And if will it be solved, we'll find out right now.
Lang overpeaks from the side of Aiden. And it was supposed to be the punish dito sa lockers player. Aiden Wooz getting to 1 versus 3 in this situation. Wooz, mag-isa na nga lang dito sa ating locker side. Napalabas ng kutsilyo dito si Ting. Nagkamali lang ng putlot. And it will be the 9th para dito sa Acceptance. And I feel like gagana sana yun, Elno, if they insta-give itong si Dre at diniretso nilang tong LR. Pero si Dre nakakuha ng isa pa back sila.
Parang parang CBF pa yung nagkaroon ng hesitation dun no? So instead of them getting the get-go kill, like this one round, no? It's the opposite side, but now they have the man advantage. Come back, friends. Come back ba sila from the 8 to 9? Make it an overtime 1-for-1 trade sneaky and it's already hectic. Passage about to be threatened pero may tao doon. Sa events, heck, nalalampasan na siya. It's Sting!
Sting getting a hidden steal, pero Aldrin nakapasok sa loob ng side! And what an entry galing dito kay Aldrin! Sabi ni Aldrin, men, akala nyo tapos na yung laro na to, acceptance, pero nasa first stage pa lang kayo ng grief. Overtime underway dito sa sub-base. And oh my goodness me, CBF, hindi talaga matanggal ang OT sa pangalan nyo, pare.
Yeah, OT and Tetsu. You can say UT. Nah, we can't wordplay ourselves out of that one, pare. But I feel like the gambles, sometimes they win, sometimes they don't. But then again, no, we just need a simple Tetsu overtime. No, it's patented, it's copyrighted. Put that in the CROSSFIRE trademark, pare, because we'll always get some way, somehow, some form CBF with Tetsu an overtime. No? So I feel like may lapses dito yung both teams natin. But even more so sa CBF kaysa sa acceptance. So nakita naman natin yung depensa dito sa GR na acceptance. They know how to punish these aggressive one-offs na ginagawa ng CBF. Ang problema lang kapag hindi nila nakuha yung immediate trade or hindi nila alam kung paano solusyonan yung mga 4-1 split, mga 3-1-1 splits na ginagawa dito ng CBF. They tried going the slow way, did not work for CBF, but they tried doing, you know what, let's mix it up a bit, no? Samahan natin ng firepower, tas damihan natin, no? Tas pushin natin yung isang angle. Gumana for a bit, hindi gumana, and then going back to the ball game, pare, it's like a cycle that never really ends. Babalik tayo sa individual prowess, like Aldrin popping off on the last round of regulation. So we go, first round of overtime sneaky, at ang daming tao sa passage. Lalabas ba itong mga to? Or rather dito sa woods?
Can't check, I think, dito sa gate side. Play, pare. And of course, it was just a misdirection. Pero, grabe. What do about that? That kind of individual play will definitely win you rounds like that. Where the pressure is the most massive is absolutely insane. Pero speaking of pressure, para Yaba, entrance pa lang ng Woods ay napapasok. Acceptance Sting. Gustong i-trade and they finally get it. Heck, getting Tetsu in return. 3 versus 3. A-side di pa naman libre dito. Meron pa tao na nasa outer. Aiden getting tagged up. Woods gets the kill dito kay Dre. C4 down. Ting stuck na ka dito sa luwag. At si Heck hahabol pa sa kanyang kakampi. Pero yung C4 napakapangat na ng spot, pare.
Medyo alanganin to, no? They have the control dito, CBF. So, medyo wraparound tayo sa may CR galing sa icon mid. Problema na din si Eden. And he kind of spotted the body. He's gonna go down those sneak. It's 2v2.
The player on side.
Where are they going? Yo!
Yo, Woods, hello? No one say na may tao sa CR, pare. What is going on? Maybe false information after the kill cam, pare. Pero Aldrin in between.
Ipit na siya.
2 players and that's gonna be a freebie para kay Heck. Ano nangyari doon, El? Biglang umakyat din nasa CR, pare.
That was a fumble na siguro inisip nila na pupush dito ng Sigip yung dalawang players na acceptance. Pinush nila yung luwag. Ang problema, isa lang nag-push. Naipit tuloy sila, no? They got separated. And even though nag-separate yung players na acceptance, it was the gamble na willing kunin na acceptance because of course they are on the BL side. Para syempre hahanap at hahanap tas yan. Ma-2v1, ma-1v1 doesn't really matter, no? As long as they find information and information they got. At hindi na nila yung C4, pare. They just plainly went for the kills, and that is a mistake that you do not need to see from tenured players. You do not see that in tenured teams, but then again, this is a 5 stack. Technically, comeback friends, that's why you're not comeback team, pare, but they will find trade and more even dito sa ating A-site.
Oh, Aiden! Aiden's about to get the second, maybe his third, pare. Yaba gets the spray down na nasa loob ng site. Heck na naman na nabuhay dito, but if only Heck in the individual, pare, this will be quite a difficult task para kumuha ng 1 versus 4, especially sa lahat ng lugar na stuck pa siya, pare, na andito pa sa saluwag, and 10-10 ang ating scoreline. And once again, yung Acceptance trying to send it on the east side, pero prepared naman ng CBF this time, pare.
The coin lands heads, the coin lands tails. 50-50, 51-49, I don't really care, pare. Pero that's a 1-win, 1-loss dito for Acceptance. Same for CBF, but they're gonna try the plain old Cuerda stick. Gonna get gassed a bit, no? Pero at the same timing na naman, it's always these meetings, pare. It's always the timings, but Ajax! Guess what? Tetsu, not gonna lie, that's on you.
Pero I don't know if buffering is a thing in this game, pero you might have pressed space a bit too early. Pero Yaba, nakita na nga si Ajax dito sa sitwasyon natin ba? Pero 4 versus 4 ang ating labanan, and this is where things might get weird pare in the mid-round, no? Kasi Acceptance at CBF kind of known to try and see if they can poke and prod for a whole lot more dito sa mapa natin. Pero Aldrin, headshot by Trey! What an answer by him! Gusto na pumasok dito ng 2F para magka-space ang kanyang kakampi dito sa side. Pero Dig nakita dumaan dito sa passage. Sinabol siya dito ni Yaba, pero si Yaba pa mamamatay. Aiden will be getting heck in return. 2 versus 3. Aiden trying to get Dark Room pero wala pang control. Woods sliding on in. USP! Hindi makakaikot kay Silent, and the rifle outweighs the USP. 11-10 para dito sa Acceptance, at makukuha pa nila yung isang puntos na lead bago pa tayo mag-side switch.
That was so close, man. Imagine mo yung 5v3 technically dun si Acceptance, pero CBF made it a 1v1 in the end. Going back to the main point, no? Firepower is the end-all be-all dito ng Comeback Friends. And so far, they are proving us wrong, they are proving us right, just like the gambles that they tried to do on Vents thrice in different segments of our game, pare. And I feel like this is all right for CBF. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. OT is the only thing that's guaranteed with this team, but Acceptance on the opposite hand, no? I feel like they just ramp up, and the perfect term that I always like to use, Nikki, they're like a diesel engine, no? Get those reps in muna before you get that good pump. Much like Hex workout. Usually when he goes to the gym, pare, he's going to get his reps in talaga muna before he can strike a picture. And I think that's the way that Acceptance is doing this game. They're going for most rounds possible. They're going to test the limit. But if you test too much, pare, when you fly too close to the sun, pare, be careful because you might get burnt. Aiden, he's gonna get burnt himself. 1 down dito for CBF. Tetsu very low. Who's as well. And what is the question now dito for Acceptance? Will you go towards MR CBF? That's what they're asking. And CBF response is needed. And right now, I have to think about it. That's what they're trying to say dito, Sneaky. Alam nila na merong tao. Pero the indecisiveness, siguro they're just trying to troubleshoot this mid-round pa lang. And they tend to go away from this area, pare. Pero yung C4, no? Nakamark, isang push lang dito nung 3 tao dyan sa MR. Mawawala yung control, pero babalik sila. And this is the key fight that's about to happen, Sneaky.
Scene room, 3 players occupying. Trey, dito nga sa bintana natin, Yaba. Shot in the head. Can't be prepared for that, pare, pero si Aldrin sasagot ng isa. 2 para dito sa CBF, pero makuha ba nila si Ajax? Tamang tago lang dito sa lababo at hindi makita. Barado na pala, pare. Oh my goodness me, Aldrin. Gustong habulin itong si Ajax, pero tamang tago lang. And Ajax will even still keep on fighting. 3 versus 2 naman. Up until that point, Tetsu nakita na si Heck. A-control needed. Aldrin, headshot kay Silent, pero teka lang, Ajax buhay na buhay pa. Low na yung 2 players natin on the side of CBF, pero bakit sa humarap sa kanyang kakampi, pare? That was the one swing that you could have gotten itong si Aldrin, pero yung importante dito, nakaupo sa C4 itong si Ajax, and the fact na itong si Tetsu at si Aldrin, life support na sila, pare.
Why are you going
in the
away?
next 30 seconds. Hindi, kita yata sa bintana?
I think so.
And he's just checking.
Checking
the backside. Checking the backside, just in case talaga. Pero 24 seconds left on the shot clock para dito kay Ajax.
He can
and
isolate
this. Isolated kills, isolated frags. Aldrin, left, right, and center. Pero nandito na silang 2, pare. At distracted itong si Ajax. Well played on that 2 versus 1, pare. They could have easily lost that.
And I feel like that's another fumble. A fumble after fumble we're seeing from the teams in overtime, no? Hindi mo nga malalaman kung sino ba talaga yung tunay na nanalo dun sa mga rounds na yun, no? At sino lang yung nagkamali. Pero dito si Heck, hindi siya nagkakamali. And that is the second time. Guaranteed, possibly the third, Sneaky. Pero never mind, damage done kay Yaba. They're gonna take what they can and they just might cash out this round at 12.
Grabe, man. Heck, letting it ride sa second mid with this DRG. 2 kanyang kaharap dito sa Bulls, pero wala pa rin siyang pake. Grabe, what a way to start a round para dito sa Acceptance. No, already taking out itong si Tetsu at si Aiden. Yun nga, Aldrin being the problematic guy dito sa side ng CBF. That could be a big, big damage para sa depensa nyo at the moment. Pero sa Acceptance, man, they don't want to move forward, pare. Dito lang sila.
Yeah. This is the reverse CBF, pare. We get the picks, now we go silent. We're gonna do what you did to us. Kami naman yung gagawa ng ginawa nyo sa amin, no? The perfect word for this sneaky come-up-ons. And Dre, he can deliver the perfect finishing blow dito for the dagger. But no, he gets daggered right in front of his face. Aldrin with the headshot. And of LR, semi-secured, but they back off just a bit. Pwedeng i-contest dito ng Acceptance. But no, different opinions tayo dito. They're gonna go dito sa mid. Babalikan nila yung bukana dito ng MR. This is a possible flank and this could be big pag nahuli si Aldrin, but he goes back. Ajax, this one's on you.
Uy, check.
Oh!
Di chinek. Ay, nagkasalisihan malala. And that's the C4 down para dito sa
One more?
side ng CBF. And Woos is already a known entity dito sa LR. Kanina pa siya matapak-tapak dito, pare. And it will be Acceptance approaching ang ating 12th na scoreline, CBF. So far, ang kanilang attempts dito sa ating B-side hasn't been too fruitful para sa kanila, pare. Pero yan sinasabi natin, they only realistically need one pick-off dito sa pan natin in order to get a round started. Pero natin ay start ng round tong si Tetsu. Pero what can you do about that, man?
Time and time again naman, no? Like the sample size of this map alone gives us that information na Acceptance will win most of these duels sa second mid dyan sa Maywoods. So, lalo na pag pinupush yan ng matindihan dito ng CB. Usually, it's still Acceptance that wins, no? Except for maybe 2 rounds na nakuha dito ng CBF. Pero the rest, Acceptance owns this place and they will test where Acceptance is best. And they will win out. That's an open second mid. Sakto si Aldrin. Makakanap isa. They opened up the sights.
Oh, Woos is gonna get Trey as well. Bait lang talaga to, pare. That we are gonna go into not golden round pero gustong mag-golden dito ng CBF. Yaba getting silent. Ek will be getting moves in return. Tetsu. Uy, down as well. Then muntik ka na ma-quick stop dun, pare. Pero buti na lang. Kumakasa pa ang tropa natin dito and it will be a 12-12 golden round, pare. Bit of a problem now. Bit of a problem lang on the openings there for the side of the team, pare.
This is so gamblers fallacy, sneaky. You don't know if you're gonna win the next round or not, but why not let it ride? It's a coin flip at the end of the day. It's either the heads or the tails for CBF. And whether you like it or not, sila ang babanggitin natin because they are the ones that usually gamble their rounds away. And what a perfect way to end this, no? Just one round to decide it all dito sa ating sub-base. They're gonna bank it on a possible second mid approach na naman, which nakikita mo ngayon sa mapa natin, doubled up by Heck and Ajax. Hindi na nila to papakawalan. But sneaky. Not you.
Oh,
Yaba.
yes!
He actually did. And he's gonna continue. Pero si Heck, he's prepared.
Igutin mo, men.
One more.
Yup!
Oh!
Diba?
He made it!
Sabi ka sa'yo. Shout out to XJ from Q9. The XJ spin never fails.
Never fails, man. He
Uy,
gambled on that one.
Tetsu doon.
And this
CR,
one's a
pare,
gamble.
teka lang. Hold on. CBF control dito sa A-side. Heck, none the wiser. Nagtatapok na sa likod mo si Tetsu, pare. Heck down.
Oh, no.
And silent. Ajax will be falling like flies on the A-side. Lalaban pa ka dito. Dre as well, just as capable. Pero 35 seconds na lang natitira para dito sa Acceptance. Spotted na nasa kanan dito ng CR. Hala ka na lang nila hanapin dito si Dre. Sikip ang kanilang daanan. Smoke ang kanilang maaamoy. Sikip. Mukhang hindi safe. Tetsu lalabanan na. Spray down dito kay Ting na bulag. Kundi it will be CBF winning the 50-50 dito sa ating golden round. Let it ride, sabi dito ng CBF. And they get to victory dito sa sub-base. What a freaking first map for this tournament. CBF, kayo na naman ang mag-overtime at magbibigay ng napaka-chaotic na laro. But man, absolute cinema, pare. What can you say about that, man?
Absolute
Grabe.
cinema, gang. It's really crucial for CBF to win these overtimes. So, kasi usually they don't win the overtimes. They take us there. But they disappoint. No? But this time around, they finish it off with the true gambler's fallacy. One coin flip of a round, and what a coin flip that push was, no? And who else but Tetsu to get those final kills, no, pare? The man that leads this gambler's fallacy team to get their victory dito. First map pa lang yun, pero napaka-hectic, no? So, I feel like we're in for a ride, no? If they're letting it ride, we're in for the roller coaster talaga. Kasi if they got the map pick dito ng Acceptance, they're gonna go to their map pick naman, no, sa Eagle Eye. I feel like this 2-0 can happen, but then again, you cannot discount na tong si Acceptance dahil nakita mo naman, no, pumapalag sila. They took it to a lot of rounds. They took it to 13, no? They took it to golden round. So, hindi natin ma-discount itong kakayanan ni Acceptance na mag-evolve as they were evolving throughout the Swiss stage during nung Impact Playoffs, and of course dito sa ating group stage sa Master Summer. You're going to see improvements hindi lang through the next day, immediately. Yun nakita ko sa kanila, Sneaky, and I feel like I'm going to just allow them to breathe muna, pero tayo din, papahinga tayo dahil I feel like okay na dito ang ating mga panel, pero last thoughts mo, Sneak, I feel like may gusto ko pang sabihin sa akin for CBF.
Yeah, I think CBF is definitely one of the teams of all time na lumabas nga dito sa OQ. No? Hindi pa natin masasabi na the best kasi yun nga, no, sometimes they look the best, sometimes they look maybe they're not. Pero yun nga, no, pagdating sa mga overtime situations na yun, parang the fact na sobrang dalas na ng CBF sa ganitong moment na yun, na I feel like hindi na sila kinakabahan sa mga ganito na, okay, 12-12, of course, Aldrin has been there countless of times. Yeah, about knowing itong matches noon, the amount of times that they have played itong overtime natin as well. And of course, big three dito ni Wuz, Tetsu, and itong si Aiden, yun nga, it's kind of their entire core at this point, pare. Pero para sa Acceptance, so I would love to give compliments dito kay, we would love to mention itong si Heck, we would love to mention itong si Dre, pare, pero shout out to Ting and Silent, man, for keeping it together on the A side, kasi kung wala sila dun, pare, I feel like this would have fallen apart a lot quicker.
Yeah, medyo nagkaroon ng shining moments for them, no. Pero I feel like they're going to have that dito sa Eagle Eye kung gusto nila bumawi. Pagpapahinga muna kami. We're gonna throw it back to our palace to break down the game even for Bipolar and Mochi. Ano masasabi nyo sa ating let it ride fallacy dito sa map number 1?
All I could say, if that could have hurt a lot din dito para kay Team Acceptance. Kasi biro mo, they started off so strong.
Yeah.
Nag-agawan, tug of war in terms of rounds, but unfortunately, everything came crumbling down because of one uncatered angle.
Yeah.
Ang sakit nun, Bipolar. But how about you? Anong thoughts mo doon?
Mochi, to see them so confident na, uy, wait lang, clear yung second feed, clear yung woods. Tingnan natin yung tatli na katao doon, Mochi. No one was even looking towards CR. Sanay tayo na may tataas doon mismo sa may box, titingin sa may CR, titingin sa may vents, just to get a little bit of coverage. Pero naging sobrang complacent yung Acceptance. But yeah, tama ka naman na, Mochi, naging dogfight basically yung laban natin dito. That's how I would describe it. Naging parang kids in a sandbox, ano ba yun, yung ganung mindset na parang, uy, maglaban-laban lang itong mga batang to, they will fight and fight every time and see whatever happens. And they literally na nangyari dun sa mapang yun was, let it flow. Let it ride, kumbaga. Ito nga sinabi dito ni Sneaky Frog. Kasi talagang, kung ano yung mangyari, they will adapt. Kung ano yung pwedeng gawin dito, they will try and open this up. Pero in the mid-roundings, nakikita mo nagsiscramble yung ating mga teams, even on the BL side, even on the GR side for both teams. But nakita rin naman natin dito yung mga improvements ka ng ating Acceptance. Yes, they did fall, pero napagana naman nila yung mindset nila na wait lang. We saw what we had been lacking for the very longest time. Yun yung palagi lang tayo naging passive. We don't have the set plays na parang pwede tayo manggulat. Nakita natin may times na, uy, tayo naman gumawa ng aggressive plays. Tayo naman gumawa ng passive plays. Let's try to test the waters. Yes, it happened. Pero yun nga, Moji, no? In the most crucial times ever, dun pa natin nakita na si Heck hindi siya mag-golden second mid. Sumama pa siya sa double hold dun sa may luwag, dun sa may A-side sa may luwag. So that is just pretty insane. But wow, you know what? Sinasabi nga natin dito, Dre, Silent, and as well as Ting, amazing. But Aldrin on the other side of the map, well, guess what? CBF, sila pa din head-on contact, Mochi. Yun yung napakita ng dalawang teams natin.
I can't forget yung isang round dito ni Aldrin na tatlo yung nakuha niya sunod-sunod sa bandang jail area natin is just insane to me, no? Definitely catching a lot of them off guard din dito for Team Acceptance, and I feel like that's already the core thing na kailangan nilang i-address dito, no? Kasi biro mo, everything's fluid, everything's so good, they're very flexible, they don't tend to lock themselves just in a specific play that they think that would work in kontra dito, no, sa CBF natin. No, every single round they're often doing something new, especially when it comes to the moment wherein may nagkakandabawasan na, no, nakakaisip sila ng paraan kung paano sila magtatraverse doon sa mapa natin at magkaroon ng mga karagdagang mga casualties na papabor syempre para sa kanila. Sadyang dun lang talaga nagkakaroon ng problema when it comes down to our timings and as well as yung mga angles that we leave a bit too open, no? Parang masyadong welcome itong CBF na pumasok doon sa mga angulo yan. Pero other than that, well played. But again, this map was chosen by Team Acceptance. Yun din yung isa pang nakakadagdag ng asin dun sa sugat, no? Na sila ang pumili ng mapang ito, pero tinalo din sila dito ni CBF dahil sa subtle na kababayaan nila dito sa ilang mga areas natin.
Yeah, it's crazy to see na parang sub-base is a map where both of these teams know it pretty well. Acceptance, masaya sila, sinabi natin to, wala map dito pa lang na, uy, sub-base na bigay dito sa Acceptance. Nakita naman natin, bumabawi, there was a time na 2 rounds straight. Nakuha dito ng Acceptance 4 rounds straight. Nakaabot sila ng 2-round lead up against CBF. And it looked like confident. Parang, uy, okay lang kahit na nagbabawian dito yung Acceptance, pati CBF kasi parang in control somewhat sa GR side yung Acceptance. But all it takes is 1 round. And doon pa talaga pinakamasakit, no, Mochi? Just like you said, maalat, alam mo yun, masakit na isipin at hindi masarap sa panlasa ng Acceptance. But there's also something na napansin natin dito, no, Mochi, for these two teams. May hyperfixation ng Acceptance sa B-side. They always push towards passage. They always push towards MR and get that big hold. Kahit na si Adrian is frying on the second floor pagdating dito sa ating B-side. They always want to create space. Kasi nga, these long angles, Mochi, na still somewhat close quarter combats, nagagampanan ng ating mga teams and nagagampanan ng rest of the 4 plays ng Acceptance because heck, what can he do? He just goes for long range angles. And even if he is the last player alive, mataas ang tiwala dito ng Acceptance. Yes, heck is not known for those like clutch plays. Pero they're willing to take the chance kasi alam nila B-side is always for the taking despite that Aldrin is there. Something else outside of Acceptance, pag CBF naman may hyperfixation sa A-side kasi they can go for the easy contact sa woods. Yes, pag lumabad ka dyan side, anong gagawin? Mamamatay ka lang because Tetsu is there. Yes, Heck is getting that coverage sa second mid, but what can you do? Makakapasok pa rin sila kasi nga may long range angle na kailangan ditong magkampanan or hindi man lang makuha ng ating players mula sa Acceptance. Yes, they're getting kills, but nonetheless, yun na nga rin. Tsaka vent side noon, Mochi. Ito yung parang, this is my first time, not really my first time seeing, pero these two teams sobrang gamit yung vents natin, Mochi. Isipin mo yun.
Ay, totoo yan. Napansin ko na yun.
Isipin mo yun, maliit na lugar na yan mismo yung nagpapaikot ng mga laban natin. And that's crazy to see.
Like, imagine, no, just a single hole that changes the entirety sa kung ano ang pwedeng maging outcome ng isang round natin, no? At dapat naman din na mabalikan din natin kung anong meron at anong namang nangyari dito sa ating set 1, no? Just the highlights of how they were able to find every single person down their path and as well as read sa kung saan sila naglalagay o tumatambay, no? Pero, again, for CBF, unshaken, unbothered, unsolid. Ang kanilang galawan talaga dito sa mapa ng sub-base natin, definitely showing na, you know what, maaaring alam nyo kung na dito talaga ang yung kalakasan. Pero when it comes to leading ang ating mga teams, doon sila nagkaroon ng kalabangan. And nabanggit na rin natin kung sino nga yung mga players natin na talaga
naglabas ng lagim.
Nag-level up, naglabas ng lagim at talagang nagwala din dito, no? Parang nagmistulang cat and mouse chase at certain occasions, no? Na nangyari ng IFK. Ay, Ethan, minsan, no? Yak, Adrin, yun nga sila silent, dude. Talaga namang bakbakan ang nakita natin dito.
Yeah, looking at the stat line now, no, Mochi, a total 25 rounds. Comeback Friends claimed the very last round sa ating sa ating pero looking at these two teams na Mochi, kung titignan mo pa lang, yes, heavy contact
Grabe.
plays ang dalawang teams natin dito. Pero headshots pa lang, Mochi. Yan na mismo yung nagsasabi na yung story ng
Grabe,
dalawang
no?
teams na to. Talagang bakbakan kung bakbakan. 23 and 15 headshots on Aiden. 20 and 15 on Aldrin. Meanwhile, Dre, sinasabi natin yan kanina pa, he is a headshot machine. But look at Heckman. Overtime kung overtime. Sapat yung kape nung umaga.
Di ba nga lang nagkape, no? Pero ang lala, no? For here, no? Na for Aldrin and as well as kay Aiden, 2015 and 23-15. Pero tingnan din natin dito ang performance ni Heck, no? 27 kills.
Wow,
And
man.
honestly, with the performance na meron din dito, no, for sub-base, I feel like nagagawa ni Heck talagang kanyang trabaho. He just needs a bit more support, no? Kasi parang he's been doing a lot for the team. Pero ito nga ang ating MVP, it is Aiden, no? Na talaga namang nung qualips nagpakitang gilas hanggang ngayon, gusto niya, siya pa rin, no? 1.21 KD and 65% headshot percentage. Around, you know what? We let it off, no? Because when it comes to execution, dun mo talaga siya maaasahan, no? Be the spearhead of the interactions na meron tayo dito sa mapa ng sub-base natin. May it be in GR or BL, the aggression stays the same. And what's scarier is the aggression is
And you'll have to see it na Mochi na yung ginawa niya dito sa qualifiers, nare-replicate niya pa rin in the very first matchup pagdating dito
Of
sa
course.
ating group stage. It feels like hindi fluke yun, Mochi. Nakikita na agad natin, no? Comeback Friends is not just a team that tries on folks, doesn't just go for aim kills, doesn't just go for headshots, pero they provide dominance for Comeback Friends just because of these teams. Nakita rin naman natin, no, Mochi, na we thought kanina Woos sa ating head-to-head will be the backup player or will be a client player to be exact, no, para dito. And it worked out, no? Talagang nabigyan ng free reign dito yung apat nating fraggers mula sa Comeback Friends na, uy, sige, diretsohin nyo lang. Alam naman namin makakuha kayo ng kills, no? So, it seems like kahit na ganito yung ating playstyle sa Comeback Friends, it's working. And up against Acceptance, it's looking pretty good.
yes, pretty good indeed. And let's see if it will be better then, no? For the side of Team Acceptance later on as we head on to the map of Eagle Eye. And for now, abangan natin, may bawi kaya ang Team Acceptance? Malalaman natin yan after ng quick short break. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni Kaya doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rate here dito sa house.
Ano dun, flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Unang araw, unang laban, overtime kaagad.
Yeah.
Ano kaya ang mangyayari for the second one? It is still CBF scoring already one against Team Acceptance. And this time around, hihirit pa nga ba talaga ang Team Acceptance? Or would this be a 2-0 na pabor sa comeback friends? Malalaman natin yan sa mapa ng Eagle Eye.
Let's see, no, Mochi, personally, gusto ko manalo dito yung prediction ko. Pero outside of that, I'm open to 2-0, no? Kasi comeback friends have been somewhat still, thriving off amazingness and parang sheer contact lang talaga yung ginagawa nila. And set plays have been minuscule. Pero this time, Eagle Eye 2.0, dyan natin may kita yan for comeback friends. Yes, they can still go for these aggressive plays, pero kasi Acceptance, they're known to be very much complacent or at least held back pagdating dito sa GR side ng ating Eagle Eye 2.0. What is to be expected here, no? Outside from our points to watch is gonna be the double wielding comeback friends mula dito kay Tetsu na parang may kita natin yung TRG and as well as the HK in his hands because he'll gonna be rotating outside from hotel and creating chaos outside of that as well. But Acceptance, aasahan natin sila dito na makakuha ng map win just because Heck is amazing in this map.
Of course, syempre hindi lang dapat sa dapat the entire team
Of
starts
course.
integrating their strength dito sa ating laban. Kaya naman, I feel like the arena is set and the battle is about to happen. Kaya tawagan na natin ng ating mga casters, L and Sticky Frog.
Nagbabalik tayo dito, Sneaky Frog, for map number 2. Ang pangalan Eagle Eye, wala yung Angkara at wala din namang Egul dito sa Eagle Eye natin, pare. Dahil nakita naman natin, no, sa ating mga pinag-usapan na teams also like to play Eagle Eye. Be it so na kahit may problema dito yung Acceptance, may problema din yung CBF dito, no. We're going to find out what exactly those lapses are, no, when we go into the game. Pero ikaw, Sneaky, what is your feel for this one? Are you going to stick with your 2-0 or are you gonna let it ride with the 2-1?
Nah, I'm gonna stick with my 2-0 para as much as I would love to see Acceptance dito sa ating Eagle Eye, no, na mag-flourish dito sa mapa na to. I feel like according to statistics and everything, it really does point in towards the direction nga dito ng CBF, considering meron na silang prior experience pagdating sa mapa na to, not just on the team level, no, considering na multiple times na nilaro yung mapa na to and the fact na they even beat the best of the best, no, pagdating nga dito sa ating scene. And I think yung pinakamalaking Eagle Eye, or at least the biggest achievement that they had on Eagle Eye, that despite the loss, is that very neck and neck result with Team Stallions, para the fact na natalo lang sila doon right because of that BP timing. And with that kind of caliber of Eagle Eye, no, you would be respecting this a lot kung kayo yung nasa side ng Acceptance dito, pare, kasi honestly, the way that they played dito sa kanilang GR side dun sa sub-bases, it was actually fine kasi maganda yung kanilang mga setups dito, maganda they feel very well connected basically pagdating dito sa depensa. Pero ang nangyari lang talaga dito for the side of CBF is they really exploited once again yung kanilang individual plays na nakikita ka natin. Once again, the aggression, maybe the 2-man aggression or the 3-man aggression sa mid para makuha lang si Heck, or maybe itong si Dre. So you still have to expect that galing dito sa side ng CBF na kung anumang angle ang hinahawak mo dito, especially if it is aggressive kagaya ng hotel and or long, you do expect 3 players to be clearing that at the same time at any moment, para kaya Acceptance, you have to be ready para sumulo ng aggression, but at the same time na hindi kayo masyadong mabagal dapat sa mapa to, kasi if you are a bit too slow dito sa Eagle Eye, especially considering na kung gaano kabilis yung rotation dito sa GR side, you will definitely drown, para kaya map control, one of the things na kailangan talagang tuunan ng pansin itong Acceptance, pare.
Yeah, and also, matter of fact na that Acceptance, sure, they play Eagle Eye, pero what's the best Eagle Eye team that they have faced? I feel like it's SGJ, no? Siguro yung mga caliber ng Eagle Eye na nakakalaban nila usually, pero we haven't seen them face up against a true Masters team na magaling talaga sa Eagle ay na talagang pinapocket pick itong mapa natin. And you are going to see that in the form of CBF na sure hindi nila pinipili itong Eagle ay madalas. Like the players individually, no, from their previous teams, they know it. Pero as a team, yung IDs nila nagkakaroon pa ng differentiation pero they know the end all be all dito sa mapa na to and how to win it totally, no. So I feel like if you are Acceptance na number one, may malaking puta sa GR side, yun nga sa sinabi mo, their rotations are a bit erratic, no, na makikita natin when we see the playstyle na hindi natin sure kung sino ba talaga hawak dito, tama ba yung position ni ganito, ganyan. Makikita natin yung mga mistakes kaagad-agaran pero once we go into the game dito sa ating live comps, sakto daw yung bomba dito. Pero we cannot say, no. Sakto din yung timing nila.
Kan mo guys, sabi ba? Namitos na.
Yun lang, Tetsu already out of commission sa start ng ating laruan, pare. But Aldrin, with a very quick trade dito kay Silent. And to start things off, we end up on a 4 versus 4 HM push para dito kay Aldrin para kunin itong si Trey. Pero si Trey ang uwa sa kanya, Aiden. Not able to trade his veteran teammate dito, pare. Pero naandito naman si Yabak para kunin ang kanyang kakampi. 2 versus 3. Meron pa tao na nasa likod natin. Bypass. Very quick on the flank. Ajax, nakita na si Woos na kanina pa tumatambay dito sa bridge and could have helped his teammate. Pero Yaba, attempting a clutch situation. Nakakuha na siya ng kill dito kay Ting. Separated pa rin itong si Hek at si Ajax. So this is still not a sure shot round para sa side ng Acceptance. CBF. Still, lumayo na lang sila dito, pare. They really do not want to fight anybody directly except for Hek. Alam mo nila na stuck na siya nasa loob ng RS, no? So either dadaan siya ng mid or dito sa baba, pare, or back to the B side. So, again, Acceptance with a good first round up.
Pointer is taken dito sa base map natin na kung saan man advantage, alam natin na pwede niya makuha yung bomba. Well, just let him be and just wait for him to arrive in the side side. So, Acceptance with a good opener and the defense is actually working. Ajax with a bit of a manhandling fight dito, no? Will go down to Aiden and no trades whatsoever right now para sa Acceptance. So, just going to accept the fact that the trade is lost and will be doubled down. The thing goes down and the next one is Hek.
Grabe, Hek getting Yaba, Trey getting Aiden. Nagsasagutan na nga dito ang dalawang teams natin. Pero si Aldrin, headshot dito kay Silent. Trey, 100 pa ang kanyang HP dito. Pero si Trey mapapatap A instead. House A will be the way to go. Pero Tetsu patalon-talon na nga gamit ang kanyang USP. But is he suspicious na merong nakaupo dito sa baba? Who's clearing the other side of the map. And itong si Hek mapapagalaw na rin kasi masyadong open itong B-side natin, and Tetsu will be caught. Information na naandito si Dre, and Woos will be getting Hek. And since alam na nila kung nasan si Dre, that's a C4 plant, and ayun nga, 2 choices lang para sa kanya, pare, on this GR side.
Saan kaya siya dadaan? I feel like they already know kung nasan siya.
Yeah, they know.
It's just a matter of doubling down dito para sa CBF. Alden, kumo-connect na. Nakita nila yung katawan. Shot will not connect. And this is just the closing remarks. Medyo pinatagal lang pero still closing remarks will come to an end soon and the 1-1 will be delivered dito ng comeback friends. And I feel like sure we've given props to the 1 round nakuha dito ng Acceptance given na dalawa pa lang yung roster nakita natin pero adjustments are there. That's a lot of things. So, thank you Coach Tanks, no, for teaching these kids how to use the days, and that's an explosion.
Yun lang, Ajax hitting 3. Immediate reaction after the 4-nade dito sa long. And CBF, honestly, I saw that coming from a mile away, pare. Nakita ko yung 4 na HE na dumaan dito sa long, and the natural reaction to it is to try and see if you can gain your numbers advantage. But instead, sila pa nga ang malalaglag dito, pare. And now the wish is para dito sa side ng CBF. Dapat pala B na lang ang kinuha natin. Then it should have ran back into bypass and into B long to try and see if he can just outnumber kung sino man na mayroon nandoon. A CBF wrong turn sa kanilang mid-take, pare.
Very wrong turn, no? Okay sana yung punish pero parang preparado din dito yung Acceptance, no? Heck with the initial angle dito. He's gonna go inside hotel, pare. Gonna try to reposition. Parang kanina pinapaboran tong angle at nakita si Haba. Oh, wait. Trying to just mess with him. Nate's being up-used, no, early in the rounds. And Yaba, where are you looking? Dre will get him. And that's the initial found by Acceptance. Now CBF, what's the move here? There's the move.
That's not the move. Oh, that might be the move, pare. Aldrin getting a headshot dito kay Dre. Remove one of the players dito sa may hotel side natin. Pero bit questionable galing dito kay Yaba pare na hinabol niya dito si Hekad. There should be a rhyme and reason kung bakit siya ganun ka-aggressive. Dito sa hotel side natin, Woos getting Ajax. Second scope not gonna hit this time. Mahirap ito pare, Ting. Grabe pa sayaw-sayaw na ang gamit ang kanyang EBR dito pare. Pero Silent will be getting Woos finally from the doghouse side. Aldrin, tumalang HK pero tumama naman. On the hotel position at tamang finisher na lang. The guy was already low in the first place pare, pero CBF starting to lose a bit of control dito sa kanilang BL side pare. And they're forcing a lot of things that should not be forced pare.
Parang individual Snake, judgment na kailangan natin i-punish to si Hek kasi nagpo-push na siya forward. He's already gotten control dito sa hotel natin, no? And I feel like that is a mistake, no? Again, CBF, kung gusto yung manalo, play together, play faster, play the tempo. You know you have the aim. But I don't see the body pare. Like, it's a body. I only see one guy. Maybe two on a good day, pero they're not exactly body-bodies. They're keeping their social distancing pare. And look at this. Tingnan mo yung full spread nila sa mapa. Everyone's exploring. I don't like this one bit pare. They're just getting themselves blown apart and they lost control of the mid-map. 2-on-2 dito sa may A side at B side. Hotel not taken and pwede pa push forward but to the fade.
Grabe, getting King Hek finally getting Yaba in return. Pero testo na naman ang mahuhuli dito ni Silent. Who's Ajax? Oh, the sudden there is down. What is happening dito sa Eagle Eye pare? Nagpalitan lang ng pangalan dito. Silent will be getting Woos. Aldrin, they probably don't know where he is dito sa mapa pare with all the information flying across the board kung A, B, or tower. Pero second mid ang pakay dito ni Aldrin. Hindi. Mapapabalik siya dito ng bypass. Silent with a very good angle through those double doors. Pero tignan mo naman ang kanasaan ng C4. Doon magsisimula at doon pupulutin sa 1 minuto. Op! Ayan. Napulot na ang C4 na feel like one more kill pa pare. Isa pang kill pa.
He can do one better pare. He can do two. But the question is not can he, will he, no? Will he do 2 kills? Will he get 2 kills? That's the question. Next na siya dito sa mid. Right on the door. Pero Silence right away. Going down, wait!
Oh! You love it, jumping! Not like this! Tama yung sinabi mo, El. My fault. My fault, Aldrin. Parang I might have underestimated your capabilities. Para El, you did say he could get 2 here. And that he did, Aldrin. With a 2K of a lifetime and napatimeout dito yung CBF. I think LG even he's surprised at this point on what is happening dito sa mapa natin. Pero I feel like CBF, they do need a bit of a reset ongoing dito pare. Kasi for the past few rounds na nakapanalo sa kanila dito is the 1v1s, the 2 versus 2s. That's not the definite way to win Crossfire pare.
Parang yung call nga dito ni Tetsu, no? If I feel like we had the comms, KKB muna tayo. Kasi nakita mo yung full map spread default nila. Everyone had the same angle. Everyone rather had different angles. May body-body pero hindi magkakadikit. So any immediate trade is not possible. And ang pinawala, tumumbay mid-player nila. So what is there to do for the side of CBF but to pray for a miracle and bang? Snap your fingers, no? And Aldrin will grant your wish. He got a miracle. He could, he would, and he will, no? So, siguro, we can expect maybe 2 more rounds like that to come out from the firepower dito ng CBF. Pero there has to be a limit, Sneaky. No? Dapat may limitasyon lang yung ganitong klaseng galawan ng CBF. And Acceptance in the first place should not have allowed that to happen. Right? Sure, individual prowess, yada, mas makati sila tumutok. Pero when you have the numbers, pare, 2 is greater than 1, right? But somehow, when it's CBF and with these players, that just goes out the window and you can just imagine that experience pushing through the line just to get the round wins. Pero Acceptance, I feel like the timeout ng CBF para sa kanila yun. And they must use this timeout to their better purpose dahil kung ganito yung nakukuhang rounds ng CBF, well, that just means that the game or rather the map is for your taking. You just have to play a bit more cleanly because you're already playing clean. We just need the extra word, no? The ER or the IEST. Or EST, rather.
I feel like ito yung attempt dito ng ating comeback and friends. Kasi di ba nakasanayan natin galing sa Acceptance na yun nga, heavy setups, it will be players connected as much as possible. I think this is them trying to sow as much chaos as possible dito sa mapa natin para masira yung foundation nila pare, para maguluhan itong Acceptance natin. But it seems like Acceptance, they're gonna keep their wits about them, no? Hindi nila lalaroin ang laro dito ng CBF, kundi lalaroin lang nila ang laro ng Acceptance. So, with a 1-point lead, pare, what can Acceptance do? Pretty passive defense galing sa kanila as Dre is now sitting far back dito sa B-site. Hindi na siya nakaupo sa hotel. And itong si Hek nasa second mid.
Alright, knowing Tetsu is gonna gamble this and he's gonna push, pero which way will he go? Hindi natin alam. Baka nandito na siya. Exactly on that entrance paris ng bypass na. Oh, Heck! Shots good! What? That's Heck, man. You're gonna expect that, pero yep, BR dito will be close. I don't know. Wait. Hold up.
Nag-hit yata para dito sa side ng CBF. Ajax, nakita na nga si Yaba. Woos will be taken down, pero Aiden chance to bring it back, pero mamamatay siya dito kay Ajax pa rin. CBF, I think it's too much at the same time, man. It's too much at the same time. I mean, nakuha nila yung control dito sa hotel, and I feel like they were kind of expecting more of a weaker B defense, pare, pero hindi yun yung nahanap nila.
They had it might be weaker, but it's not weak per se. No? They just played a bit deeper, and I feel like that little groan of hope that you had when they almost got that kill. I mean, to be fair, it's CBF. They could, but will they? Diba? Yun yung tanong natin lagi dito sa CBF. Kaya nila, pero magagawa ba nila, diba? Tetsu, once again, nandito na kagad siya sa angatan, no? At kung hindi aware dito, si Ajax, well, that's 2 free kills, lalo na kasama siya sa Silent.
Pop flash?
And hindi na tinitin na yung angle. Nakatingin sa Silent pero mahirap to, pare sila ng immediate angle kung gagawin. So, Tetsu, tinatawag yung mga kaibigan niya, takot sa flash.
Alam
pero higit lang sa sneaky.
Yung pop flash na bumabenga dun sa bubong?
Yung,
nakita ko lang yun recently sa KZ game natin, and that's how KZ did win. Oo, dadaples dito sa bubong pare at pagpapop dito sa CBF. This would be perfect for that kind of situation, no? Kasi tignan mo kung nasa ng posisyon si Dre, pero si Dre hindi na yata mag-pick. Instead, si Tetsu na ang unang sasala dito sa B-side. Silent, unang mamamatay. Ajax with the spray down. Headshot dito kay Tetsu. Ang daming tao na nasa kanya screen, pero patay lahat dito kay Ajax. Yaba! Nagtaka na lang, nasa na napunta yung kakampi ko. Bakit pinatay mo lahat, Ajax? Yaba, the only one left alive. Ayun lang. Natapakan pa yung kanyang ulo doon, pero okay lang yan. Yaba will be trying to get this one. Trying to get this clutch, pero napakabilis na ng USP ni Hek. Ajax, ang pader ng B-side, pare.
Bar for bar, no? Ajax with the reject dito sa B-side natin, pare. And I kind of felt like they knew, no? But that is an angle that Who's definitely knows. Hek tutumba. Mala FERVID versus STS, no? But the opposite side won. That is to mean na si Lance yung nanalo na dahil si KLB nasa GR side nung nag-pick. It picked the opposite angle, pero I feel like the ball knower sa chat natin, alam yun. Kaka-play lang natin sa playoffs sa spring, pero never mind that, pupush pa rin dito ang CBF. And it worked one time, might as well do it again without Ajax and especially without Hek to play. What?
Shot galing dito kay Dre, and it's right through the smoke. Ogden and Tinks already out of si Aiden. Sasala naman dito kay Tink. Finally getting the headshot, and look at the amount of damage na nakuha dito ng Acceptance. Silent. Low HP already due to that mid push. Yaba making sure that EBR is fully used, but he finally gets wall banked out of here. Ajax so far, so good para sa kanya, pare. Pero Aiden, nakita na nga si Silent. Ajax wanting to see if he can get another angle dito sa mga A players natin. Pero Dre spotted. Dre tapped out. Ajax na lang natitira. 6-1 so far, pero napakaganda na kanyang laruan dito sa ating mapa. Aiden, patan ba? Yun lang, the 60 Hz swing, but the 60 Hz turnaround para dito kay Boss Ajax, pero buti na lang na andun si Woos. Oh my goodness, what is happening? This game is not normal, pa.
You can classify this as a trailer, pare. This is a trailer right here. Dahil nagkagulatan lang sila eh. And again, that round, it's not macro, it's individual firepower shining for CBF, pare. Hindi pa ka kumukonekta si Woos, pero si Aiden pumupush na, pare. So, I don't know what they were trying to do. Maybe just get the kills, pero sure, you can get the kills, pero ow!
Ang Aiden will be going down dito sa A-site natin, pare. Pero tignan mo yung B-site natin. Kalat na yung mga miyembro ng
That's the
CBF. Pero kailangan nila ng map control. Kailangan nila ng map control, men. Hindi sila pwedeng nakaupo lang dito sa B-site.
Walang ikot.
Lipat na dito ang mga miyembro ng Acceptance. Aldrin nakapasok ng hotel. 35 seconds para makapasok. At para makakuha ng napakagandang 3-point lead para sa ating second half. Acceptance will be trying to go for hotel control thing right around the corner. Woos will be taken down. Good spray down. Pero Aldrin makakalis pa. Decides to go back para dito kay Heck. Pero namatay na ang buong miyembro. Ang buong angka ng CBF. Silent. Not defusing. 10 seconds left. Aldrin will be peaked. Aldrin will be dead dito sa may main natin. And Silent will be getting the defuse. Acceptance with a retake of a lifetime, pare. 6-3.
Ang lakas ng
Eagle Eyes
disruption
killing me.
dito. Ang lakas ng disruption nila, Sneaks, no? On both sides and even towards sa atin. Hindi natin sure nagkamali ba ng talon doon si Aiden kaya siya naipit. Pero at that exact moment, no? The rest of his friends, no? In comeback friends, just went to the B side. They had the perfect opportunity to close out that round. Ang problema lang, no? Hindi nila in-expect na yung ikot dito ng Acceptance will take that long. So siguro nagulat din dito sila Aldrin dun sa may hotel dahil wait, hindi pa sila dumadating, no? They were prepared for like 30 minutes ago. Pero ngayon na sila dumating and I think that caught them off guard a bit even though they were prepared, no? So at the end of it, may pumasok dito sa BR, may pumasok din sa ating site B. And I feel like hindi na nila alam, masyado silang lumayo sa site, no? Konti lang yung naiwang tao dun sa site mismo. And no one was left to protect the bomb once the retake happened for Acceptance. So Acceptance showing us a teamwork, no? Teamwork makes the dream work. They made their plays, they made their defaults work, pare. Sure, heroic rounds, again, masasabi natin dito sa comeback friends, pero that's it. Hanggang dun lang, individual is at the top. But come on, man, you cannot really do that against Acceptance who took you to a golden round dito sa base. And now with the lead, we're going to see, I would assume, no, the better side dito ng Acceptance because usually their worst side is the GR side. Yung rotation nila yung medyo mga palya-palya. And at the same time, CBF, Tetsu, expect to see him everywhere. No, I expect to see him everywhere.
Yeah, I feel like this is where the individuals can shine a lot brighter. Para nga dito sa CBF, considering na Eagle Eye is more about the two-man play dito sa A or dito sa hotel natin and, you know, possibly some good covers on the mid side. I'm just hoping and praying that CBF does not send it sa towers at round number 1 para kasi that would be, yun nga, no, cause for concern dito sa mapa natin para sa kanila. Pero, I feel like CBF, ayun nga, this is where the double snipers can finally be pulled down. Tetsu will be everywhere and anywhere kung saan man may butas ang depensa dito ng CBF. And of course, Woos will do, you know, Woos things dito sa ating sites. Pero, I feel like this is gonna be a whole responsibility para dito kay Heck, especially kasi, ayun nga, he is having to be responsible about two massively good offers dito sa hotel. And the fact na kailangan nyo pa lumipat sa A-side just to confirm kung nasan si Woos or kung nasan si Tetsu dun sa moment na yun, you know, it's gonna be a lot more work para sa kanya, pare. And that is where yung mga ibang members ng Acceptance really have to step up kasi Heck's about to get busy, pare.
Yeah, exactly. If he can deal with one, he needs to deal with another. What if hindi pa talaga nag-activate dito yung mga kasama yan, no? What if Ting does not go pare? What if he does not activate instantly? What if si Silent goes silent talaga, no? That is something na siguro minimal chance of happening because this is technically the better side. But again, no, that minimal chance pwede mag-increase exponentially dahil alam naman natin yung deadliness dito ng CBF because of course they brought Stallions to the brink dito. They almost took Stallions talaga pero that's the keyword, almost, di ba? Hanggang dun lang.
Last round kasi
no?
talaga din.
Yeah. That's what you get for trying to, that's what you get for flipping the coin, pare. But I think this time,
talaga, man, on that last round. Pero,
yeah. I think this time, you can't na. You want a clean 2-0 because if you're going to flip the coin all throughout the group stage, you might not even make it to the playoffs, man. You need to head shit na.
Exactly. Ay nako, CBF. Lots of stuff can happen, no, dito sa GR side and a lot of stuff did happen dito sa kanilang BL side, pare. It was half of the time, it was just pure fist fighting dito sa mid. Yun nga, baka may LB strike na mangyayari dito, pare. And Aiden is beefing with whoever is existing dito sa A-site natin, pare. And it has worked for, about 3 rounds dito sa ating mapa. But once again, Acceptance now starting to get more into their game dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0. And with all the individuals that have to hitting dito sa mapa natin. Even then, nadagdagan pa yun, pare, si Ajax biglang sumali dito sa firepower battle natin, and he is having a hell of a time dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0. Which is kaya onting dead round lang, we're just fixing stuff behind the scenes, pero ayun nga, hindi naman nababawasan yung init ng series na to, pare.
DR check count or DR counter, no? DR number 2 for today, and hopefully no more. Let this be the end of the dead rounds. Pero going back to the topic, Sneaky, I feel like Acceptance, if they can just make the first move dito sa first round natin, make that call to just strike and find out agad yung isang default or isang execute na okay, alam na namin kung paano kayo mag-default sa GR nyo. I think that solves everything, even the swaps, no? The swaps dito ni Tetsu might be a bit problematic, especially kung siya yung magiging erratic dito in terms of where he positions. And I think that is the thing that Heck will try to solve first and foremost, no? Kasi alam niya na siya dapat yung makakapitas. If hindi niya nakuha yung pitas, you're going to have to rely on your snipers, which have to either contest dito sa LA na okay, may angle sa kaliwa, sa kanan, may angatan pa tayo kailangan problemahin, or hotel na you never know kung may tao behind the bar na nakayuko, or may tao dun sa may babaan na hindi natin din sure kung naka-ready lang, no? Yung pinaka-problema natin dito for Acceptance is if they get their first pick, good. Everything is well-rounded, everything can go smooth. But if they don't, no, if sila pa nga yung mabawasan dito ng isa o dalawa, I feel like hindi ito kasing dali ng sa-base na, okay, group up na tayo, let's go. Hindi siya kasing close combat kasi hindi siya close space yung Eagle Eye, no? So, may hirapan silang mag-execute ng tatluhan lang. So, rely more on that initial pick, rely more on that body-body system na, to be fair, hindi natin nakita halos dito sa CBF, no? So, use what they're not using. Maybe that's the key to victory, but again, it's always gonna come back to where is that +1 Tetsu gonna go, no? And that is the gamble that opposite naman, Acceptance is going to try and take.
Yeah, I feel like Acceptance is also willing to kind of just sit out the first few minutes ng round natin, no? And if kayo yung CBF dito, there is kind of like break points pagdating sa timer natin na, for example, 2 minutes or 1 minute and 30, mag-check na si Aldrin dito sa baba ng hotel, or titignan niya if he can get a kill dito sa BP, no? And I feel like Acceptance will be trying to get those bad habits. Pero speaking of bad habits, para hindi yan bad habits kung gagana para kay Tetsu, will not be getting the second one. Ayaw mag-back, pre. God damn, he's still fighting.
I mean, that's the confidence now. He already got the one. Why not push his winnings? But he lost it all on that one gamble of a pick. Silent will shut him up. 4v4 tayo. Technically a stalemate, but you have to look at Dre, pare. Pag na-activate siya, no, yung top dalawang miyembro dito, di sa A-site natin, they're going to be cut off. Babalik dito si Aiden to check out what's going on sa mid. But it's Aldrin that we have to watch.
Yeah, that's not a good swing by Aldrin, pare. And ito yung sinasabi ko dito, this is yung attempt ng Acceptance para i-punish yung bad habits nga dito ng CBF team. Pero Yaba. Uy! Tamba? Who's gonna spot? Who? Ayun ang Ayaba seeing a moving shadow within that scope, pare. Nakita niyang bakit may nakaupo dito na pangalan ay Dre, and it will end up on a 3 versus 3. Now, this is where the mid-rounding cooking can start dito, El. Saan nga papunta itong Acceptance, and can they get Aiden?
That's a very easy question when you spot them, Snake. So the rotations will come down dito CBF. Aiden will go down. Ngayon, they have to work the 2v3. But look at where Yaba is down.
Reckless.
1v3 right now. And yeah, individuality be damned here. Because CBF, they're gonna live and die. Not by the sword, but alone. But Wooz, he can do it alone. Wait.
Heck has to peek. Kailangan si Heck mag-peek dito, pare.
Oh,
Flash is
nice
here.
flash.
Wooz. Tamang jump peek. Uli pabalik. Ting will be dying, pero Heck will be hitting. 7-3 para dito sa Acceptance. A sigh of relief that they are not on a highlight reel this time on the side of CBF. And Acceptance, yun na nga, pare. First round on the board para sa kanila field side. He will go with it better than expected para sa kanila.
Oh, wait, Tetsu again. He's gonna try to challenge. Shay pa nga yung matatag dito, and they're gonna push forward. Alam nila na ipit na siya, pero Tetsu with the first shot. they're gonna continue. They're not stopping dito, Sneaky. And they haven't noticed Motel.
Ooh, Trey was looking for Yaba too in that situation, but Yaba will be getting Trey. But speaking of getting, Heck and Ting will be getting this B site. 3 versus 3 na naman ang sitwasyon natin dito. Yaba, mapapapick ng RS and mapapapatay dito. Ting, who has been absolutely wildin' on this EBR, getting Woos as well. Pero si Aiden, back on enemy lines, headshot on silent. Low na yung dalawang players natin na nasa Acceptance USP. Could be of big effect. Actually messed up his tapok midway, no? So may onting information kung saan siya magagaling. Through that mid side, Aiden, full turnaround para sa kanya. Will be going on the A side of the map. And if he can get Heck in this position, maganda to pare. Pero si Ting. Is it a mad Ting or is it a beautiful one? Heck, oy, maling side tinitignan mo pre. Pero nagkamali na nga itong si Heck na tumingin ng tower. Pero si Ting, the insurance policy claimed. And Acceptance, mukhang dos na lang men. Eagle Eye unless a miracle comeback happens here. Pare, pakiramdam ko Acceptance, you have the game.
I feel like this gambling strategy dito ni Tetsu where he just keeps on picking dito sa may LB natin, hindi gumagana, no? 100% of the time, no? He gets a pick, but he also loses his life. And that just gives the opportunity dito para sa Acceptance na makapasok ng hotel, work their default around sa may BR, sa may EB, and just let the A side be passive, no? Si Dre, okay lang siya mag-isa dyan. Heck will try to just round up his crew, pare. Sure, minsan hindi siya yung nakakuha ng first kill dito with the sniper, but it doesn't really matter kasi last 2 rounds siya yung naging insurance policy. And I feel like that is better than Tetsu getting the first pick because Heck, masterminding this BL side will now be left alone versus 3, possibly. Walang kumakagat sa kanya. And sa bonus ko makakaisa pa siya pero he just bounces out.
Yeah, I feel like himself bit of a pick yun, pero siyempre mamamatay sa sitwasyon na yun. So sniperless na nga itong Acceptance natin. Aiden will be getting Ajax. Yaba fully blinded, catching silence. Ting, who has been spraying and praying dito kay Woos, finally taken down ni Aiden. Dre, the last one left alive. And ano pa magagawa niya dito para crawling inside of the smoke, and that will be a CBF round. Pero that was just off of pure timing in all honesty. No, nakuha si Heck dito sa bypass and nagkagulo na lang dito sa A-side pare.
Yeah, another miracle, no? Not by the players of CBF, by just the happenstance dito sa game natin. Different call approach dito ngayon, no? 4-1 immediately, pero back into the 5-0 dito sa LB natin. Malapit na sila mag-EV under the bridge dito, but there's no water. And no water indeed for all their needs. About to get hot. He might get thirsty and he's just gonna go down, drenched. 2 kills, going inside the 80. And there's no grades.
Really like this galing sa Acceptance pare. And it really is stressing out the CBF defense who's trying to individually get picks sa mapa natin. Pero Yaba will be getting Trey. 35 seconds. Not much time to operate, pero si Silent mawawala na ng buhay. 2 versus 2. Ting spotted na nasa loob ng cable car, pero merong bulletproof glass na nakaharang sa kanya dito. Cable car, damage. Ting dead. Last one left alive na andito sa rampa. Heck has to hit both shots. Quick scope kay Woods. USP, not enough up against Yaba. CBF hanging on by a thread dito sa mapa natin, pare. But Acceptance, I can see the attempts, man. Yung 5-man peaks versus the individuals. Just like what Polo said, individual versus team play, and you can see the team play. It does work from time to time, pare, but it only takes one timing for CBF to turn this around, pare.
And what is the timing right now for CBF? So far, wala pa sila mahanap. It's Acceptance with a different strategy, you know? Shifting to the other side of the map, going towards LA. Pero so far, this is what I don't like. Kanina, they were really open to challenging yung mga angles ni Tetsu nung naka-sniper pa siya, pare. Pero this time around, once they get the space, they're gonna go!
Ooh, si Aiden will be getting Ray. Ajax will be getting Yaba in return. Nagkakagulod na nga si A-side once again. Ting, another early peek para sa kanya, but Woods gets taken down on top. Tetsu na lang natitira. And it will be Towers hitting Silent somehow. And Ting is low as well. Kita yung kanyang batok dito, pare. Tetsu will be getting Ting. Heck versus Tetsu. Captain versus Captain. Snipers on rifles dito sa ating round. in a minute and 22. Plenty of time to operate. Plenty of time to assimilate dito sa A side. Pero si Tetsu harap-harapan. Heck! Spraying the body down and it will be the acceptance map point.
Heck, flexing on him, pare. And the match point to bring this map to port, pare. It could be now, it could be later. Even be a comeback with the friends. Pero kailangan nila patunayan yung pangalan nila ngayon. Default working for acceptance, pare. And once they get the first shot, they go. And Hex down, Dre with the trade. They're gonna go now.
Yaba, headshot for him! Oh my goodness, I thought he was gonna get instant-rated, pare, pero hindi pala. Silent will be getting aided, pero Yaba, steadfast dito sa A side natin, nakatatlo na. Aidan na nga dito ni Silent, 42 HP and a dream inside of this house, and Aldrin already on the backside. Silent out in the open, heads up na yan para sa kanya. And 6, CBF once again, kapit patalim dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye.
Unti-unti lang, no? 3 more rounds, pare, para makapit ulit yung ninanay sila overtime. I think they're just trying to achieve overtime at this point, no? They're just getting the deficit. Basta na i-overtime natin, then win it overtime. That's the real comeback with the friends, pare. Default ngayon ng acceptance, medyo nagkakalituhan na sila. They don't know if they're gonna test B, they don't know if they're gonna test dito sa LA. So maybe, tabay muna tayo sa may tower. Doorbin siguro yung paraan. Pero look at that rotation from CBF, para they already have one dito. Nakatanim sa ating mid doors. Yaba sa may metal. Oh, the check! Dead!
Oh no, it's gone awry para dito sa CBF. Heck getting woos as well. Heck, saktakan sa loob ng tower. Tetsu getting silent. Aiden getting Dre in return. Pero Aiden, kailangan mo makuha dito si Heck. Pero si Tetsu na lang sasala sa kanya. Runs right in front of his crosshairs. Aiden still getting the kill on Ajax. 1 HP and a dream, but all it matters is a headshot gamit ang kanyang 417. It's either the third map or another round para dito sa CBF. Heck, rifle na naman. EBR of all rifles na makuha na dito. The guarantees are at an all-time high for the captain of Acceptance. Pero Aiden, 2 nades to distract possibly. Malayo-layo pa sila dito, pare.
Parang feeling ko dito malalaman kagad ni kung saan manggagaling dito si Aiden. He can't possibly use these utils that he has, pero heck, just guaranteeing na the close angles dito sa may car will be clear, will go tap in the lucky numbers, and we are in a 1v1 sneaky.
Yun nga, wrong guess for Aiden on which site na kailangan pasukin dito. A will be fully cleared. Flash from second mid, and that is gonna be flying from the mid side. So I think na tempohan nga dito ni Heck kung saan nga nanggaling yun, and it will be Acceptance taking Eagle Eye 2.0 dito sa ating series. And what a adjustment para sa kanila dito, El. In all honesty, I feel like mas napapunish na nila individual mistakes na nagagawa nga dito ng CBF, and at the same time, ginagamit nila yung superior numbers nila dito sa BL side. Nagpa-5-man clear sila sa hotel, pare, just to get. But it's all well worth it, pare, kasi nagagawa naman nila ng paraan to, men.
Yeah, as much as maganda yung mga tanawin dito at mukhang malawak ng Eagle Eye, remember guys that this map is really, really small. Right? The rotations are so fast that the angles for BL and GR towards A and B is like 5 seconds away if you jump right across, pare. So, I feel like that is the thing that Acceptance made sure of. The rotations were there. Not even just the rotations, the holds, no? Na hindi na kailangan ng rotations. They got that on the GR side. Sure, we touted them as having the weaker GR side, but once they got the rounds and once we saw CBF going back to what they know best, which is shooting alone, nakita na natin na trajectory was going to the side of Acceptance. And when we swap the sides, when BL naman dito ang Acceptance, nakita natin na Tetsu, he just can't gamble the sniper dito sa ating EB, no, sa ating LB. He cannot really do that even if he gets the picks, kasi he's gonna try for more. Not gonna lie, he's always gonna try for more, and that gamble of the 50-50 for the 4v4 is not really the best thing that he can do, especially knowing na pwede siyang sagasaan bigla dito ng mga players na Acceptance. And Acceptance, props to them, no? And especially to Heck, who I feel is gonna be the MVP again with his performance. Ang ganda ng calling niya. He knows when to push, he knows when to pull, he knows when to go all in. And that is the true mentality dito Acceptance. I feel like if Subbase was the taste tester dito kung ano yung ginagawa ng CBF, that this was the main course for Acceptance to finish the meal, that is CBF, cleanly in a fashion that I feel like kahit sila hindi nila in-expect.
Yeah, in all honesty, no, I feel like it is a lot of individuals as well stepping up para dito sa Acceptance. I feel like the slight uptick no fragging galing dito kay Ting at kay Ajax really helped dito sa kanilang first half para, and Ajax was holding it down dito sa B-side. He was making those CBF players suffer every time na dadaanan nila yung kanyang crosshair, and also Ting finding multiple opportunities dito sa BL side nila. Multiple times nakita ko na nakakakuha siya ng backline flank dito. At times he's also joining yung mga players natin for that 5-man push, and I feel like it is very important for players like Ting to kind of step up to the plate kasi pagdating nga sa 1-to-1 firepower natin, it is pretty much equal, but a slight overperformance galing nga dito sa Acceptance will definitely net you a map win. And grabe yung nila, men. Grabe yung composure nila. Kumbaga dito sa mapa natin, it was a very chaotic first half, and I feel like, just like what I said, that is the CBF attempt to disrupt yung foundation. Gusto nila mawala yung stability nila dito pare, pero hindi, men. Stable dito yung Acceptance pare.
Parang sa kakatry nila na mag-disrupt dito ng flow ng ating Acceptance, sila mismo yung nasiraan ng flow. Pero yung flow natin, Sneaky, hindi masira yan, especially this transition to our panelists, Bipolar and Moshibella, how's your flow going over there, mga kaibigan? How was Eagle Eye for you guys?
Well, for us specifically, very surprising because I actually expected this for this to be a bit more closer than what we had dito sa ating resulta. Pero again, we can't be mad because Team Acceptance just showed na meron pa silang ibubuga.
I mean, hindi given the fact naman na dito na parang Acceptance knows how to play Eagle Eye 2.0. But up against CBF, yun yung testing point kasi. And now, looking at it, talagang sobrang dominated nila from the GR side to the BL side. Alam mo na Acceptance had full control despite them losing like crucial moments dito sa ating mapang ito. But ito, simple thought lang para sa ating manonood ngayon and for everybody that's na nagsusubaybay ngayon sa CrossFIRE Philippines and looking at comeback threats. Coming from Tetsu himself, ang stat line ngayon and the end all be all is always protect Aiden and Aldrin. And I can basically say with my analysis sa ating game number 2 na parang 60% of the team's power ay magmumula doon. And once one of those players gets out, well, the possibility of winning those rounds gets diminished every time. Pag nawala yung dalawang yon, you're left with a 40% na palaging dehado kahit na 1v2 pa yan. At yun yung nakita natin dito sa ating mga matches in Eagle Eye 2.0 that despite a 2v2, as long as Aiden and Aldrin is not there, Acceptance can easily outmaneuver these players mula sa side ng comeback friends. And with these set plays, Mochi, nakikita mo naman, Acceptance not just on the GR side but on the BL side, they played very calculated. Still a little bit slow. Tulad nga sinabi ni Sneaky Frog kanina sa ating caster desk na parang they take 1 minute or at least like 45 seconds in the timer in the start of the BL side to get a little bit of information. Kasi aasahan mo, comeback and friends will give you information by sheerly going in front of your face. And if they fall down, well, that's an advantage for Acceptance. If they don't, okay lang sa Acceptance kasi they're already just waiting. They're just looking for information. At this point, ito yun lang parang na-shutdown dito si Aldred. Aiden was frying. But hindi sapat yun kasi nga yung 60% ng buong comeback friends ay kasama si Aldred doon. Kailangan gumana ng dalawang players. Big ups to Tetsu, man. Gumana sila doon. But for Acceptance, everybody stepped up.
And I'm actually dying to ask this, Bipolar, no? Nakita na natin na ito na nga siguro yung weakness ng CBF that as long as Team Acceptance removes 2 of those players na binanggit mo kanina is they already get that round win. Do you think it is a map thing or is it because that they finally found this weakness, na very weakness na binanggit mo?
I feel like there's a weakness already, Mochi, because for a team to be reliant, not just, there's a team right now, I won't call them out, pero there's a team right now that is reliant on one player. But for them to rely on 2 players and somehow still, we know na capable star players ng mga buong roster ng
Yes.
comeback friends, no? Na parang, how are they always with that mindset? At nakita natin yun, Mochi. Kasi, Hotel was always so free nung nasa BL side na dito. Yung players natin for Acceptance. Since nakuha dito si Aldrin, since Heck is still, heck does die, okay lang. Buhay pa yung 4 attackers dito, Mochi, ng Acceptance. And what can they do? Do what Comeback Friends is doing. Overwhelm them, but this time, a little bit of twist. With power and with numbers. Doon natatalo kasi palaging 1-1 hold or 2-1-2 hold dito ang buong Comeback Friends.
Yeah, and I'm also pretty scared then, no, given the fact that they have this codependence with 2 of their really strong players, which is, you know what, arguably, valid naman talaga, no, kung ganun kalaki yung impact na ibibigay niya or yung pillar dito kung how it holds the entirety of the foundation of this particular team, which is itong kay Comeback Friends. Pero at the same time, as you have mentioned, hindi talaga pwede na mahayaan nila itong gantong bagay. Kasi kung kanina nakita natin na medyo nahihirapan si Heck, actually, hindi naman halata with the KD na meron siya on the map of sub-base. It's just that there are some areas na papakawalan, which is talagang na i-address nila dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye natin. And I'm very glad that they've been able to opt and resolve that very problem that they have earlier on. Kasi talagang nagpakita dito sa ating scoreline ngayon, 10-6. Hindi na nila pinatagal pa. I mean, close but not too much. When dagdag na rin natin nga with the performance of course, given na si Heck, no, we already have Ajax and as well as itong si Silent din, no, and even yung involvement in the team doon sa ating mga nagiging interactions natin kontra dito sa Comeback Friends, to the point na kahit na andaing pasikot-sikot nitong mapa ng Eagle Eye natin, laging merong nakareserba at laging merong nakasangguni na iba the moment that someone falls down, not to mention that they always have their aim down sights sa mga areas na hindi mo makakalaig doon sila manggagaling. Even that batok moment, no, na nakita din natin kanina, which is just pretty crazy nandito for Team Acceptance.
You know what's crazy is here, yes, nabanggit ko na medyo na shot doon dito sa Aldrin, and looking at the stat line right now, baka sabi niyo, uy, parang mali naman yun kasi 13 and 12. But if you think about it, he's almost like good for 2, good for 1 lang in his like lifetime. So parang kailangan mo mahanap dito yung Aldrin na nangyari sa sub-base na good for 3. Yung dominating power na yun yung kailangan ngayon ng Comeback. Yeah, it's pretty amazing na nagkanto pa rin ng ating ng Comeback Friends, but for Acceptance, man, partida, may technical issue pa dito si Dre sa headset niya, so he was playing at a disadvantage. But now with the MVP, Mochi, Ajax, man, wow, siya talaga nag-step up.
Siya talaga, no, paniguradong may mapipitas at paniguradong mayroong matutulungan na kasama dito, no. And earlier on, we've been able to see din naman ang kanyang performance dito, no, given that they already have that pre-existing chemistry alongside ng kanyang mga kasama dito beforehand. Given ito si Silent as well as si Heck, pero Ajax wala talagang kupas ng kanina mas dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. At agad na tayong sinagot dito, no, ng Team Acceptance na oo, may banat pa kami kontra CBF and the first map is just a fluke kasi dadayo tayo sa ating third mapa. I can't wait kung anong mapapakita natin sa mapa ng 4th, and what a way to start up our first day. Kaya naman, maya-maya, comment down below, sino ba ang iyong sinusuportahan? Team Acceptance ba or itong si CBF? Malaman natin sino ang magwawagi maya-maya. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KL doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukutuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets into trouble for naman sa saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
And we're now back dito no sa ating laban of cell Team Acceptance versus Comeback Friends. Magkakaroon nga ba ng comeback itong si Comeback Friends or will Team Acceptance for CBF to accept natalo sila dito sa serya natin ngayon? Malalaman natin yan dito sa mapa ng port.
You know what, Port is a map where these two teams still prevail. No? I think it's the same sentiments. But I will always say this with no grain of salt, Mochi. Acceptance has Port in a stomper. Kaya yan ng Comeback Friends. Pero, heck, this is his hometown at least. Aside from Subbase. So kung isip mo Acceptance, now with emotions high, nakikita mo galit na galit si Heck in the player cams. Sinisigawan niya mga players niya. He's shooting the bodies every time. Simula pa lang ng Subbase dito, lahat ng Comeback Friends. Meanwhile, Comeback Friends, parang one-sided rivalry nangyari ngayon. Well, a heated debate. But for Comeback, they have to start very great dito sa BLSEC. Garnering 5 rounds would be pretty good. But for Acceptance, they need to head on and start fighting agad para matigil dito yung momentum ng CBF.
Yeah, that's also very important, no? How you start everything may dictate how everything ends. Kaya naman, nilalapag na natin ito sa ating magkaters. Tapusin na natin to. Sneaky Fraganel, take it away.
First match pa lang natin, Sneaky Frog, at dadali na kagad tayo sa map number 3. This is Port and this is Acceptance versus CBF, taking it all the way, pare. Which, to be fair, no, is a guaranteed assumption, knowing that itong CBF, they like to take it overtime. Why not take it overtime in terms of the map, no? Except there's no golden round here, pare. We're going to be seeing the hometown of Heckman. It's going to be a possibility na makita natin. Maybe not, pero I feel like if you are on the side of CBF here, if you are rooting for Tets, you better pray na he has some cost na medyo stable, not really, end all be all, dahil kapag ginawa mo yun dito sa Port, your round can just be gone in a matter of a few seconds, pare.
Yun nga, man. Napaka-practice rin ako ng from time to time, purely because, Heck was using it dito sa ating group stage or Swiss stage rather, pare. And it's not too bad of a sniper, in all honesty. Basta machempo mo lang talaga when to crouch and the perfect time to crouch and then, shoot the shot, pare. Kasi you really have to be hard-scoped half the time using yung sniper na yan, pare. And I feel like Heck, he's probably mastered it, pare, with all throughout these years. He's got 15 years or 15 years to like 5+ years of experience pagdating dito sa ating AWM CFS. So I think yun nga, walang problema sa kanya ang AWM CF balance. Pero of course, we are gonna enter itong game natin, and we are gonna hear a bit of
no,
para sa mga players.
Nagbak.
There are kids watching.
Andyan lang.
Andyan lang daw.
Zia.
Heck, have you played with DKS?
Kasi isi ilaw. Ay, bako.
That would be a
Mo-set ya.
Okay, so this is a fight, okay.
Yun lang. Yaba already eating the dirt to start ang round. Pero sinasabi ko to, El, no? Kukuha sila ng CA. And then they will go from there. Pero Aiden gustong sumala dito kay Heck na nasa top A ngayon. EBRs will be very effective. Pero nandito naman si HX para tulungan ng kanyang kakampi. Heck still holding down this A side and he doesn't care kung makakailang flash or makakailang nades kaya dito sa top A as long as he's breathing. Pero Tetsu nakita na si Ajax 4 versus 4. Operable na tong round na to, pare.
Operable, but look at the map control that CBF has, no? It's like they have to start from minute 20 seconds ulit, no? So, at least they can take back CA again, tinitesting ni Tetsu. Pero parang ang ending lang nito, si Woozy makakuha ng patay dito kay Ting. A bit of an overpeak, I would assume, pero he was just testing his limit. And now we end up sa Store B. Let's see how they try to hold this one down if ever magpabinga to. No? Silence on the board.
Pero parang hesitant pa yata itong CBF na natin. Pero I feel like that is where the hesitation is gonna stop. Silent will be getting Tetsu. Nagkahiwalay na nga yung mga players natin dito. Heck with a free peek with the TRG. Woo's getting absolutely sprayed down dito sa House B. Quick scope on Silent though. Teka lang. And that is where it ends, pare. Wala nang teka-teka lang para dito kay Dre. He's got the shot. He's got the angle. Acceptance with the first year round.
And you remember the thing I said about Acceptance when kapag for V5 or man disadvantage sila, they start to stop taking and start playing. You can say that dito sa court. Especially when Ajax gets the kill, Aiden with the trade though. 4v4 ang usapan si Ken. They're trying to get CD once again, CBF.
Aiden also tagged up by the nade here. Pero kung ma-confirm niya pa rin na walang tao dito sa CA, that's a very big information na pwede makuha to ng CBF and also a chance to possibly have a spot na pwede i-peke dito yung A-side pare. Pero Tetsu! Random shot through the mid doors at nakuha pa kasi Ajax na gusto lang mag-cross papuntang B-side pare.
That's awkward.
Eesh.
Pero once more dito for Acceptance. At 3v4 is on the board. Oh, wait. My guy almost lost his life there. Pero okay lang, no? He's still breathing. Pwede pa nila paraanan to. Pero ito na yung CA push na inaantay mo. See, no metal guy for Acceptance though to stop this one. So, Heck, the barrel.
Oh, it is? Yun lang. Heck, down to low HP. Easy clear na yan with an EBR, pare. Wallbang na yan. Galing kay Tetsu na kanina pa ditong pumapatay para sa CBF. And that is his third so far dito sa ating round. But can he get the fourth? Tetsu playing it excellent. Tamang flash play. Silent. Di pa namatay. Okay, second win. Always works. Pero yun, Tetsu, sometimes you have to take matters into your own hands kung ikaw yung kapitan ng team mo, pare, and Tetsu doing exactly that.
Fun fact, all three maps natin, Sneaky, we have seen a team get the first point and the other team get the reply. No clear 2-0s into the round starts, no? It's that close talaga, no? Very contested, pero still, with the way that things are working right now, no, I feel like CBF only gets the kills when it comes down to the timing of the rotations na ginagawa dito na Acceptance, as you can see with our replay dito ngayon, no? Timing din doon sa smoke, no, na naka-tempo ng spam. Pero si Tetsu, no, siguro, even with the timings and everything, he can close it out once you give him a proper situation that he can work himself around with. Pero not everything is given dito. You have to take, no? Take what's not given. Especially this mid area, pare. CBF testing the waters here. Very funny that it's actually close to the port, pero CA, may tao na kantay, si Yaba nandun, pero I think the Z angle, kailangan dito. A-split na nga. Ang dami nila dito sa RS!
Whoa, Tetsu! Masyado kayatang nag-forward dito, pare, pero si Aiden nakita na si Ting. Reaction from the side of Acceptance. So good so far. Silent and Dre getting two. Silent getting another one. And Ajax with an absolute clear dito sa ating top A. Bit of an oopsie galing dito sa side ng CBF. Not like they're too exposed. Tapos wala pang masyado nangyayari sa long A.
I would have preferred the CA split na lang, no? Instead of going sa A side na. Alam natin to rin. Ang classic Sneaky. Just go to Storby and get one. Then regroup towards mid.
Hindi binaril pabalik tong actually itong si Silent na nasa house B kanina, pare. And immediate recognition, there is no way na alam niya agad na may tao dito sa house B unless he's playing purely on timings.
What if he spams with the EBR dun sa randomly? Yo, it's the opposite guy.
As the guy who always plays here, pare, you don't want to spam it pag nandiyan na sila sa house B kasi may tatlong babalik na EBR sa iyo. Pero Silent doing exactly that. Aldrin will be getting drained. Ako po, nagkagulo namin! Yaba! Finally getting si Ajax. It's hectic on the mid side.
Oh!
Pero nandito pa sa B side nitong si Silent, almost getting another player. Pero si Aldrin ang makukuha niya. Pero tignan mo naman, wala nang tao sa A side. And it's an instant move galing sa CBF. Yaba, tamang yuko. Tamang harap na ba? Gonna check. Of course.
It's not 1 HP anyway. Yeah, it's not B. And I feel like this is one of the defaults or like the sets na
Aiden.
coming from CBF, it's a bit more uncommon and mas complex, and it worked out, no? May ganito pa naman pala yung CBF, no? Why not bring this out kagad, no? So as much as Silent will try to clutch it out, Aiden will still get that kill and equalize dito. CBF and Acceptance, 2 for 2. And I want to see more of those kinds of plays dito from CBF, no? Nag-ingay sa store B, bumalik ng mid, yun pala, mag-entrance lang sila dito sa may A, naglalakad, nagtatapok. I feel like this is another store B hit. Of course, they have the EBRs na. They're gonna go for it. Aldrin entering dito sa may 2F ng House B. They might just leave him alone. And they're just gonna bounce with the C4 still sa BLRS, man. They're gonna do the same exact thing, I think. It's the points.
Gahanap sila ng ng reaction galing sa mga A players natin, I mean. Kasi ayun nga, you do all this noise on LB, obviously one of them is gonna react eventually, no? Pero
not gonna happen.
I don't like this from Ajax, man. Alam ko kanina pa siya dito sa mid nagsaspam eh, pero I feel like the illusion of information nakakatulong sa kanya dito sa may spawn side natin. Pero Tetsu through the small hole dito sa may Z side. Bawas na kasya dito as well as itong si Aiden na TS Duo. Not like in the start of the round that sila pa kayo nabawasan dito despite all the map control na meron sila. B-side na lang ba ang kanilang pakay? Pero dito yung endgame din. Tignan mo kung saan sila gumagano.
Exactly. Ajax, kahit nasabihan natin siya, he's still stalwart dito sa hold sa may mid, no? So, okay lang daw para dito sa Acceptance yung poise nila, pero okay ba sa CBF yung ginagawa nila dito? They're gonna bounce out of B totally, might go for the A split na katulad ng kanina, pero 3 members dito sa BLBR pare. Going to CA, another CA split incoming, pero still, Ajax a problem, as well as 3 dito sa CA.
Oh, and he was just sitting there the entire time. Trey spamming the corner, fully expecting na meron pa paparating dito pare. Pero si Yaba, nakita na ka si Ajax. But I feel like the chances of winning this round kung kayo yung CBF ay napakababa na unless one good shot can happen. Kagaya ng ganyan, galing kay Tetsu. Pero si Trey, umangat na nga at si Ting mapupunta ng court and will be crossing up itong si Tetsu pare. 3-2 para sa Acceptance and ayun nga men, they kinda got stuck in their own shots itong CBF pare.
Parang ang ganda ng stop ball na ginawa dito ng Acceptance. So, kada galaw dito ng CBF. Op! Diyan ka lang. Ganun yung ginawa niya pero wala na pipigil sa LA!
And it seems like LA is not gonna stop anytime soon pare. 4 players down para sa CBF. Off of the backs of 2 riflers at si Ting just so happens to throw an HE and lands on the Z player. Grabe naman yun. The A players relentless in this one. Straight up long peak galing dito kay Dre and galing dito kay Ting.
And they're going
And
straight back
Acceptance,
at
man,
it.
they're stretching their legs pare.
Another LA, maybe? That last one could have ended with a Kobe, but that is a shot from downtown. Who's getting it dito, umaasip na Sek, no? So this is the confidence na makita natin sa Acceptance. But then again, -1. Let's see na kung hahawak pa rin dito ng CA. Dito si Dre.
Z-take to.
Pero tama pa, Z nga sila. So tama yung convergence ng Acceptance. Who's
Okay, bit of a retake mistake galing dito kay Silent. Ajax will be going down. Pero si Ting at si Trey makakasagot ng dalawa dito pare. 3 versus 2 situation. Ting in the HP side. Spraying a bit too early. Shooting a bit too early maybe. Pero nakuha na dito si Aldrin. And it will be Woos getting that one in return. Dre in a 1 versus 2. Low dito si Woos. Pero si Aiden napakaganda ng kanyang angulo dito sa heavy. On the curve side. Spots him within the shadow of the smoke. And another round para sa CBF. The fact that they're keeping it this close, Vince, sa first half is a dangerous precedent para dito sa AD.
Yeah, I mean, sige, bigay natin sa CBF dito na yes, they're keeping it close, but then again, that was an Acceptance heat check. No? You don't see head peeking like that usually dito sa store B natin. No? So I feel like that heat check failed, and now look at where their position. Right back at it para in the standard default that they have. But with Dre not going up dito sa ating series, nag-aabang ng biyaya ng bababang player ng CBF. Pero look at this, they're really just moving the pair in mid. But that's not Virtus pare, that's Ajax. Right on top, getting the better of the spams. Pero siya din medyo pulado na. Combined, no? He got Tetsu and Aiden, but he gives his life for it. They have mid. This can just end in a split.
And yeah, no, it's been Ajax kind of swinging left and right dito sa A at B side natin pare. And Tetsu has been very good on the punishes so far. Nakita dito ni Ting. Si Tetsu. Ting is at fault. Napatingin sa likod. He's lost dito sa B side. Aiden, nakarating na nga via that ninja position. Nakita yung ulo ni Hek habang tumatalon. And that will be the spray down Dre. It's been a great game for you individually, pare, but asking a 1v5 with every single member ng CBF recognizing na wala nang paparating ng curve, I think it's not possible, pare. I think you just stay in base and use the rest of the timer dito to talk to your teammates kasi CBF, you can't stop that.
You can't stop that, but you can be aware about how it's gonna happen. No? I feel like the word here for this round's acceptance, carelessness, man. Ajax, you should not be swinging right around that middle area, pare. I know you're trying to get the spans, but come on, man. You know that there's more members there. Alam mo naman yung default nyo. And I feel like that mistake snowball dito. I think kung nagkawatak-watak yung round, ay tuloy tumabla dito. CBF. I feel like this last round, up for grabs or anyone. And I feel like I need to see Heck. No, the impact has been there the first two maps. Where is he on this third one? On the map that he calls home, or at least we know that he calls home. And he's gonna call the 1-1-3. Never mind. Let's pull back the guys. Make this a faux 1-3-1 sneaky. But look at CBF.
I feel like we've barely seen any long clicks sa CBF, pare. So, parang actively ayaw talaga nila i-challenge itong si Heck. Ayaw nilang ipa-activate, kumbaga, ang sniper dito ng Acceptance, pare. They are gonna go through that mid position or CA and or itong HP natin, but never on that long side. Never without any allies dito sa may CA side natin. Pero, this is probably the most passive defense that Acceptance has had dito sa mapa ng port. And cheeky timing na nakuha ni Tetsu kanina, pare. Naaning na dito yung Acceptance. They could not trust kung sino man magbabantay ng curve and or yung spawn.
Yung 4-1-3-1 nila bumalik din sa 2-1 to no? And this is susceptible again to that split na ginagawa dito. Yung CBF, pwede nga sila duman dito sa curve, no? If ever they wish. It's gonna go straight kay Silent. Kills one, where's the rest?
Young Yaba will be getting Silent in return, pare. 4 versus 4 situation. Pero, are they gonna go back into it? Why not? I mean, CBF has a bit of a shot dito sa B-side natin, pero Heck is a bit distracted as well. Hindi na siya nakatingin sa HB. Aldrin will be probably spotting him dito sa hagdan. So, will this change the call para sa CBF na bumalik dito ng A-side? Or, it's still the patience play. Tetsu probably micromanaging all 4 members dito. Seeing what moves they can present, what info they can get with the swings that they are going to have. Aiden, nakita na si Trey. Ting nag-aatay dito sa loob ng site. Aldrin spots him! Heck, Ajax though getting all 3 members on the side of CBF. Aldrin, Aiden, and Yaba already out. Si Woos na lang natitira ulit. Pero Ajax, mapapacheck na ba ng mid? Woos. Di ka na makakaabot yan ng A-site, pare. CBF with a great attempt. Pero, itong Acceptance now, none the wiser, or actually a bit wiser to their tricks dito sa mapa natin, pare.
I feel like if I pull a heat map dito, no, sneaky, that map is gonna be bright red dito sa Z, bright red sa Store B, bright red dyan sa mid. That's where CBF really try to play, and same thing, they're gonna get Aiden at the position, gets 2!
Oh my goodness, Aiden. Early mid control para sa kanya, pare, and Aldrin as well covering him. Galing sa BR, and that's a freebie by Woos. Heck, that's a 25-second.
It's getting to the point, man. Nagiging na naman tayo. It's getting disruptive because of how quick the CBF team can make the plays, and he's gonna do it. He's gonna let it ride. But nah, cancel that. But we're going to be passive this time around. Acceptance, no? Sila naman yung magtatanong dito sa mid. ZA control possible on the mark. But no, we're gonna put more chips in.
Aiden? No way, Aiden. You are madness if you try to go for this, pare. Yun lang, may katabi. Isa lang pwede mag-ninja dito, sabi ni Aiden. And that is me. Bridge players finally take him down. Silent getting him through the wall. But god damn, Aiden. You are doing some absolute trickery dito sa mapa natin, pare. The reverse ninja to get the CA player down. At least pa-confirm na walang paparating na CA at least. And it will be mostly mid from the side of AT.
Whoa.
But good shots galing kay Tetsu. Titira lang sa dun, men, sa big box on the right side of Min. Tapos luminya pa dun si Ajax. Oh, the timing. And the lock on the side ng CBF. And even then, Silent trying to slip on by the enemy lines. Pero hindi siya makakalagpas, pare.
Can't go any further here. And now you're forced to play the 2v4. C4 ngayon, nandito sa may bridge side. Kokotek na lang ata dito. Pero you have to ask for a blessing. Tetsu with the sniper now. Let's see it, buddy. Kung gagana nga. He's just try to spot dito with the head glitch.
He spotted.
Alam niya nga nandito si Dre. Will get a kill and the next one, heck, should be spotted. Na dapat. But oh no, heck! 50 seconds remaining. The man can do no wrong.
Hard shot. I think he spotted
the
si
rest,
Yaba
though?
yata. Pero ikaw si Heck. Taking out one shot, one opportunity back in that position. And he gets shot by 2 players. 6 and 5, CBF suddenly back in the lead dito sa mapa natin. And the first 2 rounds worth of disruption, pare. Parang naaning na dito Acceptance. You have to wait.
The thing that they wanted to do dito sa Eagle Eye natin, pare, now they have achieved in port. If it does not work once, well, we try it on the next map. And so far, it seems to be working wonders because we've overtaken the lead. And we have somehow made sure that Acceptance plays very differently. Look at them. They're playing like an impact team right now. Wait a minute. They're actually an impact team because this is how they play. Walang pumupush ng kahit anong side. Acceptance, man. I don't like this one bit, Sneaky. And I feel like they don't like it either. So they have to force some way, somehow, an opportunity dito sa ating mga areas, no? Store B, mid, LA, I don't care. Just do something proactive and do it with sense dahil I'm feeling 2 hands on their neck and they might just start choking the way that they got their GR side. Nawawala yung groove na nakuha nila. And I feel like CBF has done enough damage, no? They just let Acceptance rot away, no? They just let them go insane. But the 5-man push can bring them back to reality, pare, if this works.
Yun nga, pakiramdam ko talaga, that 5-core scoreline is now coming back to bite itong Acceptance, no? I feel like if you do not have a 7-2 or a 6-3, it's not really ideal para sa mapa ng port and the CBF, no? Wasting no time knowing na napakalaki ng leeway nila min dito sa second half. They just sent it on the first few rounds. But Aldrin, let's see if you can hold on down. Itong B-site natin, HK 417 in hand and Heck is looking for the opener. Pero hindi, siya yata magbubukas. Si Ting magbubukas dito sa site natin. Aldrin is absolutely blinded dito sa Godbox pero kailangan niya umalis. Napakadaming ABR na nakahabol sa kanya dito pero si Ting nakaabot na sa 2-box. Yaba from the backside. Silent with the spray down. Hayden blinded. Aldrin killing. Yaba.
Yo!
USP is good para dito sa HP pero si Ting makakadalawa dito sa site. Nagkakagulo na dito ang CBF at 80. Yaba na lang natitira. What is going on? It's just everybody peeking at the same time and that's Yaba. Blown up by Dre. 6 and 6 and hold on. Ayun nga, the downfall of 80 might be overstated dito pare. Nakabalik sila ng isa dito.
If I'm going insane, you're going insane with me, says 80, pare. I don't know what actually happened. May nagpa-flank, may namamatay sa site. The guy that was flanking got caught off guard but still gets the kill. Heck, almost missing Tetsu with the sniper again. And this time though, maybe playing like an impact team where you don't get any space actually works, no? Maybe the passiveness is where it's at, Sneaky. And next showing us that patience comes with age and patience is a virtue. Virtue held strong here. And now what do you do with this 5v4?
Grabe, last push na yun, no? From that last round, it's kind of like Daniel Kwan, man. Everything all at once. Dito sa mapa natin. Jeez. And Acceptance. So parang willing na silang makipagsuntukan na rin. That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. They're like, alright, pakiramdam namin, warm na kami. Yeah, it's gonna get chaotic in the B side, but yeah, let's throw hands. Sting especially, man, has been absolutely rabid dito sa BL side. Pero, Aldrin, cheeky with the sniper. Maybe a bit too aggressive, pero wala masyadong aggressive sa isang Aldrin, pare, and he picks up the EBR. Meron siyang koleksyon ng mga baril dito sa B-site. Pumili ka na lang.
Pili ka na lang talaga, Sneaky, no? He can even double dip but chooses not to. Now, that's a man who hedges his bets talaga. But how does Acceptance hedge this one, no? He's just steady. Talagang, okay, we had enough shenanigans, so we're just gonna go.
EBR, pare. Tingnan mo to. 100%. First shot, EBR drop, pare.
Okay, I'm waiting for it. Boom goes the dynamite, maybe. When's the trigger here? Where's the util as well? Nasaan util?
Where's the util? It's a bit raw, pare. Para sabi ni Gordon Ramsay ito, men. Magagalit ka talaga if you're a chef, but can they cook on the B-site? Nako po, niluto na dito si Aldrin, ginisa na. Pero, Aiden, Can also be a Seth himself. Could also be the head. Silent down. Papabalik sa dito temporarily for the reload. 3 versus 3 situation. Low na dito si Ting. Heck in a bad spot in the middle of nowhere. 1 HP on all the players and now it's a 1 versus 1.
Window angle,
Heck.
window angle.
Last one left alive. Aiden. Nandito yung sniper pero gusto niya munang i-defuse. Tamang take lang. Mapapapick si Heck. Hindi niya napansin sa bintana and it will be Aiden. Securing the lead back para sa CBF. Makapagpigil hininga yung ganun na type ng play. And CBF is back in the lead, pare.
All thanks to Andy was a one-man show dun. Sa retake natin, everything was going chaotic but he was just keeping his cool, man. Even na alam niya yung yung spam dito na pwedeng gawin ni Heck. Well, he had a T or G. He can't really do it. He had to go out there with a USB, no? So, ganda na ginagawa doon ni Aiden. And this time though, yan, third time's the charm dito for CBF. But I feel like the slow cooker approach dito nila Heck, it's kind of ringing na dito sa ulo ng CBF players, no? It's kind of getting annoying. It's like that flying fly right in your face that you can't swat because you're doing something, pare. And once it gets annoying, you're just gonna go out and rage. Puputok din tong CBF. Yun yung binabahan ko dito ng acceptance. But the question is, Nikki, no? Kailan sila puputok, no? And will they ever pop at all? Where's the Mentos to the cola?
Ooh, Yaba though. You know, I do know a guy that has been annoyed at the fly. His name is Saitama, pare. And if that kind of fly appears para dito sa ating acceptance or CBF, that will be oh so annoying kasi hindi nga yung mapapatay, pare. Pero Woos already out of the picture dito sa mapa natin. Pero Yaba still, ito yung pinaka-importante na spot na kailangan ni Hold para dito sa Yaba, bumalik ka dyan, pare. Huwag kang bababa kasi may tatlong nasa likod mo, men, and you really do not want to have 3 HKs pointed at your dome. Pero si Tetsu na andito sa long A side natin. Top A will be secured pero makikita ba nila si Yaba na naandito si A? Silent peeking, silent dying, pero naandito na ang death trap ng CBF na nasa A side. Si Aiden lumabas ng bodega bigla. And it will be Yaba cleaning up on the backside as well. Heck, the only one left alive with a rifle this time. 35 seconds. Aiden mamamatay. C4 mawawala. Heck with the double, but Tetsu with the secure. And that will be another one para sa CBF. 8th para sa kanila, pare.
I don't know what Ted's trying to cook. He was trying to cosplay as a sniper with an EBR on top of A. But hey, it worked, man. And you can't blame them. If it works, no? At least you get the 8th round here. 2 rounds away, and Yaba getting the better control dito. There goes the popcorn. And he just escapes Ajax. You're a lucky man.
Lucky man. Lucky boy. Ooh, but that man is lucky as well. Oh my goodness me. Who's getting the first frag, pero Ajax getting in and Aldrin at the same time. Yaba, nakita na nga si Silent. Yaba na paikot. Ajax na paratrat dito sa pader. Pero sabi ni Yaba, physical contact only when you are in my paint. Ting. Gusto niyang paligan na kanyang teammate dito, pare. Pero namamatay na si Dre. Yaba's finally down. But where is the players of acceptance? 4 on the floor. And it's only Ting.
You can't draw contact anymore when you're alone, pare. Only ethical hoops sa CBF. No more passive play, no more baiting the contact, no more trying to bait the swings. But Uzno gets an end one. And this is possible para kay Ting. And he's gonna play this smart, sneaky. Ever heard of the saying, when the thing goes boom, I don't know what goes next, but maybe you do, because they're gonna meet right about never. What?
Oh my goodness. It's a spray down. It's a spray battle between Ting and Tetsu. Nako po. EBRs firing on all cylinders. Pero si Tetsu, hindi ito maasang ka sa kanya, pare. Ting with the right spray. Rising up into his head. 7-8. What a save galing sa kanya, pare. Oh my God.
I know what comes next when the thing goes more. He goes tra, like that EBR spray. Ajax goes tra on that mid and gets Aiden. 5v4 for acceptance. And they're baiting the contact once again. This is non-ethical hoops. Bring back contact, pare. They're
no
just
more
foul
contact,
baiting.
man. It's only smokes in the paint. It's hard. hurts to see. Kung kaya yung CBF dito, Aiden obviously, who's mid control, has been one of the main reasons why kung bakit nahihirapan tong Acceptance na kumuha ng map control. Pero yun nga, maybe it's now time for CBF to be a bit passive. Actually, papabayaan lang nila tong A site in the hands of Woos. I like the gamble.
Medyo alanganin. Ang lalim ng hold niya eh. Or rather, ang shallow ng hold niya eh, no? He's not holding A completely. He's just there for the quick rotate. Pero, yeah, Woos is the key dito kapag gumalaw na ang Acceptance. You know what would pop here? A shotgun. But none of that can be found. But wait, someone's gonna get popped. It's Woos!
Yun lang. Who's gonna get popped on the curve side? Aldrin sprayed down. Not gonna be enough up against itong kay Trey. Pero step 2. Unknown entity on the side. C4 drop. Double kill para sa Kapitan. 1 versus 2. Yaba spotted on spawn. And he gets absolutely mauled dito sa EPR ni Ajax. Kumapit lahat ng bala. Yaba. Options are the sniper only. Pero tignan mo yung posisyon ni Hecate Ajax. Ajax will be looking at the sky, making sure na wala makakita sa kanya. Pero kailangan na maging careful, pare, ha? Ajax doesn't have, or Yaba doesn't have any reason to push right now, pare. Dami pa oras.
But this is the reswing. Oh, wait!
Oh, not the reswing of Doom! Buti na lang, pare.
Munti ka na.
Kala ko mag-flick biglang pakanan tong si Yaba eh.
I swear to God. Like, pagkapatay niya, he looked quickly at the monitor. The last guy. Pwede lang doon si Ajax. 8 on 8. What happened to the game, I love? We need some shotguns up in here. We need some shotguns up in Storby, man.
Pick your flavor, man. FNTPS, Pepper. You can also go the polar method, no? The Chris Vector, man. It's not too bad of a gun dito sa... specifically sa LB lang.
I mean, pwede nyo diretso yun hanggang house B hanggang site B.
Omsim.
You can just go straight at it.
Right there.
That's how you create the tempo, no? That's how you create the vision dito sa ating
Space
game.
creation, kumbaga.
Exactly. 8 on 8. No dances to be had here, but the only dance we are seeing is the default dance, no? No one's swinging dito sa baba ng mid ng GR, no? Which is kind of good for CBF because they know that if Acceptance, especially Ajax, no, can be punished from that, they can be as well, no? It's two sides of the same coin dito. So, I like that they're keeping it steady. The fast rotate is a bit leaning towards dito sa B. Pero still, no, if ever naman na mag-AA to, they know they can just contest from the bridge side sa may bodega as well. So, all good in the hood dito para sa CBF, but Acceptance hedging their bets dito sa ating House B. Proper smoke timing. I like this one from CBF, but 80, they have to go all in na dito. So that smoke converts this one into a split sneaky. And they have to be careful about it kasi 4 nakatoka sa kanila.
Yep. Ito na yung version ng CBF talaga eh. Pagdating sa mga late rounds, biglaan na lang sila mawawala sa mapa natin, Noel. And all of a sudden, Acceptance is now operating without a single piece of information dito sa mapa natin. Good nade galing kay Yaba.
That's
If
one.
it did go through dito sa door, pare, that would have done massive damage dito kay Ting. Pero, 24 seconds, not much time to execute in all honesty. Pero, ayun na nga, Aiden will be getting taken down. Good ninja galing dito kay Ajax. Pero Aldrin nasa Jenny, hindi napansin dito sa platform. Yaba getting Ajax and that stopped the entire offense ng Acceptance. Pero si para si Dre, gusto pang sumala dito sa B-site. Half on HP, but with an EBR in a box, pare. Do the math. Para sa CBF, it's the 9th para sa kanila.
Mahirap magkasala dun sa Aiden, man. Kailangan niya ng TV siya ako pa.
Don't to be CBF, please. Please, bro.
What if I told you? What if I told you he's gonna do the LA push? And they're done. They couldn't done it. Crazy.
Oh my God. Dre, down? Okay, not too bad so far, no? I might have overestimated their downfall, pero si Yaba naman na mauulog this time. 2 players on the bridge side, pero distracted dito yung Acceptance. Aldrin will be getting silent, pero gusto pang isala si Ting. That kid has an EBR, pare. You are not gonna get that second kill anytime soon. Aiden, masyado kang maulit. Sabi dito ni Ting, pero si Woos, C4 dropped on the mid side actually. Pwedeng umikot dito si Woos, so he can go all the way into the bridge of the enemy, pare. Pero Ano kaya ang
Safer
kanyang
route.
desisyon? B-side not gonna be here. A-side na lang. Maybe cheeky angle galing dito sa break. Pero nag-exit siya pare. Oh no. Unless he gets Sting on the top side. Ayun na nga. Heck peeking. Heck missing actually. I heard the shot ring. Woos, if you can hit Sting dito sa top A, this could make all the difference. Pero pinik na lang dito ni Heck and CBF, of course, as is tradition in their game 3s. Overtime na naman tayo dito pa.
We are served up with a hot piping overtime again. What a game that we had, no? It's cinema all throughout. We've seen a plethora siguro masasabi natin ng executes, ng defaults, but none did it better than the foul baiting dito na Acceptance. I feel like kaya lang nagka-resurgence dito yung CBF is because Acceptance, they tried differentiating the flavor, no? And I think it's also a part dito dahil CBF, they learned their lesson. Okay, they're just waiting dito sa labas ng store B. They're just waiting sa PLPR, no? They're just waiting sa may pintuan ng A. You know what? Let's not push. Let's just wait for them. Paglaro tayo ng pang fast rotate, let them come to our sites and then we'll just deal with them, and deal with them we did. Pero that last round, when they did not need to bait a foul, man, they fouled out. And that's how they went into overtime. Classic cinema from CBF, and I can't blame them. That's in the genes. That's in the
Ayun nga,
trademark.
man, like, bro, if you are Tetsu right now, everybody knows na yun yung mangyayari sa last round. I know, L knows, yun nga, Salvatore knows, even though he's swimming, somewhere else right now, pare. And, ayun nga, everybody knows that the end game stat ng CBF, or at least any Tetsu team, is to go for long A dito sa port. So, they kind of saw it coming from a mile away, and you can kind of see it dito sa side ng Acceptance, na naka-two-stack na sila agad dito sa bridge, at may tao na agad dito sa ST, no? So, they were fully expecting that CBF would be a bit desperate para tapusin yung game na to, and they guessed right. So, Acceptance will try to see if they can do this dito sa ating second half, and I fully believe that they can, no? Honestly, kung makuha nga lang nila yung kanilang slow play na gusto nga nila dito, they get the mid control and get as much players in position as they can, no? Malay mo, they can possibly pull off a B-split na tatlong lalabas dito sa curve and dalawa lalabas dito sa house B. We need to see more complicated stuff galing dito sa Acceptance, kasi if we kind of keep it too simple, nababasa yan ng madalian dito ng CBF, and especially with the experience na meron dito yung mga CBF players natin, they can kind of tell what execute it is by just the first flash. So we need to mix it up a bit dito sa side ng Acceptance, and once they do, honestly, baka cook na nga dito yung CBF, but I want to see yung mga fully fledged executes na sila this time, kasi CBF sila naman yung nagpapassive ngayon eh.
Exactly. Nakita naman natin yung bright sides of the defaults and the exits dito ng CBF at 80. That one parkour na ginawa dito ng Acceptance para makuha yung curve kill. And that one fake play papuntang B, pabalik ng A na ginawa naman ng CBF nung PL sila. I want to see that variety because you are CBF dito sa defense. You are stacking sa may curve, you are stacking sa may RS nyo. A parkour play from Acceptance would break it all, no? And then may lalabas bigla dun sa may hagdan ng may curve, everyone's dead. Sa may ramp ng curve, everyone's dead, right? If you are CBF naman on your entry, right? A pick like is good. And also now you need to manipulate the rotations dito sneaky ng Acceptance. Make sure that Hex chess pieces are being moved dito by Tetsu. It's an illegal move, yes, but do it anyway.
Yep. I'm surprised the heck would even peak that position, no? Dito sa LB, pare, considering napakanipis ng angle na yun. Granted, lugi yung player usually dito sa LB side natin, pero nakaabang na si Wuz eh, so all he has to do is react. Pero Ajax, speaking of reaction, pare, this guy is just as capable of sniping. Flashes on the bottom side of A, pero grabe naman, bulag na bulag lang siya dito sa top A. Aiden finally getting silent, pero si Ajax still steadfast on the top A side. Di pa makakaakyat. Itong CBF nagkaharangan pa nga dito sa may hagdan. And Yaba, Wuz finally getting to Wuz. Insurance policy thing. Mas maganda ang kanyang baril sa ganitong sitwasyon, pare. USP, one tap would be enough to get it. Wuz, the insurance policy claim para dito sa But man,
sayang.
Too close of a round, pare.
Yung ginawa ni Ajax, yun yung round winner. And he was at peak from A to Z. He got the kills. Pero the ending lang, no? Napilita kasi siyang gumalaw kaya napita siya. Pero eto tayo sa LA push.
Anticipated though. Teka lang. Heck spotted. Rating down as well dito sa long and a good angle. Being taken dito ni Tetsu. That is the angle na mahirap talaga i-pick a loob, especially kung papunta ka dito sa tower. Ajax on the exit side. Spotted by Tetsu and he's just pressing W at this point, pare. That's another point para sa CBF. 11-9.
And if they get the last one, no? Hindi na tayo golden round. They're not gonna bring the overtime of overtimes, pare. That's something different at least dito, no? Well, it's still overtime and Aldrin will make sure the 12 is possible, but there comes Heck.
Panicking in the B-side, pero si Heck in the panic. He will still be able to get 3! Yaba, finally a trade dito sa sniper ng Acceptance, and ito na ba ang kanilang bawi dito? Yaba. On the backside, Woos, USP. Onting sala lang ng damage dito kay Ting. Pero low na yung dalawang players natin. Lots of things to consider, pero Yaba probably dead.
Bang!
Yup, that's an HE right next to you, brother. Pero si Woos, clutch attempt para sa kanya. Pero pagkakaban dito, Woos, sniper shot, not gonna hit, and it will be 11-10. Double digits on both sides. CBF with 1, pero CBF naman ang mapupunta dito sa ating GR side, pare. Which is a worrying sign para sa Acceptance. Granted na may multiple rounds na nakuha nga na dito sa BL, but, you know, you feel like you could have gotten more distance with this kind of half, pare, especially to start things off support.
Exactly, no? I feel like the one trick dito na ginagawa ng Acceptance is already read, no? The play is already read dito by CBF. No, we're not gonna push you. No, we're not gonna do that triple LA swing again. Hindi na kami mag-challenge dito sa Store B. Hahayaan namin kayong mag-ubos ng oras dahil kayo din naman yung matatalo sa ginagawa nyo at the end, no? You're just putting even more pressure on yourselves by not doing anything at all. And I feel like if Acceptance wants to try that passive playstyle, that passive default sneaky, they can only do it once. No, maybe save it for when you use or when you get this first round, when you get the tie game for 11 and 11. Pero then again, no, to get the 11, you need to think of a strat. And what strat do we need to see? Something complex. Maybe that parkour play dito sa mid to get that curve player off guard, no? Something like that is possible. Or maybe faken nyo yung CA siya yung LA push and then suddenly pasukin nyo yung Z going to curve, no? An A split to a B split, possible, pero you don't really know what's gonna go on dito sa isipan ni Heck, no? And looking at his camera, it's like he's deep in thought with 2 headsets on, pare. 2 gamer right there.
That's what they call the 7.1 channel surround sound, pare. Hanggang leeg. Pero yun nga, seems like lots of conversations being had in between the mga captains natin. I did notice no, na, you know, Tetsu yapping a lot, pare. So it's probably, he either is creating the most complicated strat na possibly na makikita natin so far dito sa ating series, or it is dog simple, no, pare. That is the duality of this man on the other side. Pero para kay Heck, onting operation lang talaga on the timer, no? Parang, yun nga, CBF is willing to go for those early picks, go for those 5 versus 4s, pero willing ba yung Acceptance na mag-antay dito, pare? Siyempre sa ginagawa ni Yetcha, men. Yetcha and the boys, when they were playing itong port natin, they were just waiting until a certain point and timer dito sa mapa, and then parang pakiramdam na lang nila na okay, nakaset na yung defense dito ng CBF or nakaset na yung defense ng kanilang kalaban, dun na sila a-action, pare. So, Acceptance, granted, it has been few and far in between yung mga ganun na type ng rounds nila, pare. I feel like yung key sa kanilang pagkapanalo dito, eh.
Yeah. Napaka, ano lang, no? Napaka delikado lang, like, we're gonna go back to that coin flip again, no? That's the always the analogy we're gonna come back to because sure gumagana, sure hindi, no? But then again, it's those those single digit percentages that can win you the round is what matters the most, Niggy. Like, how many times have we had a round na nakabase sa timing? How many times na nakakita tayo ng round na they just got lucky to the spam sa smoke, no? Or maybe hindi lang aware na nakakalurk na dito si ganyan, no? We can go back to sub-base, we can go back to Eagle Eye, na ang daming instances na gano'n yung nangyayari, pero we need a definite scenario of a win dito for Acceptance. When CBF siguro masabi mo they can pull it out of their individuality, out of their mechanical play, na you're going to see Aiden just pushing dito sa mid natin, getting 1, getting 2, getting that parkour moves, getting a ninja kill dito sa player na tumatry pumunta ng CA. But can you say the same for Acceptance? Makakita ka ba ng ganon from the likes of Silent, no? From Ajax? Not the passive holds, but the plays na mag-a-aggressive ako, kung mamatay ako, I will try to get 2. No? If I get 1, I will try to get 2. If I get 2, I will try to get out and then try to just make sure that they chase and work for that trade. I need to see those dito sa acceptance. Pero, situation pa lang, no, sa overtime natin, CBF, always take it. Especially with the tempo that they've been providing.
Yun nga, seems like both teams taking their sweet time dito sa ating side wish pare. Pero you can't really blame them, no? In all honesty. Kasi breakpoint na to ng mapa, men. This is their final shot or the possible final 3 or 4 rounds na ilalaro nila to get the win in this one. And feeling ko napakalaking dagdag sa confidence kung 1-0 ang start ng CBF kasi yun nga, yung kanilang Swiss stage pare, Stallions VP. 0-2 agad. So, it would be a nice change of scenery para nga dito sa CBF if they can finally close this one out. But it is not gonna be easy para once again. Acceptance, nga, willing to play the slow game, willing to play the grindy kind of crossfire na nakikita natin galing sa mga ibang teams, especially when it comes to this PL side. And I feel like there is a few top teams of influence na may kasalanan ito, and I kind of point the finger at VP, no, na they cook it really slow dito sa mapa natin, and then they eventually take CA, and then doon na sila kukuha ng map control possibly from every other side of the map. So, teamwork, can it make the dream work para dito sa Acceptance or CBF? Yun nga, death by 1,000 stings pa tayo dito pare?
I don't know, man. Getting slow burn or getting stinked 1,000 times, what hurts more? No? The thing with Acceptance is, yeah, they right to the virtuous pro method, ini-slow cook nila. But if you slow cook something, no, you're literally just waiting for it to get burned. When do you turn it up or turn it off on this cover and say, okay, what we made is done na? I haven't seen that sa Acceptance. Like, makuha sila sa pitas, not satisfied. Makuha sila dalawa, not yet. We have to wait for a timing. What's gonna be the move ngayon na kayo naman ang ating BL side? Seems like it's the same old. 3-1-1. Heck, again, dito sa labasan ng Orbit sa export. Ajax. Ayan na naman tayo sa kulit. What he gets, CA and then bang!
Oh, makes him do a backflip on the bottom side of CA, pare. And oh my goodness me. I feel like that started off with a wall bang dito sa A side, no pare? At itong si Ajax messed up his ninja, unfortunately. At napahulog nga siya dito sa may mid side. And of course, Aiden, feel like he's a bit wiser, no, pagdating sa mga mid-wall banks natin. Parang immediately iniwan nila yung mid sa kamay dito ni Yaba. Interesting. So, pan-tester lang talaga dito si Aiden kung may tao sa mid or may lalaban sa mid o hindi.
Hindi na iniisip na magkabank itong Acceptance sa isang split execute. No? They're thinking that Acceptance will them, they're gonna go for a 4-man rush sa isang main. No? So, with that sniper, dito sa A side +1, no, and +2 naman dito sa ating anchor sa B side, you would assume na madali na lang trabaho towards CBF, and that is what they're expecting. Heck, having some second opinions, pero his team's already poised for the execute, pare. Thinking that they need to go for a split dahil basadong-basado to kapag nag-4-man push kayo sa House B. He has to think quick, no? He has to not be patient. He has to pull the trigger dito sa execute nila.
Aiden. All of this damage. Backgrenade on the Godbox side. But Aiden from the right side doing absolute damage with Yaba. Wala nang nakapasok sa bahay ng B-side ng CBF. And Yaba with the jumping USP, putting some sauce on it. 12-0 para dito sa CBF. And it's a dead round. Of course.
Number 3.
Of course it is, pare.
Number 3 dito pa. Okay, so if we want the longest series ever, Sneak, it has to be CBF versus Virtus Pro. Best of 5 playoffs. What are the maps that go overtime always?
Ano
New
ba?
Compound?
Black Widow, New Compound, ano ba? Eagle Eye has gotten
Eagle
some
Eye.
fair few
Okay, that's 3
overtimes,
already.
pare.
That's 3. Need 2 more.
Siguro Subbase.
Subbase
I've seen
Sport.
that. And let's throw New Mexico in there, pare, kasi
New Mexico,
CBF will
5
probably
maps,
run out of maps at that point, pare. Ayun nga, napapaisip talaga ako if I'm on the team of Acceptance, pare, at this very moment na Ayun nga, it is now the version of CBF that they really do not get to interact with no dito sa mapa natin whatsoever, with the exception of that opening pick dito kay Aiden sa may mid-side, no? And I feel like the real objective talaga is or the real objective para kay Aiden dito sa bridge natin, to be specific, is to really just cause that temporary disruption. Kung sino man ang gustong pumasok ng CA or sino man kung gusto pumasok ng mid-side, he will be the guy to kind of bother him a bit, maybe even get the kill. Pero gusto ko yung insta rotation niya, no? Pabalik dito ng B-side, pinabayaan na nila agad yung mid in the hands of Yaba, and once again they're playing their advantages correctly dito, pare.
I feel like ang main purpose na talaga dito ni Aiden or ni Yaba sa mid is to disrupt that split potential na pwedeng gawin dito ng Acceptance. And once they disrupt it, he's gonna leave it dito kay Yaba, no, fully, dahil alam niya na he's more important dito sa site, knowing na wala na siyang mababatong util, right? And if the members of Acceptance, no, they push towards mid, what's he gonna do? Fight a flash, fight a smoke, no? Medyo mahirap yun mag-isa. So he'd rather bank his life dito, getting thrown util at, no, especially with helping utility from the site anchor, and fight to the death instead of just wasting it all na nakatoka siya nang wala siyang ginagawa dito, nakapirme lang siya sa mid. So Acceptance, where's that second move I've been wanting? You tried it the old-fashioned patient way. Now let's try it a different route, pare. We can't just accept that things are in this quota, things are in this status. We have to differentiate. You have to improve. And this is a good start. Smoking mid, bait the presence. Nakita mo, gumagalaw si Yaba. He's trying to bait movements as well. Pero that flash is really walang magagawa doon sa flash na yun. That's not gonna affect the round. He still has his smoke, has the nade. That can do damage dito sa Acceptance. Nailin the coffin na to. Pahiga na Acceptance at CBF, kailangan yun lang isara at sarahan nyo na dito sa ating housey.
Hindi namin, para kanino ba talaga ang banting ataul na to, pare? Dito sa ating harapan, 30 seconds para makapasok ng Acceptance. Countbox, pinam na nga, pero Yaba! Instantly, heads are falling on the B side and 3 players are down para sa Acceptance. Trey, tatry mag-push ng mid pero wala na magagawa, pero si Heck, kaya pa ba? Shot on Aldrin, pero wallbang na lang dito sa HP, and it is CBF after a grueling series going the distance dito sa port. They finally get to finish it, and they end up with a great start para sa kanilang group stage. They will be up 1-0.
From the dead, here's Nikki. You cannot rise up from that coffin once you're put in there. Bukas, higa, Sara, CBF with a 2-1 victory. Congratulations, it took you guys a while, but nonetheless you get it, no, Sneaky. I feel like we have lots to talk about there, especially for CBF. Sure. Like it took them 3 maps to understand that this is a team game at some point. That Swiss stage road was not enough, pare. It took them quite a while to understand, hey, maybe if we don't peak alone, we can win some runs, pare. And that, I think, is what gave them the advantage. Acceptance, when it comes down to this analogy, when you try to corner an animal, it will try to use its best weapon when it is in the corner. Acceptance, they understood they were the animal in the corner dito, pare, at ginawa lang nila yung best weapon nila. The impact strat na mag-aantay tayo na mag-push sa atin. It worked, but it did not work well enough. Hindi na sila na-convert, and it's their fault din na wala silang mid-round adaptation or secondary place na pwede nilang gawin out of the blue na lang, no, biglaan na idea para isara yung map na yon. And I think that's what gave the edge dito sa CBF, especially knowing that CBF, tenure-wise, no, collectively, mas marami silang experience dito sa squad na Acceptance, even if this is the best Acceptance squad yet, pero kulang pa rin talaga ang Acceptance. The impact syndrome is still there, and they need the doctor to fix that.
Omsin, pare, yun nga, to the doctor, divine intervention na lang yung makakapigil dun sa sa house speed na nangyari nga natin dito kanina. Pero I would still love to give compliments as well, no, dito sa ating Acceptance team. In all honesty, according to our predictions, so we were kind of expecting more of a one-sided affair dito series natin, but it was really a dogfight in between every single one. So still, big shout out dito sa Acceptance, especially kay Ting, and yun nga, I hope to see more galing sa kanya, pare, kasi Acceptance, I feel like you probably have made me look in your direction, pare.
Exactly, I mean, we are looking at Acceptance, just not at the right way. as well as they are looking at themselves. No, you want more sneaky, we got more. Not CBF, but more matches. Pero bago yan, Mochi, Bipolar, buhay pa ba kayo? Kasi kami, buhay na buhay pa.
Ganap na ganap naman siya sa ganun niya. Pero ready at syempre buhay naman kami dito. No? And Sneaky Frog and my oh my. It all boiled down to still CBF actually winning this one. But hindi sila nakapanalo ng walang galos dito, Bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, overtime merchants, CBF, man. They're always gunning it for overtime. I mean, let's give it to them naman. Di naman Philors na mag-overtime dito. Di naman nila sinadya na mamatay dito sa long A ng 3-man push signature move ni Tetsu, no? But,
Yes.
I mean, all I can see for Acceptance, I won't give them a rough time here, is that they are now looking like a contender sa Masters. Not fully there yet, pero almost there. Kailangan lang dito ng onting spice, Mochi, kasi GR side for Acceptance, kahit sa anong mapa yan, kahit siguro outside of Eagle Eye, they're predictable. They're readable. Because you can see it here in Port Mochi. Na top A is not a priority para dito sa Acceptance to put Heck there. He goes to House B and he goes there, fights that 8 out of 10 times every time. Dalawa lang ginagawa niya dyan. Titingin siya sa court or i-hold niya dun mismong pintuan palabas ng House B with the help of someone in Z. Nakita natin yun in round number 21, I believe, na parang, uy, may nang-push dito sa may Z, but with Heck not falling down, Nade will be there, Flash will be there, garnering 1 kill before they enter will give him a triple kill. At nangyari yun. And that's what happens kapag gumagana ang set plays ng Acceptance. Pero, readable pa din. Kasi napapansin natin yung Mochi. It's the same set of things. But, for CBF, it's almost the same thing. Ang pinagkaiba lang Mochi, they rarely go passive. So, it's not that readable. Pero once they get exposed, ay nako, Mochi. Nakita mo naman yun. Aiden will always go big kapag passive sila. And what else can you say? Kahit mamatay din si Aiden, there's still fraggers on the other side. That's why we call them star-studded. But yeah, Port came into overtime. Great plays mula sa Acceptance. Sa first and second half, talagang nag-angas lang dito yung CBF. Nag-adapt sila sa playstyle ng AD.
Yeah, and even just by looking then how they were able to show their patience then no at certain occasions and knowing when is the time to strike. I feel like that is the very strength na nakita din natin dito from CBF for this particular map of Port. Pero I want to ask you a question. When did you find na wala to? Mukhang sa CBF na to mapupunta.
Overtime. Pagdating na overtime mode. Pag-OT talaga.
Yes, and I guess, no, nice try here for Team Acceptance kasi talagang hindi biro yung mga pinakita nila dito, especially yung trio nila, no? Si Head, Ejection as well as si Silent, talagang pinapakita nila that they definitely had yung angking na historia kasama ang isa't isa, no? I feel like just needs a bit more time here for Dre and as well as their last person dito na si Ting, no? Kahit na sabihin ko yun na it needs more time in terms of KD, in terms of stats. Talagang nagpe-perform nila. It's just that pagdating sa mid-round, pagdating sa reactivity and decision-making, doon talaga nagkakaroon ng problema. And not gonna lie, it's not that bad of a problem. It just that it needs a bit more polishing.
Of course, Mochi. And I would like to say, yes, the OG squad of Acceptance, yung trio nila gumagaling. Pero we have to give our credits to Dre as well. Man, you see the headshot. You see the headshots. You see the penetration na mula dito sa BL side nila para makapasok ng GR. Dre opens it up. That's why he has 20 kills. Pero, ang masabi lang natin dyan, wala sa edad ang Crossfire, guys.
Wala talaga.
Acceptance is the epitome of what can age do in a master setting. But for comeback friends, Mochi, hindi gumana dito si Adrian. Again, but Aiden, man, yung 60%, pag hinati mo, may 30% ka pa rin lakas. Pero syempre, meron tayong kailangan pag-usapan. Sino nga ba yan? Ano nga ba yung si Tetsu?
Well, Tetsu, dude, parang isang beses lang nakikita natin siya way back sa former team niya dito, no? Actually showing up na meron din siyang say, no? Sa kanilang mga labanan dito. Pero talaga lalo ng pinag-igtingan given the arena na meron tayo with him right now, just showing that he also has the wits and as well as the prowess. 1.47 KD and syempre, no, angkin na rin yung support na bibigay niya sa kanyang mga team with our smokesper score niya, which is 35%. It's pretty standard, pretty high din, no? Given the role na meron dito kay Tetsu. So, congratulations with that 96.6 na rating natin dito.
Yeah, you know what, Mochi? Ito nga, no, na nakausap nga natin kanina si Tetsu before we go into the stream, no, na parang, yes, after 13 and 12 sa sub-base, Eagle Eye with 6-10 and 13-10 dito sa port, basically, ang plano dito ng ating players mula sa comeback friends, yes, they're fast-paced, yes, they're face-forward, yes, they're aggressive, pero alam ni Tetsu, when there comes a time that they need to be slow-paced, handa yun, nasa pocketbook nila yun, Mochi, nasa playbook nila yun, and all ends up with pressure. And big ups to Tetsu, no, our MVP, na parang, yes, mid-rounding calls sa kanya manggagaling, ending calls sa kanya manggagaling, and it works out every time. Kasi overtime clutch, gumagana yung utak dito ng players mula dito sa comeback friends, Mochi, and it's just pretty insane na kailangan pang umabot sa overtime, pero still, you know, baka gusto lang talaga nila maglaro ng maraming rounds.
Masagana yung brain sense ng mga IGLs natin. Just to say the least, para dito sa parehong teams
They're
natin.
insane, Mochi.
Sadyang mas lumamang lang ng kaunti. Ito CBF. Pero let us see kung sino nga bang ating match MVP galing dito for comeback friends, no? Talagang pinatunayan nila. Ito, hindi na comeback to eh. Tuloy-tuloy na to, no? Continuous performance from Aiden. Definitely showing na simula qualis until now. Dala-dala ni init at yung gigil niya na makabalik at panalo dito para sa ating team of CBF. 1.19 KD and consistent across all maps kontra dito sa Acceptance. Well deserved ni Aiden.
You know, again, this is what I said beforehand nung nakapag-MVP din dito si Aiden on the second map, I believe, na parang, our first map natin, no, na parang, you love to see it. Aiden is back, but he is back with a purpose na itutuloy niya ng itutuloy. Consistency is there. And as you can see, talagang frying dito si Aiden, man. From M14s to HKs, talagang tatama siya at tatama. And you rely on a player like Aiden. I feel like mawawalan dito lalo ng pressure si Tetsu na mag-IGL. Kasi alam niya, Aiden is on my team. I can mid-round calls. Pero if Aiden is still alive, I don't have to worry a lot more. Kasi tatama lahat ng shots ni Aiden.
There's lesser things to worry about now within the lobby, and I feel like just by viewing the highlights na meron tayo dito ngayon, that's already evident. And regardless of the map, regardless of kung siya lang ang mag-isa rin sa site, bound to perform pa rin talaga. The anchor is anchoring para dito kay Aiden, at idagdag na rin natin na kung siya ay mamamatay, hindi lang isa, minsan dumadalawa, tatlo pa ang kanya napipitas bago siya mawala. And I guess it's just time and right for us para makapakinggan din natin, no, ang ating mga pananaw and overall experience from our very own match MVP. Tawagan na natin ngayon si Aiden. Ayan. Grabe, Aiden. It's been a while. Welcome back.
Hello
At
po.
kamusta naman ang iyong experience kontra dito sa Team Acceptance? Kasi biro mo, napaabot pa nila ng third map.
Okay lang naman po. Nagkagulo lang since wala din po ako nung sa last match sa SJJ.
You know what, Mochi? May dalawa akong tanong dito kay Aiden, no? Pero first and foremost, Aiden, congratulations, man. From qualifiers hanggang ngayon, consistency. Yan yung binibigay mo. Above 1.1 KD every time. But first question ko mula sa'yo, Aiden, for the whole team actually, no? Pero ikaw na lang magsasagot. Bakit nyo bilan yung Ankara? We believe here on the panel desk and as well as on the cashier desk na Ankara is one of the maps na kaya nyong ipanalo almost like 10-5, 10-6 yung scoreline. Bakit nyo firstly binan nyo?
Wala po ako alam sa map dito eh. Nasa CR po ako nun eh.
Ayun! Dali. Okay. Next time na lang natin pag-usapan
Next
yung
time na lang
Aiden,
natin siguro tanongin yan, no? Thank you for your honesty, Aiden. We appreciate that a lot. Pero eto, Aiden, I feel like you can vouch up with this one since ikaw yung nag-pop off dito, no? I feel like you have the very idea kung bakit naging ganito yung kinalabasan at pumabor kay CBF. Ano yung mga weaknesses na nakita nyo for Team Acceptance na tingin nyo pwede nyong i-exploit at yung rason ba't kayo nanalo?
Yung sinabayan po namin yung slow pace nila.
Okay.
Okay.
Yung pagiging passive po.
Okay. that connects to my question, Aiden, no? Last question ko na to. Nakita naman natin overtime, last rounds dito sa second half and as well as overtime. Yun nga, just like what you've said, sinabay niyo yung slow pace dito ng acceptance. Pero what was going on through your mind? Ano yung thought process na kaya ba namin to? Alam namin mabilis maglaro ang Comeback Friends eh. Pero in a slow pace game style, kahit na B-side player ka, even though you die like 50% of the 50% most of the time na ikaw yung unang mamamatay. Ano yung thought process doon? Bakit bigla nga bang nag-slow pace dito ang Comeback Friends? Ano kailangan namin ng deeper thoughts doon mula sa?
Nung time po kasi na ina-agree po namin, ang dami pong timing na ano eh, like may nakakalusot po ganun. So, si Tetsu naman po nag-call nung slow pace, like passive na lang.
So gumagana din naman no.
Yeah. It worked very well, very well. Congratulations, Aiden. No? I feel like it's just
Thank you
right
po.
para ibigay sa'yo itong ating time and exposure para i-shoutout lahat ng gusto mong i-shoutout, pasalamatan lahat ng gusto mong pasalamatan. The floor is yours.
Thank you sa mga nanood. Sana nabigyan namin yung magandang laban. Tsaka sa
For sure.
GF ko na nanonood. Thank you sa support.
Dali, okay.
Cutie. Ayun. Maraming salamat, Aiden. Pahinga yung dyan, no? And I'm pretty sure na sobrang proud ni ate. Tama, ate Cubs, di ba? Ate Cubs sa'yo yan. So, congratulations. At maigi, good luck sa susunod na malaban.
Good luck, Aiden. Congrats, brother. Ang ano, Mochi, usog po muna si Aiden dun sa gilid. Pero, it's pretty crazy, no, na still, somehow, kahit nakilala natin ang Comeback Friends na face forward, kaya nilang gawin yon just from sheer, trust mula sa calls ni Tetsu.
Yes, and it is definitely obvious naman that the calls na meron dito kay Tetsu, no? As much as it is pretty simple, you know what if let's just match their pacing? It worked wonders to the point na kahit na umabot tayo ng OT, no? Talagang it gave them a lot more avenue to think through kung ano nga ba yung mga steps na pinapartake dito ng kanilang katapat, and they've been able to shut them all down. At ayun na nga, natapos na serye para dito sa ating unang araw ng group stage. Ngayon naman tayo itutuloy para sa ating second match. It's gonna be MATTJESS and FERVID later on. Abangan ninyo yan, hindi pa tapos ang laban. At for now, kami ay mamamahinga muna. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakuputuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets into trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Eh, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rate here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Tayo ay nagbabalik, time check 6:30 in the evening ko ako sa inyo. Magprepara na kayo ng inyong mga kakainin, no? Ang sarap magkain ng chicheria habang nanonood ng laban ng matches at FERVID. Kasi biro mo naman, ipinta natin ang ating senaryo bipolar. Historically, for matches always present from group stage to playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Pero ang tanong hanggang saan aabot once na nasa playoffs na. No, they are yet to secure a third, second, or first or a podium finish dito, no? And here naman, for our FERVID team, nanggaling sila sa 0-7 from last year, no? Ng ating Masters 2025 Summer. Tapos ngayon, ano ang nangyari? Third na sila ngayon sa ating Masters Spring. So this is a interesting matchup to say the least.
Yeah, these two teams, no, ito yung talagang gutom, basically, na teams natin. Kasi natikman na nila yung playoffs, Mochi. These two teams are capable of doing the impossible. And I feel like these two teams are capable of breaking the top 1 and top 2 spot natin. In my honest opinion. Especially FERVID. Just because of how fast they've adapted and how fast they've improved from the off-season and from the recent roster changes. But yeah, same sentiment sa dalawang teams na to, redemption and as well as putting their names higher than what they've achieved before. But ito yung pwede pa natin tignan, no? Bisaya team versus, in the words of A7J, no? Bisaya na rin daw ang buong FERVID, no? So, it's somehow similar yung pwede natin makita dito, Mochi. Aggressive and as well as how do you call this? Passive as well. Kasi MATTJESS, may Vincent na, Moch. And nakita mo naman last time, daw stick with Kerdas. Napakabilis ang team na to a point na hindi ka makakahinga. But FERVID knows how to play that as well. But here comes the introduction.
Grabe, no? MATTJESS, Vincent. Very
Grabe.
interesting. Hindi na may stress si Jason. Kasi balik na siya sa usual niyang trabaho. Makakapokus na siya sa kanyang goal. At si Vincent ang papasok bilang utak ngayon ng MATTJESS. We also have Yetja here, which is also pretty promising for us. Kasi as much as there are some moments wherein Yetja is being caught lacking, Yetja pag nag-pop off online, kung online talaga. And I am really excited kung ano yung magiging outcome natin dito. Unfortunately, si Rels is nasasabpa din siya, no? And we're mostly vouching, parang bukang bibig natin siya last time na, oy, asa na si Rels? Ba't wala siya dito? Pero ngayon, nasasab siya. Chillings lang siya dyan, no? And anytime na kailanganin nila, pwede na nang hugutin si Rels.
Yeah, I mean, Rels will be spotting for a player here that will be going out for some reasons, no? Pero, yeah, I feel like itong IGL role din na makukuha ni Vincent is not that far of like parang, uy, may problem ba na ibibigay ni Jason dito yung IGL role niya from a sheer Kerdas player na si Vincent? No! It's a very, it's a very role na kayang ibigay ni Jason toward Vincent. I feel like the trust with these four players ngayon nasa screen nyo towards Vincent is very, very high. Especially sa ginawa na nga ditong run last time ng Kerdas. Isipin mo yun, Kerdas was gunning out for Virtus Pro last time. Na yun yung target nila mismo. Even for Stallions, no? Yes, they weren't the best in that situation. Pero yung angas pa lang na yun, feeling ko yun din yung kulang sa MATTJESS, Mochi.
And actually, right now, I'm pretty sure na makikita natin yung angas na yun, or I think it's safer to say na ma-amplify pa ito lalo. Kasi biro mo naman, we already seen kung paano mag-perform itong si Ninkyu and as well as itong si Zach. Si Zach, he just dropped a 30 bomb against JY nung nandun tayo sa ating qualifs. And I feel like he's looking better than ever in that sniper role, as we may have already been able to glaze him from time and time again, no? Sobrang dalas. For Ninkyu, the same thing goes for him as well, no? One of the primary performers na meron din tayo dito for matches, and I can't wait how this new look of matches will be affecting us in the long run. And let us check out na rin, no, kung ano nga bang meron sa kanilang schedule right now, because Wait lang Parang
Wow.
may VP tayo
Yumanig.
agad dito.
Yumanig.
Yumanig bigla, no? Na meron agad VP after nila kalabanan ang ating Forbid. So, MATTJESS, this is gonna be quite of a roller coaster ride for you.
Yeah, especially na Execration is in the middle, Comeback Friends is also in the middle, tapos pinakadulo pa nila yung STS. I guess MATTJESS has the most equal, or one of the most equal kind of journeys right now. After FERVID, VP agad, this AT, CBF, Execration veteran, Atras, and as well as Taring Bobby, and etong ang Stallions.
Yes.
So, feeling ko mapipiga dito yung teams natin. Pero, ang problema, ang hindi naman problema actually, ito yung maganda for MATTJESS, Mochi. Isang power stone kumbaga si Vincent, and I feel like mas may enable dito yung powers ni Zach, mas may enable dito yung attacking power ni Jason, just because
Yes.
IGL na dito si Vincent. So that's something to look forward to.
Of course, no? It would be a bit more specific in terms of the roles that they're already catering, no? Lesser pressure on one's shoulders, basically, which means that here for MATTJESS, this is looking better than ever, if I may say, no, para sa kanila. So let us check out na rin kung anong meron dito sa ating lineup for FERVID na gumulantang sa lahat, no, after their performance sa ating Spring League as well. We also have MZ in the mix right now and Haj as the sub. I'm not quite sure kung kailan natin makita itong si Haj, but I'm really looking forward sa integration ni MZ dito, Bipolar.
Yeah, looking at MZ, no, he's a firepower nonetheless, no, but he's lacking that specific, parang nga ba to, specific role na kaya niya talagang makapasok to. Yes, he is a backup player, pero up against these four players kasi, with these four players kasi sa main roster, Mochi, parang na-overshine si MZ, and I would like to see him break that thought sa isip ko. Kasi if he really does provide a better power, or at least mapapatan niya dito si Tracy Fred, si Lance, well, that's good. Kasi what can you do, no? You have star talent mula dito sa Brothers natin si A7J, pati si D. But yeah, looking at it, I was pretty sad na wala dito si J Kim, kasi J Kim was one of the players na talagang nagbigay ng powers papunta sa FERVID para makakuha ng spot dito sa playoffs. But with MZ in, it looks like solido pa rin naman ang FERVID. Wala naman masyadong, nawala or nadagdagan. It's the same FERVID.
Yeah, it's the same for Vid. It's just that except for one player, no? And it's all up to MZ kung paano niya nga ba mas hihigitan yung performance ng ating former FERVID member na si J. Kim. At idagdag na rin natin no, kung ano nga bang meron dito kay FERVID maliban sa napaka-witty and sometimes questionable but works na mga calls dito ni A7J, and as well as yung astounding mid-round calling na meron at ma-offer ni Dracifer, at kung gaano katindi itong performance na deep na outside of the broadcast, guys, kaming mga caster, pinag-uusapan namin na how Deep can already be ranked as the third top player dito in the PHT sa sobrang init niya mag-perform. And dito rin for Lance na little by little in terms of magkikipon ng ating confidence, nakukuha niya na naman at nasusupply niya ito sa atin mga kasama here for FERVID. So, may already up to din kung paano nila mapapakita ang isang absolute cinema nga na ginagawa dito ni D na performance against MATTJESS.
You know what, Mochi, habang tinitingnan natin dito yung ating mga matches na lalabanan dito ng FERVID, no, which is actually pretty good, no, para sa kanila talagang sa pinakadulo pa, or at least in the middle up until the end, yung mga pinaka-back na mga kalaban dito ng FERVID. I would love to see din, kasi nagampanan ni J. Kim yung confidence boost, or at least yung parang space para makapag-shine si Lance nang hindi masyadong nagagamit ng todo. That was basically Lance's interview last time na parang, hindi na ako hirap kasi marami nang gumagawa ng forward approach sa akin. Can MZ replicate that when they're on the GR side or even on the BL side? But something to point out as well, no, tinanong natin dito ang FERVID, especially A7J si Angelito, na paano nyo nga ba makakawit or ano na yung bagong atake ng FERVID? Kasi nakuha nila yung playoff spot last time. What's new round? Sabi dito ni A7J, sabi niya, will attack them surprisingly and with unpredictability. And feeling ko kahit naman tayo na Mochi, some of these plays are very questionable. Pero questionable in the sense na, wait lang, gagana to. Alam mo yun?
Yeah,
if you remember quite clearly, Ankara was a map where we got question marks above our heads. Kasi biglang hindi gumalaw ng todo sa respawn ang buong FERVID. And that gave them their win sa round na yun. So these like instant spurts. Kung Power Stone si si Vincent, Mindstone naman dito, si A7J. And there's a contrast there. I feel like it's gonna be a battle of the IGLs. Pero, tingnan natin.
Tignan natin indeed. Pero ito nga ang
Oh, yun,
ating
tama nga.
ito. At sakto-sakto. Ang galing mo talaga, partner. Vincent to A7J. Sige, i-point out mo na nga ang ipo-point out mo. Bakit nga ba ito yung magandang i-head-to-head natin dito, Bipolar? Maliban sa sinabi mo na Power Stone dito si Vincent at talagang Mindstone ang meron dito kay A7J.
Ito na nga, Mochi. I mean, looking at it in, I don't know, pop culture lang na reference. We have Power Stone kay Vincent na really does give you power. Kung may susuntok si Vincent, yan ang una. Pero if on the other side, you have Mindstone kay A7J, he goes calculated approach. Kung si Vincent kaya niyang magamit dito yung mga pieces niya in a chess form na parang, diretso agad. Sabak agad yung horse, sabak agad yung queen, sabak agad yung bishop. Meanwhile, A7J, he used the entire team as a force to be reckoned with sa mga matches natin. So, yes, it's a battle of the IGLs, pero may difference eh. Yun yung gusto nating makita sa matches na to. Dito pa lang sa 3 maps natin. Hopefully maging 3 maps because I would love to see their minds get ringed out or mapiganan to.
Parang ano lang yan, Paul, paano ko ba isipin? Parang Shane at Francis lang yan, no? Sa pag-comparison natin dito for our IGLs and whatever works best according to the playstyle at as well as yung mga individual skills na meron dito sa ating mga players would definitely show dito sa ating laban. And in a bit, makikita na rin natin kung ano nga ba ang mga mapa na paglalaroan ng ating dalawang teams at kung ano ang kanilang mga prio bans, prio picks. Ito na yun. Port, sub-base, and as well as Nipan ang ating mga maps here.
Okay, MATTJESS plays a very, very good port. Pero we also said this before, Muchi. Kahit na hindi pa to yung recent roster ng FERVID knows how to play port. Knows how to play port. If you remember quickly, impact days natin, kahit naglalaro pa lang si Aris, alam niya paano laruin yan. He knows an execution on A-side kapag BL side sila. They have a great mid-hold which is a priority now sa lahat ng teams natin. And kahit na malakas itong matches, kahit na Vincent, they will have a pretty tough time. Pero that all ends up sa CA control. Pinaprioritize na matches kapag nasa L side sila. Going to sub-base, well, sinabi ng no? And funny enough, natanong din natin lang A7J na parang, ano nga bang favorite mo ng FERVID? Despite the win rate. Sub-base daw. Kasi Bisaya na rin daw ang FERVID. Yun yung reasoning, Mochi. Yun lang talaga yung reasoning ni A7J. But yeah, I mean, it works out. Totoo, nakita naman dito yung FERVID kung paano gumalaw sa sub-base. I feel like we will really go to new compound. Lalo na, both teams also know how to play new compound. So I feel like this is the most fair matchup na map dito mo na mabibigyan ng dalawang teams.
Yeah, pareho talaga silang marunong dito sa mga mapa natin, no? Talagang it's pretty similar to what we have earlier in terms of the map veto and feel for Team Acceptance and as well as sa kanilang katapat na comeback friends. So, let's see what will be happening here right now. Sabi nga ni, vinouch nga ni Nice Katol yung kinoment mo kanina, no? Na Bisaya daw silang lahat ngayon sa FERVID, which is great. So, let's see what will be the performance here because I'm pretty certain that explosive pasabog yung magiging outcome natin dito. Pero, ilapag na rin natin ang ating mga predictions here. Ano nga ba ang sinabi ng ating hurado? 0-2, mostly napabor kay FERVID, and on the caster's desk, it is a 1-2 naman for Ramon and L.
Okay. I mean, Mochi, I feel like we're giving an underrated status right now for matches. Yes, alam natin kaya nila mag-playoffs. Pero up against FERVID kasi na iba yung scaling, Mochi, in terms of their improvements. Kaya na 2-0, and I feel like that's what we're both thinking here, no? Pero there's only one last thing that I could say to FERVID. A7 Jayo, yun na lang ang sabi ko. Good luck na lang sa inyo, di ba? Parang yun na lang yung pwede. Pero matches, man. Vincent proved us so much wrongness pagdating dun sa mga prediction natin last time. And I can't wait to let him prove it to us once again. Kasi kaya ng matches to. And that's why I feel like nag-2-1 din dito yung ating mga casters.
Yeah, I feel like the only challenge din tayo dito for matches is the fact na paano nila ika-cut off yung perpetual runner-up narrative nila, no?
Yeah.
Na paano ba natin
Kailan mo
titigil
be-break, no?
yun? Kailan mo ba
Oh.
be-break yung curse na yun, no? Kung meron si Execration na naka-cut off lagi yung pagtapos nila ng mga laro, yun naman yung existing dito na curse kay Matches. Pero ito nga ang ating community poll na kung sino nga ba ang tingin nilang merong pabor, it is a massive favor para dito kay Fervid. I feel like yun yung F sa Fervid, no? Favor ata. Pero 74% lang naman ang meron sila dito kontra sa 28% ng Matches. And Matches, prove us wrong, please.
Yeah. Hopefully, no, Matches, bigyan nyo kami ng laban na talagang ipapakita at isasampal mo sa aming mga mukha. No? But yeah, I would like to give a little bit of time here. Big shoutouts to Ate Jonah and as well as kay Juani, pati kay Censored na kalaro namin, and minsan, no, talagang binibigyan ko pa ng time sa mga streams nila habang ito nga,
True.
since may community poll naman tayo, Mochi, i-shoutout nila natin yung mga nakakasama natin minsan. Pero mukhang meron tayong kailangan introduce. Sino nga ba yan?
Ay, syempre, introduce na natin ang ating mga casters dito. Oh, kaya naman tawagan na natin si El and as well as si Ramon. Uy, gabi, kabila, baliktad ata. Pero ayan, kamusta naman Ramon and El, no? Parang nga, kanina pang babad si El dito nga. Pero start na tayo dito kay Ramon.
Nagtatanda si El.
Kamusta naman Ramon? It's been a while. It's nice that we see you here dito ngayon sa ating group stage. Kamusta ang iyong mga observations from qualifies up to now so far?
Honestly, this has to be pretty competitive pagdating dito sa sa ating summer season. Unexpected yung mga entries sa mga bagong salta dito sa summer season, pero I think the CBF game kinda showed that anybody can be lethal kahit yung sa acceptance team natin, no? So hopefully this MATTJESS versus FERVID matchup will also be a true testament nga naman kung sino ang didikit sa Virtus Pro.
Let's see, what will be happening onto that one. That is a really good take from you. How about you, El?
Yeah, ganun lang yung masasabi ko. Medyo babad na tayo. 6:37 na ng gabi. Pero masasabi ko, with this matchup, let's give you guys an analogy. It's going to be the perennial fourth placer na biglang siningitan ng, ops, kami naman. No? At ngayon, na-try nilang bumalik sa fourth place. Pero pang fourth place nga ba sila or baka bumaba pa, baka umangat, di natin alam.
Yes, kaya naman i-point out na rin natin kung ano nga ba yung mga perks and advantages na meron dito ang ating mga teams, no. Start na natin dito. Matches plus Cuerda, success na ba ito? Kasi biro mo, recently integrated ang ating IGL na si Vincent as well as itong si Yeja na point out namin ni Bipolar kanina. What do you guys think about this one?
I feel like Mochi pagdating dito, you know what? Pagdating dito, parang ang kailangan natin dito, Mochi, is to think na it's not just Matches breaking the point here. Na parang hanggang doon lang sila sa playoff spot nila every time. I feel like with this roster, Mochi, there is gonna be success. And that success can lead towards a slot sa EWC. That's how big this team is right now. With this reiteration or iteration of matches with Kerdas, kaya eh. Kasi parang napunan na dito yung mga butas or at least yung pagkukulang ng matches for the recent years and recent seasons dito ng buong matches na team.
I agree about that one as well. How about you, Ramon? Do you have like any additional inputs about this point?
Actually, sinabi na nga ni Bipolar. Dagdag ko na lang siguro na I think the system around matches could be very healthy considering that Vincent is now the one calling the shots para sa team na to.
Yes, no. Yun nga, no. Much lighter load din, no, para kay Jason and more amplified strategies from Vincent. Kailangan piliin ng matches ang Ankara. 60% round win percent for MJ and Ankara, MJ's map for success. Do you guys agree with this one? Ano yung point na to?
To an extent, meron. Pero ngayon kasi at the current state, medyo marami na kasing teams din ang nakakapag-contend to having like a very healthy Ankara. Specifically yung Fervid na din dito, no, becoming one of the best Ankara teams na meron tayo on the league right now. So while this can be a win condition nga naman para sa MATTJESS, because of the ban, I don't think we're gonna be seeing that on the spotlight right now. So sana hindi lang to magiging Ankara spotlight para sa MATTJESS, and hopefully yung magiging map pick nila today is going to be very good like so magiging comfort map para sa kanila ngayon.
And sa mata ni Bipolar, parang meron siyang gusto idagdag sa sinabi ni Ramon eh. Ano yung gusto mong i-point out dito, Bipolar?
I feel like ito kasi problema ngayon sa parang bago natin i-throw off kay El, no, na parang yes, may map win rate ang matches Ankara. But I feel like mas mabigat ang kayang gawin dito ng matches pag Blackwood. I'll leave it at that.
Ooh, you know what? Just by basing on the output and how carefree and confident they actually play sa mapa ng Black Widow, I might actually agree with you on that one. How about you, Elno? Dracifer, nag-step up versus Execration. Any thoughts about this?
Hindi lang si Dracifer especially with MZ in the lineup natin, no? Knowing A7J, alam mo sabi ko guys, if you want a non-serious answer, ganyan lang, di ba? Ganyan lang yung masasabi ko. A7J pa rin, no? I am a believer since the day I saw this team perform, and I feel like with Dracifer stepping up, ngayon na nandiyan na si MZ as the full support role talaga na player, not having this mix-up of the comms, mix-up of the roles, habang finifigure out ni MC kung anong part siya dito ng puzzle for Fervid, I feel like we're going to see them at first trial and error yung datingan, pero pag nakuha nila yung kanilang form talaga, like nakuha nila yung final destination nila dito sa ating podium, their final destination is not just third, not just second even, maybe even a first.
Oh, that is a hot take if I saw
I love that.
Pero,
I love that.
I love that. And also like the cards though. And let's see if our teams right now will be playing their cards right, because it's about time for us to witness the real battle. Kaya naman let's hand it over to Ramon and El. It's rak-rakan time.
Rock-rockan na nga, no?
Nasa
Salamat,
ako.
Mochi and Bipolar. Kita-kits na lang mamaya. Pero una sa lahat, welcome Rotonda sa inyo mga tropa para sa pangalawang serye ng group stage. Isang Bisaya Derby ang hatid sa inyo ng Sea Masters. Ang MATTJESS versus FERVID magdeduelo sa loob ng port ngayon. Kaya El, maraming tanong ang lalabas dito, so pwede natin siguro simulan sa pinakasimula no? FERVID had a very successful spring season, so off of momentum, plakado ang kanilang Swiss stage. Pero in comparison, MATTJESS, full Bisaya na ngayon. They gone through the hoops, pero nakatungtong pa rin sila sa Masters.
Yeah, siguro masasabi ko lang dito, if I was MATTJESS right now, masasabi ko lang sa FERVID, andaya. No, andaya na kami nag-aantay dito sa first place. Lagi kami natalo ng Execration, ng VP, ng STS. Tapos bigla may papasok na FERVID na Bisaya team din na mag-overtake, magiging third. At hindi mala kami nakapag-fourth dahil sa kwerdas, no? Pero ang good thing naman, di ba, masasabi ko na ngayon is the roster changes na nakita naman na natin kanina no pinapresent natin yung ating teams. Well, it takes a favor dito for the side of not Cuerdas, no, for MATTJESS, since kinuha nila yung better parts, I would say, ng Cuerdas. With Vincent as the IGL, when you have 3 towers para just pick a card, any card, at hayaan mo si Zach to just deal the damage at the end of it. And with him having an MVP-like performance, nasa top 10 siya ngayon in KD. I would like to see more, pero yun na nga, no, the Mind Stone versus the Power Stone, yun talaga yung labanan natin ngayon.
Yeah, I like that you also kind of pointed out about the roster changes nga naman, kasi, the constants that we kind of see from MATTJESS, particularly itong si Zach, he doesn't need to really do a lot of much, considering that he now has a system around him with Vincent now calling the shots. I feel like, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, there's now a system in MATTJESS na mas maayos na yung magiging mid-rounding nila.
Exactly.
But that's a big question mark pa rin. Kasi very small pa rin yung sample size na nakita natin. Yung Swiss stage pa lang. So hopefully, habang tumatagal yung season, mag-develop yung core ng MATTJESS na hindi lang sila reliant kay Zach. At least now they have a mid-round to kind of fall back on. Pero syempre, because we mentioned Zach na din, we can't ignore yung pag-uusap din about Lance. He's also been performing on the sniper matchup. So hopefully, magiging dikit ang laban ng dalawang snipers natin as we now have the comms. Ano yung pag-uusapan ng mga teams natin?
Wala. Kahit naman pakinggan natin, Ramon. Let me be honest to you, I only know 3 Bisaya words.
Pa-corb sa taon na.
Two of
Set
them
up na
I
na.
cannot speak here.
Pa-corb taon na.
Ayun, set up lang, yung naiintindihan ko doon. Pero okay
Pa-corb
lang
taon na,
yan,
pa-corb.
no?
Gusto ko
Very
mid.
nice yung nakita natin dito. Port, not really a map na we would say favoring for both teams. They can play it, but do they like it? Do they love it? Not really, di ba? Medyo lukewarm tayo dito. We're gonna see a position this time around na house B pa rin ang entrada ng mga to. It seems like FERVID, they're just waiting for the right timing. Util has been thrown dito sa may A just to prevent a possible CA push, Ramon. Pero with the misdirection dito nila A7J, they might just strike at any moment.
Parang gone are the days na magiging aggressive na ang isang FERVID. Although truthfully, no, because of the change in leadership. This makes this one more decisive. Ninkyu, ako ng isa, dalawa pa. MZ and D go down and also A7J. So whatever split yung ginawa dito ng Fervid, nawala lang because of the response from.
And now Lons, no, the sniper that we touted as could be fighting for top 1, no? If you think Cetra's top 1, well, he's gunning for that spot. We know naman na Lons dito sa ating Swiss stage, he's the 7th and KD, the seconds in kills per round. And that statistic might just go higher. Pero remember, while Zach is still alive on the opposite side, this guy is not really bad himself, no? Top 8 sa KD and top 3 sa ating plus minus sa kanyang difference making dito sa ating MATTJESS squad. That statistic is brought to you by L and brought to you by our Swiss stage, no, mga kaibigan. Pero while Lance tries to figure out how to solve this 1v4 with 20 seconds remaining, malabo to, Ramon, and we can just give this round to the firepower of MATTJESS, no? Nawala yung utak. The brain did not last against the brawn of MJ.
Reminded me of the aggressive push na ginagawa nga naman ni Ting nung nasa port pa lamang sila kanina, you know, on the acceptance game. But this is up against the MATTJESS na had a prepared strat over towards the PR side. At si Lance, nagingay pa nga lang ng mga bilisan, pero does actually use the time para pag-usapan lalo. So overall, I feel like the conversation has to be saan tayo magtitipla ng aggression or hintay ba tayo? Vincent, good shots onto him. Lance is gonna go down. So that's the early frag coming through. Kapatid dun sa snipe.
Yeah, that's a good pick dito kay Lance, no? He was saving his KD, pare. I think he knows the stat sheet I'm trying to create here. But no, you cannot be saving your stats. You cannot stat pad in this game. No, sir. Dracifer as well, no? Tag down very low. Vincent as well, medyo sugatan. Pero hindi pa naman ma-update yung kanyang sugat, no? A band-aid would do. As long as they got this man advantage, Ramon, you have to remember what we saw kanina sa acceptance. They've been trying to do the passive route, Fervid doing the same, but it's not working. So knowing na may firepower sila in the hands of D, MZ, and A7J, as well as Dracifer as the entry since he's low, pwede pang sagutan to ng Fervid.
And I think this also kind of goes into the conversation of the leadership comparison. How will this mid-round go? Now that you're down a man, all the pressure on the shoulders of A7J right now para makakook up na mid-strat push. Konting damage papunta dito kay Ninkyu. He's been pivotal dito sa kaninang round natin where he does pick off the 2 kills doon kanina sa curve. Pero ngayon na nakita nila sa Z, Fervid have to go back to a backup plan. CA push papunta dun sa A-site na lang.
Exactly. They're banking on the whole CA and Dracifer goes bye-bye dito sa ating CA, or rather boom dito, no? The 2 members nito ng Fervid, they have to execute. Is that a flash or a smoke? A smoke indeed. A7J, makakagat siya dito ng konti, pero ito na-execute.
Pumasok, pero si Zach, syempre, ang doorman, ang gatekeeper, MZ, ang susi para makapasok ang Fervid, pero nag-iisa na lang siya on LA after mapatay ni Jason at ni Ninkyu ang natira dito sa Fervid. Asam nilang kunin yung mga bungo ng Fervid members. And MATTJESS, they're out to prove something, pare.
They're really out to prove something indeed, no? Mata pa lang ni Yeti, yung tutok niya sa monitor, grabe, baka masunog yung monitor, hindi yung mata niya, no? I fear for the LCD screen, pare, pero all good lang dito for Fervid. They know that this is just the early part of the game. Vincent can out-brawn you, not out-think you. He has 3 attackers per gosh darn sake, pare, but MZ, the new kid on the block, pare, will get this first, and I feel like he's been living long enough dito sa mga rounds natin na he has found his groove as a backup, no? He's not gonna entry, but he's gonna try to supply the trade for Fervid.
Yeah, exactly. No? Have some value, not because you're gonna be on the secondary para sa team nyo, pero Vincent, frontline kill, papunta dito kay MZ, Zach with the second as well. The defense on top A is impenetrable, pero D can actually be the answer. Nakakuha siya ng 2K at nakakuha siya ng 3K. Jason, pagkabalik sa exit, pina-exit sa server. Another round para sa Fervid.
Grabe yung gupit dito ng 3 players dito ni D, no? Grabe na yung gupit niya. He looks younger. This kid, if you can put him in a hyperbolic time chamber, pare, and not let him grow old, he will become the best. Philippines! Lonzo will get a statement, but that's 2 kills, Ramon.
And that's the B-side as well. Si Jason at si Yet dyan, nagtry na kumuha ng early info. Early bullet na nakuha. At talagang bibigyan na lang nila yung response papunta dun sa B-site. Ang problema, FERVID are already happy to take yung 2 kills na yan. At nag-rotate sila papunta sa A. At si D nakakuha pa nga ng isa. Si Zach on the rotate. Caught off guard by D. MJ already down on numbers. Lalo nahirapan palalo. Si D walang takot. Si Vincent na lang. Kaso si Dracifer talaga nga namang very reliable when it comes to the backup. 2-2. Tablado na ang FERVID.
And that's what you're going to expect out of FERVID. Look at Ron, indeed is the name of the game. Already in front of mid, just waiting behind the box. Hello, delivery waiting. In the name of MZ, makikita siya, Ramon, and he's dead. Vincent out. Not even a sliver of damage here. MATTJESS strikes first once again, but we know that FERVID can counter attack very, very hard, pare.
For sure. And it was on luck as well, no? I think the early info kind of gave them a bonus skill para ma-reward. I feel like this is the type of thing na na-expect mo kay Vincent, pare. He's not really an IGL that will just sit back, let his teammates just go at it sa map. He's also somebody na talagang gusto ding lumaban. Kaya yung mga ganong mid-plays, hindi mo talaga madedenay na ginagawa talaga ni Vincent.
Parkour! Parkour! You have to say parkour when you do that. Okay, kalma lang.
Yeah.
Reset.
Sit back. Kasi
Sit back and relax.
Hindi naman porket nag-step in, hindi siya mag-step back agad no? Eto, second
One
attempt.
more time.
Dracifer. Maybe a parkour. An entry. Papunta dito sa MATTJESS. Ninkyu instead of holding curve. Gonna decide to play the underpass. And nga lang, Vincent on top. They cut down Dracifer. 3v5 and now I feel like FERVID on the forward entry. Medyo ma-dedenay pa ata yung magiging push nila on curve. Pero A7J, good catch onto Ninkyu. Meron na silang entrada papunta dun sa curve. Now demanded of the 2 anchors. Napatayin yung pwedeng entrada ng FERVID all the way from that exit position. A7J, good catch onto Vincent as well. Yung kaninang 5v3. Naging tablado pa in terms of numbers. Zach on the kill kay A7J. Nakatch pa rin dito si Jason. At with the kill from Zach lands, Pakasyo on the execute. Si D, mapapas lang. At ang FERVID na uwi ng pahalang. 3-2, MATTJESS sumagot.
And as much as I would like to credit dito si MATTJESS on that pillar, rather that cleanup dito from FERVID, I would like to call out dito si Dracifer. Pare, you do not have table manners. When you dip in the first time, you do not double dip, pare. You just have to spend the germs and going to infect dito. You put your team in a 2-man down scenario. Buti nila na-equalize nila, pero it's Zach, man. It's these snipers with their TRGs and their USBs and their jumping attacks is very, very hard. Yetcha with the final kill just secures matches the 3rd round. And the scenario is going to be the same. Mid is the proposition dito ng FERVID. Now, ang sagot ni MJ, we're gonna attack. But not right now, says Vincent, because I'm dead.
Or on the early peak as well, si MZ, matatimingan pa nga si Ninkyu doon. And I feel like that double hold dun sa BR was a response to the ninja play na ginagawa nga ni Dracifer. Unfortunately, pre, didn't really work out para sa MATTJESS that point in time.
No jaywalking. Said dito ng MJ, but D goes where D pleases, pare. And so does the whole of the FERVID squad. Now we have to rely dito kay Jason. No, he's holding mid. I wonder why he's not on A. A rotation has been made, or maybe they're just starting default nila. So now they have to retake A, fight through Dracifer.
And the fight here he is a criminal. Patay si Zach at sabugan pa nga sa FERVID clean up yung macro instead of trying to go at it fast dun sa BR. They rotate and now place themselves but push on the LA where they know the numbers are in favor of them.
Exactly. Similar attempt dito, no? They're faking mid, but it's just a 4-1 split. Letting it be known that Vincent, you are not welcome in the A site. Nasa new rotation ng MATTJESS. Not quite, hindi sila kumagat. Alam nila babounce pa dito yung FERVID.
At nakita nila si Ninkyu kanina. Stuck between a rock and a hard place dito sa mid-side. So kailangan ng util, kailangan ng suporta. Daming nades, daming flash. Walang tulong galing kay Ninkyu. FERVID, they have a choice. Lalabanan ba sa mid? Sige, spray na lang through the smoke. A7J, good catch on to Ninkyu. 5v4 and buti na lang, hindi nag-aggress ang FERVID.
it's going to be very, very delicate right now for MJ because alam nila na okay, hindi kami na-bebait sa mga fast attempt plays nyo. Pero, they need to be cleaner dito sa re-aggress on the second angle, pare. Nakita naman natin kung gaano kalalim dito si Ninkyu. And kung tinodo na lang dito ng MATTJESS yung atake nila, it would have gone either way. Ang problema, merong smoke. And it was A7J getting the better with the monitor, I would say, the monitor diff. Baka pwedeng sabihin yun, pero we're not gonna say the black magic going on. The 5v4 attempt for FERVID to execute towards B is nearing, and yet tasked with holding this site down. Very dangerous, pare.
He has a very good angle, a very good crossfire then set up with Jason dun sa close angle as well. But this all come down para sa trading. Si Jason, pasas patan, pero si Drazen for ang mapapatay. MG, good catch on the second, pero Yetja has already cut off with 2 kills. FERVID, the entry point is not gonna be that entry. Etong si A7J, nasa likod na nila. Na-backstab ang
Vincent!
MATTJESS. Si Vincent na lang ang magsisave nito. 1v1, Battle of the Minds. A7J versus Vincent, 25 seconds. And the C4 is also dropped right in front of him. Laban sa wall bang, laban sa close angle, run and gun, and A7J will win the fight. Si FERVID pa ang nakapanalo dun.
Call him the little angel, pare. Angelito saves the day for FERVID. And that was the mind winning over the matter dito, pare, no? I feel like Vincent, we expected him to push Pero alam niya na mautak si A7J. A7J realized na hindi ako pupushin. This off angle is useless. I might as well just fight him through the window, through the wall. Might as well just run at him full throttle, pare. So, doesn't matter dito anong method na gagamitin ni A7J as long as we get that round win, netting us the 4-3 lamang ng isang FERVID. And now, Acceptance, you should take notes. This is how you do a slow default. Yes, we are technically not moving, but we are also moving at the same time. It just so happens that we are moving together. Take note, CBF, because this is the guys you will be fighting soon. And right now, they're just testing the waters, pare. A bit lukewarm everywhere, but make sure na si MZ nakatanim na. He can also lurk, pala. He's a can-do-it-all, pare. He's a Swiss Army knife in terms of supporting.
It's also nice to see that he's doing good, pare, after the criticism around him online. Everybody just relies on the numbers, tapos sasabihin nila na downgrade si MZ. No, pre. MZ needs some time to cook, and probably ito na nga yung full course na hinahanap ng FERVID ngayon. Here comes the catch, papunta dito sa exit, and A7J, Dracifer, they get the top A players, and they also have themselves the A side gunshot from MZ to actually cut off the rotate from MATTJESS. 5 versus 2. And I don't think there's a retake scenario para sa MATTJESS unless they can get 1 kill, pare.
They need more than 1 kill dito, Ramondo. They need at least 2, no? Consider na hindi si Dim papatay nila, that's just fast. Never mind. Throw the analysis away. We just kill them anyway, pare. Very much decisive dito from FERVID, getting that split done and dusted. And their post plat, no, immaculately, not even dying. Even, no? There's no ING in his name, pare. Take note, he's only D. He's not dying. And he's going to absolutely demolish this MATTJESS squad if given the chance. No? Pero, to be fair, no, it's the bigger brother that's doing most of the heavy lifting, as well as the new gun. No, the best friend, showing how it's done dito to the new kid as well. Lance, hindi pa nag-iingay masyado, but when we know that he can make noise, he's gonna make a lot of noise, and that noise is gonna turn to cloud. So, chilling lang dito ang FERVID, expecting an aggressive move. Noted na nila si Vincent, and the Vincent, no, they're just trying to, you know, the famous memes such as the takes. They're just trying to do that in their heads. Pero it's a stalemate at this point, so why not just all in?
For sure, no? With 1 minute, the executor just rely on the catch dito kay Yetja. Hindi naman siya nag-iisa, no? Jason's close by, pero with the flash coming in, Dracifer, walang takot on the entry, gets the kill kay Jason, at sumubok pa si Yetja. Good kill from Vincent through the smoke. Dracifer goes down. Pero the plant comes in pa rin para sa Fervid. It's an all-in
Nice
war.
nade!
Sa pagpasok ng slope B, it's a nade, it's a kill from MZ. Fervid dominating sa pag-hold nila on the site. Denying any sort of retake to MATTJESS to make it 6-3.
I think I know the answer, no? Or like the problem dito sa MATTJESS. They have a crowd. They're playing with the peer pressure, pare. It's dangerous. It's not that peace and quiet like Fervid, no? That is really just a minor factor. It's mostly dito sa galak ng Fervid. Very, very delicate kung paano mag-manipulate ng tao dito si A7J, si dito. And if you see the replay, no? Dracifer, talagang he knows that hindi lang isa yung tao dito sa site. Possible may isa, talikod nga, 180, gets the second kill. Dito, guys, pero okay lang yan because the utility dito ni MZ, talaga yung sinturon niya, laging walang laman. And now that we swap dito sa ating defensive side for Fervid, look at how they spread out, pare. May tao sa CA, may tao sa taas ng curve, possible dito sa may Z, no? And there's 2 people sa store B. So if ever they crunch house B, store B, LB, doesn't matter, and mid as well, we can just dive in, no? Find the fight. We know that D is here. Let that LA angle be held on by Lons. Pero ito na nga, kakagat na yung MJ sa trap.
Tininkyu pa ata ang first contact, no? Even if Dracifer goes down here, they still have so many eyes back on that mid side na pwede nila habulin. Yung MATTJESS papasok dito sa may CA. Ninkyu and Dracifer. Medyo nakaka-tense, no? Sino ang unang mababasag? Si Ninkyu pa nga with Dracifer. Getting the first pick up sa CA. Is that even Fervid going back on that mid side? They're just keeping control dito sa Z, knowing that MATTJESS could actually go back towards that LB position. Tinama nga naman, Yetja already goes down! Si D! Naka-spray down ng dalawa! This is what you wanted coming through from D. The MVP performances. It's gonna keep going para sa Fervid. Zack on the cross dito kay Dracifer, pero as the dust settles, siya na lang ang natitira. What will Zack do as the miracle kill naman sa Fervid? Hinahabol siya ni Lance, mapapatay niya yung sniper, pero D with the 3K. Ĝ-Match, MATTJESS.
Call this kid the divine blessing for Fervid because akala ko trap ng Fervid yun dito sa mid. Yun pala, inaantay lang nila yung split, no? Split from Z and LB. Kinancel yan kaagad ni D. He got the 2-for-1 trade and the triple kill at the end of the day. And so far, Fervid 3 steps ahead dito sa chess match versus MATTJESS, no? And that just goes to show na even if minsan kinakapos dito sa call si Lito, he has the better pieces. He technically has 2 queens, pare. And a bishop. In the name of MZ, Dracifer goes down though, 1-for-1. And they just might continue this. Kakagat na ba ang MJ? Not quite. Take some time here.
Lots of patience. Probably the change in the system, no? Vincent, the type na alam kung kailan hindi niya kailangan maging over-aggressive, which is good for MATTJESS. They had that tendency. Bago pa lang magkaroon ng leadership change ang team na to. Pero speaking of aggression, si A7J, may expect lang ni Edja! The punishment is here, A7J. You had the numbers. Pero walang info nga, so siguro nga, kinailangan niya gawin yun, but he gets punished.
Damage has been done though. 3 healthy players, Lons, MZD, like the 3 guys that we have glorified dito sa Fervid, no? The divine blessing, the sniper, and the new kid!
Oh! He can't do that! How did he get away with that, Ninkyu? He's nakuha niya yung 3 dito, so we're back to the even ball game, pero Lance, the decimator, the shot onto Ninkyu to now force Vincent in the 1v2. He's been clutching nung Cuerdas days. He has to go huge again. Si MZ mapapatay lang. Si Lance na lang ang natitira. Pareho silang duguan. A lot of time para makapag C4 plant. Itong si Vincent. And he's trying to bait Lance in. He doesn't even want to go for the kill agad. As he now forces Lance to go on the peak. Vincent on the drop! Napaka-risky! At nakuha ni Lance yung patay! USP lang sapat na! And Fervid off of Lance saves the 8th round win.
There were like 5 options there. Para kay Vincent, he took the most direct approach. And sometimes the most direct approach is the hardest one to go through. And he indeed got A bullet right through his chest, pare. This is not the MJ that we were expecting, no? You have 3 attackers, now attack, man. Where is the offense? Lito's just strolling up like he owns the whole place.
He's trying to surprise them, pero na-expect na ni Jason yan. Definitely from his former teammate, fully getting a very early kill dito kay A7J na di lang ata scour for info. Naghahanap lang talaga ng patay dito.
Nagpapainit lang. let me get a heat check real quick now. All good. He knows the round is in good hands. Dracifer has a good angle. So may angatan. There's also... He's forward! He missed!
What?
That's the sight!
Hindi niya kailangan gawin yun! He was already comfortable dun sa top 8, pero syempre, MJ getting themselves the 3 kills. Zac goes down after MZ. Will now have to save the team, pero Vincent cuts off the rotation from MZ. And there was no option para sa Fervid at that given time. MATTJESS, they have to come back with this. Syempre, 3-8 kanina. Ngayon, they start with this round.
Well, nothing wrong with an assing round every now and then from Fervid. I said nothing wrong with every now and then, man, but they just got the whole shebang.
And so you're trying to scour for an early kill na naman, pre. Can't blame them, no? Kung ganito sila ka-confident, sige, why not? Simin nila lalo, pero Zac, with the flick of a lifetime! They had the higher ground. They had the rifle in his hands, pero USP pa sapat na. A7J will claim to MATTJESS. No map control on the mid side anymore thanks to A7J. 2v2. Plant coming down doon pa lamang sa may B side. And where will Jason go? Will they play the long angle? Ngayon, ang kaninang GR maglalarong BL on the retake. Shot from Zac. Patay nga si A7J. Si Lance na lang ang natitira. At alam nilang galing sa flank dong si Lance. 20 seconds. Jason on the angle, Lance trying to clear them, pero ang ganda ng flash at ang ganda ng spray down ni Jason. MATTJESS, full of life, 2 rounds in a row.
What a fight dito for the side of MATTJESS, man. It's crappy, pero this is what you expect from the side of Vincent, no? Pero with the members that he has, hindi dapat ganito, no? It should be at least a bit cleaner. I mean, you would assume sa quality ng kalaban nila, it's gonna be a bit hard, pero man, it's just an IGL battle, no? Pero we just can't dissolve this matchup down to the IGLs. There's also Lance, there's also Zac, there's D, and there's Jason, right? So it's going to be these pieces activating at the same time. Sure, may round si Vincent, may round si A7J, but these guys have to get some rounds as well. Zac, getting the first pick, unsuccessful.
Guess one, almost like a Kim cosplay, pero Ninkyu and Jason, they do the trading game well. At nakuha pa nga nila si Dracifer in the process. MATTJESS, isa pang runway, papasok dito sa may B-side. Si Jason, magra-run and gun lang, at si Ninkyu, talaga nga naman may control. Pabalik dito sa exit where Fervid could have had that exit strategy, pero Lance na lang ang natitira with the quick stop, kills off one, pero a lot of work to do para lang madikitan ang mga players on MATTJESS. Swaps over to the M14. Maganda sana yung crosshair placement kung wala nga lang dun yung wall para kay Ninkyu. Pero wala na tong oras, pare. It's an extended timeout para dito sa Fervid. Pag-usapan na lang lalo kung paano babawiin ng MATTJESS as they now move up 3 rounds in a row.
3 rounds is very, very dangerous dito. If MATTJESS can make that 4, much like their perennial standing dito sa ating CFS, C-Masters or CFS.PH back then, no? Where they're trying to extend that run, pare. And it's very, very dangerous. If you give this team heat, they will definitely just eat you alive. And you will burn in the fire that they have created. Pero ang sakit lang, no, na si Dino yung nakakuha ng first kill. Pero somehow, someway, may na 2-for-1 dito ang MJ. No, hindi natin nakita sa sa second camera or like off the camera kung saan talaga nakuha yung kill, pero right now differentiation siguro ng approach for Fervid, doubling up sa may house B, someone's already dito sa mid, that's MZ, making sure that someone is making noise for him, no, para lang matago yung presence, the smoke as well covering him, pero They should sniff this one out, Ramon.
They played this for strategy kanina at tabasan agad ni Jason. Another ego check papunta dito sa Fervid and Ninkyu. Off of a rotating A7J gets caught off guard. We're back into 3 to 5 territory as Dracifer actually got a blind kill dito kay Jason. Good use of the util and a good timing as well para sa kanila. MATTJESS 4v3 and have to reset ulit.
So now it's the same situation where we found the Fervid last round, pare. They're gonna go for the push. Dracifer's all alone here. He has to ask for help dito kay D. But that is if MATTJESS pushes.
Lots of choices.
Timing.
In Ninja, papunta dito sa BR. Maybe slowly walk up towards curve or i-expect na lang si Dracifer. Nakuha nila yung Z position. D, nice timing. Pwede nang ikutin yung mga nasa loob ng BR lang. Si Vincent, mapapatay niya with headshot. Kaso, sa mga nag-iisa. At na-drop shot pa siya ni Zach who also gets a 2K. MATTJESS, slow and steady. Kina-comeback ang Fervid sa mismong map pick.
They're very much just calming down dito, no? Fervid, not just calming down, chilling down. Talagang nanlalamig sila. And you can't blame them when there's like 3 people right at your face running and gunning, pare. You really can't do anything much but just try to get 1 and maybe pray to get 2. But A7J, again, aggressive push. Yet, incoming, pero may cover siya. Very dangerous na yung situation ngayon. They're getting the entry. Yetya with 1. MC down. Now that's going to be dangerous. Dracifer with 1D with another. Kaya-kaya din dito lahat. Pero napaka-imposible nito para sa MATTJESS. Dito na yata titigil ang ating init. And Yetya all alone. 1v1 pa nga. Yetya try to do it. All Lons getting tagged down.
And he has a lot of
And
time
my
din.
boy is back.
He has a lot of time then. He could actually wrap around from Z in towards that flank para dito kay Yetja. He's still expecting na galing sa exit itong si Lance, but he walks around. Hindi peeks into Lance at the perfect time. Ang akala nating magiging good retake pa sa Fervid. Na-catch off guard ng isang MATTJESS aggression sa B-side.
Exactly, no? Nice timeout for Vid. No, buti na lang because things are going crazy over there. Things are also going crazy for us in here. Let's take this time to recuperate, no? Because I feel like for Vid, something is not right. Yung ginagawa ni MATTJESS, it's every time they're just snowballing. It's much like the early matchup, mga kaibigan. CBF, that's what they needed to do. We only saw that like, 7 rounds total? And very, very dangerous yan kapag done in the right way. No? Vincent knows how to do it properly. That's how he got his top 4 spot, pare. And I feel like Fervid, with Aries in the call, speaking to the boys, and this very, very lengthy timeout. Ramon, I feel like they need to emphasize putting Lance in positions where he can carry, no? Because I've been seeing him too passive, no? Every time na makikita natin yung laban, sino yung pinakahuli or second to the last guy na buhay dito sa Fervid? It's Lance, right? So he's not at the pace of the action where he should be. This guy is great at creating value where there is chaos, no? So if Aries can just direct him as the rotator, sure, gamble yon dito sa LA na mawawala yung ating anchor, pero at least if MATTJESS rotates around the map, tries to find entries, makakasalubong nila 100% dito si Lance.
For sure. if there's anybody in this team sa MATTJESS who knows how to take down FERVID, it is Vincent after all. He has done it before nung group stage. Nung spring, it was the biggest underdog win laban sa FERVID na masabi nating ramping up pa lang sa stage na yun eh, no? But that also gave them the wake-up call. Kaya nag-iba yung naging tempo ng team na to nung pagdating doon sa third place matchup where they really got outclassed by FERVID at that given time. But it seems to me that both teams are kind of struggling at their own strengths, diba? Where MATTJESS, while they do have the system, kind of feels like there's a lot of things going on. Maybe too much para dito sa players na to, no? Kaya nakakatch sila ng mga aggressive pushes ng FERVID. Pero sa pagiging over-aggressive naman ng FERVID, sila naman ang nakakatch off guard kasi nag-hold lang yung MATTJESS at that given time. So, I think this timeout is very vital for both sides eh, no? Makahanap lang na reset tong MATTJESS, malalaman nila yung tamang timpla nila. Kapag nakuha naman ng FERVID yung mga good picks na yun, mapapaslow down ng BL side ng MATTJESS.
Yung replay, no? Medyo nagkanda wala-wala din tayo dito, pero dito si Dean nagwala eh, no? Talagang kinapos lang dun sa medyo dulo, pero well, right now, no? After the timeout, we're going to be just util in play, no? And one thing that we need to point out is the belts of util na ginagamit dito ng ating mga teams, no? That nade can deal a lot of damage. We need to see that nade be used more often, no? Maybe a cheeky 2-nade pop dito sa ating CA would be good. Maybe using it to clear dito yung top A natin para matanggal yung sniper if ever na naglalaro man doon si Lance. Good ideas dito for MATTJESS at the same time for FERVID. But a lineup here for Leap, for A7J, we just block mid, which saktong-sakto, no? On timing pa yung push na gagawin dapat ng MATTJESS. Now, they have to take pot shots dito and just parkour their way to possibly CA and end up na lang into an A-split. Pero, nice nade continuing. The A-split is looking like to form, pero there's still a lot of time here, Ramon. They can still back out.
Dami pa ring options at this given moment eh, no? And FERVID are prepared for the setup. Alam nila na bigyan nila yung CA. So they have doubled up dito sa top A position. Lance has the help. And it's Dracer for all people. No, mainit din pagdating doon sa isang nade lang. MATTJESS have aborted yung magiging CA push nila. At magiging adaptation. Push na lang papunta doon sa may BR para makatch off guard yung top A players. Kaso, A7J gets one. Pero MATTJESS still gets the fight that they wanted. Sa pagpasok nila sa exit, si Lance ma-isolate. Kaso, Lance on the USP only gets one. Zach will have to try to work around the top A position, but he also gets D, so the rotation is not perfect. Zach na lang
MATTJESS!
at makukuha pa ni Zach ang panalo. MATTJESS from 3-8, nakuha pa nila yung lead.
And the timeout, as much as I dislike timing out when you have the momentum, pare. Nakita mo naman yung effect dito ng timeout ng FERVID. Sure, it made it close, but it just made it close pa. They still can't get the round back. They can't get 9. And MATTJESS, from 3-8, I think it was, to 9-8. That's a 6-round streak, man. And once they catch fire, flame on talaga dito ang MATTJESS, man. Vincent, the flavor of summer is working perfectly with his squad. And for FERVID, I feel like solutions are not being found, no? I mean, you can see parts of it, pero the parts is not the whole, no? So you just have to maybe rely a bit more on, really, I want Lance to be in the fray, pare. Put him in mid, make him take a cheeky shot. What is there to lose? This is their map pick anyways. This is MATTJESS' map pick. So take that aggressive shot. Hope that you get one. 60-40 man yan, we don't really care, but just take the chance, pare. Just like the motto natin nung Series 1, let it ride.
Tama. I think from the MATTJESS executes that we've been looking at, while we can commend them na nakukuha nila yung A-split at the perfect timing, the way that they also approach din yung mga rotates ng FERVID has also been a big pivotal point din, di ba? Kasi kita mo kung sino yung mainit dito sa Fervid, si D. And usually, nagiging yung rotation route niya is all the way papunta doon sa may B sign kung nasaan yung RS ng mga GR, di ba? But that's always been smoked off. If hindi smoked off, daw hold lang siya ng kahit sino na nasa top 8 pagkatapos ng execute. And after nun, parang imposible na makapag-rotate ng kahit sino from Fervid once they catch that particular route. At mas lalo mahirapan kapag nakuha din nila yung BR position na yun, no? They are recognizing the game state right now. 9-8 is the score while Fervid had a hot start. MATTJESS have taken the lead and could possibly end the game support.
Quiet, no? Hindi pa naman gabi pero well, gabi na din sa atin pero support eternally tanghali. Eternally pahapon pa lang dyan no? So, very, very quiet dito, the map state right now, and as it should be. MJ, they know that what they've been doing has been working. Switching it up is a gamble, but they're willing to risk it. But then again, they're just playing it slow. They're not playing it alone. Remember, Ramo, they always have been playing together. This snowball of doom sa mid. Wherever they may go, no? Talagang you cannot get away with just a single, like a cheeky kill and get out. You will always get traded. And with the train of Doob going dito sa House B, there's two players positioned for it. A7J and MZ, no? The duo that was promised, the besties dito, have to deal it out. Ang ganda ng position ni MZ, pero malalaman kaya.
Have to stick out. The match is executed, and I think because of Ninku's position, mamapatay niya si MZ. A7J has to salvage this.
Whoa!
And only gets the 2 kills that he needs. Baka yun na nga kailangan to now make this a 3v3. 50 seconds. Lots of time to get that objective down. But now forcing Fervid to play that retake. They're waiting for D to go on that flank. And they now have it to get themselves the kills sa papasok ng side. 40 seconds. Just holding down that Hatch B position. Naspot pa nga si D. At wala pa na
down!
from exit. Zach will be out to fight. At nakuha pa nga nila ang kahit sino sa Fervid. There was no entry point at all for Fervid sa round na to.
Wow!
MATTJESS secured the comeback in the port map.
Ibalik natin kayo, mga kaibigan, sa Spring 2026 CFSC Masters. Natalo ng Perdas, Execration, natalo ng Fervid ang MATTJESS. These are not the same teams that we are talking about today. Natalo sila ng STS at ng VP, nagkita sila sa third placer match, natalo ang Perdas ni Vincent. And now he achieves his map victory versus A7J support in a hotly contested match, no? Where we thought the brains would outthink the brawn, but the brawn will just outmuscle you at the end of the day. The sole effect of the rounds and the snowball strat dito of just pour everyone into the site and just go shoot, pare. Yun lang talaga yung ginawa dito ni Vincent. Just simple and straight to analysis natin na kapag hindi niya tayo kaya, kung 5 tayo, isa lang yan. Usually 2. Kung 3 yan, edi rakraka na talaga, no, Ramon. Very, very dangerous play style. Balls talaga yung kailangan dito ng ating mga players from MATTJESS, and they had it and they delivered dito against Fervid on port.
Reiterate ko lang, no? We were at 3-8 nung nagsimula tayo in this conversation for that comeback. MATTJESS were at the brink para maibigay yung mismong map pick nila, but they took a lot of patience. Bago dumating yung aggressive pushes na nakikita natin on BL, they started slow, pare. Nakakatch nila ang Fervid na masyadong aggressive, no? You talk about the rounds na nag-start nung naging hit na to. It was the A7J push na nakita natin dun sa BR. It was the SD push na nakita natin from, I believe it was A7J as well as dun si Lance na no-hold lang ng MATTJESS. Sino yung bibigyan natin contributor nun? Vincent, pare. It's a Vincent na alam talaga kung paano i-counter ang Fervid. He has done that before na nga, as we mentioned kanina. Can he do it again up against a Fervid now? We kinda doubted na baka makuha nila yung series na to convincingly, pero medyo nagkaroon ng spoiler by the end of it dito sa port, pare. Who would have known na ganito nga naman yung magiging fashion natin po sa first set. I just think this series has just gotten started, El.
Yeah, it just gotten started, Ramon. I feel like there's still more dito para sa FERVID. I feel like kung yung snowball effect dito ng MATTJESS just kept on growing larger and larger for their benefit, it feels like naman for the opposite end sa FERVID, yung snowball nila, it's against them, no? Nag-start nga yan doon sa sinabi mo, sa push ni Lito, ni A7J dito sa LA natin, and then another one, and then another one, and then the mistakes just kept on piling na kahit magkaroon sila ng konting break, ng timeout, ng default na proper, na hindi na sila pumupush, they can't stop talaga the train of MATTJESS going into their sites, doing whatever they want, getting the splits, getting mid, getting LA, getting B site, pare. It's just chaotic madness that you cannot really just outthink, no? You have to outpower it. They can outpower it, but to find the solution on how to, it was a bit too late, no? So I feel like it's a very good delivery dito ng MATTJESS. So a comeback attempt, delivered successfully, pero that was on FERVID, no? They dropped the ball. Now they have to go to the opposite end of the court, dribble it back down, and manage to get a 3-pointer, which is their next map, the map pick nila.
Nga, no? Sub-base nga naman, which is, in all honesty, no, we'd say comfort nga para sa FERVID, pero I think a big blow nga naman yung naging ang caravan for both of these teams. So hopefully we'd see a stable sub-base para sa parehong sides natin. No? Now with 1-0 para sa MATTJESS side, this series has gone on a very interesting turn. No? We're gonna throw it over muna sa panel natin. So Mochi at Bipolar, kamusta kayo dyan?
Goods kami dito, Ramon and El. Boy, I am enjoying all of the surprises and how our players are definitely proving wrong ang ating mga predictions and expectations na rin, no, dito sa ating lobby so far. Kasi biro mo naman, MATTJESS is looking so good than ever. Pero this is just the first map. May bawi kaya ang FERVID dito, Bipolar?
I mean, like, the Spartans really did amazing dito na sa comeback play nila from an 8-3 scoreline, Mochi, support. But I feel like na-open up dito or nagising ng Spartans natin yung feral beast ng FERVID. Yes, talagang ito yung rare occurrence, Mochi, na parang FERVID cannot close a map. They had full control of. And I feel like once they were on the GR side, talagang dun na nawala talaga yung momentum ng FERVID. Because you saw the setup dito, mostly ng ating FERVID, you have 2-on-2 setup kung saan si A7J mag-gold ng mid. Yes, it works well. So first minute of the round, kasi what does A7J do? Use the full 2 clips niya in the M14 para kumuha ng wallbang shots, papunta dun sa may Ninja, papunta dito sa may BR side ng ating BL side mula sa MATTJESS, and it provides somewhat of a delay para sa ating players mula sa MATTJESS. Pero nakita mo yun in round number 13, nakita natin dito na parang CA control na ginagawa dito ng ating MATTJESS ends. And if hindi nila makuha yun, if they know, uy, wait lang, may nag-nade mula dito sa may top A, and that's probably lands. Hindi natin pwede labanan ng top A kapag may sniper dyan. So we go somewhere else. Saan ba pwede pumunta ng pinakamalapit? That's the BR side ng ating GR side. That's the BR of the GR side. And sino lang yung nakapwesto doon, Mochi? Isa lang. And I feel like they could have just gone for like a setup dito sa GR side ng players mula sa FERVID ng 1-2-1, 1-2-2 setup para ma-hold on dito in mid. Kasi A7J, yes, he's able to
And I feel like that's also the wonderful thing para dito sa ating team, no, so far, na they respect the boundaries and make do and make it work sa kung ano yung mga naiiwang mga what do you call this, options para dito sa kanila, no? And it is definitely been the prevalent thing here na meron for both of our teams so far. It's just that here for FERVID, it seems like parang kailangan pa ng kaunting init, no? So it's gonna be quite of a warm up for them. Well, pero still, MATTJESS ay definitely prove na umpisa pa lang, ready na sila agad, no? Ready na silang sumagupa against FERVID, at talagang pinaghandaan nila ito ng maigi, and despite of all of the technicalities na meron din dito at mga nangyari sa ating mga rounds, it just shows na how MATTJESS, you know what, sometimes the simple solution is actually the way in order to secure a specific map.
oh yeah, Mochi. Tsaka may isip mo na parang ito yung mismong round din eh. That was what I was talking about. Yes, pwede lumipat dito yung mga top players and curve players natin para sa mid, para ma-pinch maneuver basically yung big 5-man push ng ating matches. Pero once A7J falls down, once the smoke becomes too much para sa FERVID, it very lies in the hands of matches kung anong gagawin nila. No? Big ups towards the 18 and 13 and as well as A7J. The brothers working hand in hand with a 91 rating dito kay D. But for matches, Mochi, ito yung ginawa ng matches. Hindi handa ang FERVID sa full 5-man approach ng ating Warriors mula sa matches. And that's why, nakita mo naman, no, more than 10 ang lahat ng kills ng ating mga players. Yes, the rating is not good, but it's a body kung saan there's always numbers in play para sa matches. And think about this as well. Matches is such a new team now. Think of na parang yes, with the help of Vincent, nakita natin Ninkyu actually going feral din. Mas naging maangas yung team niya and we are seeing it in full form. So, syempre, ang ating MVP is none other than Jason.
Yun. And as Jason, again, lesser pressure, more avenue to perform, no? Para
Mismo.
dito sa kanya, talagang pinakita niya, you know what? Alisin niyo lang tong responsibilidad na to sa balikat ko. Ako nang bahala sa lahat. 1.17 KD here for Jason and boy, oh boy, death going na isa siya talaga sa bumubuo ng matches dito, no? And whenever that the time calls or has the need na someone to cater yung mga kakulangan na nangyayari dito by ready dito. So, and I can't wait what will happen dito sa ating susunod na map. Kaabangan natin yan. And for now, FERVID needs to calm down, needs to reassess. Ano nga ba ang kanilang pagkukulang? At titignan natin kung sila nga ba ay may bawi sa ating susunod na mapa. At for now, goodbye muna at magbabalik kami after a few minutes. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Hindi pa natatapos ang ating laban kasi ito na naman tayo sa laban ng MATTJESS and as well as FERVID. Sila nga ba ay makakakasakaya sa sub-base or will MATTJESS claim the right to victory as the warriors that they are? Ano sa tingin mo, Bipolar?
I mean, it's gonna be a map that is very interesting, no? Kasi sa base yun na nga, FERVID has put this into their arsenal of maps from the recent Masters. Hinandaan nila yan, Mochi, para sa STS, madam. Hinandaan nila yan para sa mga Cebuano squads natin. Kasi sabi nga dito ng FERVID, no? They're a fully Visayan team, a Visayan team now. So why not put them put that into one of their map pools. Yes, malawak ng Fervid. You have Ankara, you have Black Widow, you have Eagle Eye, you have Port, for God's sakes. And if you put that into, if you even put sub-base there, lima na yun, Mochi. So, I don't doubt na kaya to ng Fervid. Siguro lang, it's a testing point na kaya nga ba nila mag-reset? Kaya nga ba ni Ares pati ni Lito na ma-digress yung team na? Kaya ba ni Dracifer mag-second shot call na, oh guys, okay lang yan. Yes, hindi natin na-close out for like 5 rounds straight, pero it's damn okay. So, if that happens here sa Fervid, if gumana ulit ng fresh yung utak natin ng Fervid and they treat this map as like a refresher and a starter to get into map number 3, well, it's gonna be pretty good. Pero matches kasi alam mo naman yan, Mochi. They play this so much to a point na sobrang reliant nila kay Zach na will fry out, na mag-stay lang siya sa DR to look at ILR and as well as passage. And that's only 2 areas para mapasukan dito ng Fervid. Lockdown mula sa singular player. So think about that a little bit. No? So if they patch that up, and if they do that once again, kaya naman yun. Pero big shoutouts din kay Coach Shane na nanonood ngayon. He is very much looking forward sa ating mga matches.
Of course. And it's all gonna be a challenge din dito for Fervid na makakuha nga ng isa pa dahil alam naman natin, no, pagkakatapat ng matches ang STS sa mapa ng Subways, kahit paano nakakahabol talaga sila. So let us see kung ano nga mangyayari dito. Ipasa na to sa ating mga casters, El and Ramon.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Bipolar. No? Babalik nga po ulit. Akong si Ramon at saka nga pala po si Ella para ihatid yung action na para sa susunod naman nating set. It is sub-base naman na map pick para sa Fervid na kailangan bumawi kasi medyo nagulantang tayo, no? From a 3-8 comeback, they got the port map up in check. No? Pero para naman dito sa Fervid, no? Mukhang na mabilisang ego check sila dun sa port map na to. No? Tingin mo ba matindi ang reset yung kailangan ng team na to, or do they just continue to get that aggression going, El?
I mean, you cannot really say that there is going to be a reset dito sa sub-base because the one thing that comes to mind when you say sub-base and the current Fervid and MATTJESS is familiarity, right? These guys are all Cebuanos, they're all Bisaya. They will know this map inside and out. They will know the Bisaya play style inside and out. Ang pinakapunto na lang natin dito, Ramon, is how deep does the ball knowledge go dito on the teams, no? How deep can that strat book run dito for Fervid, especially as well dito kay MATTJESS? Can they emulate the same aggression? Yes, but to a bit of a lesser effect. No? Medyo hihina dito yung snowball natin dahil sa tight corner spaces, sa wall bangable angles natin. The EBR is gonna be a menace dito sa mapa natin, and I feel like when we get into our map and when we hear the cons, which again, 3 points lang ang sa may natin unless it's a call out. It's gonna be instant battle scatter.
Diara. Kaya lang.
They got 3 kills. I mean, Fervid to the system that they want. Mukhang over-aggression nga yung may sagot nila sa formula. Jason, catch on to D as well. So yung LR, solo hold lang para kay Jason. At ako pa nga ni Zach dun si Lance all the way from Shatter. Good shot from Dracifer. Secure na lang ang lockers control. Kaso si Zach naman na mananaig. He got 2 kills this time around. Ayun, si Dracifer naman ang kailangan niyang spatan. 1 versus 1 up against the mid-round caller. Dracifer clearing every corner. Hindi niya nakita yung katawan ni Zach. The biggest heartbreaks of Fervid. They had the numbers. But MATTJESS off the back of Zach will claim themselves the first round.
I thought this was the solution na, no, Ramon, that aggressiveness as well from Fervid coming out right at the get-go dito ng mapa natin. Pero that was a 3v2 converted to a 1v1, and just because Dracifer did not see that gun, no, that USP, late kasi. Pero understandable na it is a fumble, not a generational one. Still a fumble nonetheless. No, makita natin dito how they tried attacking dito yung angles natin towards MR. Very chaotic. As well as the Comsnapper, ito yun, no, the heartbreaker brought by Zach. Not just a sniper, no, also USB enthusiast. Very dangerous when you give MATTJESS the ball when they are hot from the previous map. And I think Kailangan natin dito ingatan yung sikip angle natin. Perfect. They're gonna go aggressive, but Vincent will get to ̍Match with the trade though. Pero lamang pa rin dito ang ating MATTJESS. 2-0 instantly. Akala ko okay na yun, Ramon, dito. Yung entrada ng FERVID, pero Vincent, the hard stopper dito sa luwag natin, no? Just getting that pick.
They're not trying to go for it again, pare. MATTJESS on the aggressiveness. Nagkakaw pa nga nila si FERVID on the approach. Good shot from Zach as well. Si FERVID nagtatry na mag-rebut, pero sa kada entry point nila doon sa MR, lagi nila nasagot si Zach. Si Zach na naman ang naging sagot sa FERVID. 3-0 pa sa start ng subbase. Ang akala natin, FERVID will try to get themselves on the entry point, but not just always the stopping power.
That round took 15 seconds, man. I don't know what's going on with FERVID, pero they do not lose rounds this fast na. There is something wrong inherently with how FERVID is moving. Or maybe it's just MATTJESS doing something right aggressively, no? I mean, they were ready and willing to take the fights, but this time around, no, we're gonna see the simple solution of just defaulting, man. Hahawakan lang nila yung angle sa double up dito. So may 2-box scrum on a site and that guy on CR, no? The fast rotator, pero problema niya is kapag meron dito sa second mid. So, sure, FERVID can get the map control, pero ang problema is, can they handle the crossfires na provided ng MATTJESS?
CR double hold up and the Butel plays down smoke para hindi sila makapasok, pero nakita nila ang karamihan na nasa loob lamang ng second mid na yan. So buti na lang FERVID have the time para bumalik at mag-reset na lang. They know that they have MR, so LR might actually be the call para sa kanila to actually catch yung players nila on that B side.
Instantly pivot dito towards B. Still, naglalaro dito sa dulo ng mid yung dalawang members natin ng FERVID. I think that's the Vents angle dito. Provided by, I think it's ̍Match. So, while these three get LR, they're going to try to split this one papunta ng second mid.
They're already trying to go for that. The split is real. Jason with one, pero FERVID dominating the angles. And only Ninky could get more than just one. Napatayin niya si Lance. Napatay pa nga niya si D. Kaso si Ninky na lang ang natitira and A7J will just deny him. Wala nang kahit anong sagot si Ninky. Nakuha na ng FERVID ang solusyon. They finally get the round that they're looking for.
And hindi pa nagkapapakita dito yung galing Vince eh. Naubos sila ng tatlo galing LR and Vincent going down. Again, aggressiveness, the name of MATTJESS here. Getting the initial picks.
And they're already getting one lang dito kay Vincent, which again, another aggressive player from MATTJESS. And I feel like he's just back to IGL duty and not really the big pick that you're looking for like a Zach, like a Ninkyu. As FERVID, maganda yung reset sa luwag na manggagaling. This will be an all-out execute at dalawa na ang naka-entrada dito para sa MATTJESS on the defense. Good flash pero ̍Match, just the one tap from the USP is enough. Yet just susunod sa hukay ng FERVID as they get themselves everybody from MATTJESS. It all needed a little bit of time, but they finally sink comfortably dito sa subbase.
Pinaratidahan na yun, Ramon, na nag-rotate na lahat ng members ng MATTJESS sa A, pero walang ready dito sa site kung ready din yung ating mga BL players na pumasok at alamin yung mga angles natin. Ninkyu will try to get something of a reaction dito sa ating woods, no, sa may second mid, pero walang kumakagat. FERVID will just settle for MR control. Hawak nila yung bungad ng mid, pero wala pa silang kinaagatan. Totally. And meanwhile, MATTJESS still the same old. Gumagana, pumapalpak, yes. Pero if it still works and yung ending ng rounds natin kung saan natatalo tayo is a 1v2, a 1v1, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt that this default is indeed working. It's just that the gunfights at pati yung mechanics namin, yung pumapalya ng konti lang.
I think the trading is at least polished na para sa FERVID sa mga executes na ginagawa nila, no? Pure firepower, pero minsan kasi firepower is not enough. Kailangan talaga disciplined yung may approach mo up against MATTJESS who are aggressive. Luwag secured up para dito kay ̍Match. Another to-back execute dito sa A site might be in the cards. Ninkyu and Zach holds down the missile position. Good shot onto D, pero FERVID still have the numbers and they also got the backline. Fervid controlling the rotate as they got themselves itong si Yetja. 1 versus 3 para kay Jason. Naspotad na si
Yo,
Juan.
Jason!
At saka si A7J. The 180 para kay Jason. Kaso si Dracifer pa rin ang mananaig sa MATTJESS. Fervid win out the round.
Kahit naman na maging patos yun no? Kahit hindi siya nahuli in transition of getting that gun. He's still 1 HP pa. So still all good dito for MATTJESS. The capability to do that though, Jason in his element, pare, prime element as an attacker here. No, as someone that takes aggressive fights. And speaking of aggressive fights, pag tumagos dito ang Fervid, welcome talaga sa woods.
May flash na maparating. May dalawa na nakapasok na sa side. Vincent, easy spray down lang para kay Vincent. Nahatol si A78 MZ. At ako pa nga ni D yung spot. Si Dracifer pa, mga unang pangalawa. Si D, walang takot. Nagpupush through the smoke. Si Ninkyu, hinahabol. Yun nga lang, si D pa yung makakapanalo dun. 2 versus 2 Woods. So many casualties. At baka sumunod pa si Yetja. Si Yetja sumunod pa nga. The peak onto D. That is the biggest mistake of his life. At si Zach, 1v2 para sa top rated player na MATTJESS.
Okay. So they're playing this the slow way, pare. Just play together. One has a sniper, one has the HK. At babawas na lang sila, no? Siguro nagtataka din ng Fervid. Ba't ang dami lagi namin kalaban kung pumupunta kami sa isang area? The rotation is fast. And so, is that kill onto Zach. Lance will just clean him up. And Fervid, no? They're just going at it. Parang susuntukan lang sila mga boxingero. So timeout muna. Call the bell. Round number 2 will get started right after this timeout round. And I think we have to talk about the tempo of this game. This is something na hindi natin nakikita usually from Fervid. Wherein, ang sample size natin sa kanila is if they are beating a team that is like levels below them, no? Shout out to, as much as I hate to say it, no, JY Davao and Rosea teams from Spring. Mga ganong klaseng teams, ganito sila kabilis maglaro because alam nila, oh, kaya naman natin tutukan yan. Pero, this is a different approach because MATTJESS, they can go 0 to 100 really quick din, no? So Fervid, inakala nila sa first round pa lang na kaya natin itong bilisan. At the same time, inisip ni Vincent, bibilisan din natin, no? So talagang runs out of stamina in this map will lose, no? And I think the timeout is a breather for both teams, but I think Fervid needs it more since they are the one that did.
For sure, no? On their own map pick as well. Feel like the conversation for Fervid if they're running out of steam has already died down there, no? Considering that they themselves have come back alive dito sa matchup natin. MATTJESS having a hot start pero babasa kasi yung mga holds nila on MR, yung CR holds na nakikita natin as well. And I think it's also a big factor na while Zach has been fragging, they're kind of relying on him too much right now while Fervid have going at it with the poke and prod. The fact that they're not going at one initial execute lang tapos punta na lang sa site na gusto nilang gawin in the later round has probably been something na kinailangan nilang linisin nung nasa port map nila na ngayon pa lang natin nakikita in effect on sub-base.
That's true. And kahit naman sabihin natin nakita natin yan from Fervid, it's MATTJESS not lagging a step behind. No? Hindi sila nag-wait ng ng counter punch na malakas katulad ng nangyari sa port. They are really just trading blows, jabs talaga, left hooks, right hooks, straight punches, pare, to the face, to the gut, whatever. Pero this time around, it's just a barrage and a flurry of fists dito towards the A side. They find it free. CR lang yung may tao. Zach will get one. Can he get more?
Oh, he got more than just one, pare. See, Zach at the end of the day will always be a threat when it comes to the GR because of the sniper. 3 versus 5. After nila mapatay si Dracifer at si MZ, kailangan nila i-plant yung C4 pero walang kahit anong confirm on the objective kasi MATTJESS is just running at them dito pa lang sa site. Yetja with another. May iwan na lang si Lance pero even he cannot do anything kasi grabe ang MATTJESS pagdating sa sites at pagdating kay Zach walang papalya sa sniper niya.
Talagang Zach, he was already good for one. He doubled down and Nino as well. Ninkyu rather will get more but dami nagkapatayan. MATTJESS is out.
They might be out of this round right now. Especially with a low Yetja. Force na mag-spray dito kay D, pero MZ, mabilisan ang pandesal na sasabog sa mukha lang ni Yetja ngayon. 1 versus 3 para kay Zach na naman, and we've seen miracles happen from this kid. But he has to do it 3 times in a row. At nasa likod lamang niya ang nag-iisa tong si Lance. Revenge from the previous round. As he gets the kill dito kay Zach to force out a 5-4. FERVID have the lead papunta dito sa second half.
Yeah, I feel like this is just a blessing. Delayed blessing yung nakuha pa nila tong 5th round na to. Because to be honest, MATTJESS, sila yung parang nagdidikta ng tempo dito, no? Like, even if FERVID tried to step on the gas first, it's always the second card na talaga he's gonna rev you up even more. Talaga nagpapaunahan lang sila dito. And MATTJESS just giving leeway for the side of FERVID to like show more of what they can do. Try to go slow, sure, i-retake namin yan. Hahayaan namin si Zach magwala. Tatry nyo mag-fast, sige, papalagad namin kayo. Kung hindi man kayo nandun sa side na pinuntahan namin, we're gonna wait for you dito sa mga sites, and we're going to be waiting for you in a fast rotate setup na aakalain nyo 10 yung tao sa matches na naglalaro sa server. No? Ganun yung laging feeling dito ng FERVID, because everywhere they go, even if they 4-man, 5-man, 3-man, the MATTJESS players are never ending, man. Talagang sunod-sunod lang sila. And I think that is one key problem na papasok yung stamina dito nila Dracifer, nila D, nila Lons, na even if they are hitting shots, just how much more of this fast-paced approach ng MATTJESS, even on their defensive half, can you take? And now that we're swapping to the sides dito ng BL for MATTJESS, it's just gonna get even worse, Ramon.
Completely ignoring MR. If it be a choice para sa kanila, pero as FERVID are relying on A7J, at least they have the sniper line also in check para sa kanila. If ever nga na ituloy nila yung LR dito for MATTJESS, pero a lot of time pa rin naman para i-consider yung macro. Iwan nila yung nasa MR, hawakan nila yung wood. So there's no first blood that's gonna be happening the first 20 seconds.
So far, this is a different look from MATTJESS. Now, maybe they're just trying to build up the snowball muna. They're just collecting the snow pa lang. They're just piling up the sand, waiting for the high tide para dumami yung tubig sa beach so that they can build their sand castle. You know what? I'll stick to the snowball, pare. Kahit walang niebe sa Pinas. Pero so far, no, talagang inaantay lang nila na may kumagat sa FERVID. FERVID, knowing their mistakes from the previous map, are not gonna do that at all. So, well, let's just go dito sa LR as 3. Pero baka ko lagi kayo kasi last map, 4 lagi kayo. Where's the 4th guy? There he is, connecting.
Nga eh. Angle held strong by Lance right now on an off angle, pero definitely MATTJESS could just quick sweep papunta dun sa LR and maybe just a smoke, and I don't think affected si Lance sa smoke na yan. He's still on top to kind of see yung pagpasok nila on LR. Good nade.
Nice nade.
A lot of damage. At sa pagpasok na sa 2F, nako, duguan ay mga players na MATTJESS. Ninkyu needs a headshot and he does so onto MZ. A7J gets the double kill. FERVID on the defense. Dinay-deny ang MATTJESS on the entry point. Good shot coming through from Lance as well. Nakakuha ng 2K at nakuha nila yung round. FERVID starting off when they mean to go on sa GR side.
Nakita ko yung body language dito ni MZ. He was saying something, no, possibly an adjustment, and this adjustment might be the 4-man lean towards the A side, pare. They're just leaving A7J holding LR from a bit deep, no, towards the side, and then they're maybe prepping for that second mid hit. Look at this angle from A7J sa kanyang side hold in the first round nila sa GR, as well as Lance, to just using every nook and cranny dito sa ating B-side to protect their objective. With A7J, ingat ka, maybe you cannot fight more than you can chew. Careful.
Maybe second time isn't the charm para sa kanila, pero they're gonna double dip anyway pagpasok dito sa LR. So FERVID, the only info that they have is inulit lang nila yung LR push na ginawa kanina ang MATTJESS. At kumbinsido sila, ultimong 4 na nakatingin lamang dun sa mismong position na yun habang ang MATTJESS nag-lurk na all the way towards A side.
Parang na-cancel lang din yung ginawa ng matches dito sa MI. So, They just wanted to bait the presence. They went back dito sa woods. Now they have two members sa second mid and guys on passage. It's going to be a beast split still.
Nakita ni Zach si MZ. So they know that there's a two-way player. Pero yung kanilang B-push, doon na lang sa second mid magagaling. Pero Zach and Jason, they clean a pass dito sa Fervid. Zach on the 2K as well. MATTJESS OGs catching Fervid off guard and make it 3 para kay Zach. And this sniper is not missing any shots anymore. MATTJESS get the 5th round.
Ang ganda ng 2-2-1 split doon ng MATTJESS, and nice shot as well dito by Luz taking out Ninkyu. Jason no gonna continue.
Have to get more kills after he kills up nung si MZ. Pero Dracifer, kanina ka pa nasa mid. Jason will get surprised, pero buti na lang nakuha ni Vincent yung patay dito kay Dracifer. That's all the damage that they need, and they got more. Vincent na spray lang sa smoke ni A7J. They maintain control dun sa MR. At kailangan na ng MJ ng sagot. Yetja, spotted by Lance as well dun sa welcome. And with that shot, it's now down to just Zach ulit. But he doesn't have the C4, pare. What else can he do at this point?
Well, pray that they offer themselves one by one. Surely you don't, right, Fervid? I'm assuming you won't, no? Ang layo-layo ng C4 sa kanya, kailangan niya tawid yung kabuuan ng mid, punta siya sa pintuan ng MR, but little does he know, someone's behind him and it's just an easy headshot. Silver Skull on the platter, Fervid extending the lead to 2, and this is the highest I think that they got as well, kasi MATTJESS nag-lead din, nag-ano din yan 3-5 din kanina, pero yeah, no one's letting go of this game so far. Talagang they're just readjusting their grip, but no one's getting their hands off the wheel.
Sana at this point walang mahuhulog. That's good point with how they're driving the series so far. As we take a look at the replay, gulat pa nga ako. Tinuloy ni Dracifer yung passage push papunta doon sa nag-setup lang para i-reclear yung mismong MR from MATTJESS. Perfect, just containing MATTJESS while they're trying to be aggressive all around the map. But now we go back to the reset. They maintain hold dito sa MR. And I think MATTJESS want to re-clear that ulit, pare.
Okay, Matt wants to clear this. Does Jess want to clear this as well, no? Let's see it. Maybe they both want to re-clear now. Maybe they go as 3. And the whole team to MR, pare.
Might be good.
What are they waiting for dito, no? Sa mid?
Pwede. Nagawa nila kanina yun.
Pag sumilip sa bintana, crossfire to.
Sabagay. Dracifer holding the passage position at alam na ni Yetja yan. A7J gets that re-clear pero it will be the run and gun at si Vincent yung naging sagot. Yung MR hold, binasura lang ng MATTJESS. As Ninkyu will just kill off D to leave Lance again in a 1v3 scenario. Duguan si Ninkyu, oo. Kahit sino dito sa MATTJESS. Pero naka-sniper si Lance. At malalayo lang yung MATTJESS dito.
Ganda ng call ni Vincent doon, no? He really just said, you know what, let's bait the crossfire dito sa passage. Pag may bumalil sa'yo, go kami dito sa MR, and then let's just kill everyone dito. Side of with Lance, matatimingan, and he will get his head ripped, the new one para MJ. Taking it close. 6-7, dead round. I should not have said it.
It is what it is, pare. It just happens.
4?
Number 4.
Yes.
And kita mo naman kung sino yung nasa VC natin ngayon, di ba? It's definitely is a DR pagdating dito sa side ng ating MATTJESS versus FERVID as it's probably just gonna wait for reconnection to come in, pero display coming through para sa nakikita nating adaptation, no? I mean, nananote na nila na may nag-hold lagi dito sa passage, kaya yung sabihin ko sana is that kahit isipin ng MATTJESS na gusto nila kunin yung welcome, they also have to consider na nakita na nila ng FERVID yung strat na yun kung saan nire-reclear nila yung MR from both entrances. I think it was just good on MATTJESS that they fully recognize na baka nag-adapt na nga dito yung FERVID. So we just send more than just one person para lang mapatay itong si Dracifer, kaya napadali yung naging reclear nila dun sa MR by that point, pre.
Maybe so, no? Pero I feel like the main thing that I want to point out here, Ramon, is not just these minor things, but the way that Vincent has been executing these rounds for his team, right? Kasi, ultimo, pagbalik natin sa usapang Cuerdas for Vid, right? Would you say that Cuerdas was outgunned? A bit, yeah. And they were also out experienced dito by some teams, but I feel like we're back in the game. The point has to continue later on. Pero I feel like pwede pa rin naman. Si Vincent, nabiyayaan siya ng isang team na may malupit na sniper, may malulupit na attacker. He himself was an attacker. He knows the mindset. You know what, guys? Let's just try to make plays based on us making plays. Right? Or us forcing the reaction to our play, no? That's what he did in the previous round. Push dun sa mid sa may passage. Pag may tumingin, pasukin namin MR and they won almost every gunfight, pare. Now look at this passive position. MATTJESS is really threatening. Even in the 1-4, no? I was about to say na hindi to ginagawa ng Fervid. They don't leave Lance in an island. Where's the trust on him? Sure, nandito siya sa may shutter, sa may second mid nakatingin, pero tatlo sila doon at kukulangin sila ng isa sa A.
He's got another shot and lands beautiful. Nakuha niya yung quick scope kay Vincent, who just wanted to get 2F control. Pero just from the shutter hold na nakuha ng Fervid, napabalik yung MATTJESS. Niiwan nila si Zach dito. An open A site na nakuha na ni Yetja. Kaya ang bilis ng rotate ni Jason ngayon. This could be a free bomb plat para sa MATTJESS.
Unless maamoy ito dito ni Dracifer, no? Pero pag naman tumagat na narinig yung tanim dito sa A, no? Zach is gonna move and that one shot per shot machine, pare. Is going to be dangerous. Oh, Zach already won. Traded 1v2.
At least not clear na ni Lance. Yung naglalurk all the way from LR na si Zach. Si Jason naman. And he's done well to be match MB from Swiss stage. He has to do it again. Pero Dracifer will deny that dream coming through para kay Jason. Fervid extending their lead up to 2 laban sa MATTJESS. Denying any sort of momentum to build up para sa kanila.
This is territory. Same na naman tayo sa ano. It's port all over again, but adjust the scorelines, pare. No. I don't think they're gonna get... Well, they can still get 9. Fervid is returning back to form, at least in the shape of the rounds, but Lanslow still a 2-shot, 4-0 after that dead round, no? Who knows kung ilang kills, maybe 15, maybe 20. And they do that in regulation, man. Like yung mga stats natin, nakita doon, like they all almost have a gold star, no, or a gold rating, except kay MC na, you know, he was finding his groove dito sa Swiss stage natin, pero now na nakita natin yung kanyang flavor and empty belt, who's to say that he cannot go in dito para sa retake.
Zach already getting the second as well. Fervid force on the push and Jason libre para sa kanya ang 2 kills dito sa Fervid. As Ninki will also get the leader. It's up to Lance na naman, the shining star with a scope in his hands. What can he do up against 4 players? He does so dito kay Yetja. Beautiful shot to hit the sniper. He has to do it yet again. Isolated sa CR. Ay sa mga pinaka most improved sa buong spring season na si Lance, pero improvement in this round. Kailangan nakikita nila on the skip position, but I think he has the decision na hindi na lang itutuloy ito, pare. Parang wala na. This will be a round para dito sa MATTJESS, pre. They're just using the time para pag-usapan lalo. Jason will just spray him down. MATTJESS securing the 7th round win.
Dangerous dito, no? Kung hahayaan lang ni Lanson, he could have had the clip of the lifetime, man. They're still gonna get the round anyways. Might as well try. But yeah, this team is emptying dito in the chambers for Fervid. I can feel it. Another port-esque classic, no, from Vincent. And the calls, man, the calls are always going to be the pinpoint of how we discuss these two teams, because they are great IGS. They can elevate your team. Pero with all the card handed to you na dito, no, on both of you guys, nag-uusapan natin who's gonna be better, who's gonna be challenging third, second, first, or go fourth and lower, no, para nahirapan. I feel like with this round in our screens right now, they had enough talaga. Like, I don't see a world where mabibait na tong Fervid again. No? If they get baited one more by a Vincent call of pekein mo yan, pupunta kami sa kabila, splitan natin. I've had it with the Fervid. There needs to be something more than this, no? We hype them up so much, but we don't want to be the cause of their downfall as well.
Of course not. Kasi they've been in the same situation before, pare. We always talk about that group stage game from last season. So ngayon dapat tong wake up call nila agad-agad. Not coming down doon sa may luwag, MATTJESS. Ang full priority to para kay Zach. USP in. And a good shot into Lance pero Dracifer wakes up. And Vincent goes down. MZ with the second para sa Fervid as well. Ninkyu tries to go for that spray. 3v3. A7J trying to re-clear. Finds himself the kill dito kay Zach. Hindi na nga mabibit ang Fervid. Pero nakapag-plant pa rin ng MATTJESS doon pa lamang sa may site. 2 versus 2.
He got a scot-free, man, and they're still gonna look for the retake here.
Dracifer. Patay dito si Ninkyu. USP out. And Dracifer is just gonna clean up house. Siyempre, magagalit ng Fervid. Ayaw nila maulit ng nangyari sa port map. They want to end this right here, right now. 9-7. Set point para sa Fervid.
Can they extend this series though? That's the question. You know, MATTJESS, kayang-kaya din nila mag-OT. That's a lot of nades na hinagis dito. Right, MATTJESS, man. But Dracifer getting one, going wild. Only one kill. Traded. And now back to the board game. Dito tayo, Ramon. Chess pieces alive. Few and far between, pero they can move it the most extraordinarily of ways. Even upside down, maybe? We're not sure, maybe. Pero nakita ko na yan, si Spider-Man sa 3F. Wala na lang talaga yung mga players maglambitin upside down, pero shooting game.
Pero hindi ba yun yung parang start ng downfall ng Fervid dun sa port map kanina? Kasi it started with them pushing one by one. And consecutively sa rounds na ganun, dun nagkakaroon ng parang momentum build yung MATTJESS, dun nagsimula yung snowball. Is this the start of it? I feel like the big difference here is the experience now.
You can say that, but I think it's just the map itself that's constraining them. I had to think for a bit there clearly because the map itself is really constraining. So, yes, they can snowball, pero who's gonna be marking the other angle kapag hindi tayo prepared, right? Like, nakita mo yung dito medyo malalaglag kay Lance. He's gonna go down. And that's Fervid, man disadvantage with the bomb down for MATTJESS.
Free CR to Sikip at sisikip lalo ang mundo ni MZ. With Ninkyu on that entry and quickly shuts down two of the anchors. 2 versus 4. A7J, good opening and good spray down on 2. So MATTJESS, they have the 4 versus 2. Pero ngayon, we're going even into the retake scenario. D and A7J, the brothers in arms. Saktong-sakto si A7J to get the 4K and to close out sub-base. 10-7. We're going all the way to the third set for Fervid.
Cute niya din na tumawa. I feel like you should be happy about that one because it was a roller coaster of emotions dito for Fervid and for MATTJESS, no? Like, nakita mo yung energy ni Vincent. Very infectious. Kahit sila, napapa-curse words na rin dito sa ating mga face cams, no? Because he is just that infectious. His energy as an attacker is really, really good. Very, very effective. Pero, once na the dust settles, no? Once all the shenanigans na nagsasagasaan lang tayo dito sa MR, sa labas, sa passage, sa second mid, sa woods, what really is the essence of how you win the sub-base map, no? And napakita yan dito nila A7J, napakita dito ni Lance. Yes, there were some fumbles, there were some paint plays na gumana against them, And props to Matches for that. Pero at the end of the day, they had the win and we are going to another map number 3 here, Ramon.
We are, definitely pare. 2 for 2 tayo dito sa group stage games natin no. Well, we haven't gotten golden dito sa mismong series natin. I think it's safe to say that this has been one na medyo na-deserve ng parehong teams natin dito no. Kasi the conversation is sino yung didikit nga naman sa Virtus Pro with the state of all of the roster changes and kung sino yung pinakamabilis mag-adjust sa kanilang dalawa. That conversation is still up for debate habang tumatagal yung summer season. Pero dito, I think it's safe to say na the IGLing for both teams are definitely on a high right now. While we see yung balance na nakikita natin from MATTJESS where they're good at that poke and prod, parang na-up na ng FERVID yung anti na yun no? Kung malakas sa poke and prod ang MATTJESS, mas lalong malakas mag-re-clear ang FERVID pagdating sa retake scenarios. And I think that's just a good testament of how good their firepower is individually while also having the same kind of mid-round calling na nakikita natin from MATTJESS in particular. So overall, parang na-outgun sila at the very given moment doon sa sub-base game na yun, pre.
Exactly, no? I feel like isa din sa mga factors dito na we know these teams are going to be, wanting to get themselves out and about kagad sa ating first match pa lang. And I just checked, my predictions are still alive, no? Pero not gonna spoil who I'm rooting for. I feel like nakita naman na natin sa predictions kanina. Ramon, I think okay na to. Let's just, just get it over with.
For sure, no? We're enjoying the ride. We're enjoying the series right now. Both of our Visayan teams definitely going at it hand in hand. 1-2 na tayo sa pareho nating sets at sa new compound na magtutos ang lahat din. No? Mochi and Bipolar, I know you guys have been watching that sub-base game. Was this going at it sa expectations nyo? Or will this be one hell of a show?
Well, all I could say for that one, Ramon, is the fact that this is gonna be one hell of a show indeed. This is pretty similar to what just transpired earlier on, but it's much more intense talaga nga naman, no? And especially here for FERVID, they're just showing na, alam mo, hindi kami naayaan.
Yeah.
Ibibigay lang namin itong setting ito na ganon kadali kasi laging merong rebata ang ating mga Cebuanos dito. And my Bipolar, I feel like there's a lot of surprising things that happened on that one. Pero what caught your eye the most ba?
Na overtime na-map 3 ulit tayo, Mochi. Na-map 3 ulit tayo, Mochi. But, eto I am really, really happy since first day pa lang natin, Mochi, sa group stage. Why not go all the way, no? Buong 3 series tayo, or 3 series tapos 3 mapa per series. But, Mochi, I feel like what caught my eye is that MATTJESS is different in a way, no? Iba yung play. We know MATTJESS to be very aggressive in sub-base, especially on the BL side. Pero these kind of pushes, tulad na sinabi ni Ramon, na poke and prod kind of MATTJESS na talagang, after makakuha ng poke, kapag gumana, derecho, kumbaga, no? There's a time nga sa pinakadati pang CROSSFIRE, I believe, when 02 was casting pa nga, he called this type of playstyle kapag Cebuano, the Raging Cebuanos. And I love na nakikita yun and na-internalize yun ang plays ng mula dito sa matches na talagang Raging Cebuanos sila kapag BL side, Mochi. There was a time as well.
Way back.
That's way back, no? Pero this time, Mochi, na-internalize pa rin yun ng mga Cebuanos natin kasi if you remember, round number 3, 20 seconds in, tapos na agad yung laban. Like, how the hell did that happen? Why was that happening up against these two teams na iniisip natin pantay? Well, that's the Raging Cebuanos. Plus, I would like to say na since it's a new point in time naman na, may bago ng layer yung Raging Cebuanos. I feel like we have to add up yung revved up Cebuanos. Kasi there's sometimes nga dito na parang, wait lang, let's hold a little bit, tapos boom, sa diretso dito sa side. Yun yung revved up Cebuanos na nakikita natin for matches. And I feel like, with the help of Vincent, doon talaga yung lumalabas si Mochi, but FERVID bouncing back so much. Crazy round number 17, Mochi, na ako natakot ako, nag-push sila si Kip, yung dalawang brothers natin mula sa FERVID. Nagsabay-sabay, magkadikit. Pero somehow, one taps mula kay A7J was the end all be all para makuha yung sub-base na to. What a way to end sub-base.
And I really love everything happened dito, no? Sa ating mapa ng sub-base. Kasi talagang makikita mo dito kung sino sa buwanong mas magaling for this time around. And right now, it is definitely FERVID staying true sa kung ano ang kanilang kiniklaim and what they are or claim to be, no? And I think dito na rin pumapasok nga din yung performance tsaka as well as kung paano tinitimpla ni Dracifer yung takbo ng ating mga rounds alongside with A7J and saktong-sakto yung mga pinili din natin na head-to-head dito kanina, no? Before the series even started from the get-go. But again, FERVID, crazy map here, definitely showing yung kanilang awareness and ang kanilang reads sa kinalalagyan ng mga member natin from matches is definitely on point and correct. To the point na may mga moments na talagang hindi na sila makahanap ng paraan paano sila makakabawi. Even if they're finding for a way to reset back out para makapag-regroup, hindi nila yun magawa because FERVID talagang hinahabol sila ng hinahabol dito, showing that they're one step ahead in every step of the way. And just shows din dito, no, sa ating mga highlights so far. Grabe talaga ang naging outcome natin sa laban na ito. And here is a quick recap sa ating set summary sa kung sino nga ba ang mga nag-pop off and props naman dito, no, sa ating mga member here for matches. Talagang pinakita naman talaga nila, pero sa bid lang talaga nag-pop off. Tignan mo naman yung rating dito ni A7J din, no? Nakatungtong pa ng 100. Insane.
I think that's the highest right now for the entire group stage, no, Mochi? An exact 100 coming to A7J, 17 and 9 headshots and 11 deaths for FERVID. I would like to say na kahit na nanalo dito FERVID, matches was cooking, man. I'm telling you, we can definitely call Vincent the bartender kasi tulad ng sinabi mo, grabe yung pagtimpla niya ng laban, Mochi, up against FERVID in sub-base of all maps. But for FERVID, talagang I feel like set plays wasn't just the way para manalo dito ng FERVID and their passive plays pagdating dito sa GR side, but I feel like it was just sheer aim at the end of the day. Nakita mo naman yun. Come on! These kills are not just 16, 16, 17, 10, and 5. These are kills that enabled FERVID. And it all ended up sa mga aim and sa mga set plays nila.
Yes, at kaya naman tignan na rin natin no, sino nga ba yung nag-spearhead ng pagwawala dito. Bay, siya pa nga rin, no? Si 7J talaga. Jayo! Literal na parang kanina lang sinasabi nung parang anghel to, hindi na anghel to eh. Parang nagiging demonyo na ata ang kanyang mga estilo dito sa mapala sa base natin. Always knowing paano nila mamamanipula yung galawan ng MATTJESS dito sa ating sub-base map. Kaya naman, no, congratulations for taking that title, no, A7J, no, 50% ng headshot rate natin. Over 50% corrected. Which is just shows na I know nagasgas na yung frag GL, pero ano pa nga bang pwede nating sabihin? Ganun talaga siya, no? That is definitely what he's been able to do dito sa ating second map.
Mochi, I feel like this is gonna be a hot take a little bit, no? If A7J wasn't an IGL, he'll be a top fragger pagdating dito sa buong Masters natin. Just because of how well he performs, even in a role that requires so much more pressure. And A7J provides that. Man, meron tayong pinag-usapan dito for FERVID. Yes, yun nasabi nating Byzantine na yun kasi yun yung sabi ni Aris, yung sabi ni Angelito. Pero there's still a constant destruction in that team na comms yung naging punot dulo nun. Kasi Tagalog and Bisaya pa din naman yan at the end of the day. Pero they're moving forward to become a Bisayan team. And with that said, that's why A7J is working. Because he is able to create this kind of distance very much shorter than longer para mapanalo mapanalo yung mga games for FERVID. And you love to see it, no? IGLs are fragging, and A7J leading the fray well. Mukhang delikado ang ating map number 3.
Yeah, delikado talaga ang ating map number 3 at hindi na magtatakot tayo ay mag-overtime dito sa mapang ito dahil paborito din ito ng ating dalawang teams. Kaya naman kami ay magbabalik mamaya at titignan natin sino nga ba ang may huling halahak. Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakabul sa kanya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he
Uy,
makes it to trouble.
grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back mga ka-Crossfire Rocks dito, still sa ating laban ng matches and as well as Fervid na kani-kanina we saw one map taken by matches and another map taken by Fervid. At kanina naman kaya ang ating pangkuli? It is gonna be a crazy one. All I can say here, bipolar, honestly.
Yeah, you know what, Mochi, agawan dito ng mga mapa, agawan dito ng mga rounds,
Yes.
but I feel like in a decider that we call New Compound, it would be surprising na parang baka dito pa biglang may magka-big gap, no, in terms of score stops, biglang ma-close at na lang ng 10-3, 10-2, or even 10-5, no. So, we're really expecting an overtime here, just like you've said, or at least a very, very close game. Kasi, dito, if you remember head-to-head matchup, IGLs yung nakita natin doon. And New Compound thrives off of set plays. Thrive off rotations kapag BL side ka, kapag GR side ka. Yes, you're reactionary, pero kapag GR side ka naman, you have a chance to prove your individuality. So yun yung aabangan natin para sa dalawang teams na to. And let's see kung gaano nga ba katalas ang utak ng dalawang IGLs.
Love that. The individuality, but at the same time, teamwork. Striking a balance between the two is definitely the mission para dito sa ating dalawang teams. Kaya naman nilapag na natin ito sa ating mga casters, Ramon and M.
Definitely battle of the two teams right now, and when it comes to the brains, when it comes to the brawn, pagdating sa snipers din talagang hindi magkukulang ang Fervid as well as ang MATTJESS. 1-1 na tayo ngayon tablado sa loob lamang ng second series natin of the group stage at magtutos ang lahat ng yan dito sa mismong New Compound game. BL side para naman sa players natin on Fervid, I feel like we're gonna be at it for the long haul, El. Kasi the defaults and considering how A7J and Racer have been performing dun sa sub-base, I feel like we're gonna go at it ng medyo proactive ang pareho nating teams dito.
I would say proactive naman. Yes, proactive, but they will take their time, and I feel like you need to find ways para hindi ka inipin sa mga pinaggagawa ng mga teams. Kasi katulad nga sinabi ni Bipolar, New Compound is a map wherein you are going to rely dito sa mga set plays natin, the bait and switch na we're going B but surprise we're going A talaga, or surprise we're going curve split B, something along those lines dito sa mga executes natin kasi you are going to be facing a GR heavy map, right? So medyo delikado to para sa BL, pero recent trend says otherwise, no? Kasi GRBL, no matter the side, nakakahanap ng rounds dito yung mga teams natin na nakita sa Swiss stage. So, who knows, no? Kung ano man yung mangyayari dito sa MATTJESS. Will it be the bartender Vincent na magsaserve lang dito ng mga plays towards Fervid, or will it be the quizmaster na si A7J just serving up the answers left, right, and center at ipapamigay niya yung codes dito sa kanyang mga teammates? We'll find out.
Yun nga no? In the back of my head, feeling ko, we haven't gotten around where I think Vincent has that habit na talagang magpupush siya all the way towards that mid side para lang makakatch na isang player. I think we're just waiting for that one moment to happen. One of the recent matches games, ginawa niya agad yun dito. So hopefully makita natin yun as one of the trump cards na pwede nga gamitin ng MATTJESS, considering that since they are gonna be starting dito sa GR side natin, and kahit sabihin natin it's a map where set plays are dominant, feel ko there's also gonna be some room for aggressive map control pa rin para sa GR side ng MATTJESS. Pero Fervid, on the other hand, has a lot of good ideas pa rin naman pagdating dito sa New Compound. You remember nung Swiss stage, reference natin yung Moment Esports game. There were a lot of times na medyo may set plays nga dito ang Fervid. We referenced the 3-man, 4-man push dun sa pillars na nag-hold sila on the GR side. Medyo 50-50 yung lagay nila dun kasi either nagugulat sila sa isang player na nag-hold lamang dun sa pillars, minsan mag-work yung set play na yun para sa team na to. I think it's just a matter of just finding, as you mentioned though, yung balance na yun. But overall, I think additional layers is also gonna be demanded pagdating dito sa GR side. Pero overall, new compound will be one hell of a decider map para sa Perion teams na to. No? Will it be MATTJESS? Will it be FERVID? Let's find out after the comms.
Okay. Medyo semi-vocal. That's the description I can say. Pero look at this now. FERVID on the PL side. Not the 4-man play that you would expect dito sa PL Cruiser. Was 3 members still. And Vincent down for 1. Good. Traded. Can he get out though?
Can he get out? We got the kill na hinahanap niya, inaasam-sam niya, pero A7J just using the movement. Namumulit lang dito sa mukha ni Vincent ngayon. Battle of the Minds nga naman, or Battle of the Aggression nga ulit. A7J continues to go at it din sa store B. At alam na ng MATTJESS kung ano yung nasa likod lamang ng entrance na yan.
Nakulitan ako dun sa ginagawa ni Vincent. He's just swiping his mouse left and right, trying to avoid contact. Pero wala siyang magagawa, no? As they will still be a man down. Lance taking some chip damage dito, pero still, no? Even with your XP almost working dito sa ating store B, they bounce out, just leave one, and then regroup tayo sa may CA naman. Go the opposite way, like I said.
New compound, definitely a map na poke and prod playstyle. We welcome talaga nan ng mga BL players natin. But with the numbers advantage, okay lang, naiiwan nila dun si A7J on the other side. He is gonna be close enough para dun sa mid-contact later on. As exit naman para sa FERVID. Dalawang tao lamang. And Yetja goes down deep. Nice entry point para sa FERVID. Gisa lang dito si Jason, pero Tracy first, Swift ang decision to take him down. A7J with the mid-contact that I've been talking about. Has got the perfect timing para makatch tong si Nintyu on the rotation. 1-0 para sa FERVID.
So that one day na sinabi ko, no? Go B then go A. Ginawa nga nila. They're listening. And this time around, it's going to be different naman, no? Quite parang similar end or similar start, no? Iba lang yung pathway nila. Still gonna be 3 dito towards sa pillar for FERVID. Yung C4 natin is going to be on CA, and yeah, no contest dito for FERVID and MATTJESS as well. Yung sa may pillars B natin. Talagang they're expecting the initial output kagad dito sa may store A natin. Let's see if Zach gets the kill.
Almost every time you could say that he will, pero at how hot FERVID have been, may question mark na. It's a bait and switch setup din. Kung mapapatay dito si Zach, si Jason, mabilis lang yung magiging trade. Pero what if si Jason yung manguna? The biggest mistake of Jason's life as Zach could salvage the round. And he does so. Napatay niya dito si Dracifer. 1-for-1 trade. At medyo mag-hesitate pa yung FERVID to take space over at exit. So sa mid-curve na lang, si MZ yung front line was trying to clear out through the smoke, just waiting na mawala yung smoke na yan. Pero still, site still maintained para dito sa MATTJESS.
Entry point. Will get one.
And Lance gonna get the second as well. 2 versus 3, A7J controlled dun pa lamang sa may CR. Does get the kill dito kay Zach. Sinintyo na lang ang natitira. 1v2 pero with C1 controlled by Lance on the elevation. Chicken lang yan para sa FERVID. It's a 2-0 for side of BL.
Yeah. Kahit anong gawin nila, no, that 3-1-1 is going to be the start of it all, and it's going to be the end. Anyway, it's gonna end anyway, is what I'm trying to say. Ganda nung approach dito ng MATTJESS na they were trying to approach Store A, trying to get a fight, pero naunaan sila, no? The trade was good, yes, pero damage was done as well on that trade, no? So technically, they were playing with 3.5 lives, technically, MATTJESS. And you would expect from FERVID na they are going to bleed you dry as well in terms of space in members. And ayun na nga, doon naisahan pa dito sa binte si Zach. Natamaan pa nga si Yetja. At out. Kagad ang call dito ni Vincent. Maybe just a gut feeling for all of the members here. They have Store A. Are they gonna risk that fight? absolutely if it comes to B. Pero talagang pinapaluto pa ng FERVID dito, no? Na execute sila ng B.
Early pa lang na i-execute na lang mabilis ng B site. Normally, yung magiging default dito is to just wait for that mid-lurk. And D, nice shot on Ninkyu. That mid-lurk is active na nga para sa kanila. Pero Zach, good crosser because of the scope. Patay si D, si MZ kailangan pumasok at napatayin niya si Yetja. MATTJESS trying to recover the round pero A7J closes it with a bang kay Zach. 2 versus 3. FERVID could just plant the C4 without any sort of challenge. Sa retake na lang manggagaling. As now Vincent and Jason, the last two members, have to make a miracle and they're banking it on a flank from Vincent.
Tingnan natin kung aabot siya. Markado siya eh. So it's going to be dependent on Lons. He's gonna get the shot and that's basically the run, pare. There goes Jason as well. FERVID 3-0. And sure, mabagal yung pacing natin. May timeout from MATTJESS but it may be slow but it's still one-sided. No, FERVID, the answers are there and MATTJESS, well, all they have are questions for themselves.
Yun nga eh. Because for sure, MATTJESS have been, they have their own place for themselves no? But that proactivity na medyo na hinahanap natin from them while it worked in that first round, the fact that they're giving too much space dito sa FERVID is actually giving them all the advantages na kailangan nila para lang makapush. Dapat nga hindi nakapasok dun sa curve dun si D eh. At dapat nga hindi nila nakuha yung Storby agad-agad. Pero the decisions para dito sa MATTJESS is stacking up those little mistakes, nagiging big snowballs, kaya nagiging mabilisan ang pasok ng FERVID pagdating dito sa executes natin.
Yeah. Talagang ang solution lang siguro dito, I haven't seen the standard MATTJESS just go mid pare doon sa midcon. And then just try to fight, no? Usually naman kasi yung 3-1-1 dito ng FERVID, they will have that one guy go dito sa midcon, go to CB, and then connect with the two guys na nag-aantay doon sa LB pillars, right? How about you try to pick off that guy? And at the same time, iniiwan nila yung C4 dito sa may CA, try to contest that as well, and then force FERVID na instead na ginagawa nilang preparation, itong buong time na nagsaset up sila sa BL, no, na hindi sila pinapalagan, na itong matches na nag-aantay, how about you force them to fight for something na hindi towards their goal? Give them a side quest, no, MATTJESS, so that hindi ganon kadali yung ginagawa ng FERVID sa inyo. Walang resistance kahit anuman, no? The resistance I saw was only the first round kay Vincent sa store B, sa boxes, and on that store A position when we got that trade from Zach, right? So, where is the solution dito? Try to fight mid, contest it, and then when you find them on either CA, CB, LALB, dun kayo mag-converge. And I feel like para ako daw yung timeout, they're doing it.
Narinig nila, coach. Yung gusto mong gawing strat dito, MATTJESS have fully controlled that mid-con position. Pero syempre, since may CA sila, FERVID pwede na lang ilason si Ninkyu doon pa lamang sa may mid-con. D, shut down by the headshot machine of Ninkyu. And because of that mid-con position, they can just keep re-fighting. Si Yetja makiklear lang ni MZ. May iwan tuloy si Ninkyu dito. Kaso si Dracifer, matatalo siya. And Jason will get the other kill kay MZ. Mauubos pa si Lance. FERVID a little too slow on the approach dun sa mid-con. And finally, MATTJESS listened pare. That proactivity na hinaharap natin, nakuha nila dun sa mid-con.
Exactly. That was my timeout for real. And they're gonna do it again, but it's only Ninkyu and possibly Zach, no? Contesting lang sa may curve, si Ninkyu lang talaga mag-literal. Jason, nahawakan niya, at least he will try dito sa store A, pero it's pillars pa rin. 4 members strong. FERVID will try to contest again. Vincent and Yetja, they're in danger, and they should get out, and he cannot.
He not with the kill from A7G as well. No more Vincent shenanigans at this very moment. Storby still hinahawakan pa rin ni Ninkyu. Mas nakita na lang majority ng FERVID players dito. But that could also be a play in itself since naiwan na nga nila yung long A para dito kay Dracifer. It's opening a lot of options para sa FERVID na ilaro na lang yung macro.
They already lost Vincent. A trade would be nice. More is better, pero count the casualties dito, Ramon. It's a 1-for-1. And then this situation, no, lamang pa rin ng Fervid. So, I don't blame dito si Eja if he wanted to go for more. If you wanted to go for more, no? Since inherently, lugi pa rin sila. So, just double up on the sides, pare. This is the best plan of action. In case may mag-split sa mid, on the way naman na yung mga A-side players. Pero parating na din! Itong mga Fervid players natin!
Ninkyu. Sharp on the draw dito kay D, pero Dracifer makakapag-entry pa para dito sa Fervid. A7J trying to root out the anchor, and yet Ja is dead. MATTJESS now fighting on the retake scenario, pero the retake will not even happen. Fervid forcing themselves dito sa B site is enough to force out that 4th round win.
Force out that 4th round win, no? Although a bit labored, I would say. Sabi nga sa'yo, inherently the advantage dito sa ating man equals, no, na hindi 5v5 is going to be that BL side. Same tactic na naman, no? This is like, what, the 3rd, the 4th round that we saw? This kind of people in play, and they're gonna fight!
They're pushing a little bit too far, and Fervid, yun yung pinaka-gusto nilang mangyari. Just baiting MATTJESS to just go at it doon pa lamang sa may pillars. Early Stormy control, and Dracifer just catching Zach, catching Jason. The biggest buffet of Fervid's life. And MATTJESS was just dinner time para sa Fervid ngayon, pare.
Speaking of dinner time, guys, don't forget to check the clocks and check Taylor's B again. MATTJESS, they already know the weakness. They're just pressing on it, pressing the attack. Vincent, mag-isa ka, kasama mo dito si Ninkyu.
No! And he got the kill dito kay A7J, Ninkyu. Now the backup, already getting the headshot! Always reliable when it comes to the retakes, pero with Dracifer and Lance, naging tablado pa into the 2 versus 2. Daming duguan pa lang from that Stormy push. Kaya kailangan sa mid-round na lang magtuos ang Fervid at MATTJESS.
Let's see. Situation report right now for Fervid is not looking good. Man, they have Dracifer with 1 HP technically. Holding the C4 nandito sa may Pillars B box. Delikado kung pushin siya. At the same time, these two MATTJESS players, hindi naman sa nawawala sila, it's more that they just want to protect the site. No? If nag-overstep sila, they might just find both of the Fervid players. Makakuha ng trade, sure. Pwede ma-double kill, sure. Pero at the end of it, it's a risk na they're not willing to take, no? Even if the reward is sufficient or even greater, no? Getting the round. In the situation dito ngayon, Ramon, 5-1, 5-2 would be nice. A bit of confidence dito siguro for MATTJESS is also good here and there. Why not just risk it for the biscuit? Pero the time is running out, so you're going to have to also test the waters here, Fervid, no? Ending pabor dito sa MATTJESS yan because of the angles that they have to clear. So, I feel like Zach, he can win it all here for this round.
For sure. Lalo na nakaswap na siya to the M14 kaso nakita na siya. Pero napatay pa nga niya si Dracifer. Lance with the trade itself. 1 versus 1. Lance versus Jason. Drop shot does not connect. Lance, kailangan na mag-reposition. 15 seconds. At hindi niya plant yung C4, pare. Jason playing the pressure game. Working out so well para dito kay Jason. At napatay pa nga niya si Lance. Chokes lamang abot. Laban sa Fervid. MATTJESS winning it out. Sabi mo nga, 2-5. Not bad para dito sa MATTJESS.
Not bad, no? Immediately, even if no heroics was played there by MATTJESS, they played the situation perfectly over the top rope dito. Papunta dun sa batteries, they just got the kill kay Lance. Nakala ko makakadalawa dun si Zach eh. No? Pero hindi niya kaya. All good though. They still got the round. And they need 2 more to at least get, a favorable half on the BL, no? Fervid, 6 and 7, unironically, is better for you guys, no? Since kayo nga yung nasa GR side. But at the end of the day, kapag nakuha nyo yung BL side na to, very, very favorable talaga pag swap na ng GR. slow as it may be, this may not be the approach for this round because look at how close they are to the sites. Anytime now, they might just go in and explode onto one.
And Ninkyo is already taking the space din dun sa pillars. Habang nagsaset up ang Fervid, baka this tempo could actually be in Ninkyo's hands.
Oy!
Pero what if Lance is holding the flank? Wala na. Magiging entry point na to para sa Fervid without any sort of resistance. D gets shot on the edge. Maganda yung flash para pang rebat. Vincent will get the 3v4. And with the EA push, MZ put his life on the line para makakuha ng entry point ang players ng Fervid. Si Zack na lang ang natitira. 1 versus 2 para sa Miracle Kid. Flash coming out pa rin. At kailangang i-isolate yung dalawang players natin no, on Fervid. Good double peek and good timing para kay Lance. Na-counter ang sniper. Nakuha yung 6th round.
This is looking bad for MATTJESS. You guys are technically on the better side. Fervid is executing this BL half perfectly. Okay, kahit maghagis kayo dyan ng mga HE sa midcon, it won't do nothing because you guys are not capitalizing on the space it's trying to create. We can see dito sa replay, no? Aware na aware si Lance. He's just dancing around the CA flank and the CB flank. Pag nakuha yun, then go time na dito for the side of Fervid. This time around, back to the simple default that we saw in the first round, but with a bit of forward approach for D, no? He's pretending na mag-curve kami. Mag-curve talaga kami o kaya pwede kami pumasok yan sa EA biglaan, pero the rest of the members dito ng Fervid, they're just waiting sa LB sa pillars and they're just going to go in store B unbeknowingly Vincent, pero dito sa LA they will get a kill.
Nikatietja of all people din, Ninkyu down, who's been on a heater habang tumatagal ang new compound. So good picks all around para dito sa Fervid. Good re-clear para kay Vincent. Alam niyang ang dami na nasa loob lamang ng store B, calling for the rotation to happen. Pero the threat is real para kay Dracifer as well as kay D. They're holding down the rotation as well as yung lurk pa rin on the way from exit, pre.
Exactly. So now this is just clean up for the side of Fervid, but Vincent will try to at least salvage some here. Where is the C4 going? No, towards A, towards mid, pero ang pangit ng ginagalaw ng Fervid, naging 3v3 pa nga.
At naubos pa nga si Dracifer doon. Expected na yung exit lurk. At yung winnable na sitwasyon para sa Fervid, dehado pa sila. And now they're just waiting for Lance to come from the flank again. Pero Vincent, naamoy na niya at narinig pa nga niya. Si Lance na nag-rotate pa lang all the way from the B site. It's just gonna be down to MG. And he's doing it in a 1v3. He gets the kill dito kay Zack. Pero si Jason ang sasagot. 6-3 is the score.
Not bad. Pero GR side yun ng MATTJESS. So, what am I saying not bad, no? It's really not good in reality, no? Fervid, 6 on the BL side. That is immaculate, no? The way that these rounds have been played, not slow, patiently, no? Just waiting for the right timing, waiting for the proper pieces to be in the same place or in the proper places, no? And then just full go, no? Kumbaga, lahat ng util, lahat ng tao nandun. MATTJESS, they got some rounds, pero that was off of the overcooked dito minsan ni Lito. And doon papasok yung sinasabi natin na this strat is crazy. But wait, is it really crazy, no? Na perspective dito para sa Fervid. 3 rounds lang siguro. 2 of those were like clutches. And that 1 round was the last one na medyo okay lang siguro na gawin for Fervid. But MATTJESS, a lot on their plate. And if you have to unleash the Cebuano Rage, no, this is the time to do it in the BL side of our new compound map.
For sure. This is the moment where Vincent has to show his role dito sa MATTJESS, being somebody who has placed finally a system. He knows he has the upgraded firepower now in the bootcamp, pero kailangan mas decisive na, kailangan everybody's on the same page, and that is the role that Vincent will have to hold dito sa BL side, kung saan kailangan nilang dikitan Fervid, who are up 3 rounds in this second half. They're starting on the GR now, and it's a slow default para sa MATTJESS.
very slow default for matches, and that's how you get punished sa mid. If the thing is you want to go mid, then the solution is you just put Lance there. He's gonna get the pick. Obviously. Very different dito yung approach ng Fervid, no? If Matches was all about containing LB and LA, for Fervid is all about containing mid, no? They know that the rotation doesn't really matter from the sides. It matters most from the middle. At kung saang site man yan, no, mapa A, mapa B, there's 3 guys. Pick not 4. The middle of the map, ready and waiting to rotate, no? So they got the pick. Lucifer testing the waters. And he will get to what?
Grabe naman yung testing the waters na yan. Puro bungo yung nakukuha ni Lucifer. Kaya dapat gumawa na naman ng miraglo itong si Zach, who only will just get Lucifer's life and backs off for now. The lurk from Jason is just all the way to the other side of the map, pare, and he also has the C4. So ang ginagawa lang ni Zach, distraction play, pero si D ang naging sagot sa sniper on the other side. Fervid have contained MATTJESS on their own aggressive positions, and A7J nabasa ang libro na si Jason sa exit na yan. 7-3. Fervid very disciplined sa approach nila sa GR.
Let's see if they do the same thing dito sa mid. No, where are they going to position Lance? Is in LA, pare. So I think if you want to position Lance there, that's siya yung una, hindi si A7J. I think they're just baiting A7J sa akin kasi hindi usually kiniklear yan. Pero look at this replay from Lucifer. The drive by Golden Skull into the secondary body shots dito. Really, really great after that first pick ni Lance, no? Going back to the live game natin, mga kaibigan. 2-1-2. Kukulangin kayo dyan. A trade is gonna happen, Ramon. But is that enough to contest Fervid? Not quite yet.
Almost the same exact angle where Vincent also got punished in the first half. Alam na kung paano solusyonan yan. D already low on HP. He has to kind of respect Vincent's presence ngayon dito pa lamang may pillars. Kaso nalagay na siya na smoke. Papanglasan ba to ni D? Lalo na't medyo tumatahimik ang MATTJESS ngayon, pre. Papasok pa rin ba sila ng store B?
Sama-sama sila eh. Pero sama-sama sila mag-out. Yun lang pala yun. Hindi sila sama-sama papasok, no? They rethink it though. Wait lang. There might be something here. No? There might be some potential in this area. And I see them stepping forward. Tutuloy na nga nila si D. He knows that the jig is up. He's gonna back off. MATTJESS, are you gonna risk it? Not quite. Using time, I like it.
Which is really the change that we've been looking for from this MATTJESS team, who don't really need to go at it on the executes na lang. They know that they have the time at nilalaro na lang nila yung mid. With the smoke placed down on EA, it's all down to just MZ. At siya pa nga yung nag-peak. He had the power position. They needed to clear him. Pero siya pa nga yung nagpakita. Jason with 1. A7J will get the trade-off. 3v3. At pabor yun sa MATTJESS. Especially killing off D na kanina pang nasa store B. It's an early entry point para sa MATTJESS. They got the site and they can get the plant.
Oy! Never mind. They're not gonna get the plant. Kailangan mo buhay na isa. Aabot ba? 4? 3? 2?
Ay, wala na.
Oh.
Wala ng oras.
Pero wait, abot.
Thank you. Actually wins up the fight.
Oh.
He actually had all the time in the world. He had 2 seconds, pare. And he still forced it out in the end, MATTJESS. Paano mo na panalo yun?
Is this the input delay or like the flick delay ng mga snipers natin? Did it happen to the plant as well? Kasi I clearly saw that timer go 0.
Diba?
And then it was still the planting, no? Baka right on the dot na 0.01 siya nga nag-timer si C4. Maybe that's what happened. But yeah, at least MATTJESS gets around, no? Miracles, pare. They got one. And I think they better make good use of that lifeline.
They have to
But
pray.
with this default, I don't think this is a good idea. Isa na naman nasa mid, you have to force overpower one area, pare. Like Fervid is doing dito sa Storby, no? They're expecting heavy presence. They're backing it up with also heavy resistance. So this number 4 guy, Nin Q, should get here kaagad pare if they want to pressure B. Or at least split B para malabanan naman na nila yung triple stack na to na talagang lumabas ka ng bintana, the Avengers of Doom dito, no? The Rifles of Doom sa may Storby. Pa sila magpupush.
Sila magpupush? Maybe not expected by MATTJESS, pero good thing the reaction time was enough to clear out tong FERVID. Dracifer and D goes down. At from the previous rounds, alam nilang sila yung nag-hold dito sa B side. So MATTJESS have to think if mag-aggress pa ba sila dito sa B. They already got the damage done. And they have all the time in the world, pare. Nandun pa rin yung lurk ni Jason sa exit.
Wait lang. If this lurk does not activate anytime sooner, mamamatay itong mga nasa mid niya. MZ.
Gets the kill dito kay Ninkyu, and MZ also gets the double kill as well. All the doubts for MZ answered in an instant sa pagpatayin niya dito sa MATTJESS on mid. 3 versus 3. Jason from exit catches the kill dito kay MZ. Vincent activates din kay A7J. Reset, they have to go into the site. Si Lance na lang natitira. Nahanap niya si Vincent. That's the C4 down. 10 seconds. Zaka re-cleared in time. Lance just has to run. At walang tip confirmed para sa MATTJESS. Nung pagkapatay nila kay Vincent, the round was over.
Okay, yan ang 100% sure na nanalo ang FERVID by around expiration. Hindi katulad ng last round na nakanem by 0.0001 second. I don't really care. But they managed to plant the bomb anyways and MATTJESS won. So FERVID bleeding MATTJESS dry. MATTJESS looking uncomfortable and shaky in these kinds of rounds na mabagal. No? Sure, they got the early picks pero kasi kung hindi umactivate si Jason kaagad, this mid push is not gonna be fruitful dahil nandito si MC. And that was the bane of their execute, no? And Lance, that was a 1v3. Sure, low yung mga nakalaban niya pero damage dealt, damage done. At ito na naman tayo sa maraming tao!
Oh, they did this against Bowman. And they're coming up alive dito sa MATTJESS ngayon. The triple peek over towards Pillars. And they caught MATTJESS unawares, pare. From a 5v5. FERVID now have the numbers. He also has a decision. Pwede niya lapitan to si Edja. Patay siya with the headshot. It's all down to just Jason again. Low on HP pa. And it's not the lurk anymore. He has to be the solo hero para sa kanila. Pero MZ with the double peek will save the round para sa FERVID. Finally, that 4-stack peek dun sa Pillars worked out para sa FERVID.
So far, so good. And I think Bipolar, he had a prediction, and his prediction is well and truly alive. I don't think he's hearing us, but he is going to be happy with Dracy for getting this first one. Backing up for pero ipit ang FERVID dito, Ramon.
Kaya nga daming nakahold lamang. Movie from CB, napatayin nila at least yung nasa loob lamang ng CB na yan. Pero Zaka will get the entry point, and yet good timing kay MZ as well. MATTJESS, the resurgence of a lifetime, and they even get the headshot kay A7J. This is not what FERVID want to do, pare. Yung over-aggression na naman na on CB is firing energy dito sa MATTJESS who are on their way to plant that C4 sa B.
I told you, they were the one may ipit, no? Guess who's really trapped? But Lance, he did this once, but not with the bomb planted, pare. Sniper in hand, USP in the secondary. 25 seconds. Don't tell me he's gonna stat pad again.
It's gonna talk.
Surely not. Go for it, man.
You gotta go for it. No chance, no time. 10 seconds, gets the shot dito kay Yetcha. Pero wala na siyang oras, pre. And I don't think he's gonna try to go for it yet again. It will be 5th round para sa MATTJESS ngayon. Ang ganda nga ng timing na sinabi mo. From the moment na kinuha ng FERVID yung CB and the decision made by Ninkyu to just wrap around doon pa lamang sa may SD, I think was a good decision. Naipit nga doon yung FERVID, pre.
Exactly, di ba? Pero ang awkward naman kasi nung timing na how did FERVID get in there? At saka pala pumasok yung MATTJESS. Unless that was planned all along by Vincent. I am not convinced that that was like intentional dito by FERVID. Siguro, again, the element of timing is 1-2 team here. Pero A7J, with a rare occasional TRG here, marking LA, will get the shot off. Hindi ko alam kung nakita siya, na siya yun, pero MZ will get a random freebie through the kabaong, pare. And that's one down. Yetja gone. Match point, FERVID, and they have to do something now.
MZ's gonna double dip. MZ's gonna double dip. Also gets the 2K. Jason will get that trade, pero the damage has been done, pare. The impact from MZ, questioned ever since he got the entry dito sa FERVID, now answered with 8 kills dito sa 5-9 scoreline. And is this the dagger that FERVID need para masuppress ang MATTJESS? Lance will get another kill dito kay Vincent sa midside. Kaya the only option that they have is mapatay itong si A7J. Kaso si A7J yan at walang papalya sa mainit na A7J, pare. Si Zach na lang. And how many clutches, how many miracles is this guy demanded? Dito pa lamang sa stage na to, Dracifer will just shut him down. FERVID will win a 2-1 scoreline. At ang MATTJESS hindi na mauulit na nangyari sa group stage para kay Vincent.
It took them quite the struggle, pare. 2-1, losing court, getting back the next 2 maps, pero FERVID, finally, a victory, no? Not in the fashion that we expect. I predicted that, you predicted that, pero not in the terms of the rounds, right? The rounds, there were unnecessary mistakes, unnecessary pushes, and some mechanical errors na pwede natin i-pinpoint. Pero that is for Aries to handle, the coach of FERVID, and also for Vincent, good outing, good showing dito by MATTJESS under the new leadership, but we need to have variety, no? And we need to learn a second line of attack. If the snowball works, and that only works, pare, and the snowball gets taken out of the game, what is left in the tool shed? What is left in the weaponry, pare? That is the question I am asking MATTJESS right now. Kasi kung hindi nyo kaya maglaro ng mabagalan, you can't play the map. You rely on the pure firepower and the body system. Kasi apat sila magkakadikit, di ba? Ano yung next step natin to evolve matches? I think I'm pointing you at the right direction. The question is, furthermore, no, how do you deal with this loss and what do you deal with this information knowing na ganito kayo natalo?
Na-dissect nga sila no? Mas lalo naging exposed nung nagsimula ng GR side ang MATTJESS, diba? They're getting cut off guard in some moments where FERVID were already placing yung mga nagkakat na rotate nila sa mid kanina. Minsan nga, nag-overpush nga dito si D on the way towards curve para lang ma-cut yung nag-rotate from CR papunta doon sa B-side. Pero yun yung mga little moments na lang yun. Just to consider that FERVID are on the up and up ever since nga naman nang naging rise nila from the spring season. I think improvements are already in place na nga. And if we're talking about MZ, pre, I think he already made his presence known doon pa lamang sa last round na yon. I think FERVID have displayed what looks like a green light pagdating dun sa improvement na yon. And I think overall, on the way na sila para lang dikitan yung VP dito. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think right up there, stop with the unnecessary pushes. I'm telling you. Right?
Yeah. Kung matatanggal lang nila yung mga over-aggress na yun, siguro on the way na nga sila dun no? Pero that is it para sa second series of the day with FERVID taking that victory 2-1. Pero bago ang series number 3 tayo dito, ituturo na namin dito kay Bipolar at saka Mochi, guys. Ang ganda ng series, no?
For real, man. Maganda talaga. And it just showcased how great ang cutting ng naging, I mean, I cannot say changes. It's more like amplifications, no? And as well as modifications for MATTJESS and as well as FERVID as a whole. And despite that MATTJESS caught lacking for a bit dito sa ating ikatlong mapa, well, hindi pa rin biro ang pinagdaanan ng FERVID dito para lang matuldukan itong seryeng ito, Bipolar.
Yeah, kailangan na magbanat ng butot totally, Mochi. Pagdating dito sa
Yes.
ating break before our new compound, no. Pero it's funny na hindi tayo tama sa prediction, Mochi, for the entire series. Pero tumama tayo sa
okay.
prediction na parang 10-5 scoreline matatapos. And sinabi natin to before, no, na i-throw natin sa caches na parang how funny could it be? Na parang one of these two teams biglang magpa-pop off and they will not even try for a tie game pagdating dito sa new compound. And we saw individualities, despite Lance not having parang clutch potential dito, nakita natin parang mas magalaw dito si Lance. So it basically nagampanan dito ni MZ yung role niya na parang, uy, I can cover most of the spots dito sa buong GR and BL side natin. You can do whatever you want. Meanwhile, A7J and D cooking lang together with Racer. You saw that one round. I think it was second round before we ended off the series, or second round before we ended off the series. Yeah, basically, na parang nag-hold sila ng store B ng malapitan mo using that big pillar before you enter at sinabugan nila yung players mula dito sa matches. And somehow, ito yung sinasabi ni A7J na FERVID is not just a team trying to go for that playoff spot. FERVID is trying to prove that they are surprising and they are
No? And I think ito na rin papasok yung pinag-uusapan or pinu-point out natin sa mga time na podcast na kasama sila Sneakin as well as si Salvino na nakaraan, na kung saan yung gap natin dito, Team Stallions is moving away further and further dito sa ating mga teams. Pero itong mga teams na humahabol sa Team Stallions, ang didikit nila sa isa't isa. Yun yung nakakatakot dito, no, for our local scene, because anytime soon, pwede silang magkaroon ng mabilisang pag-aagawan ng titulos kung sino ang susunod dito for STS alongside with VP. Pero ito ang ating set summary ngayon. 10-5 ang ating score, where FERVID definitely hindi sila nag-overthink, hindi sila nag-overset or nag-overplan, which is great because that gave them a lot more avenue to actually adjust further. And this just shows kung ano ang maaaring mailapag ni FERVID on the table, because we've already been able to see some hot takes how FERVID malayo ang mararating nila dito, at sinisimulan na nila na mag-introduce at ipakita yon sa unang araw pa lang ng group stage natin ngayon.
Oh, very much so, Mochi. Looking at the round table pa lang natin dito, na parang wala ding spree na nakuha ditong matches. So momentum wasn't really on their side kasi nga kontrolado ng FERVID ang buong new compound from the BL towards the GR side. It's very depressive lang na makakakita tayo ng gantong scoreline for a veteran player nonetheless na mula sa matches. Yet, Jaman, 1-15, pero 7 kills on D, not really needed kasi tingnan mo ng Dracifer and as well as Lance working hand in hand. And why not, may kita natin ngayon ang ating MVP, and feeling ko sanay na tayo, Mochi, kung makakuha ng A7J, hindi yung first and second map natin. Lance will always get the last MVP. 3.50 KD. Sabi, give Lance some space and he will provide you with a 100% rating.
For real. And I feel like during the time pa lang kanina na ini-introduce natin yung ating mga teams and as well alongside with the roster changes, no, I feel like what stays true, Lance is just continuously trying to sharp up yung senses niya dito, no, and as well as ensuring na magagawa niya yung trabahong ginagampanan niya dito, no, sa team ng FERVID. And I applaud the guidance na binibigay dito ng kanilang IGL as well as itong si coach, no, na talagang pinapakita nila na as much as at such a young age, hone natin yan para talagang mag-level up ang kanilang performance dito, at pinakita yun dito ni Lance. Pero again, a quick round through kung ano ang nangyari dito sa ating serye. Let us check out na rin kung sino ang ating match MVP. Abay, siya pa din, no? Siya pa rin talaga, no? Ang utak, ang bala, lahat tumatama, at siguradong may tatamaan talaga.
Ay nako po, lahat na ata tinamaan dito ng A7J sa lahat ng mga ginawa niya from the 3 maps na nilalaro ni Rano. Angelito, A7J was really, an IGL that could outfrag everybody sa server. Despite them having star players, despite them having D, kahit na nandiyan naman din sa MATTJESS si Vincent, kahit nandiyan si Jason, pati si Ninkyu, A7J will always give you a play that you can count on. and mabibigyan mo din, maaasahan mo din si A7J na makakuha ng big kills. From sub-base pa lang, Mochi, a determining map kung paano nga ba lalaro ng FERVID yung kung scenes natin. With him just solo holding mid, yes, I was questioning this a lot, pero the trust within these players and for A7J to at least claim 2 kills, which he always does, kakaiba yan, Mochi. In sub-base as well, nakita mo naman, kahit na raging Cebuanos, red up Cebuanos yung ginagawa dito ng MATTJESS, he was always there to provide a clutch. And nakita mo yun sa round ender mismo. In the round number 7, itig ng buong sub-base. Tulad nito, na he will give you nothing but composure and the best kind of kills. But dito sa new compound, iba, hindi lang imang tumama dito kay A7J. He used every one of his team to make a play, and that play made very, very well. Kaya masasabi lang ulit natin, Mochi, Jayo!
Jayo! Wala talaga. And dude, I feel like dito na rin nasasabi natin, no? Earlier on, we're pointing out that we need to strike a balance between aggression and tactical prowess, no? At yun ang pinakita din dito ng FERVID ngayon. Sinabayan ng utak ang pagpuso, which is great. Kaya naman, I feel like it is time for us to hear from the man himself, ang ating match MVP para sa ating match ngayon. It is going to be A7J. Yun?
Jayo, bipolar.
Jayo, A7J. Jayo.
Jayo ka talaga. Gawin na ka lang. Yung kita na full frame na. Ako na yung pagmumukha dito. A7J, first of all, congratulations, no? I'm wondering if ano yung mga challenges na naranasan nyo dito, no, kalaban ang MATTJESS? Kasi meron isang map na binigay sa kanila.
Ano ulit yun? What?
Kaya pa. Good evening.
Kaya ba?
Challenge natin na ano yung pinaka-challenge na na-encounter nyo against MATTJESS since meron kayong isang map na napamigay?
Siguro challenge. Wala pa eh.
Okay.
Wala challenge!
Okay.
Ay, hindi naman po sa ganun. Hindi ko pa alam.
Hindi niya ma-specify.
Basta may challenge daw, Mochi.
Basta meron, oo.
Ito, Mochi, challenge na question para kay A7J. Onting rewind tayo. No? Sub-base map. And sabi mo naman, no, Visayan team na kayo, A7J. Lahat na full roster, puro Bisaya. And you battled it up against a team na alam na this is their hometown. MATTJESS knows sub-base very well. Pero what happened sa round number 17, I believe it was the last round, A7J, na parang nagulat kami lahat, nag-push kayo ni D. Dalawa pa kalaban nyo sa misal, 18 seconds left, parehas kayo nag-push ng sikip. Ipit kayo doon. Pero you still garnered 2 kills para makuha yung sub-base. What was the thinking process doon? Bakit ganong decision phase yung parang nagpatapos pa ng sub-base?
Nung sa luwag kasi nakatingin lang ako camera ni MZ nun, tas binigla ko lang yung pasok, tas ayun, napatay yung dalawa. Tsaka swerte nga ako nun kasi si Didi pa bumaba nung time na yun eh. Tsaka nung pagkapatay ko nun sa dalawa, bigla akong nag-call kay Dina, wag muna. Tsaka sabay kami. Kahit na yun, do or die na yun eh. Nakachamba lang ata dun.
Okay.
Chamba. Ayun na naman tayo sa chamba. Paboritong word niyo talaga yun.
Yan, tama yun.
Ano pa talaga yung bibig? Pero ayun, no, A7J, again, congratulations, no, para sa FERVID. The floor is your shoutout at pasalamatan mo na lahat. Kung gusto mong pasalamatan natin, shoutout.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa FERVID since day 1, maraming salamat po. Tsaka kay Alin Waps, tsaka kay Coach Aris, tsaka sa mga team ko, shoutout sa kanila, tsaka family ko, sa jowa ko, ayun, shoutout sa kanila. Mga tropa ko nanonood, thank you guys. Maraming salamat po.
Yun. At maraming salamat din sa'yo, A7J. Nakakapagpahinga na ngayon. It's already 9 p.m.
Jayo,
Ayan, no?
A7J.
Congratulations.
Jayo.
And we are excited sa inyo mga laban dito next time. Jayo.
Congrats, brother. Good luck din, A7J, no, next time. Pero yun, I mean, we got some insights din sa mga thinking process dito ng ASMJ despite these crucial plays. But yeah, amazing 2-1 for Fervid.
Yep, amazing 2-1 indeed. At ito
Ito
pa,
amazing.
magiging 2-1 kaya to, no? Yun ang magiging tanong natin dito, bipolar of Team Stallions versus Execration. May napaaga ang kanilang pag-meet up dito, no, sa ating schedule. I'm actually expecting that they will be facing up against each other at the middle or somewhere in the middle or at the end of this month. Pero I guess, sabi ng direktor, iba ang plano natin dyan. Kaya for now kami yung papahinga muna at mamamagkita natin ano kaya ang mangyayari dito sa dalawang ito. Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets into trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Eh, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, ng flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
It's just the first day pero puno na ito ng mga banger matches. Kaya naman makikita na natin ang ating pinakahuling match. It's gonna be Team Stallions versus Execration. At ano ang masasabi natin dito sa tabatan na to as a Exifam dito, Bipolar?
XFM, kinig na ako dyan, Moch. Let's go, Stallions! Hindi, joke lang. I mean, let's see, no? I mean, wala namang issue dun, guys. No, don't worry. But, going back to the topic, no, Execration and Stallions is gonna be the high point pagdating dito sa series na, pagdating sa day 1 natin, no, Mochi. Intense na ito agad yung pinagtapat natin. Sanay tayo last time na VP Stallions inuuna, pero ngayon, somehow, the luck of the draw, Execration and Stallions will meet again, but in the first round or first day pagdating sa group stage. Ang tanong ngayon, Mochi, sino ang makakuha ng first step towards EWC and that podium finish?
Of course, though, especially with the recent integration of Revenge for Team Stallions and as well as UTIB dito naman sa side ng Execration. But let us first focus on STS. I am already running out of words kung paano natin i-explain kung paano lumaro ang Team Stallions because every single time they always find a way to improve and perfect all of their executes, no? Absolute domination nga ang kanilang pinapakita dito with actually news na gumambala sa buong mundo, yumanig sa buong CFPH scene na sabi, hello, si Red Bench nasa Team Stallions na, and at the same time actually showing na parang siya ang nagiging role model ni KLP dito because KLP has been the one here for Team Stallions so far, even from what we have witnessed from qualifiers, and right now, no, we still have revenge dito sa ating PubMat, but guys, si KLP pa rin ang lalaro.
Yun ang ano, KLP will be playing today pero it's very crazy na iba ang makeup artist compared sa Team Stallions on day number 1 pictures. Pero yeah, Team Stallions, great force man. I feel like marami nagsasabi ng question mark nga dito si Revenge, but I think he's a great addition, Mochi. Iba ang kalibre ng isang veterano tulad ni Revenge na pumupuntirya ng mga international teams way back when. But KLP will be playing today, so we'll be seeing the entire roster, basically the full form of Team Stallions today and their very first match. One thing to say though, Mochi, nung nakausap natin si Coach Tanks beforehand tayo mag-broadcast ngayon, na tinanong natin siya na ano nga bang nagagawa dito ng Stallions? Paano nila na-create yung gap up against the entirety of the Filipino region or the rest of Southeast Asia? Ang sinabi nilang dito is by being the most obsessed among everyone else. Yun lang kasimple. And that's intense. Kasi hindi lang yun sa kills, hindi lang yun sa wins, but that's preparation, and that's all it takes. Team Stallions now with their journey, Execration unang laban, and I feel like this is the most easiest lineup para sa Team Stallions. Tingnan mo naman, yung VP, yung kalaban talaga ng rivalry is at the very end.
Wala. Ano na talaga yun no? Parang quite of a constant na dito sa ating equation of CF scene formula, no, na VP ang laging dulong katapat dito ng Team Stallions. And I would also like to amplify that narrative, no, Bipolar. It's pretty rare to find a team as a whole with the same level of obsession dito sa ating laro. But I feel like mas angat lang ng kaunti itong kay Coach Tanks, no? Kasi every single time they always see and show na oo, talagang obsessed nga sila dito sa laro. Kasi every single time bound to dominate, and they are in the process of proving just that. And the question here din siguro, no, for the side of Execration is, would they be able to become quite of an obstacle kontra dito, no, sa Team Stallions, even after all of the history that we have with them so far, that there are some certain times na hihirapan sila tumapos, pero sobrang dikit ng ilang mga laban natin kasama sila against Team Stallions. Kaya pakilala na natin kung mga bang meron dito for Execration. Again, still the favorites though. We have Paul, we have CB, and we have Justin, MVA, when +1 natin dito si Yotem as ZYK became the /the coach dito sa ating execration team.
Yeah, ito na nga, Execration, the XFM, the X-Shot will be fighting up against Stallions. Pero with this lineup, Mochi, na first time natin may kita in the group stage of all things, na mawawala si ZYK, their IGL, their main sniper for the longest of time, at mapapalitan siya ng young prospect that we call Yotib coming in from Kerdas. Yes, nakita natin dito na kaya ni Yotib mambuhat ng isang team. Pero that's in Kerdas form. In Execration, can he work out? Plus, yung isa pang problem dito, Mocho, not really a problem lang, yung kailangan lang makamit and ma-push forward dito ng Execration is that ang kanilang IGL is MB8. Correct me if I'm wrong. But with that iteration kasi, Mochi, napili nga lang ba dito si MVA just because he has experience, because he's the oldest pagdating dito sa roster na to, or do they really rely on that? Well, we already have the answers to that. Everyone had a vote, and lahat yun papunta kay MVA. So, I feel like the trust will be good, but it's now a trying point. Kung paano nga ba ibababa ni CBN yung kamay niya, pero hindi na ibababa yan kasi ready na sila sumabak sa laban.
Ready na sila dito ngayon, no? And dude, I just find it funny then, no, na beforehand, Yotib destroyed them and then right now, is already part of them, no? If you can beat Yotib, no? Let Yotib join you.
Yes,
yun ang nangyari dito for Execration. And, but we still have to take note and remember na back in qualips, no, na talo sila sa FERVID na wala ng J-Kim. So I feel like that also shows ko ano ang estado ng Execration dito ngayon. And here is also, oh my gosh, parang binaliktad ata yung kanilang schedule nung spring, no? Kasi STS at MVP agad ang kanilang katapat dito ngayon as well. So again, starting it off, I feel like Bang is an understated. Starting up with a very steep mountain dito, no, para sa kanilang schedule. Well, we'll see how Execration will be handling that.
Sisipos muna dito ang buong Execration. They're gonna be pushing this boulder way up above the skies. Pero mahirap yung mga boulders na kailangan nilang i-push towards the tip of the apex of the mountain. Plus, you know what, Mochi, a little bit of backside din pagdating dito sa Execration squad. No, we asked, A7J, siya nawala, siya na rin yung IGL last time, na parang siya rin nag-isa, na mas naging full form bang Execration now that Yotib is in? Are they better? Are they worse? Are they on par sa past iterations ng ating Execration? He did say na mas lumakas, actually. He is confident. So it's a good sign. Kasi Yotib is young, pero nawala daw yung pinakabata kasi siya pa rin daw yung pinakabata doon. 2000 ko nga siya pinanganak. But, I feel like Execration is gonna be having a lot of tough times, pero they're confident and that's what you all need.
Yup, indeed. At pinagtapat ang dalawang sniperoonies. We have KL Boy and Yotib. Nako, ewan ko na lang talaga, no? I feel like dito na mag-rise up na naman ang ating mga tao na magsasabi KLP is more of a team player, Yotib is an asset of his own, no? Siguro. Pero ano bang thoughts mo doon, Bipolar?
I feel like, Moche, itong head-to-head natin, kailangan natin to ikumpara with two words, no? Reliability versus explosiveness. Yun ang maglalaban-laban dito. Just because KLP is reliable in sense, yes, he is very confident as a sniper, pero yun yung asahan mo kay KLP. He gives you frags that are out of this world pero in the most normal kind of cases. Meanwhile, Yotib will go for full extents. And feeling ko, in the squad like Execration, kaya niya mapakita yon. But it really ends up kung sino nga bang pinaka-on fire sa ating mga snipers.
Yep, kaya naman, i-reveal na rin natin ano yung mga mapang paglalaroan ng ating dalawang teams ngayon, no? Alam naman natin kung ano kanilang mga paborito ng mga mapang paglaruan at mukhang agad-agad na pinili ng Execration ang ating mapa of Ankara, Eagle Eye, chosen by STS, and our decider is going to be New Compound. If tayo ay abot sa mapa ng New Compound, I am really excited kung ano yung makikita natin dito. Kasi so far, STS is still in the process of perfecting it, but for Execration, they already know what to do here.
Yeah, they already know what to do. Lalo nandito si Yotib, no? It's very simple, GR side nila. Put Yotib on exit and no one can enter A. Yun basically yung plano dito na Execration. But I'm really concerned. Last time na nakita naglaban tong dalawang teams na to was on the group stage of Spring Masters kung saan naging 2-0 ang scoreline in favor ng Team Stallions. Pero wait lang, 2-0, naging madali ba yung laban na yun? No! Kasi both of those maps na napanalo ng Stallions, sabi ng Execration, mag-overtime tayo for both halves. And itong Ankara natin was their second, now being its first. Can they replicate a 13-11 scoreline pero in the favor naman ng Execration since they did pick this up? 8.0, kaya nila yan. You have the likes of CBN and BA Justin who knows how to play this map solely. Especially na Yoteb is in, they have a sniper that can easily battle these two snipers na ilalabas ng Team Stallions, which is not just KLP, but KLB. Yung compound though, I'm very scared for Execration. Yes, they know what to do, but Stallions knows it better. Preparation is at an utmost high, so tingnan natin kung nakapag-prepare din ng todong-todo ang Execration.
Yeah, and that's also the scary thing, no? Them being in the process of perfecting it just means that you should be expecting na merong bagong ilalapag dito ang STS.
Oh, yeah.
If and only if na tayo makaabot sa ating mapa ng new compound. Kasi ano naman ang kalimitang ginagawa ng STS dito, as much as possible gusto nila 2-0 kung 2-0 at ang nag-iisang mapang pinakawalan na is kontra pa sa Virtus Pro. So let us check out ng ating mga predictions, 2-0s all across the board for me, Snake Frog, and as well as L, except for you. Bakit bipolar?
I feel like the experience itself coming in from that last matchup nga, 2-0 did play a lot towards Execration. And since there's still some sort of addition still coming from ZYK kahit sub-in na lang siya ngayon or 6-man, they have a little bit of preparation kahit hindi sila nagtodo prepare because they know what to expect now. Yes, it's new set of maps sa Eagle Eye and new compound, pero Execration didn't give an easy time up against Stallions, and that was one of the teams na gumawa nun up against Stallions. Can they elevate that even more? That's my answer. That's why I put one map para dito sa Execration. I feel like we're all open naman na ma-throw down dito ang Stallions. It would be very interesting, pero I'm still in favor ng Stallions dito kaya 2-1.
Well, that is actually pretty much a great point here as well, no? And I do think that we will also hear from our casters maya-maya kung ano rin ang kanilang gustong mga i-point out dito para sa ating matchup so far, because as much as madalas na natin nakikita ang ating mga players, laging mayroong bagong pinapakita itong mga to, and look at that. Sabi ng community, Team Stallions yan. Period. Yes. With 94% na kanilang pagkapabor dito sa kanila. Definitely united and standing against Execration. Execration, prove us wrong. Yun naman lagi ang ating sinasabi natin dito sa ating desk, because those types of surprises, diyan mas nagiging spicy ang ating mga istorya, no? And let's see if Execration can offer something else dito sa ating table. Pero sa ngayon, tawagan na muna natin ang ating mga casters sa sama sa atin dito sa laban ng STS and Exe. Let us welcome ang ating mga casters at kamustahin natin uli sila. Sige Frog, ayan, hello. And welcome muli, no? Parang kanina lang ikaw nanonood sa ating match so far. Right now naman, ano masasabi naman na mapaaga ang pagka-meet ng STS at Exe ngayon?
Ayun nga, I feel like this is really a test para dito sa Stallions once again to kind of see how much they have done, no, dito sa ating off-season and how much they realistically galing nga dito sa Swiss stage despite their dominant run, no, pare. I feel like they could really still pick up a whole, lot of lessons na galing nga sa mga ibang teams, teams like CBF who really took them to the brink in maps kagaya nga na Eagle Eye dito sa ating map dito. Para naman sa Execration, this is a test kung legit na ba talaga to. Yung team na pwede nating sabihin, top 4 material ba talaga ang isang Execration, or is it gonna be another year of them crashing and burning, pare? Kasi it's happened before, and I hopefully will not see that happen now, pare. Kasi malakas yung team na to, pare, but there's a lot of questions as well.
Yeah, I feel like everyone is vouching for that, no? Now, hopefully, we don't see that happening, no? How about you, El?
Okay, I feel like nasabi naman na ni Sneaky Frog yung points for Execration. I want to talk about the Stallion side. Okay, let's question a bit here for Revenge's role. Is Revenge's role really a player, or is he just a guidance, a mentor, a coach, quote-unquote dito para kay KLP? Because if we are going to be seeing the roster, diba, it's going to be KLP playing. So, hindi natin masyasure kung ano ba talaga yung role ni Revenge. Tinatago ba dito ni Stallion si Revenge? Are they underestimating the teams by letting KLP play? What is really going on? We need to find a definite answer, and for a definite answer to come out, they need a challenge.
And definitely, I feel like a lot of eyes and minds are actually thinking the same thing, no? Na parang nagiging focus coach dito kay LP itong si Revenge right now. Pero sa ngayon, no, let us point out ang ating mga things na ma-observe at maaari nating derive sa mga nangyayari ngayon between our teams. Team Stallions undefeated versus Execration bipolar.
Yun na nga eh. I mean, I did say this before, no, 2-0 sila sa last matchup nila. That's why they are undefeated. But I feel like they're undefeated just because Team Stallions is a team. You don't fear a singular player. Yes, Kano is there. Yes, KLP is there. Nandyan si KLB, nandyan si Lloyd, nandyan si JJ. Pero pag pinagsama-sama mo yan, hindi mo kakatakutan yung isa-isa. Lahat yan. It's a team. It's a family. Yan ang palagi sinasabi ni Coach Tanks, and you fear that family. But for execration's sake, you don't fear a team, Mochi. You fear these individual players. Yun yung may kita natin. Pwede naman.
A family of monsters, to say the least. And how about this one? The return of revenge for Team Stallions, Sneaky Frog.
Well, KLP is not being subbed out, so ayun nga, it seems like
There's no return.
There's no return. There's no return yet. Wala pang return
Not
to sender dito sa ating labanan, pare. Malay mo, it will be maybe at the lower table teams, maybe one of the Rosea teams. Pero yun nga, no, hopefully we do see Revenge actually play in this one. If not, yun nga, no, this entire thing na gawa natin, this entire hype train na ginawa natin para kay Revenge, literally was just a big distraction para mag-improve dito si KLP. And that could be a possibility, in all honesty, no, knowing itong Stallions, they're now starting to play the cards a bit dito sa ating competition.
Exactly. And I can't wait to see that day din, no, na makita natin si Revenge in the lobby. Lalaro. And last one, no, Execution 1-2 combo, Yodib and CBN. Wow.
Yeah,
This is
that's,
actually a good one to be pointing out here, El.
That's very deadly. CBN, we already know he's a tried and true monster dito for Execration, but I want to focus on Yotib and to align the points natin, no, kay KLP. Let's compare the two, no. Yotib, 9th in KD, 9th in KR, plus minus 8. Let's talk about KLP. KD, 70th, 7-0. KR, 80th, 8-0. At ang kanyang plus minus, 61st. So the difference is there. So will this be Yotib just outshining KLP, or will the mentorship have its effect dito kagad sa matchup natin versus Execration? I want to see KLP improve para naman sa kamukha ko din.
Oh my gosh, couldn't agree more, no? Napa-quick max pa tayo dito sa ating desk as well. I feel like nailapag na natin lahat mga gusto nating iyak dito sa ating desk. Kaya it's time for the action. Sneaky Frogging L, rakrakan na.
I feel like Sneaky, this battle is definitely one for the books. It's an improvement for Execration. Not gonna lie, right? It's a definite improvement. Finally, a coach, a dedicated 6 voice in the room for when things get hectic, right? But on the opposite side, right, they added another voice. They took out Dolph X, pare, para kay Revenge. Now, is that the move, no? When will we actually see Revenge play? Will he actually play? Will KLP improve? All these questions in our heads. We're going to find out the first step to the answer, and I think this matchup will explain a lot, no, in the process of Coach Tanks and Stallions. And for Execration, improvements, are they there? Are they not there? Questions talaga.
Questions indeed, pare. And this is actually a hot take para sa akin. For me na, yun nga, Revenge definitely is like all-time better player rather dito kan. But I feel like Dolph is the better sub. Kasi madami siyang nagagawa dito sa kanyang playstyle. Pare, you can put him on the entry, versatility, yan, pare. Put him on the entry, put him on the backup, put him on the sniper. Nagagawa niya pa nga ng paraan dito, and he plays at the high level, no? So, we are missing yung presence dito ni Dolphex. Yun nga, if this guy was on any other party, he would definitely be contesting dito sa ating 5 players. So, Dolphex, yun nga, to see him playing again. Pero, yun nga, the implication talaga para kay Revenge on whether or not he's kind of, confusing a lot of people kung ano preparation na kailangan nilang gawin. Are we gonna prevent? Are we gonna prepare for KLP? Pero either way, still heavy responsibility actually KLP in this specifically, no? Kasi ito na isa sa mga players, some might say, hey, Yotib might replace one day, hey, some might, this guy might replace si KLP. Chance para kay KLP na sabihin at sa Stallions.
Let's see this substitution technique
Hindi na ako makakabulag dyan ah. Diyan ka sa
is still fruitful. No? Last time they went to head, it was 2 overtimes. No? Stallions, they had to claw their way out of base just to get the fruitful result. But now, I feel like itong KLP revenge UTIB debate natin, Sneaky, it's just a ruse to take away the attention from the rest of the 4 players dito sa Stallions.
Yun nga, no? Kinda give the spotlight super heavily dito kay KLP pare and try and see if they can go from there. Pero, UTIB I think di siya masyado matitinag sa lahat ng usapan na ganyan. Pero KLP with a very nice opening on UTIB. Hard scope moving. Makuha ang TB player. That's a great start para sa Team Stallions. And are they gonna decide to put trigger just yet? Pakiramdam ko, hindi pa pare. Fiending for another player pare.
Who are they gonna be looking for here? So KLP already shut the doubters up, pare. That's the first kill. There's more to come. I hope there's more to come. But the problem is, no, where do they go from here? I'm feeling a bit B here, no. I'm feeling a bit B. Go to 2 TB pare and then just explode off Loy's contact kung gagalaw man siya. Pero CBN, no, still in a power position, can still play around this heavy angle, no. Pwede nga siyang umikot no, pero problema niya, he doesn't know who is in door B. So, kailangan niya lang mag-steady dito and the contact is made.
Yun lang, CBN already taking the head off of Loy. First shot tayo galing sa Execration ever since that first pick. Pero JJ, makakabawi na isa dito kay NBA. KLP getting some high mid control. Pero meron pa siya magagaling sa backside. Di napansin si Justin na ando na sa baterya, but he quickly cleans him up as soon as he spots him on screen. Fall X na lang natitira. Headshot agad para dito kay Kano. JJ and KLB need to respect this player. Fall X just as capable when it comes to aim, so it has to be the teamwork. It has to be the up-down, the 2-man peak, whatever they need to do to guarantee yung angulo na to para KLB. Spotting Fall X, but he gets his head taken off dito sa 2F. USP in hand, pero HK mapapabalik siya dito. Challenges galing kay JJ. Double jump on the rafter side. TP na nakarating. 10 seconds left. Not much time para kay Folex. Still getting the kill. Pwede na i-hold to, min. Pwede na i-hold to. Ang layo-layo ni KLP. But fortunately, nakaplant para dito sa backside ng baterya. Kaya kita yan na galing sa spawn. Peak. STS getting the first round. Pero min, kung dinefuse na yun, dun sa covered part.
Exactly. Naantay ko dito kay kay Folex, and another highlight as well sa round na yun was JJ separating himself from KLP para kung maglalaban man sila, it's 2 different angles na kailangan takbuhin dito ni Folex and spend more time. First pick good kay KLP, the return by CBN better, but the problem is they already have control of technically high mid na pare, and at that point nasi stranglehold dito si Execration and it left Folex all alone. This is the separation I was talking about, and KLP came in just a bit clutch, for the STS around.
That's what I'm trying to see from KLP, no? You know, yung the entry, the opening dito sa TV, no, El?
Exactly. Medyo, medyo, sabihin na lang natin, maybe the time for the criticism was a bit too early. Maybe you really just needed to let him bloom, no? Maybe the pressure was just too high. Maybe he really just needed a figure to look upon, diba? A mentor nga naman, no? Revenge. Pero when you put that mentor in the position that you are playing, is that really a mentor or a competitor? Diba? Even if you are teammates. So KLP, the drive is still definitely there. The performance, we are yet to see. He has gotten 2 kills in the first round. We want more, and he is giving us more. That's going to be CBN down. An opening found again by the sniper of Stallions.
I really like that. Pare, na-enable itong si Loy to actually play a lot more far forward dito sa hotel kasi covered nga siya dito ni KLP. And he's also sinasabayan na dito, kumbaga, yung entry pathing na ginagawa nga nila dito. And this is very big improvements nga kay KLP. And still getting itong si Fall X. Nako po, KLP narinig yata ng lahat ng pinagsasabi natin, pare. At pinersonal niya na nga. Justin will be getting Justin will be getting Loy in return, though. Ito na ang reply ng Execration. JJ hindi pa nakakarating ng top A, pero makikita na nga dito si Justin. Control is there. KLP! What a quick scope dito kay MVA. UTIB na lang natitira. Can Execration Zone Sniper provide some surprises? KLP down, top A ang dalawang players natin. USP nasa kamay ni UTIB pero nadaplisan na nga siya dito ng HK. And it will be KLP to get the finish. I mean, a bad situation looking para dun sa Stallions sa Avon, pero nagawan pa nila na paraan.
And the man that made the way was KLP leading the pack, no? Dito for the side of Stallions. 5 kills in 2 rounds. Impact frags as well, and frags that hindi natin in-expect sa kanya, no? The old KLP would have never. He was gonna be good for 2, good for 1, try to get a kill with a USP and fail. But this time around, no? I think the mentorship is actually bearing fruit. And parang nang tama nga yung sinabi ko dito, Sneaky. Is this just a distraction from for us, for the fans, for the viewers na, guys, may 4 pang player ang Stallions. Pero kapag si KLP yung nag-pop off, syempre sa kanya lahat yung attention, kakalimutan niyo yung 4. At yung 4 yung dudurog sa inyo.
Don't tell me, pare. KLP
The mind
moving like
games.
Ang, pare. He can see the ancestors. Nakita niya yung mga snipers from days before. Revenge. Sino ba from back in the day? Do. Xiao, man. He just needs to channel that inner sniper within him. But at the same time, Yotib, just as capable, no? Para dito sa may high mid position natin. Pero STS, kanina pa nila ginagawa tong default na to, L actually, ah. And I feel like this is their, common default, take long into CA, then titignan nung clear yung hukay, tignan yung TP. See how much space do you have dito sa mapa, kumbaga. And try and see if they can get a setup from there. Pero tignan mo naman si CBN, could be taking out itong si Loy, which could be a key piece dito sa push ng STS. Pero
Parehas silang key piece dito, Sneaky. And the problem is, whoever falls down there technically wins the macro state of the game dito, no? Nakita mo naman, Dorby, yung angle nila, very separated from the team. Nasa high mid dito, yung pack na STS, the pack of Execration, spread out around the default nila. So now, with that pick off of CBN, they have to put attention towards B, but Execute is looking like it's going towards A.
It's all on the guns, brother. Tignan natin kung makakalagpas sila dito sa A-side. Paul X, one tap in return galing dito kay Kano. Pero Justin, nakita na si KLP. Yotib trying to climb up dito sa tower in order to help the A players. Swing is there. Loy will be spotted dito sa top A. But at least meron ng information kung nasan si Yotib. But how does this end up on a 2 versus 2 with every single player already running on the site? Yotib already down to 1 HP, 30 seconds left. Questions have to be made para sa Execration. Is this gonna be retakeable para sa inyo? Exit, medyo mahirap ng daanan, pare. Pero MVA, kailangan mo nang manggaling sa likod. Pero tignan mo naman yung anticipation dito ni Kano. Immediately peeks into MVA. And teka lang, overconfidence might have come to bite him in the back. Pero KLP, USP in hand, 10 seconds left. Kailangan na umakyat dito yung MVA. Plenty of time to do so and then get the defuse. Pero MVA will be getting that one and right on the money yung kanyang defuse. Sa 4.5 siya nag-E. And he gets it. Masyadong makulit.
Masyadong makulit, no? He checked for KLP, but that was an almost, no? You can't really blame him for losing that. It was a hard situation from the get-go, even though meron silang advantage, right? So at this point in time, yeah, it's on Kano. Pero I feel like, hindi na nila kailangan separate. Staying together in that little, under the stairs, it's better for me, no? KLP, he tried the heroics, pero of course, he's still trying to improve, pare. Look at the shot though from Yotib. I think that equalizer made it a bit more possible, pero yun nga, no, wala silang katao sa A, naubos na. So 2-1, we go back to a different default. No? STS just lining up, prepping for the A hit, and they are ready to deliver. In a bit.
In a bit pa. Siyempre, they're gonna take their sweet time. Ayun yan, lilinyahan muna to ni Loy. Left side box. And you can see the cloud in the sky. Yan, dyan mo yan itapon. And speaking of tapon, parang tatapon na nga utility dito sa A-side. Good headshot dito kay MVA. He tried to stop the EA players very early, pero siya pa ka mamamatay dito, Justin. Despite being the third player on the top A-side, siya pa ka mamamatay. CBN will be eating the dirt. Nako po, Execration. Getting absolutely mauled dito sa A-side. And this is the STS team, no? L, simple, but perfection, pare.
Yeah, they practice a single punch 1,000 times, pare. They don't practice 10,000 punches once. Just a single punch is enough, mastered to perfection. And STS, no? And ang best na natin actually nakita yun sa kanila, no? And we never get tired of seeing it because it's just very clean.
Works every time.
It's just perfect. It's immaculate seeing it, pare. Especially those nades kapag nilagyan pa nilang nades like they did in the ㍍Matches, right? very different na. Siguro, that's more of a counter strat kapag merong tao doon na nasa may stairs banda to the left side of our side. Pero this time around, default is not, I feel like it's still going to be mid, no? EA pa rin sila. If hindi nila makuha kagad yung gusto nila dito na objective towards entrance A, they're just gonna need it. And this is what I like, the utility gameplay on point.
Confirms yan na nandito pa si Justin sa top A, maybe trying to test poke and prod dito sa left side stairs, pare. Pero yung A side natin could be in danger. Execration trying to read yung play a bit too far ahead, no? Dito tinatry nilang mag-stack na maaga dito sa B side, thinking that it would be a full-on rotation. Pero sabi ng STS, this A side is looking prime and ready to get cooked. Pero si Justin will be taken down, just needed a bit of a fight. Will take out KLP. 4 versus 3, MBA, CBN, kailangan na pumasok dito sa loob ng site. MBA will be getting 2. Loy and KLP down. Teka lang, naging posible pa to para sa Execration. They are fighting outside of the site. Si Kano, napakalayo pa para tulungan itong si JJ. Pero si JJ, kailangan niya ba ng tulong? Yotip at the leg. And the USP shot! What a sequence by Kano. But CBN will be getting the side player. 48 seconds, not much time. Vince, sino unang makakita sa isa't isa, and CBN with the headshot ender. And it's just pure chaos on the A side. Buti na lang nandun si CBN, pare.
Sneaky, if I was Execration, pare palilitaw, bakit nandito si Kano sa ilalim ng military? Why is he sniping, no? Almost made it work, pero you gotta give props dito sa Execration, no? What looked like the dire situation, they turned it around. Ang bilis ng rotation nila, knowing that, sure, kahit hindi to bumalik ng B, we know that if you guys execute towards A, full A kayo, hindi kayo magpapaligoy-ligoy dito sa CA natin, walang tatao ng EA. Siguro military, merong tao, like Kano, unexpected, pero at the same time, no, Execration had no qualms and quarrels going towards the A site, and they get the round, but the fight again dito sa door B. Knock, knock!
Still Loy, man. CBN will be going down once again. Yotib getting a shot on KLP in return. No? Unting tulong lang from the side of Exe, but MVA, they still, I feel like STS is still very well aware na si MVA nakatambay pa nga dito sa hotel side. He will not be letting go of that angle anytime soon, and Yotib peeks into 3. And wala siyang nakuhang ni isa doon. And it seems like Execration, the moment that they even think about overextending, pare, doon pa sila napapunish.
I don't feel even a overextension. It's just like trying to get a return kill, no? Even if it's delayed trades. Problem is, you just get out reaction time, right? That's the big problem dito when you're facing STS. It's the mechanics poised by this man, pare. Now Folex tasked with another impossible mission. He will attempt, but success is nigh impossible. STS extend the lead to 2. You can see, trabaho lang as usual for the boys in the black and orange.
Kind of looking indifferent more than anything, no, about this match, pare. It just seems like, you know, he is just here, placed on the PC, and he will have to play another game of Crossfire dito, pare. Pero Folex, now tired of being bullied. Dito sa may A-side ng mapa, gusto nilang awayan kung sino man ang STS na gusto dumaan. Dito sa long, KLB, first victim of the one tap. Pero si Kano gusto rin sumugod ng kanyang mga tira dito gamit ang kanyang HK. Loy once again getting CBN. And it's the fact na 4 rounds nang dinideny si CBN na mag-push dito sa second mid, pare. When is he gonna stop?
Hindi talaga siya hindi siya makagalaw. He always has to take care of Loy. But the problem is Loy takes care of him, no? We highlighted kanina sa talking points natin, Yotib and CBN, the deadly duo, the pseudo-Tagalogs at this point, no? When you bring them to Manila, para when you bring them to NCR, that's what happens. Pero I feel like it's just going to be a bloodbath when you really face STS, no? The quality and the breed dito ng mga players natin ni Coach Tanks is just different. And CBN, I feel like a variety is what we need to ask of him, no? He needs to differentiate kasi tinutulungan na siya, pare. Siya pa rin yung una namamatay. And kung tutulungan ka sa trabaho ng isa, that's a guy down on the opposite end of the map where you could be using that guy to find extra angles like dito sa floor A natin.
Yeah, makes Loy's job very easy as well, no? Kasi ginagawa lang dito ni Loy, nag-iiba lang siya sa angle ng market. Like, you know, I'm gonna go bypass this time. Magbe-big door na ako, and then I'm gonna go base, and then I'll go market. There's so many options para sa kanya na gumalaw-galaw, no? kumpara nga dito kay CBN. Pero Justin, backside flank, walang nakatingin. Never mind, Kano a bit too wary na merong flank na nangyayari dito. Execration kanina pa hindi gumagalaw sa A side, so they must have some bug on the backside at nahanap nila yun pare. 30 seconds left. NBA with a very good spot dito sa boxes, pero how careful is STS in checking these corners? Will NBA be checked? Nakita ang kanyang baril, and that will be a wall bang from KLP. Fall X na lang natitira, and that will be a top A plant unless Fall X. Linyahan ba dito si JJ? Nakatayo agad. JJ spotting the exit there already. So meron na silang information kung nasaan galing si Paul. And JJ, tamang wallbang na lang. He knows he has a better wallbang gun. Pero nakuha niya pa si JJ. And the HE, almost killing him. Down to 1 HP. Naku po, they're buttering him up pare. And there it is. 2. STS, another round on the board.
In the span of 7 rounds, CBN has been denied his second mid lurk 4 times, and Folex has been put in a clutch position 3 times. And that is just the devastation that Stallions leaves in their wake. Revenge or not, KLP or not, it's still the same Stallions playing top tier Crossfire in our region. And early timeout, I would say dito, para sa Execration, usually they save that when things get dire, no? Or siguro nga, even a bit earlier, they use that, no? When they know that things are competitive, pero ayaw lang nilang palamangin na palamangin. Wala na. Nangyari na yung lamang sneaky. And at this point, damage control is not really damage control because damage has already been done.
Yun nga. Like, what damage can you control, no? When the entire thing is already basically broken, almost thrown out, pare. Yun nga, 40 seconds left on the time at Execration. Not much time to figure out this Stallions battering ram, no? Na tumatama sa kanila ngayon dito sa A-site natin. And I feel like one of the main reasons why kung bakit ang ganda ng A-take dito nga ng Team Stallions is not just the nades. Yun nga, maganda yung pagkakalat nila dito sa floor A. Pagkalabas nila dito sa floor A, obviously they will be looking for the right side player dito sa top A na nakatingin nga dito sa EA, no? And at the same time, the left side na magagaling na players dito sa vents, 2 players or 1 player will be going straight to room, papasok ng top A, tapos yung isang player magdo-double jump para makapatong sa box to get an angle on the top A players. Parang imposibleng i-defend, kumbaga, itong top A pag itong Stallions ang kaharap nyo, pare. And it really will take some very creative angles. Baka may kailangan tumambay dito sa room A, baka may kailangan na tumao dito sa vents. So mga tinatry dito Execution on A is not working.
It's not working, man. Everything that Stallions did nice on their A execute. Number 1, everything. Right? You can just put that, pare. That's the analysis dito sa ating Stallions. Pero I feel like the way that we can put Stallions execute in one word is there's too little time to react. And there's, even if you are gonna react, retake na lang yon. Lloyd though, aggressive but gets traded immediately. But again, though, he has his mark, pare. I'm coming for you, CBN.
Grabe, I mean, that's one way to counter itong si CBN, no? Just don't allow him to play Crossfire at all this entire game. And he hasn't played Crossfire for 7 rounds. That's how bad it is para dito kay CBN. And STS will try to take full advantage of it, no? Loy out of the picture, pero Yotib will be tried and tested. Naku po, tatama ka ba? Mukhang hindi ka, no? Masyadong confident. Yotib will be hitting that. Pero wala pang trade. JJ will just be reacquiring yung C4 natin and STS. You know, we're hoping for a TB pickoff dito kay Yotib. Instead, they just got a dead entry.
I feel like this is a fresh perspective for STS. Man down, 3v4. What do you do in this situation? No? How drilled are the protocols in these players, pare? We're going to see them move towards HM. No? Maybe just split the rotation. Make sure na pwede nating i-take care yung player dito sa bypass and as well as that player dito sa B site. Problem is, we haven't been seeing anyone as of late, no? JJ, oy, nagkakitaan, dead. 2v4.
Yeah, none the wiser. About dito kay NBA, how the hell did KLB hit that? Naku po, pahulog na si NBA doon pero hindi papayag dito si KLB and he gets Justin as well. Yotib tagged up. Alam na nila kung nasaan ang sniper ng Execration, pero alam nyo ba kung nasa ng rifler para sabi dito ni Folex as he forays down to RS. 5-3 Stallions. Yun nga men, granted may malaking lead pa rin. Actually not too big of a lead, but nakahabol na dito yung execution, man.
Yeah, they're keeping it competitive. At least, no, it's not just a one-sided affair dito for Execration, or rather for Stallions. The improvements definitely are there for the side of YouTube. For the side of CBN being his duo, not quite. It's kind of like Loy getting his number for the 5th time. Maybe we can see the 6th this round. Look at Loy's position. He's done and used every single angle dito sa second mid. Yotib always dito sa angle natin KLP challenge to lose. And that forces a play possible dito kay Loy, but not quite yet, sabi dito ng KLB.
Yeah, Yotib tagged up, no? Pero feel like they could have possibly played that one better dito sa may TV side natin, especially considering di naman kita si Kano dito sa left side ng TP, so I don't think Quickscope would be killing him in that situation. Pero STS already losing a member thanks to Yotib and his early game antics. And dahil nga wala na si KLP dito, Riflers have to operate without their overseer. So, ano yung pipiliin nila dito? Classic B-split na naman, pero the old reliable pare?
I think dito natin makita yung yung mid-rounding ng ating STS. They used just one default, but the mid-round went 5 different directions in 8 different rounds. So yes, may A execute, pero they're gonna test B, no? So people will go hotel, may aangat dito sa uluhan. JJ, check the angle, nasa na yung mga tao sa hotel, pa-exit, naka-ready yung execration, it's a 3-man hold. But will they bite here? Stallions, no, they fall back because Loy may have just found an opportunity dito sa CA. Maybe go back towards A, no? Baka siya naman mag-lurk dito pa RS ng GR, pero connection na lang, no? Let's just brute force this as 4.
I mean, it's not too bad of a call, no? In all honesty. If you are counting numbers here, Loy spotting Justin. Justin ayaw magpakita na ulo dito sa top 8. Doesn't wanna get shot in the head, Justin. Still on the left side, pero si JJ nakarating na ng top 8. Kano will be getting Justin. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 3. Once again, may paparating na ng exit. CBN will not be too brave about this exit push. However, merong kalaban na nasa gilid mo na isang napaka-pamilyar na tao na si Loy. And CBN would love to shoot him in the face. Pero KLB, Fence play, NBA down, 1 tap galing kay KLB. Yotib could be up next on the menu. And ayan na naman, lumabas na naman sa kill feed natin. Loy killing CBN. It is absolute madness sa Ankara, pare.
That's the 6th time. And how many years did STS get? 6. Let it play. See if I can get in here. I need out. This is what basically CBN is trying to play. Maybe when we swap the sides, kapag BL na to Execration, maybe CBN will have his number naman. No? Maybe we swap the sides, we swap the luck, no, of the draw dito sa Dorby. Pero ang pinakausapan natin dito, no, that initial momentum ni KLP, getting those initial rounds, the defaulting dito ng Stallions, which at first looks simple, but it's the mid-rounding that gives them all these kinds of options, plus their mechanics. And the third, a beautiful A execution, pare. It's always that. Of course, you can count the 4th, which is CBN always die to Loy, pero swapping of the sides, you can always rely for Stallions na delivering these kinds of defaults. And I feel like instead of Loy being the centerpiece dito sa ating GR side, it's going to be Kano, the rotator, and KLP, no? As an anchor, we need to see him get that upswing momentum again in the second half.
Yun nga pare, it seems like I've never seen itong Team Stallions lose too much dito sa the very passive A setup na tumatalon-talon ka lang for Vents and tumatalon-talon ka lang for the EA. No? They usually are very fast about their actions, pare. They go through EA, they go through Vents in a split second that yun nga, you do have a second to possibly react. Pero KLP, okay, doesn't wanna go TB. Gusto niyang mismong mid ang gusto niyang kunin. Yotib, bakit ka naglabas ng granada sa arco? And JJ will get free passes papuntang CA dito. Fall X, suspicious but not enough to look back on that side. KLB, makakatakas pa kahit pa paano. JJ is gonna get a freebie dito kay CPN. And Kano with the defense of a lifetime dito sa floor A. Fall X though will be getting him in return. NBA. JJ's now down dahil sa kanya pare, pero andito pa si KLB. Loy will get that one as well. It's just a full sweep para sa Team Stallions.
Yung kill dito kay Yotib yung nag-trigger ng chain reaction towards Execration and Stallions, pero the better result there came towards Stallions. No, it's very, very organic the way they're holding this. KLB, no? Akala natin mauunahan siya, pero the trading system dito ng STS, even with the rotators, no? They're just everywhere. Execration, as much as they are in full force as core, kulang pa rin sila ng isa, no? Kulang ng isang trade, at dahil hindi nga inabot ng 1v1, no? Or like a 2v1 just to close out the equalization of trades, pero all goods lang yun. For Execration, they try again. A small mistake from Yoteb. You don't like seeing that from new pickups, but then again, a mistake nonetheless. Now, on their BL side, they will try the same approach except hindi sila mid-heavy, no? Dalawa lang yung entrada dito sa CA. Balik tayo no A, limahan natin kaagad. Pero ang hindi nila alam, tatlo nag-aantay sa kanila. And paano nyo i-counter ngayon yung ginagawa dito ng Stallions na kung sila yung BL, ang galing nila umatake. Ngayon silang GR, papakitaan namin kayo.
Ooh, they immediately did not notice itong si Kano. Room A position is there. Too much cover to check sa Execration. Sabay-sabay silang pumasok at sabay-sabay silang namatay doon. Mr. L. Yotib na lang natitira. Yun nga, a familiar sight, no? In an Execration game, the sniper always left alive. You know, call it deja vu, call it ZYK, pare. Nothing changed. In Stallions, walang nagbago sa kanila, men. Malakas pa rin talaga sila. And I really like that bait setup, no? Kaya kay KLB at kay Kano. And Kano was just playing room A, or understairs ng room A the entire time. Personally, my favorite angle sa Ankara kasi napaka-OP. And KLB, he was just a distraction.
Exactly. And at that point, no, kapag umentry ka, you don't really know which one to shoot. You don't even know where to shoot the second one, no? You expect always two. But there was a third guy. Right? They were that prepared in the read. So KLB approved on that read, on that default call. Loy now, I'm expecting CBN. Is he gonna push and try to really get him dito sa BP? Hindi na. CBN just sticked with his friends, pare. Enough of the abuse dito sa DB. I'm gonna go with my friends. Let's just execute A again. But Vince, knock knock, pare.
Kuya Matt,
who's there?
Ako. Siya yan. That's him.
Ito.
He's right here. No, KLB! No, CBN! Oh, he gets it! Kano, nakita pa nga dito si CBN in the turn. He's only good for one, but the spray down is good. Grabe. Si KLB pa yung napatay na doon, pare, but Loy still well alive. But no longer does he have his natural enemy dito sa mapa natin in terms of the positioning. JJ, though, could do a lot of damage galing dito sa exit, pero kailangan yung tumempo ng onte kahit pa paano. KLB, CA side, good crouch peek galing kay Yotib, all in one move as well. Loy is spotted. Quick scope, waiting for the inevitable, pero si Loy ay na pang isala. JJ trying to make as much distractions as possible. Loy, nakuha na si Yotib. Justin kind of in danger. MBA dropping down para tulungan ang kanyang long-time confidant dito, pare. And it will be Execration. Finally an answer back.
An answer back, but man, there's still a 4-round deficit in our scoreboard, pare. And you see the looks on their faces, face cam nila. I don't think they're listless. That's the perfect word I can describe. It's like they're trying to climb a wall that you know you cannot climb, but you will still try anyways because it is required for you to do it. No, Loy, come on. I know you want to do him
Not
dirty.
the Pepper.
He pulled out the pepper. This guy pulled out the pepper for it.
The VE.
He's learning, pare. He's learning from the other leagues.
Yun nga, maybe learning from his yun nga, no? Rivals dito on the other side of the island, pare. Pero Stallions, no reason to move. In all honesty, no? Tamang position lang sila dito. As soon as anyone starts shooting sa Execration, though, that is where the movement can start. Galing dito sa STS, but mostly it will come in the way dito ni JJ. Did they? Oh. I'm not a fan of this change. They swapped yung position dito ni JJ at ni No. I liked it when he was lurking mid. Pero mamaya na yan, pare. Of course, Execration will be assaulting this B site. KLB will be taken down. Di na tumama kanyang tira dito sa kanyang sniper. Loido from the hotel side checking out. Only one player so far. CBN getting J versus 3. It's a lot better on the B site para sa Execration. And it's a retake for STS.
And I feel like we have to pinpoint yung sinasabi mong topic kanina, Sneaky, you don't like the JJ and Kano swap. Me too, because ang layo ni Kano sa action. You expect him to clutch, he can, but he's better in the middle of the fight, in the middle of the action, when it starts to happen. Now, 20 seconds remaining. They have to work against 3.
Oh, timing para kay CBN. At that could make all the difference. Pero maling nade pa lang nalilabas niya. 7 seconds. Spotted yung nasa battery. Tamang tago lang galing kay Yote. 4 seconds. Gets it! Safe!
Absolute
ang ating
cinema.
defuse, pare. Sabi ni umpire. He gets it on the 4.1. Jesus Christ, KLB. 9 para sa Stallions.
And that was of a mistake or a bad decision that we think came from them, right? The swap, we did not like it. KLP back on the shenanigans. Went a bit quiet, but he's making some noise. Pero this might be the dagger, who else to take down but the new addition, Yote. 4v5 up next. BN will finally get revenge, pare. Not the player versus Loy lang. Right? I think it's done and dusted at this point. What,
Yun nga,
you have
when
control of
KLP
the map, pero
when KLP starts peeking like that, pare, dun ka na matatakot Like when he's starting to kinda ego check you a bit sa mga angulo kagaya na second mid, kagaya ng arco potentially. Ayun nga, matakot ka na sa ganitong anyo ni Kyle Pegaro, pare. Pero B-side ang gusto nilang kunin. KLP open for the challenge. Oh, maybe double scoping is not the choice, pare, pero second shot.
Oh!
Not gonna fire. There's people around you, pare. And he will get frustrated, not even shooting a single bullet into any enemy. Pero Stallions, meron pa silang dito. Fall X, down immediately. KLB, right on their alley. So 3-man retake. Mag-group na lang sila dito, pare, para pumasok ng B-side. MVA, di man lang nakaabot ng Kuya Will. Oh my God, napamik ang ating B-side, L. CBN, the only one left alive. The man who's been bullied in hotel multiple times. Pero si CBN naman babawi ngayon. Mukhang hindi. Walang ganti. Ang kanina pang inaapi. Stallions. Taking Ankara, hindi lang yun. Taking Execration's map pick convincingly.
And they take that in a fashion na talagang slap to the face. Yotib got outclassed low diff lang ni KLP, but Loy, man. Loy was such a problem for CBN, and when CBN just had to get it rolling, pare, it was too late. And everything went up to the point na Execration was looking a bit lost. Sure, they were getting kills, they were getting their opportunities right, pero it always felt to me na they are in a man disadvantage, they are in a bad position, they are not getting the fights that they wanted, and kahit anong asim gulang na ginagawa nila, STS is just prepared.
Yeah, STS prepared. At the same time, firepower still on point na, pare. There were some moments na we could say there are some fair few overextensions galing sa kanila, pare, especially in that 2v2 kanina, with itong si Kano at si KLP. Obviously, Kano didn't have to peak that, pero yun nga, the confidence kind of speaks for yourself from time to time, and it seems like the confidence will lead them to victory dito sa ating mapa ng Ankara. So Stallions obviously with a very good all-around game dito sa mapa. Hindi natin pwede masabi na sobrang komplikado yung kanilang ginawa na macro, considering na yung BL nila, they just did their default 9 times, pare. Yun nga, the long A to CA to TB, and multiple times actually nanakot dito si Kano and si KLP by Yote. But it seems like yung mid-rounding talaga ay hindi mo matatalo dito sa Team Stallions. They are so good at looking for opportunities elsewhere sa mapa, and they're so good kahit may disadvantage sila, pare. For example, yung 3A na nakita natin kanina, they know where the weaker part of the defense is, and they know to be patient para maaning to Execration. Now they have to cover both sides. Now they have to play a losing battle dito sa ating mga rounds, pare.
Yeah, very, very dangerous when it's just the same old Stallions, but you can't even get half the scoreline necessary to win the map. That was Ankara delivered by Stallions in a convincing, clean fashion. And the bipolar emoji, what are your takes? Out with the old, in with the new?
That might be it, honestly. But at the same time, there are also some old in the new. So that brings quite of an interesting touch, no? Pero sa ngayon na nakita natin here for Ankara, my dude, I feel like Execution forgot that Ankara is also one of the perfectly woven maps dito ng STS Bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, nakikita nga natin dito yung Mochi, no? Parang, if you think about Stallions right now sa Ankara, it's very picturesque. Kung nasa museum Mochi yan yung may barikada pang mga red lines, may fence gate pa para di mo malapitan. Ganun kaganda ang pinapakita nila dito in Ankara. Yes, their GR side was getting thrown out in those like 3 rounds na nakuha ng ating place mula sa Execration, pero what can we say? Or I mean, like when they were nasa GR side dito Execration, pero nung nasa PL side naman dito ang ating Execration, well, wala nangyari. Meanwhile, STS, grabe Mochi, Loy is just instantly killing CBN for more than 7 times dito sa ating long B side or sa ating may door B side or even here sa may uluhan, no? Pero ito yung pinaka-problem sa Execration. We were talking about ops na parang roles are definitely here for Execration, pero ang daming kailangan tapalan. Walang definite cause, walang definite effect yung mga roles natin for Execration, and that is why it's kind of difficult. Kasi last time na nakita natin, ZYK was on the sniper, and he was the one holding hotel together with CBN, and that is why CBN is so confident. But now he's just a solo player here, or sometimes kasama niya sa NBA, Loy can easily outfrag 2 rivals. Hindi niya kaya pag sa sniper, and that's why yun yung iba ng tempo last time na naglating Spring Masters. Stallions still amazing with their executions and with their holds, Mochi. Room A hold, nakita mo na yun. Using the room A as a dodge for the flash without even moving. Pero ngayon, 10-4 scoreline, 14 rounds ang nangyari dito, and another 100, pero this time it's on Kano.
Yep, indeed. And I feel like, no, siguro supporting what you have mentioned earlier on Bipolar is yung fact na from Spring, ang taas din ng headshot percentage ni Loy. No? 65% headshot percentage, and it's also where he performed at his best, no? Na nakikipagsabayan siya ng maigi dito kay Kano. And at certain occasions, actually taking some MVP titles in specific or certain maps. Pero again, no, Team Stallions, talagang itong si Loy pinakita niya na it's not just a one-time thing, no? It's not just a specific league ako magaling until dito dadalhin ko yon. And the same thing goes to Kano. Time and time again, no? 2.13 KD and boy, 65% the headshot per kill. Taas din ng util usage, 100% ang kanyang rating. Need to say more.
You don't have to say anything else. Kano is just that good. And in a team na sinabi nga natin, no, that everyone can outshine each other. It's a team effort nonetheless. Pero Kano still giving us a performance na hindi mo man lang pwedeng isara mata mo. Kasi he's shining bright. The golden, this kid is very much golden, no? Plus, ito pa yun, no, Mochi, nakita natin, Mochi, Execration. May ibang teams ngayon, even Execration before, na parang pag na-shut off mo isang player, that's Loy, na mag-isa naman mostly, 4 na lang iisipin mo. Pero hindi mo ma-shutdown yung isa. 5 yun, Mochi. Wala kang magawa sa mapang yun. Yun yung problema ngayon eh. No one can get shut down. Meanwhile, everyone on Stallion side is on fire.
Again, the gap definitely persists dito, no, for Team Stallion. So the point na kahit sabihin mo na 3 na lang yan naiiwan dyan, matatakot ka pa rin at mag-overthink ka pa rin dahil yung 3 yan, ang daing pwedeng gawin. Pero dyan na muna magtatapos ang ating unang mapa here in the map of Ankara, and later on we will see if Execration has an answer against them. We will know about that after this quick short break. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the double.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Tuloy ang pagpalag dito ng Team Stallions and as well as Execration. Pero sa ngayon, parang Team Stallions pa lang ata ang nakakapanapak dito. What will happen dito sa ating susunod na mapa? What do you think, Bipolar?
I feel like Mochi, my thought process right now is can CBN play the game? Pero kasi parang ngayon, nag-aayos lang siya ng storage sa lobby natin. Because he is always just getting decimated by Lloyd. But this time, Eagle Eye 2.0. Wala nang, alam mo yun, single holds. Yes, sometimes the BL side of Stallions does that, na KLP or Lloyd will be staying here on long A and the rest of the team will be going to long B kapag nasa BL side. Pero, another threat coming into the way of Execration Mochi. Double TRG setup ng players mula dito sa ating Stallions, wherein KLB and KLP are gonna be handling those snipers. Meanwhile, Execration, kaya nga ba nila mapagana dito si Yotib sa top A lang naman pumipwesto and even on long B sometimes. Let's see, MVA has a big job dito, lalo na siya yung minsan nakikita natin sa mid.
Let us see. And also with the pressure na siya rin ay gumawa ng dirty work dito, no, for Execration.
Of course.
Let's see if that would be possible, no, for Execration na makapanumbat dito sa ating mapanagigan. Malalaman natin. Kaya naman ipasa na natin ito sa ating mga casters, L and Sneaky Frog. Kayo na to.
In all their stay, Sneaky Frog dito sa CFS, C Masters, and even CFS.PH, Stallions have never gotten a perfect 16-0 win or 18-0 win, no, in terms of maps. This will be the start or this might be another stopper. It's up to Execration to stop them sa Eagle Eye. Pero halatang egol sila pare. Sa Angkara pa lang, nadurog na sila. Paano pa kaya sa mapik dito ng Stallions na alam natin they know and love to play Eagle Eye?
Ayun nga, no, pare, and I really do hope na Execration did watch that CBF versus Stallion series, no, especially considering how close it was, and I feel like itong CBF natin really did kind of expose a lot of yung mali nga dito na Stallions, especially on that Eagle Eye map. I think yung A defense could be a big question, pero si KLP kasi mainit pa lang nung map number 1, pare. So I don't think A-site is gonna be a problem anytime soon unless talaga na biglang nanlamig ang ating sniper on the side of Team Stallions at biglang uminit itong si Yotib. And considering na magsisimula pa nga dito sa BL side, itong Execration natin, it isn't really serving them all too well as well. Na maganda rin yung depensa dito ng Team Stallions, but at the same time, they can also just pop out of nowhere. No? Pwede sila lumabas sa mid, long, long B, hindi sila takot na lumaban dito, pare, kumbaga.
Yeah, I mean, pinakita naman nila yung will to fight nila dito sa ating Angkara, no? Nakita naman natin in terms of even overextending.
Smoking out,
Wala exit.
Italikod niya.
Okay, likod niya.
Planting ako. Safe plus. Safe plant ah.
Kita ko exit. Last one.
Very well collected.
Uy, good find.
Advantage.
Grabe, you the manager's giving in the back as well. Sa ating kasi. Pero, Execration. Uy, Folex. Kita kaya yan. Kanyang katawan dito sa bottom A. Pero sayang na sayang. KLB is gonna get 2. Pero buti na lang umakyat si Folex dun. Suddenly, it's winnable para dito sa side ng Team Stallions. JJ scaling very quickly. House A in danger potentially. Yotib only has to die. Folex spotted na nga at namatay. And JJ with the double kill. Yotib, wala na siya magagawa doon. And Stallions, yun nga, no, pure chaos. Execration got the first half of the round. Napatagal nga dito ni KLB with that very nice hold from spawn, pare.
Yeah. Narinig ba natin yun lang tama? 5 seconds into the round, no? They're taking off the plan. I mean, to be fair, objective-minded Execration, but I feel like you skipped a bit too much steps there. No. Eagle Eye, remember, this is a small map. It just looks wide because of the scenery. It's on top of a mountain. There's a hotel. Looks kind of like Ankara, but Remember, STS, they know how to quickly rotate here, and if you give them that opportunity to just maul you over and over, this map can be easily done and dusted, Sneaky. Like, don't even mention the scoreline. I don't want to think of the scoreline that Execration can or cannot do, but that's a good fight by NBA.
Grabe, NBA finding it, JJ out in the open pero Fall X naglabas ng pistol sa maling oras pero tama nga naman ang ginawa niya dito. KLP down, Loy and Kano will be falling as well. It's a bit hectic on the A side, nagkagulo na nga sa loob ng mga usok natin. And KLP, last one left alive, 1 versus 4 for right in front of him. Ayun na nga, KLP, tamang taps dito kay NBA, getting Justin, hold on. Is the captain cooking? CBN floor A gets his own headshot as well. An Execration. An early reply para sa kanila, pare.
Yeah, I like that, no? Sinabi ko na mabilis kayang tapusin to ng STS, pero Execration, they know that tempo is the name of the game dito sa Eagle Eye. Look, MPA, quickly rushing sa hotel. Dalawa kasama niya. Pero isa nagmamark lang. That's gonna be Yotim holding the angles. They already went dito sa loob. KLB challenged. Goes down trade.
Colex, ooh, will be getting Kano. That's a very important piece of the defense right there. Hotel already out. And tignan mo naman Execration. I actually like this, L. You kill both Hotel players, but let them set the defense, pare. Let them spread out a bit dito sa mapa natin so we get a fairer fight on this 4 versus 3. Pero si JJ na mismo yung sumasala sa kanila, pare. And you might want to take that kid out.
Let me add him. This is what JJ really wants to do, pero malalaman pa nila dito. Bumabala ko naman si Folex, no? I don't think he wants to overstep. Alam niya pa rin yung danger, even in a man disadvantage dito sa Team Stallions. So regroup. The best way to win here for Execration is to just regroup and possibly hit only one guy. But if they go A, pare, there's 2 waiting dito.
Uy, KLP has been pretty fast with it for the past few times. Second try. Doesn't hit itong si Folex. So far immune to the TRG bullets. Pero CPN, big naman na naman dito ni Loy. Justin will be falling as well. And this is just a reaction, honestly. Galing dito kay Loy L. He's just like, may dalawang tao dito sa A. Let me help my teammates and just shoot 3 in the head. And Yotib, unfortunately, ayun nga, 3 bodies on the side, or rather 4 na kanyang mga kakampi dito, pare. And yun nga, sabi ni Loy, let me at him, pare. Tiniretso niya.
Funny to see that yung man disadvantage team pa yung nanalo ng round, no? I don't know what it is. Maybe just you're gonna make me say it again. The mechanics, the raw mechanics of this team is just on top of everything, on top of every player. Yotim, as much as he is good, no? As much as he with Cuerdas destroyed Execration, and now he's on Execration, he cannot hold a candle to the members of Stallions. They take their second round. I like it though, no? The tempo na ginagawa dito ng NBA, he knows that he can easily get the approach kagad if he has the spot. Kuha niya yung spawn, no? Kanya advantage. Good day sa big doghouse sa likod, and contact. Yeah. Are you gonna push for the flash? Drive?
Ooh, yun nga. You may switch the players up here, Tanks. Alam kong si Kano yung dating long player mo dito, pare, pero si Loy caught with the same habits in the exact same position. Once again, no, may adjustments na ginawa nga dito si Boss Tanks para dito sa Team Stallions. Once again, JJ being the mid player. KLP, alam naman natin na magta-top A yan, but I really did not expect na si Kano to be hanging more on the B side, second mid side of the map, pare, considering na maybe he usually does hold itong mid doors, and he is the fastest reactor, no, sa lahat ng mga players dito ng STS. And speaking of reaction, KLP will be getting itong si Yotib. Justin nakalabas ng mid, pero mamamatay lang rin siya. JJ will not be going down. Teka lang, CBN getting 3 with the turnaround. KLP, good defense. But the better highlight galing dito kay CBN na gusto na rin bumawi dito sa mapa natin. KLB with an HE. Not be catching anyone in that position. Pero anong gustong kunin na angle dito ni KLB? He has an M14 EBR, could be a straight laser if he wants to, pare. Pero CBN hearing na merong tao na naandito sa spawn, just waiting for the full swing galing dito kay KLB. Walks right into his crosshairs. An Execration. Yun nga, no? Feeling ko yung kaguluhan talaga ng mga smokes dito sa A-site yung nagpapapanalo sa kanila dito. But at the same time, finding Loy early is definitely key dito, pare.
I mean, they did not find Loy, pare. Loy went and kept dry with no flash whatsoever, no util. I mean, push down, I know you trying. But that is just a different level, pare. KLB getting one over the bar.
That's my kind of HK
And
challenge,
he's-
pare.
Ang bilis no? It's already there.
Inakyatan yung barman to go head-to-head up against Yotib. No same player does that, pare. Pero apparently KLB, he wants the head.
Usually, siguro, in-expect ko pag yun sa bintana ng hotel is someone peeks right through the window, right? What if I stand on top of the bar? KLB using 100% of his brain right there. I'll beat the sniper, but Loy, ready for the swing?
Uy, nakaalis pa siya dun. How has he gotten away with that? Loy getting CBN and MBA will be falling. And Execration once again stuck between a rock and a hard place dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. And Justin could be the next victim dito, kano. He senses na merong tao, na merong pananaan dito sa may mid-side, and he does guess right but doesn't just peek it. In that corner, KLB spotted sa bypass at nagkamali ng peek. Di nakita yung pagbaba dito ni Justin. And Loy, this is now the issues lying para dito sa STS. Everybody looking for their just trades, pero si KLP, tamang tago na lang dito sa metal box. Big responsibility to try and go for a clutch exactly like this. Pero si KLP, nilabas na ang EBR. Justin in kill range as well. A few bullets could make or break. Naku po, naglabas ng flashbang sa maling oras pero mapapaikot si Justin all the way sa long, pero KLP mapapaikot na rin sa base ng kanilang kalaban. Pero tignan mo naman si KLP, genius move galing sa kanya to be ahead of the curve on this B side. Justin will be possibly trying to check this hotel position, pero kung ma-realize ni KLP na medyo maaga-aga na ang C4 ay naandito sa B-site at itong si Justin ang maghahanap at maghahasik ng lagim. I-check kaya ni Justin, pero Justin looping right back dito sa may mid-side, keeping the timing random for both of them. KLP, nagdaanan na sila dito, di pa nakakita, pero KLP tamang harap. Justin pati siya nagulat doon. And he even hit si KLP somehow actually. But it is through the wall unfortunately. And grabe, KLP presenting a clutch. Even with the rifle, pare, kayang-kaya na yan.
Okay, I'm kind of confused. We had like 5 incidents of that happening. Nagkakitaan sila sa monitor natin pero hindi sila nagkakitaan actually. No? It's not the 4x3. Exactly, the 4x3 dito. And that is not the 4x3. That is the head of Loy. CBN Revenge Tour. Finally getting one on Loy. He's delivering. And so far, so good. Execution with the lead in man advantage. Can they deliver in the rounds though? Isang malakasang entrada lang to, Sneaky. Pero they're about to let things simmer.
Kinda have to, no? Kasi pag pinasok po tong Stallions na masyado mabilisan para na wala kang information kung nasan yung mga ibang players dito. Especially itong si Kano on where and what part of the map ang kailangan i-rotate. KLP now on a EBR. Humble enough to give it to his teammate na si JJ, who is also just as capable of sniping, no? But Yotib in a very good spot dito sa doghouse. If he can get just a cheeky angle dito kay JJ, that's the sniper down. At vulnerable na dito si KLP, pare. Pero si Kano napalipat, ah.
Is this a read or is this just an adjustment on the fly now? Maybe a protocol one at that. Hayaan nilang gumalaw dito. Execration, man down. Kano is about to face 3 people on the door. Knock, knock again, Sneaky.
Oh, but not the taps this time para dito kay Kano. CBN getting KLB now allowed in the hotel side. Pero tignan mo naman si Justin, napakaganda ng kanyang gapang dito. Through spawn and through mid potentially can be getting itong si JJ. JJ shot, misses, and the shot hits para kay Justin, and it will be KLB last left alive para sa kanyang team. Pero si Justin tamang repick na lang dito sa may mid side. 3-3. Execration, keeping it equal dito sa map ng Eagle Eye.
Yeah, I'm now wondering about why itong si Kano, no? He's playing towards B. I mean, I get he's still playing towards the mid doors side, pero wala siyang gagawin dito, pare.
Kano,
KLB!
KLB? On the hotel side? Naku po, wala nang natira galing sa Execration. That is what you need from Team Stallion. Pero Execration with their own aggression as well. Pero mapipigilan na lang si Loy like CBN. Like he did earlier. Justin, the last one left alive. Kanina pa siya gapang dito sa spawn. Usually the man flanking, but now he's the man clutching.
Now what? Justin. Onviri has a C4. Nakahover lang dito sa Kano! Wow! I thought that was the HK, but apparently he was sniping, so never mind. I take back my wow, that was just a normal shot from Kano. 4-3 STS. Parang nabigla din tayo doon. Sige, no? Bigla nilang pinasok dito yung LB. They just went ahead and rushed the hotel entrance. And maybe one more for Kano. Who is sniping? Tingnan mo natin yung retake. Grabe yun, no?
Yeah, he got that second mid player. And was just covering itong si KLB the entire time, pare. And yeah, very good job. I feel like the secondary sniper is definitely well needed para dito sa STS. I just didn't expect it to come in the form of Kano.
We all thought it was KLB. But nah, Kano wants to take a jab at the TRG as well. Mag-aggressive din naman sila, no? Baka babain na nila, pero si Folex yung aakyat. And they're now just pacing it. KLB. Oh, takes a jab at it, but Folex wins that one. No, sorry. Ano, hahanapan niya ng trade habang bumabalik dito sa may bridge, pero so far, parang siya din yung nalilito sa ginagawa niya eh. Will find MVA, not quite with the shot. And you have to back off now if you're Kano.
Yeah, I got no choice in the matter, pero I don't think backing is part of his vocabulary here. Ay na pa rin bitawan itong hotel natin, and Execration now a bit suspicious na merong katulong itong si Kano na ganito siya confident, pare. At dahil nga sa sobrang confident ni Kano, they think that it is more than a single player na nasa loob ng hotel or nandito sa B-stack. Pero KLB, what a spot on Yotib! Trying to see if he can get the boost up dito sa top A para makuha ng angulo, pero si Lloyd nandito na naman sa mid. Justin will be getting him, Folex will be getting KLB. JJ's down! Good fight from the side of Execration. At si Kano na lang natitira once again. DRG na kasi, men. Oh! Getting Folex. Justin. Second mid. Yeah, this is easy at this point. Man's running away. And a 4-4 Execration. Once again, keeping it equal dito sa laruan natin, pare.
I cannot still credit Execration. Like, sure, they are getting the kills. Pero, off of it was like, STS just messing around, right? Like, this double TRG setup na ginagawa nila. It's a bit unorthodox from what we usually see. Yes, nakikita din natin paminsan-minsan, pero doing this often and then going for the push now, dry walang util. It's not really like them, no? So while we go for the final round in the first half dito, we're gonna see that replay now where we almost saw him hit a nasty shot, pero di lang nakuha. Not caught in the 4K dito sa ating observers. All good though. MVA taking a jab at it. What is with this Arctic buys or Arctic pickups dito with their bags?
Hey man, you gotta get those openings, pare. Kung makakuha nga ng isa dito si MBA, he would just drop that TRG right onto Yotib na may kulang lang ng isang bala, pare. Pero STS, one of their more calmer defenses, in all honesty. JJ with the reaction, actually getting itong si Fall X. KLP will be getting CBN in return. Good jumping shot. KLP will be going down low, biding his time, and finally getting MBA. Gets a turnaround on Justin. Jumping shot as well on Yotib. Loy styling on them sa House A.
Okay, CBN, I gave you your kills. I get my highlight. Fair trade. 5-4. Stallions still leading, but I feel like Sneaky, it's closer than we anticipated, no? Sure, it's the tempo that's been playing these two teams, pero once we saw the TRG being brought out, no, by multiple members of the teams, I feel like nagkakapana sila. Execration, though, about to meet people in the hotel. Hello!
Kita kayo si KLB dun? Ay, sakto yung baba ni KLB where the HE exploded, pare. Not the best way to start off round kung kay STS, pare.
Yeah. And yung tempo na sinasabi ko dito kanina para sa Execration, can or will STS do it, no? Are they gonna slow cook this one like a pressure cooker talaga? Wait for the kettle to whistle? Or are they just going to just put the flame on, para turn it up high and let it boil real quick? It seems to be the former that they're trying to do, but Yotin, solido lang siya dito. Checking, baka umangat si Loy, and hindi siya umangat. He just peeks. Dead. 3v5.
Well, Kano, nakita na nga si Folex. NBA getting KLP in return though. So, may space dito sa long at may space dito sa LB for the side of Stallions and Execration respectively dito. Pero, more space needs to be gotten para dito sa STS if they even want to consider a round win para sa kanila. Kano so far but the only kill in this entire round for the Stallions side, and he needs to get at least 3 more to make it a possibility. Pero KLB, spotted na nga dito sa House A, and wonder if anyone from Execration is gonna react to this. Papabayaan lang yata nila tong si CBN.
He can handle himself. But it's KLB yung katapat mo, no? So he can pop off at any given moment. So CBN, he's just hedging his bets dito. Hiding behind the rooms. I mean, KLB is gonna get one. And ikot na dito si Kano. No? NBA will take a kill. Tie game. And if I was Coach Tax, I would not call a timeout until Execration hits 9. Maybe that's how confident he is right now. But I feel like this is still cruise control, no Sticky, for Stallions. They're just testing things out. Maybe they picked this out of curiosity. Maybe they wanted to try new stuff out. Maybe yun yung rason kung bakit nakikita natin si Loy na nag-forward dito sa LAC. Kano na nasa may second mid, but that again is Justin going down to Loy, and they continue their press dito sa EB.
Oh, Kano just jumping straight into the action. Folex, di man lang nakasagot. And CBN will be trying to see if he can maybe gain a +1 dito kay Loy, and that he does. Pero yun lang, yung B-side na pala may nakaaway na dito sa depensa ng Execration, and it seems like NBA and CBN not enough to defend this site. And it's a 6-5 Stallions. Lead na naman para sa kanila dito, pare. That was just pure pace.
And that space, indeed, no? Not really waiting for anything, just forcing the fight. But they don't force the fight brashly, no? Talagang inaantay lang nila yung, okay, are you ready? We're gonna throw the util, then we're gonna go, tas pag magasa na tayo, dire-diretso na to. Ganun yung gawaan ng Stallions kapag they're trying to go for that fast tempo approach. May katulong dito si Polex, though. Just hovering sa EB. Checking things out. Polex getting a bit curious. Kano, you're right around the corner. The nade barely hits. Or doesn't hit at all dito kay Kano. They have the C4 now. So 3 members sa may LB, sa may hotel banda. And then 2 spread sa may Arco at isa sa may door mid. Maybe if they fancy their chances, pare, they could just do the same thing. And then yung dalawa dito sa mid, they just converge dun sa door mid para pigilan yung rotator. Sakto, tatlo yun nandito sa A for Execrations. But this is awfully long, no? For a round. Okay, this time.
Yun nga, Folex, hotel, check-in. Will not be receiving 2 guests, pero si KLB gusto talagang pumasok. Hotel will be occupied temporarily dito ng Team Stallions, pero pakiramdam ko kukuha pa sila ng map control dito sa mapa natin. That is why Loy will separate from the group. And possibly will provide a late lurk para sa kanyang team. Pero sit and wait for now ang strategy dito ng Team Stallions. They know Execration will try and see if they can end this setup early before it even begins. Pero dun din pwede magkamali. Itong Execration natin, you don't wanna pull the trigger too early in that kind of strats. Pero si Loy, smoke setup on the A side, but is not gonna convince anyone on the side of Execration.
Alam niya.
Nga papunta ang ating mapa. FBA, Loy with the check, gets away with his life. 3 peeks into NBA, pero di niya ka mapapatay yun. Wala nang mid-presence. Ang STS, KLB will be taken down by the same player. KLP na lang, Yotib. We spotted. Doesn't actually get on the angle in time, pero KLP pwede pang tumakbo papunta ng A site. Is worried about the front and the back dito ng B. Plant will be finally going down. Timing is of the essence para sa kanya, para KLP having to hit 2 quick scopes. Maybe a quick scope and the USP headshot. That's all that he needs in this situation.
Oy,
KLB first is there. USP will not be enough to take out itong si MVA. Kanina pang immortal sa baril na yan. 6-6 Execration.
Parang kanina pa rin may problema si kanina pa may problema dito si KLP, no, sa Ankara, na kapag high pressure moment na siya yung talagang dinudumog or he's in a clutch siya. Nahihirapan siya pumindot ng mouse 1, pare. He scoped din, but he forgot to press. He switches to the USB, tries to rush them down, pero nalugi siya dun sa angle. So, yeah, the resurgence of KLP is there, pero kulang pa. Hilaw pa.
Stallions A side take. El Clasico para sa kanila, pare. JJ will be getting taken down. Pero ito na sinasabi ko, all that firepower congregated dito sa House A. At lahat ng lumaban galing sa Execration will be regretting that they did. Fall X Almost out of commission dito sa mapa natin. 1 HP on him. Justin nasa tower na. This is not a position that you can retake from, pare. So, likely, Stallions with the 7th.
Yeah. Caught us off guard na naman. They really like to throw us off guard with this high tempo plays na talagang sasagasa lang. Pwede naman palang ganun. Why not do it earlier just to break the tempo dito na Execration? Justin will try, but we know that he's being wrapped around and that's an easy kill for Kano, the 7th dito for Stallions. And they just might continue. But I see 2 TRGs in the hands of the KL brothers. The opposite side, only one on Yotib. This tells me that they want to go slow, but that C4 is moving awfully fast sa may hotel. Tutong Masiloy. At may isa pa ata kasunod.
Ooh, good mid as well. Galing dito kay Justin. Blasting through those double doors. And unfortunately, dahil nga wala si Loy dun sa sitwasyon na yun, alam nila na walang nagbabantay dun sa double. And STS, wala man lang sila nakuha dun sa first 2 kills nila, pare. Those are valueless deaths. Galing dito kay Loy at kay KLP. No map control gotten whatsoever.
And I feel like this is another finger to point at the sudden buy ni KLP ng TRG. If they were playing for rifles, pare, they can move a bit faster. Hindi dapat ito yung hawak ni KLB. Kano will have to find ways though. Path finding top mid will get one. Another one, Yotib right around the corner.
Oh my god, he still hits that. Kano with the second one. Fall X on the side. USP spray is a bit off. Pero buti na lang Fall X with a bit of movement. Does navigate his way out of cable car.
Oh, it's KLB.
STS. Oh no. They know KLB. He fat-fingered mouse one, pare. It is what it is. Happens to the best of us. 7-7 Execration. Nandito pa rin men.
I don't think that's the biggest mistake ni KLB. Why is he separating from this team? Maybe to try and find another option pa towards A. Pero ang kalat, no? Hindi masama kalat. It's just that same default na 2-3 towards B. Pero they opted to go for that TRG double buy, or double bag dito for the KL brothers. I feel like that slow tempo that KLB wants to provide for his team, it's not working. KLB though will find a pick. Folek, kanina pa to Makate, at least a scratch on the edge dito for STS.
Uy, pantingin dito ni JJ. CBN will be getting taken down. MBA will be taking no with him, pero si JJ makakadalawa. Execration, they had the lead and they didn't. Pero Yotib could be the game changer para sa kanyang team. Justin with a very good timing on the back mid side. KLP na palabas ng nade para mag-set up para sa kanyang teammate. And the quick scope from Yotib will be taken out. Etong si KLB. C4 is in doghouse still. Yotib now aware na merong tao na naandito sa may long side. He unscopes just in time. Pero Loy gustong challenge, gustong sumala. One tap could be the key. And a miss from Yotib could be as well. Pero yun lang, the pre-aim was there. Loy crouched when the TRD was present. And Execration, thanks to Yotib, nasalba pa nila yung round.
Okay, I think my prediction na Coach Downs will only time out when this reaches 9. Might come true, but Execration, they're forcing SS to play no more funny games, no more silly games. Stallions gonna hit A again and they are prepared. Apat. Tatlo nandito. Yotib on the line.
Ooh, nades are being thrown. But will the bullets fly para sa kanila? Yotib and CBN with good first 2 denials dito sa loob. Pero KLB has to do a lot of work just to get that space. Pero di nila alam si MVA nakarating na. Yotib getting Loy. And KLP forced to run away. You are up against 4. Justin with a nade. And KLP will be out of commission. Timeout possibly para dito sa Team STS.
Oh! Okay.
Tama ka down, man. Tama ka.
Right. But please, let's get ourselves straight. Enough fun and games, Stallions. I think you had enough experimentation. What is the actual game plan here? Because the rounds that you guys have been cooking were mid at best in terms of effectivity. What made you guys work were only your mechanics, and we are only going to fall back at that. I think way past na tayo doon, Sneaky, sa argument or sa topic na magaling yung Stallions kasi ang kati nila. No, we need to be better than just Makate. Kailangan nating galingan in macro, be it the first match natin dito sa summer, sa Masters, no? And if you really want that clean sweep, no? 18-0 in the group stage, you got to treat that every single map is going to be the loser. They're not treating this one like a winner, pare. And that map is going to bite them back really hard because Execration, they mean business. The upgrade is upgrading, pare. It's moving its worth. How about the mentorship, right? We've seen KLP in situations na clutchable, pero sometimes he forgets to quick scope. Sometimes he forgets to just press mouse 1. He gets pressured when he switches to the USP. What is the system here, no? What are we trying to revamp?
Yun nga, man. I feel like itong si KLB, I would want to see him back in that form na nakita ka natin earlier, no? Heavy peaks on A, heavy peaks on B. Whether it is on BL and or GR, pare. And mapapatanong ka na lang talaga dito if ikaw si KLB, what would Revenge do in this situation? Well, you can ask him. He's right next to you, pare. Pero, what will he do? Anong ang gagawin ng isang Revenge? Pag 7-9 na ang kanyang team, that is where Revenge takes the wheel and gives it to the enemy, pare. And sasabihin, you're gonna need this because I'm a force to be reckoned with, pare.
Maybe KLP can do one better, pare. Revenge, show me how it's done. Map 3. Show me how it's done. Sige nga, ikaw nga. Last round for Stallions. And, ooh! There's more.
Oh, Lloyd just absolutely wrecks itong si this USP firing at 500 bullets per second, pare. And NBA can take it down. Teka lang, it's a bit too desperate para makakuha ng trade itong Execration. And CBN is the next victim. Everybody just died.
And then suddenly, they're just reading the rotations like it's the breakfast. Pare, they're just reading what they want. Let me get a one piece. Tosilog right here, pare. STS. The first 2 kills from Loy, good. The trade by KLP over peeking on that Execration member, good. But the cash ni JJ on the rotation sa door mid, it's like they know where they're going. Now, last attempt again for Execration to close this out and force a map 3. We're going to see a heavy lean dito sa EB. It's a hotel.
Look at this though. I feel like they're anticipating na baka may fast play na mangyayari galing dito sa Exe. Maybe trying to push this mid side, maybe trying to push this long side, pero hindi. Execration deciding that it will be a 3-2 positioning with Yotib moving. Yung moving piece, kumbaga, in between yung mga sides natin. Pero that also can make yung sniper natin wildly unavailable para dito sa mga long angles natin, which is kind of worrying, no? Pero si Yotib naghahanap na lang siguro ng guarantee dito, men.
How much of a guarantee can they get now? Is this 100%? 70-50? What's the question here? What's the bargain here? May tinatry snipe dito si KLP. I feel like that's adjusting. Pero the positions right now, hawak ni Yotib yung door mid. Any cross would be deadly, and Loy gets taken out. That's crucial.
It's one of the more important pieces na mapa natin, pare. Loy out of commission. Folex looking for that secondary player coming in. Spots a lot of steps and a lot of bodies going dito sa hotel natin, and will be asking some of the Execration members to foray on back to this B site. Pero para sa Execration, hindi pa nila ipapull ng trigger dito sa ating mapa, no? Already tempted to go for the full B kung nasaan man dito si Folex. Folex with the tap and Folex with the death. Falling to his demise. And KLB will be getting Justin. Teka lang, napaikot pa yung round. And the rotation being denied ni KLP. Stallions. No, needed that 9th round timeout, pare. It seems like Tanks just disciplining the kids. Sabi niya, wag kayong maulit. Tapusin niyo na ang regulation natin so we can get into overtime and maybe get these formalities over. Pero Stallions, they made it.
The great lock-in of the 9th round time by Stallions. So I feel like this one is just a test. I feel like really is just a test dito. How well can they develop these middling defaults and middling executes to work? It did not see any fruition na maganda. I feel like medyo alanganin pa at best yung mga ginagawa ni Stallions before that 9th round secured ng Execration. When the timeout button started, I feel like that's the great lock-in, and suddenly you can see the night and day difference. They are reading the rotations. Hindi na sila naghahanap dito ng mga over-aggressive picks, and they know to just go together, no? At tama yung headline natin, guys, pangatlong overtime sa unang araw. blessing in disguise. I don't know, maybe tomorrow is a quicker day. Matapos tayo mga alas 5. I don't really know. Pero may this be entertaining for all of you. Third overtime, I don't want to see a fourth. But who knows?
Who knows, man? Malay mo, diba? It could be, another golden round, pare. It could be map number 3. Who knows? Really, at the end of this situation,
We let it ride.
We let it ride. We've had 3 overtimes dito sa day number 1 natin, pare. Honestly, di ko napansin na yun nga, we are kind of been at this for 8 and some hours, pare. Pero, alam mo, hindi mo mapapagod ang mga players natin sa paglaro ng Crossfire because the Crossfire is hot in this server, pare. STS rolling on back dito sa ating prior form right before this tournament, pare, where STS was just absolutely beating everyone after that timeout. Execution blindsided by that, pare, pero tatry nilang tapusin from here.
Okay, so what is the game plan dito for Execration? Let's try to probe mid, hold dito sa may tower. Hayaan natin makuha itong doghouse, yung house A. Bigla lang tayo susulpot siguro. Double swing. Not really the play quite yet. They're letting MVA hold dito, the C4. Barilan na Ote here and there. Pero look at the setup ni Stallions, no? The loss of EB, he's a second mid. And where is Kano? Still, nandito sa EB. So, apparently, that's going to be set in stone na in their defense. That Kano is going to be playing towards B. I would have preferred him towards dito sa may door mid natin, no? Leaning towards A. Mas okay yun for me. Pero, that is just how they want to roll. And the Execution mid-split once again.
Oh, KLB, Kano, and JJ insta-giving 3 players dito ng Execration na gustong pumasok ng mid. And Yotib and CBN having to go the alternative route, which is itong long B natin, which is slightly harder to go through, no? KLB nakatutok na nga kanyang sniper on that entrance side, but gets off of it on the wrongest time. Teka lang, CBN could be providing one of the sickest timings that he could ask for. Kaso nag-iba siya ng baril, so...
Hala!
I'm not sure if that's information, pero KLB just one-taps him, no longer an issue. And Yotib, spotty KLB trying to run through the window, pero surrounded ka na, pare. Wala ka na magagawa. That TRG, a 10-9 scoreline, double digits para sa Stallions.
This was again, no, KLB on that TRG and Eagle Eye that secured the round win in crucial times, pare. Para dito sa Stallions. We've seen that happen versus Fervid. Now we are seeing it happen versus Execration in the first ever game nila dito sa CFS Master Summer. And they got taken to overtime once more by Execration. Who would have thought, no? That we all just go back to square one where Execration is bringing us to overtime after giving them the whooping in Ankara. But yeah, props to Execration, no? They're fighting back. They're taking this as serious as they can. And their performances, not too shabby. I would say na itong STS yung may onus ng mistakes for most of the rounds natin. So, the great lock-in for STS has to start now. Getting the 3 rounds straight dito sa overtime would be good. Do not force the golden round. You do not want that coin flip.
You do not want that curse upon you, pare. Especially knowing anything can happen in a certain round. Pero KLP, not think about it anymore. CBN taken down. Pero dadaan na nga sa mid-side itong Execration. KLP falling. JJ getting Justin in return. Pero MBA, nakita na si Kano. A very key kill. Nanaan dito si Loy! C4's down!
One more.
Having a hard time trying to climb up dito sa house A. Will he check his right side? MBA looking for the last player. Pero si Loy, hindi na mapapatay itong si Fall X, and he's also suspicious na meron tao dito sa top A. Look at the composure dito ni Loy. 2 right in front of him. It's a double swing! And a very good call galing kay MBA to do that. You have to respect yung capabilities dito ni Loy of him getting the 2-tap. And it's a 10-10.
I feel like Folex was the one that called that, no? Knowing na siya yung initial contact. Talagang tinawag na lang niya na, tara, double swing na natin. Ito na naman, aggressive na naman tayo towards A, Sneaky.
There it is, A-side take. Pero Execration, bad exchange para sa kanila, pare. KLP still on that top A side. And Folex and Yotib will get him. Nasaan na yung tulong ng Stallions? Instead, JJ wanting to go via that long side, and KLB still having the angle dito kay MVA. Yotib known in that house A position as well. Pero kailangan na bumalik dito ni MVA, o kailangan na bumalik dito ni KLB. MVA dealt damage, sees his foot, hits the thigh, pero hindi niya na malayan si Folex. Nandito na pala sa likod. JJ, who was supposed to be in long in the first place, pare. Ngayon nandito na siya lalabas sa spawn. Yotib has to be careful, don't want to get triple dinked. with this EBR jump peak. Pero tatama pa rin. Execration with a 1-point lead dito sa ating overtime.
That is a quick turn of events. Akala natin dito na magliligpit ng kalat ng STS pero no. Yes, sila yung pinakamagaling na team sa atin, and yes, itong Execration, they are still challengers versus our champions, pero you got to give this STS team no leeway, pare. They should be the perfect team. They should be like the best team dito sa atin, and for them to be taken to this kind of scoreline by Execration in a fashion na hindi naman like very formidable to Execration. Like, yeah, they are taking some rounds, they are hitting some shots, but half of the rounds given dito sa Execration would be the mistakes coming in from the Stallion side. Alanganin, men eh. Parang, what are they trying to cook here? What are they really trying to achieve? No? I feel like that's a good question to ask later if ever STS gets the series victory. Pero who knows, man? Maybe we're just overthinking this. Maybe there's, we're just trying stuff out. The simplest answer ever.
It would piss me off in the interview kung sinabi ko yun, pare. Pero, STS. Okay, back to the grouping stage dito sa kanila, pare. JJ, jump in. But can he get it? Justin is now down. Folex with the trade. Pero Kano with the one-tap on the USB.
I've seen it all.
I knew that gun was S tier.
I've seen it all. They are rushing dito sa LB natin, pare, papuntang EB. Jumping on the USP. That is a strat, mga kaibigan. You can do that. You can emulate that success rate. Unknown, unless your team Stallions, they want that strat. They got a pick, and Loy will get another one sa door mid. Kanina pa kayo nahuhuli sa rotation nyo. Ba't pa kayo mag-aasim dito? 2 members left, Yotib, the New Blood, and MVA, the newly appointed IGL. Down, last member alive is going to be a witch hunt.
Yun nga, men. Yung Kano, I think they just let him go at that point. Pipigil dun kay Kano na mag-forward, pare. And, ayun na nga, 11-11, make a wish, pare, para dito sa ating dalawang team. Sino nga makakuha ng ating 12th na scoreline, which is probably gonna be the most important one to set the stakes para sa ating overtime. Will it be golden or
they're
will
gonna
it
do
be
it again?
a full clear to do it again? But they have a trap na naan dito sa long. Si KLB na pabalik, but is he safe? Oh, KLB. How did he get that? Pero Folex, no reason to push forward dito, pare. You have the advantage. Oh, he needs to get CBN again, man. He has no choice. I know that's your boy, pero
kailangan niya tumiming.
It's time to tap him for the 9th time, pare. Pero Folex.
Oh!
Just a bit faster on the angle. 600 hertz kind of helping in that situation, pare. Pero KLB, how the hell did he hit that shot? Double flick. And the adjustment, MVA will be taken down. Pero KLB, can you get 2 picks open a row dito, pare? Mukhang hindi. Raratrating ka na lang ng USB ni Yotib, and it will be 12th para sa Execration. 1 more point, and they could get the eagle eye.
STS, they're not gonna back down. Alam nila na doing that the second time would be funny, but they got countered. Now that was just unnecessary from their side, but good heads-up play dito from Execration, knowing that they might do it again. If hindi nila ginawa, at least we will have control dito ng LB and second mid even, no? Now stakes are high dito sa STS. Say goodbye early to your clean sheet, but KLP says no, we're keeping this one alive. We are not gonna lose the chance at the very first match. Sneaky, they're gonna have to push this one.
They should know by now. They should know by now, man. Kanina pa nag-react ng ganito yung Execration eh. Pero KLB mahuhulog na nga, Kano. Desperate for a trade. Kita na siya sa doghouse, pero mapapabalik na nga si CBN ng A-site natin. Kano, try to get some heads via that map boost, pero it's too late naman. Pero dapat alam mo na yun kung kayo yung STS though, right? I mean, that's what Execration has been doing on the A side for the past few rounds. Pag makakuha sila ng pick dito sa A or someone gets pick sa A or dito sa B, they start pushing A. And they're gonna start pushing again. Kano! Oh, no! Pero JJ will be falling. MVA will try to get Kano, pero nandito na si Loy. Napakabilis. Para sa trade, Loy will be getting MVA. The dip and dash kind of style na ginagawa ngayon dito ng STS is working up against Execration. They're confused on what to fight, what to prioritize dito sa mapa natin. A site looking less and less likely na magiging landing spot ng ating C4. Pero Yotib gusto nang lumipat. Pero dito lang sa spawn, pare.
Napaka-tense naman ito, Sneaky. Someone hold KLP's hand. He's hitting some nutty shots, but so can Yotib. And if this goes towards Execution's favor, it could all end here. Oh, Yotib!
Oh,
Yotib!
Yotib missed! Oh my goodness, El! Hindi ka pwede magbintis sa ganun na sitwasyon, Yotib. He needed to hit. And it has to be Folex to get this 1 versus 3. Pero si Loy, also familiar with Tap Fu. 12-12. And it's golden round, pare.
We let it ride.
We let it ride.
What a tornado. KLP, wala kang china-challenge dyan. Flip of a coin, ladies and gentlemen. It has been this narrative for the whole day na unang araw pa lang, you want Crossfire, we're gonna give you Crossfire, pare. Bang! Golden rounds. Look at that replay though. Naughty shots being hit left and right dito. Kano almost losing the game there, but definitely Yotib, no, he had to have hit that shot. But he did not, no. So here we are.
Yep.
Will it be heads or tails for STS or Execration?
Tsaka kasi magaling yung
Not quite
Stallions.
sure.
So, pagdating sa mga ganun na sitwasyon, no, El, like where multiple players are already fist fighting, tapos may swing na nangyayari galing sa Execration, and the fighting, the longer it goes, the better it is para sa STS, because that allows Loy and Kano to kind of try and see and seek out yung mga fights sa gaya nga ng ganito. Pero Execration, a big mistake potentially, na hindi nga nilang in-early peak itong hotel natin, and they decide to go for a late crunch for it. B-split possibly. Ang pwede natin makita, STS, the also reliable B-split. Can
Justin.
it get it? Justin is now down. Kailangan dumaan na mid kahit hindi nyo napansinin yung mga A players. Folex still hiding. Can they seek him on the side? Cable car, left, right, and center. KLB spots him, pero naandito na si KLP para kunin ang kanyang kuya. CBN with the one tap on KLP. 3 versus 3. 48 seconds left. C4 hindi pa nabababa dito sa cable car, pero meron nang umiikot sa likod. JJ gets away in time. NBA trying to chase him down sa hotel. 30 seconds worth of action in this B site. Pero kaya ba ng Execration na bumalik? Kaya ba ng Execration na mag-retake dito sa mapa? Mukhang hindi. Headshot galing kay JJ. Yotib.
50 seconds.
EBR makakapatay ng isa. 2 versus 2. 15 on the clock. Not much time. Not much health. It's a spray down galing kay Yotib, and it's a win for Execration.
I'm speed. The clean sheet of Stallions, the one thing that they haven't achieved locally, the perfect 18-0, the second time this year to try for that clean sheet, gone in the first ever day of CFS Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ellen Sneaky Frog. You just witnessed the Execration take a map versus Stallions. And to be fair, props to Execration, but Stallions, what is the logic? What is the psyche behind all of these mistakes, all of these rounds that you guys were throwing? Sneaky, I don't have words for it, man. It's cinema, but it's meh cinema.
It's a pretty messy cinema, pare, let's just say. And yun nga, it seems like Execration intending to take this until the morning hours natin, pare. And ito nga, Team Stallions, granted that it has been a really good attempt to get this back in your way, pare. Pero the hecticness finally coming back to bite them in the back, pare. And it seems like not getting Yotib in time na nasa loob ng site. Ayun nga, it could have just broken them in its entirety, pare. But in all honesty, that being down to a 1 versus 1 is definitely a fitting ending, no, for a map like this.
Mm-hmm. And I have a question lang siguro, no, what does obsession mean to the Stallions, boys? What does obsession mean? Does it mean testing the limits in the actual live matches? Does it mean trying the worst strats and making them work? Does it mean making sure that these crazy ideas actually work in the pressure situation? I understand the objective. I applaud the attempt. But is it worth it when you guys want domination, no? Which one does matters more to you guys, no? Is it domination or obsession towards the game? You can't have both because that will just result in insanity. Sneaky. What a game. Talagang we can break this down three ways, no? Execration was playing good, Youtube was hitting some shots, although some were a bit of 50-50, some were a bit hit or miss, still he was hitting some shots. Polex, he was on one, right? He was the guy that is always the consistent one dito para sa ating mga players ng Execration, mid-calling as well. MVA, well, we just witnessed, no, what he can do in his IGLing. CBN, giving Loy a taste of defeat after getting spanked a lot of times sa Ankara. And of course, no, I feel like we just have to break this down even more. Who else better but Bipolar and Mochi? What can you say about what happened today?
All I could say is this is indeed insanity because continuous surprises happen. This is just the first day. Simula kanina until now, OT, third maps definitely present every single time, and then now. Ultimo against STS. Ultimo against STS, mind you, in the very first day. What if the gap is actually closing up already?
Mochi, let's talk about the gap a little bit, no? Since nagpe-prepare pa naman yung stats natin. Alam nating may gap, right? Stallions is here, nasa top na sila ng mountain, Moch. Pero di ba lahat yan umahabol? There claim that some of the teams will get a little boost of adrenaline and reach the top of the X very, very soon. Is this the answer to that? Ito na ba yung epitome ng ano na yun? A matchup, a golden round for all of all rounds, Mochi. Yung nagbigay nun, a specific masterpiece of 35 plus seconds yung nakita natin doon, 3v3, and the one to end it all was a 20-year-old Lionel Flores, we call Yotib. This man was literally in the words of Salvatore, correct me if I'm wrong, played CROSSFIRE pub games, bet games para lang makakuha ng PC. Now he's in Execration and he defeated STS in subbase and he cleared 2 people na almost full HP. How did that happen? Alam mo yung nangyari dito, Mochi, para tayong nakakita ng acceptance and as well as comeback friends ulit. Ganun yung setting points ng Eagle Eye 2.0. Pantay yung laban, nagkakabigayin. At yung nakakatawa pa doon, yung first half natin, walang natatamaan si Yotib. Wala siyang nakakuhang big kills. At like round 5, 1 kill pa lang yung kill pa lang dito ni Yotib. Meanwhile, the two TRGs ng players natin mula sa Execration, which was Kano and KLP, was garnering so much kills at like 6 kills at those rounds in the first half. But Execration prevailed, man. Nakabawi sila sa overtime, Moch. Last time that we saw them, again, 2-0 in both overtimes. And Execration could not win in overtime. But now, look at this transition. Last 15 seconds. And Yotib, pinilit na lang, Moch! He read it carefully na lahat. Nasa harapan niya na lang. Ang kailangan niya lang gawin is press M1 and W. Look at that! 15 rounds! And Execration get the last golden round.
And ito yung tanong dito ngayon, no, Bipolar, no? Ito na ba, no? Si Yotib na ba ang nawawalang icing sa ibabaw ng cupcake ng Execration in order to break that curse naman talaga, no? Kasi, biro mo, this map can dictate everything in the future. But here for Execration, that seems to be of a breakthrough, no? para dito sa ating laban against Team Stallions sa ngayon. And you know what? After all of the stats, both of them did great. Both of them been able to perform.
my.
Pero si Paul, siya nagpakita na ako ang GOAT para dito sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. But again, guys, no, Paul, deserve niya yan. Pero at the same time, Yotib definitely deserved his flowers. A whole field of those, kung pwede lang, no? Because that specific round, yung pinag natin, yun talaga ang ating ano bang magandang word di ba na gamitin dito, no? Yun ang ating hindi na siya totga kasi nangyari na siya. Pero that's like the epitome of the statement that is kung ano ang magiging epekto ni Yotib sa execration.
Yeah. You know what, Mochi? Nakita natin dito no, na execration was really, really damn pushing it to the limits. Let's see kung maabot nga ba yun sa new compound. A map number 3 that both teams know how to play. Let's see no, Mochi. It's gonna be a very, very wild last map sa ating last ng first day pa lang ng group stage.
Kaya naman, tayo rin magbabalik for our last map. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here to the house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
At tayo ay naririto para sa ating huling bomb or explosion of action dito, no? Still the series of Team Stallions and as well as Execration. Any predictions here, Bipolar? Sa kung paano maaaring mangyari dito sa ating laban ngayon?
Napupunan ang puso kong Exe at Ken Stallions defeat them in new compound, a map that they've been practicing, pero all I can say is two words: hell yeah! Yan ang mangyayari dito sa ating map number 3. Simulan na natin to.
Simulan na natin to, kaya tawagin na natin si Alice Sticky Frog. Kaya pa ba? We're giving energy. Let's go!
Ito.
Buti pa si Bipolar masaya kasi masasabi ko na si Sticky, woo! Let's go, Stallions!
Ay.
We took this to a map 3, guys. 9 hours into the first day of our summer broadcast nga pala, no? 9 hours in na tayo. Time check, 11:20. At kung aambahan natin tong laro ng new compound between STS and XE, they're gonna consume at least 2 minutes per round. And this is gonna go down to like a 9-9. You know what? Golden round ulit. Sige lang. Golden round ulit, Sneaky. When it comes to new compound, both teams can play this map. It's not a priority. It's not a dislike. They can just play this map. Now, the question is, who can play it better in terms of the style and who can come out cleaner this time? Because Stallions, you fumbled the ball. Now, it's in your court. Time to get back out there and shoot it from the logo.
Ayun nga pare, I have a feeling na Execration, this is more of their pocket pick kumpara nga dito sa Team Stallions. I feel like Team Stallions is more like consequence kung bakit sila mapapalaro dito ng new compound.
Yeah.
Granted, they still practice yung mapa na to. Of course, you still have to practice every single map in the map pool if you're Stallions kasi ayun nga, hindi mo alam kung ano pa yung mga teams natin when once you do fly to Paris. So, ayun nga, you gotta keep the map pool pretty open para. So, this is what you would say, hindi ko naman masasabi na stock knowledge na pare, para sa side ng Team Stallions, but you know, they are gonna be less informed at least pagdating dito sa ating matches, but you know, they probably had that covered in their VOD review right before this. Pero Execration, it seems like they have drawn more success dito sa new compound locally, pero titignan natin if they can kind of do the exact same magic up against yung top team natin pare.
Exactly, no. I feel like kung nakita natin yung eagle eye na yon ng Stallions at kung magiging totoo nga sinabi mo na stock knowledge lang ito ng Stallions, well, to hell with our predictions pare. I think Bipolar's gonna be the only one happy here. Baka matalo pa nga siya, no? Mag 2-1 X yung nilagay niya, Stallion. So, lahat na tayo matalo sa predictions. I don't really give a damn anymore. We're gonna get into the game and we're going to be seeing dito, no, a dead round. Number 5. Don't tell me. Absolute cinema.
Grabe, at 11:22 PM dito pa pumalo ang internet sa Cavite pare. Napaka, you know, patience is running thin. Let's just say on more than the players dito pare. Pero ayun nga, on the ongoing ang ating dead round dito sa round number 1, and of course you really, you know, want to have the PCs operating at full capacity as much as possible dito pare, and I hopefully Execration can just get back into the game and get it going once again pare, kasi yun nga, especially game number 3 na to pare, and this is their chance to kind of strike at the Goliaths, no, dito ng Stallions pare.
Exactly. It's a game number 3. Kung makukuha mo yung panalo sa Eagle Eye, why not take it all the way? Why not let it ride, no, Sneaky? Like this day has been letting it ride all along. Let's get the stats right next dito. No? 5 dead rounds, 3 overtimes, 3 best of 3s going the distance. And let's listen in muna, no? A bit of calm for the ongoing storm.
Matalo lang yan.
Hahanap ng pitas to.
Whoa, what's going on? Justin, lumabas ka lang ba ng tower at bumaba at pinatay si KLP? That is not how new compound works pare. Pero sige, what a way to get a first pick kung kayo yung Execration. Now the sniper is out of commission. No? At hindi natin masyado na pag-usapan yung sniper matchup natin actually between KLP at COT dito sa new compound specifically. It's gonna be a lot less output galing sa kanila pare. And it will be more on Justin NBA, Paul XCBN, and yun nga, Loy JJ, Kano, and KLB. See if they can kind of operate, no? Mostly on the rifle firepower pare.
Okay, so one tidbit na I think we overlooked a bit, no, Sneaks. Revenge is still not playing even when it comes to this do or die moment, no? Sure, it's just a map number 3 for Execration, but it's a map number 3 for Stallions, right? When you get taken to this, you gotta pull out all the stops. And who is really the alas dito, no? It's KLB, apparently.
Ooh, getting 2 with the sniper, also just as good as his P brother on the other side. Pero NBA finally taking out itong si KLB, who's been a nuisance dito sa bottom B natin this entire time. Pero Team Stallions deciding to see if they can go for a split with only 2 players left. Lloyd manggagaling nga dito sa storage B. JJ tamang distraction lang, but I feel like they're also kind of wary, no? Since sobrang ingay nga dito ni JJ, there's possibly a flank incoming from the behind. And is the distraction gonna work? Loy full swing. JJ una mamamatay at si Folex with a very cheeky angle on the other side of B. Ayun nga, Justin just sent it sa tower.
Okay, so at least no, the fundamentals are not lost even deep into the night. We get the man advantage with Execration. We capitalize off of a Storby hit into the site. Even if KLG gets 2, he still gets taken down, and we end the round with a post plant happily ever after for round number 1 dito na Execration. Now, the question is ngayon, can they continue this form? Nakita na naman natin tong pwestuhan na to from Fervid, no? 3-2. Pero yung 2 ng Fervid, they lean more towards CA, but Kano is not leaning anywhere. He's gonna lean down after getting hit by MVA. 1-for-1 trade sneaky. And that's one more by Yotib on fire after that clutch from the last map.
Yeah, KLB is still trying to hold the angle, no, para makakuha siya ng trade dito kay Kano, pero siya pa nga namatay. Yotib with a very good spot in a very thin angle. Usually na pinapanalo nga dito ng sniper guy nga ni KLB, pero Yotib has been activating slowly dito sa ating labanan, pare, and it seems like Execration, they're enjoying the upgrade, pare.
They are enjoying the upgrade. It really, well, it gave them a map win over STS. I mean, that's a return, that's ROI kagad, no? Very much so. So, while they are getting this man advantage, rolling dalawat tumba dito sa STS as KLB. And Kano, apparently, 2 of the better fraggers dito, no? Like, more consistent fraggers for STS. Loy will try to find information, but little does he know, no, na nandito na sa store A, going LA na ang ating mga tropa sa Execration. It's going to be KLP with the sniper ready and primed to take them down. That question is, can he?
KLP lang, kamali ng timing dito sa 2F, pare, napaalis sa napakamaling oras, pero KLP has to be worried about Yotib. Pero narinig na nga ang pagka-plant dito sa A-side, KLP realizing na hindi ako umalis dito ng 2F. And STS having to operate in their position. Loy spotted na si Yotib dito sa tower and easily could allow a lot more movement dito sa mapa natin. Pero Yotib mapapaikot, mapapapatay, and Loy getting the spray. 18 seconds now on the clock para makakuha ng retake ang STS dito sa loob ng ating site. NBA from the bottom side, getting a very good angle on JJ. Napakahirap i-clear niyan. From the top side, KLP will be getting fall X, pero Justin with a good cover of his fellow Mac the Confident, pare. And that will be another one para sa Execration.
Yeah, ang ganda na ginawa dito ni Yotib, no? Knowing that he is the overseer nga naman, played through the name. He did not even fight. He just bought as much time as he can, taking the attention away of 2 STS members, and that just won them the round. Ito na naman, lalaban na naman tayo, Sneaky.
Oh, headshots galore para sa STS, pero hindi nila in-expect si Justin at si Yotib na biglang lalabas dito sa SD at sa CB. I think they were anticipating na ito yung magiging play dito ng STS, no, considering na 2-0 itong ating Execration, and you're kind of seeing na, you know, if you want to maybe dip your toes in, malay mo din, may can catch them off guard dito sa B-side.
Exactly. At least, no, favored pa rin dito for Execration. End of the day, contact made kay Loy. They're all good for them. Medyo delikado lang. So, back off. End of the day naman, Sneaky, they're just gonna go back to the site. Or go forward rather to the site. Not go back to the site, but they're going back dito sa kanilang RS. Taking the scenic route. Kumbaga, no? Kung nasaan si Loy, he's right there sa mid-con. At baka magkamali pa siya ng challenge. Hindi natin nakita ngayon. Nakita tumawid. Folex will take damage. And damage so he will get. Loy, information has been found. Checking CB. Pero hindi niya alam na palapit sa kanya.
Has to get away just in time, no? Nakarating na nga siya ng EA safe and sound. A-site and the B-site having their own defenders in this one. Pero si Justin naka-timing pa nga sa kanilang mid-push. Hindi pala defender itong si Loy. Instead, he will be defender all the way from the long side. KLP, good shot galing sa kanya. Still a bit suspicious na pwede pa may galing dito sa storage B. Pero Loy, mapapabalik na nga dito sa A-site natin. Timing is everything. Loy jumping and seeing Folex. Coincidentally, nandun pala sila, pare. Loy with the USP blinding Yotib. No scope, not gonna work, but the USP will. 20 seconds left on the shot clock. C4 now in the hands of Yotib. Mapapacheck siya dito ng Z. Tamang harap-harapan sa kalaban. KLP, buti na lang may bala pa ang USP na doon, pare. 2-1, STS finally a point on the board.
And immediately the first time out, no? Even if they win the round, I feel like that was a pre-med cook dito ni Coach Tanks, like in the middle of the round, no? I mean, to be fair, things were not going their way. Natalo sila ng 2 members to 3, right? You had Loy and KLP here to work with, pero end of the day, no, medyo alanganin pa rin yung mga situation na yun, even if you won the round. So Stallions not going to be frugal, no, is I think the word dito, with their timeout and just use it expeditiously. What is the adjustment kaya ni Coach Tanks that he had to say it at round number 4, right? That is one thing that I'm going to be looking forward at. And meanwhile, on the opposite side of Execration, si Folex, ano what you doing?
Folex with the lineup, literal na anti-smoke, no? Pwede natin sabihin dito, pare, pwede. Pero in-game, hindi yan pwede, men. Pero para naman dito sa Team Stallions, no, yun nga, I feel like their stability is kind of off dito sa mapa natin. I feel like Execration knows when are they gonna do yung mga, you know, B pushes, kaya na nakita natin sa pillar. They took heavy damage at the start of the round, no, evidently. And, yun nga, it kind of took a Herculean effort galing sa mga players dito ng Team Stallions, especially on individuals, to kind of get around back on the board, no? Pero hindi yun yung, that's not the Stallions lingo. That's not the Stallions method, pare. The Stallions method is teamwork, making it work. Pero, yun nga, some individuals having to do a lot more work than usual, pare.
Exactly. Speaking of the individuals, no, Kadno, KLB, Loy, and actually, let me just pull up the data. Data says here, no, in the Swiss stage, pare, there are 2 members of Stallions in the top 10, 1 member in the top 30 in the rankings of the stats, and top 50 isa. Pero yung isang hindi umabot ng top 50, that's KLP, no? So yeah, individuals, there are better ones dito sa ating Stallion side. Opposite side, Execration, every one of them is above top 50, top 30, top 10, no? So consistency is key dito sa Execration. While we go back dito sa ating game, what is the approach that changed for STS? I'm still seeing the same default. Will it be the mid-round? Will it be the reaction kapag may ginawa tong Execration? We're yet to find out. Pero Execration planning to make a pre-move of their own, storming Storby as 4.
They're trying to bait anyone from Team Stallions na kumuha na onting tingin dito sa may Storby area natin. Pero kailangan naman dito, pare. Meron kang cover ng kakampi mo, pero one flash and this could lead to doom and gloom. Pero nakitin pa rin si CBN right through the door. Waiting, pero nakuha niya pa rin Justin doon. KLB almost getting 2, pero Yotib, really good save in that situation. There is no reason kung bakit nakakuha doon ng dalawa si Kano. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 3.
Okay, no? Kano, how did he pull that second kill out of nowhere, man? So kasi to the USP, instantly gets the headshot. Buti na natin si Yotib with a quick swap as well to the USP. But then again, man, disadvantage. Execration. I mean, that's not what the timeout was for, I would assume. Pero, hey, if it works, it works. Unassumingly, no? Para dito sa Stallions, Folex now tasked with trying to clear the whole of mid, the EA curve. Ko-connect ba siya dito? Nandito lang sa RSC. KLP will hear that gunshot ring. Has to clear the site. JJ tagged. And he kills him off. Folex down.
Had to be the C4 too. Folex was supposed to be the contingency plan, but instead, he is the first pair to fall dito sa kanilang 2-man play. And Team Stallions onting retaliation para sa kanila, pare. Finally, we are seeing it in their form. But at the same time, Execration, getting a bit reckless with some of these angles, pare. But at the same time, STS not biting on the bear traps anymore, man.
They really...
Oh.
Ayun. Yun ang kumagat sa bear traps, Nikki. Si Justin, he stepped right on the landmine and that prompts Execration to make a move. Again, this Storby.
Kano still gets one. How is that possible? Even with a nade out, he still gets itong si NBA. But 3 players still alive para sa Stallions. 1 intent on securing itong B-side natin. Pero JJ, seeing Folex actually in that cheeky jump peek na ginawa niya dito sa may servers. Preotib. Also suspicious na pwede may flank na mangyari dito. Especially buhay na buhay pa si Loy. And actually, best course of action dito sa Execration. A minute and 35. I think you should try to find Loy muna pare.
They really need to find Loy, pero do you want to spend that extra time, no? When you can just face a 3v2 dito sa site natin. Loy will take some time to arrive, pero this is still a problem of JJ and KLP. Kita agad si LP! Oh! And Loy is out of the picture, pare. He can try. It's not impossible.
Needs to get this guy.
But look at who's right here.
Bank.
What?
Yep. Happens to the best of us. Pero Loy, hold on, wait a minute. Lest you cast out this man, and Loy, he's been known to kill this man specifically, pare. CBN down! Oh my goodness me, Loy. He just used yung kanyang dalawang teammates dito. Pan-distract lang pala yung mga nandito sa EB. But Loy was the real attack from the backside, and STS, even in the most impossible angles, nagawa na nila ng paraan.
Okay, that one was just straight up out of a fairy tale, pare. Like, Loy, are we gonna try our best, You try to clutch. And he did clutch, pare. STS somehow has the lead. Very,
Paano siya nakadaan ng window? That's the thing. That's just unfair.
I know, right? Like, hindi, nauluhan niya pa nga through that window angle, pero KLB gets CBN right off the get-go. Kano na naman, no?
Destroy your confidence, pare. Kano still in the exact same place that he was in the earlier rounds. Pero NBA masyadong binilisan ng kanyang pag-crawl dito sa bintana natin, pare. And I feel like Execration operating on the assumption na wala nang magtatao dito sa storage B. But, yeah, Kano usually doesn't like to share, pare.
Yep, exactly. So now, are you really still gonna press this when Kano is just doing you like that? Okay, he's dead. Do we press?
Oh,
I'll handle this.
Sabi dito ni KLV, I got the counter for you as well. Here's a TRG to the chest. Si Yotib na lang natitira dito sa sitwasyon. Granted, posible pero it's kind of surrounded. Loy, first player down. Was the peak necessary? No, pero ayun nga, Stallions, you gotta send the message dito sa Execration, pare. Timeout.
Okay, so wait lang, let me check my memory. How many timeouts has there been in this day?
5.
So there's 1 here, there's 2 here, there's 2 in the first day. There's 5 in this series, there's 4 sa second series, and there's 3 sa first series. I can't do my maths, that's 12.
Remember
right, so that's 12. So
2024,
yeah, a timeout dito.
Pare, walang gumagamit ng timeout. I feel like in 2025, everybody forgot that the timeout feature was a thing. So
pang lang yun. Pang CR break.
Omsin, pare. Pero why would you waste a timeout when you can hit them with the classic galawan? It has 2 letters.
No, do not summon. We already had 5, pare. Do not summon.
Hindi ka na isasama.
Bad juju, stay away.
Alam nyo na yung sinasabi ko.
Alam nyo na.
Of course, cheeky reset lang naman pag ganun na sitwasyon, pare. Pero with the 30-second timeout, pili ko Execration trying to see if they can kinda make up a new game plan, no? Kasi maganda naman yung ginawa nila kanina, eh. Nabebait nila palabas itong Stallions dito sa kanilang mga posisyon. But ever since that timeout, and it seems like Tank said something dito sa team natin, we seem to see a whole lot more discipline of a Stallions dito sa mapa natin.
I mean, of course, they lost a map, man. You realize how much Coach Tanks values every map, right? Like, there has to be some serious talking to dito sa ating SS players. Execration though, sinabi mo na napapalabas nila kanina itong mga STS members natin. Ngayon, in the past few rounds, sila naman yung nabebait pa loob dito sa Storby. And I think that has been a trend. If Kano was KSA with the FNTPS dito sa ating Storby, pare, it would have been a very different story. But that's Kano, right? He gets a kill while swapping guns, while holding the damn utility. So it's fair to assume that the timeout is warranted But I don't think it's warranted, it's sane moves dito to still go store B because sure, wala na si Kano, but it's KLB.
Uy,
Wait.
KLB! He still gets the headshot! Grabe, napatay na pa nga dito si NBA pero nasa na yung reaction galing kay Kano. Never mind, he's dead. Justin killed him in mid habang may kababalaghan na nangyayari dito sa Storage B. Loy JJ KLP, hell of a retake to do, pare.
That's a big retake. And of course, Loy, you know the protocol. You go to CB, you flank, let these two guys die, and then clutch out the round, man. Pero susundan siya ni KLP, the classic one more, pare. But KLP, nagparamdam, alam na sila dito, and they have to go press na.
Ba't nag-pick si Justin? Oh, Folex will get JJ. CBN will get KLP. Loy will be getting both! Aabot pa! Hindi aabot. Hindi aabot si Loy. I saw the 3 right before the defuse, pare. Oh my goodness.
Not safe.
Taking the life out of us, pare.
Ump. That was a technical ump. Ay, sinabi ko na yung ano mangyayari, di ba? Magpa-flank si Loy, sumama si KLP, namatay silang dalawa, Loy clutched it up almost. Technical foul dito for STS and they will give Execration one more round. Nakita mo, ganun namatay si Kano dun sa may curve natin. Continuing dito sa ating small screen, no, dahil alam naman na natin paano nakuha ni Loy yung mga kills pero hindi yung round. It's a different approach na. Finally, Sneaky, they're going away from the pillars and might you fancy a stroll dito sa CA, possible dito sa LA din, no? KLB sure nandyan, pero just throw a flash, just throw a nade, no, and force him out the angle. Tapos sabayan nyo ng may kabaong, there's a coffin waiting right for...
Uy, tatlo pala sila na dito sa mid, pare. Surprise! Itong Execration not expecting the second and third player to pop out of mid. Yotib, nakita na si Kano na sumobra. And si Loy as well. You know, the usual suspects. Ayun, napahold na lang sila, pare. The attackers are down. Here comes the backup though. Pero tignan mo si KLP. Swooping on in with that USP and getting the Yotib. And Execration trying to go for a fast mid crunch, assuming na isa lang yung nakabantay dun, pare. And they assume wrong.
Okay, it's the final round dito for our first half, Sneaky. And just a little bit more, we're going to finally see the side swap. But Justin gets the first kill, the second white good, and they have to go for more here.
Whoa! Folex getting JJ as well. Just a full mid clear. Stallions trying to see if they can get a quick one dito sa may mid side, but instead it will be KLB with a quicker shot compared nga dito kay Yotib. Pero ngayon, Justin, Folex already damaged from the initial fight na nangyari dito sa may mid side. KLB also a bit damaged after that initial fight. Dito sa storage view, pero Justin will be getting taken down. Folex tagged up as well. If he can get one more thing, this would be good. KLB getting the kill on MVA. Makes it a possibility para kay KLP na tumingin para sa clutch dito sa ating site. KLP having to catch both players dito sa may server. CBN headshot yan. Matic. And that's gonna be neck and neck game. Exec keeping it close before the half turns, pare.
Yeah, I feel like some of these rounds, no, end of be all natin dito would be Loy. Pero at the end of the day pa rin, like Execration, they overstayed their welcome dito sa story natin. There are a lot more different angles. And once na ginawa nga nila yung ibang angle na yun, specifically mid, guess what? Stallions was already prepared and covering those angles. So like, okay, alam namin na lilipat din kayo anytime soon. Pero the smart thing that Stallions did was, okay, di mo na kami lilipat. We know you're gonna keep pressing this twice, thrice, 4 times. And they did. And they lost because of that, right? And nung nag-swap naman dito si Execration papunta na mid, guess what? Tatlo yun nandun sa may kabahaw, tatlo yun nandun sa may curve, right? And ang hirap isipan ng solusyon because you did not have that versatility and that map control all around the map. You just focus on one area dito, Execration, and I think that was the bane of your BL. Keeping it close though is fine, Sneaky, but honestly, we could have gotten more from the blue skull here, right?
Yun nga. Execution, I feel like they could have gotten a bit more distance dito sa kanilang first half pa rin, no? Considering that they were actually winning their a fair few fights dito sa Storage B. they just barely looked at A side in this entire game, no, in all honesty. And I feel like they really tried to exploit itong Stallions kind of over-fighting for the B play. Pero titigan natin if that's gonna be enough in that situation. Pero, yun nga, 5-4 ang ating labanan, pare. STS will try to see if they can finish this one. Pero Execration, not that far from the goal as well, pare.
Exactly, no? Replay natin dito, medyo from the previous round pa. I feel like could have been a winnable situation if SS played it right. Pero Execration, you gotta give them a round from time to time. So the setup right now is, well, they pressured our pillars B. We're gonna pressure their pillars B. And look at how many members they brought to the party here, Execration. There's 3.
CBN, chill!
Chill, man. You gotta let them in, CBN. You don't go out.
Floyd has another idea, pare. Pakiramdam niya yata na okay, magpapaingay lang dito yung STS at babalik ako dito sa sitwasyon na to. But yeah, I think he forgot about the factor of etong si Loy, pare, who is constantly hunting for his head specifically. Flash is gonna go through. Hindi naman nabulag dito si Yotib and he is gonna be out. No problem, pero kailangan niya ng onting tulong galing dito kay FallX to bail him out of this long situation. Pero wala na magagawa yung Stallions dito. I feel like there's too many players helping.
There are too many players, but KLP to the blinders, man. To the blinders, he will get one. And he's feeling a bit peaky here. It's not gonna continue. Yotib will try to assess the situation, pero alanganin, no? I feel like a timing situation lang to between him and KLP, pero it's like a Mexican showdown, pero walang naglalabas ng baril, no? At this situation. Everyone is holding each and every angle. Kumaga 1-1-1-1 to eh. 2-2, pero CBN first contact kay Loy.
Ooh, and yun nga, no, CBN, if you get 3 more, we might see you on the quadruple 1 page, pare. Shout out to that guy. Pero, Kano, wanting to make a own island reel in this one. Justin now down. Second shot not gonna miss para kay KLB, pero nagkaharangan sila dito. Pero KLB will be getting MBA in return. Yotib, the only one left alive. Here comes a nade! And you can't outrun the shrapnel dito ni Yotib, and it will be a diffuse Execration, tie things up in the second half.
That was a legal shot. And that is going to be Execration getting their round. GR side is kinda easier, no? Now that you don't really have to force things around the map. Talking to you, CBN, you do not have to go through the window when there's 3 of you there, pare. So, still gonna be testing the waters alongside dito si kay MBN. Yotib, no? Siya naman ilalagay lang sa pillar. 3 members towards me dito for Execration, meaning that they are expecting a fast push na gagawin dito ng Stallions boys natin. Maybe a bit too early kasi usually Stallions does that in the middle of a transitional round. Pero yun nga, no, get out of the way. Yun yung sinabi nila. I don't know, they said desire or whatnot, or yeah, exactly what happened, the fumble there. The execution getting sloppy, man.
Yun nga eh. STS, it's not really about the bad map control or bad situations or bad macro na meron sila dun, pare. Sadyang lumina lang talaga yung dalawang players dito sa AV and everybody got shot at the same time. Balezi,
where the players go.
Under tower will be the way to go. CBN will be staying here the entire time. Kasama niya naman dito si Justin. And we'll be trying to see if he can get a cheeky pick-off. Especially na nasa gitna siya na smoke where you are likely to not be spotted. KLP, careful yung ulo mo. Baka ma-expose pero si JJ napapatay kay Justin. Hindi na makakali si FallX. Si CBN pa kahit nakataka sa lahat ng players from that mid-play. And I feel like CBN, he wants to keep fighting dito sa may mid-side natin. It's gone desperate para sa Execration. And KLP spotting na meron pang tao na nasa loob ng kabaong. However, no swings yet from the side of Stallions. They are taking their sweet time, making sure na magsispread out pa dito Execration bago sila pumasok, pare.
They're gonna go the reset and the classic double dip here, Sneaks. MVA and CBN ready though, pero alam ba nila kung nasan talaga nakapwesto? They're gonna hit the site.
Oh, MVA! Double spray! Nakabantay na ka dito sa loob ng Ecoms natin. KLP will be going down. Good 3K galing kay MBA. CBN babawi nga ba? Mukhang hindi. Loy, one tapping him once again. Fake plant. MBA nakatingin sa taas. Nakatoka pero hindi mapapatay si Loy. Good spray with the HK. Yotib the only one left alive. HK sa kanyang kamay. It does 34 per bullet, so 1 to the chest is enough. And it seems like it is. 25 seconds left. Plenty of time and a second 1v11 para kay Yotib.
Yotib, man, he has been giving value to Execration time and time again. Yes, there are some shots na tumasala and that is a part of every single sniper's life. But yeah, Lionel Lores, man, he's delivering very much so dito, giving Execration the lead. And I feel like Stallions, if they could have just pressed even more, okay sana yung ginawa nila para KLP, no? Finds a trade Loy as well. At dire-diretso lang itong mga Stallions natin.
Why though? Why now? Like kanina pa gumagana yung inside hold nila pare at ngayon pa sila sa sala ng ganito na type ng ground. Maybe trying to surprise itong Stallions pero alam mo naman yung Stallions pagdating sa suntukan never yan nagugulat. Minsan mapapasapak pa nga yung kalaban na una at sila makakasagot ng 5. And it is a point on the board para sa Stallions.
It's like that pink matter sneak in the box, and then he tries to go out of the box and he got punched. I feel like that's what happened dito sa Execration. Now they're not gonna go out and about. They're just gonna hold in the perimeters, pare, and that is guaranteed naman to get at least a kill unless KLP denies the instant trade. Nandito nakatalikod si CBN pero just how close is KLP willing to gamble this one, pare. Hawak-hawak na nila dito yung store. Babalik na naman sila. So they're just gonna plant the sniper in the watchtower and then try to get a split off from there. But that's a good need on both snipers of the end, no? Of both ends.
Yeah. Chance rin, no? Para kay KLP. Step up to the plate, especially ganito naka-tense yung labanan natin, pare. Ito usually nagbe-breakdown yung mga ibang players natin on the lower table, but with STS and Execration, mountains of experience behind them, they cannot afford to crumble sa round na ganito, pare, especially knowing one more point, that's 3 strikes and you're out dito sa ating series. Pero STS attempting to take itong store A natin and will successfully do so, no? Pero this is just a spot in the map na pwede ka maglagay ng isang player and the rest will go from the EA side. Pero yeah, Stallions, it's getting a bit obvious para sa kanila, pare.
Parang medyo halata rin na nagpaparamdam sila just to make sure na may mas maraming tao doon. For this mid to happen, Loy will get a trade, but the rest of the people are going from A long.
Dude, Bolex getting dude dito sa long side natin. CBN will be getting Loy. And the headshot machines para sa Execration fully activating and at full capacity, pero KLB his own right just as good on the HK, pero 1 HP ka na lang, pare. And another one para kay CBN and Execration. Fall X and CBN on a mission, man.
No timeouts left dito. If ever Execration or STS gets themselves on fire and goes on a run for the round, Sneaky, wala makakapigil. They have to claw their way back. No, kailangan nila i-douse ng apoy dito yung kanila or i-douse ng water yung mga nagbabaga nilang kalaban, no? So far, the blows that they've been trading, Sneaky, parang they just can't light the match yet, no? They can't light the match to set the streak on fire talaga. So I feel like if this keeps on going in terms of slugfest, we would lean towards STS with getting the wins, no? Pero Execration, yung pathfinding nila, no? Especially with Utib getting some kills and Volex just activating, and CBN, no? Resurgence for him. Very great with how he has performed in map 1 and map 2.
Yep.
So group up na lang and then hit B with KLB waiting on mid and just reconnecting.
Yeah, and Execration trying the AG approach actually, na hindi na natatalunin yung Stallions pagdating sa head-to-head fights, no? There will be fights to open up the sights and maybe open up a play, pero gusto talagang talunin ng Execration itong Stallions when it comes to positioning, para just better positions, better angles na in-hold nila this entire time. And ayun na nga, mapapaback na nga ang STS. B-side ain't looking too good para sa kanila. KLB will be left in the position sa store B window. Pero A-side yung gusto nilang kunin. Folex and CBN. Hell of a responsibility. Folex mapapapick. CBN mapapasala. Pero nakita lang dito si KLB. And the rest of the Stallion squad will be filing on towards mid. Pre-fire galing kay Justin. He gets 2. 2 versus 2. Yotib, KLB spotting each other. Yotib mapapabalik sa loob ng side. It's a quick scope kay KLP. Yotib probably spotting kung nasan si Loy. MVA trying to see if he can get this, pero Yotib, inupuan na lang dito si Loy. Execration, 2 more points. And this could be the long coveted upset na 3 times na nila tinatry, pare.
4 times the charm, apparently. And the gap that you must acknowledge, it feels like parang wala, no? Sneaky. Every single round that Execration has been getting here, cleanly by brute force, by some way, somehow, that gap has been shortened, no? Mile after mile after mile. Yung binuo ng Stallions sa spring, yung binuo nila sa CFS Stars noong 2025 sa Grand Finals, slowly shrinking. And it's coming from uncanny mistakes. Very, very weird defaults with a very vague endpoint of objective, no? Sure, dito they are trying, pero yung offense nila, Sneaky, napapansin ko, para sila talaga nagpapahalata to a point na they want more contact and they want to just fight through the aim. And Execration, they're willing to oblige. Tingnan mo to. Ang bagal na ginagawa ng Stallions and there's already 3 members pero may rotation pa naman yung C4. Papunta ng CB or binibigay dito kay Loy? Saan siya ko-connect? Pag bumalik ng CB, preparado ang Execration, man. If they want to continue this.
Ito yung sinasabi ko, El. They want to beat Stallions with positioning, not direct firepower, pare. Bakit mo naman lalabanan ng harap-harapan tong Stallions when you can just sit inside of the site, especially dito sa ilalim ng store B, sa ilalim ng B site, which is very hard to clear. Especially kung papasok kayo as rifles. So a lot more options para sa Execration at the moment. Now spotting na kanina pang walang gumagalaw dito sa A site and or sa mid. So Stallions will try to go for a straight up take via store B. Kano needs to hit that lineup na pangharang na smoke. Ito sa EB. Pero uy, walang naspatan sa mid. Flashes nades everything. Wala pang tinatapon dito yung Execration. HE's flash is still available. Yotib, flashbang, quick scope, KLB, Kano, and KLB again. Spraying on down! At nagkaubusan na lang ang mga B players natin. It was a straight up fist fight indeed. And Stallions said, let it ride on the B side. Let's just send it.
It was a 5-on-5. They had the position in Execration. But what did STS have that Execration did not? Firepower and the ability to just concentrate on which angles these boys are gonna focus. Parang nung pumasok sila 5, kanya-kanyang tutok ng angle and man, Execration feels bad to like lose around like that where you had all 5 on the site. If there was a cheeky nader too, okay pa, pero ito si Folex, he's gonna get cheeky naded. Another one. How about another one? But they're backing away. Pero si Kano, no? Talagang nagpaparamdam talaga siya. He's trying to sell this one really hard. Call him Shamwow.
Yeah, but seems like I'm not convinced, pare. Kahit free 99 pa yan.
Plus 1 extra tool.
Plus 1 extra
Not
tool.
gonna buy it, man.
Call now.
When you buy
Kasi
now, get the
pakiramdam ko,
extra KTR 90.
I'm sorry. Speaking of calling, I feel like now is the call para sa Stallions na kumuha ng play. Maybe now is not the time para kunin itong boxes natin, pare. And they are fully intent on just killing itong si Yotib. In all honesty, pare. They really are trying to find this sniper of Execration na kanina pa nagiging problema dito ng Team Stallions. Pero Folex a bit tempted to push itong CA. And if he can get a cheeky timing, maybe galing kay KLB, pero siya pala yung nagkamali doon and Execration will lose 2 of their players in a very late stage ng ating round, pare. Execration, kailangan nang sumugal dito sa B. Wala nang choice.
Talagang they're just playing around the map, parang they're just dilly-dallying. That's the word I was trying to find, no? And now, Justin holding! Justin!
Justin getting 2!
Justin
getting 3! He's just tapping away dito sa Stallions! And where is the rest of Execration? Yotib trying to get the shot in, turning around. HC, not gonna be enough. KLP from the bottom side. USP na lang kailangan na dito. Sayang na sayang yun from XA. If they just got a really good trade-off galing dito kay CBN, maybe a better position, pare. It could have been 9th. Pero Stallions, 8-8 ang ating scoreline. Pressure is on para sa Execration na kumuha na ng round para mapunta na nga to sa map point. Pero Execration
Diretso
using
lang.
the Stallions. Pillars push, Loy, and KLP backing off. Recognizing maaga pare na, yeah, this might be a bit too hectic.
No deal. Sinabi yun ng Stallions. Pero if I was Justin, pare, nakakapanghinayang. You got the 3K, but still, the firepower of the rest of the Stallions, no, can't be stopped, and they're just now stacking 4-1 again. Isang mid-split dito kay LP on the tower, and they're just gonna burst into the A site. Stack na naman tayo.
Is the stack worth it though, no? KLP, more worried about the backside dito ng Coleman more than anything. Polex once again tapping away. Lloyd, KLP, now down. JJ nakaisa, nakadalawa na nga dito ang ating Stallions team. Kano, JJ, Kano not intending to stand up, but he still gets shot in the head. CBN with his own double. KLP, USP needs to hit, pero MVA gets it. The 9th para sa Execration, pero hindi pa tapos ang labanan, men. They still have to get the 10th.
And Stallions still have to get a 9. And you know what that means, Nikki? I don't want to say it. There are plenty of things in this world that is inevitable. And this one, no? Stallions losing, well, it had to come, but we did not expect it to be now, no? They can still avert this. Pero with the way that they are rotating all around the map, parang naggagala na lang sila sa mga areas ng new compound just to check out what's up. Yun na lang yung napapansin ko. And then they're stacking, leaving one guy on the opposite end, bursting, and 100% of the time, every time they did that, Execration was prepared. Hindi, wala nang doubt sa utak na Execration to just stack. Because
I'm not sure how
napaka-simple ng ginagawa dito ng STS. They're just raw dueling the boys in white and blue.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one, El. Ayun nga, B-site looking prime and ready para mag-execute itong STS, pero sa ganitong posisyon sila natalo kanina eh. Unless ma-replicate nila yung nagawa nilang Store B madness, no, where they just, 5-man itong Store B natin and still somehow got all 5. But that is asking for a lot para sa Stallions, pare. Execration, maybe looking for an early peek galing kay CBN. CBN will be playing the corner. That's good. May magandang setup na sila dito sa B-side. All they have to do is sit and wait for the inevitable para dito sa Team Stallions. Is this it? Is this a win or is it overtime? CBN has to have a good timing right around this corner. Hindi ka pwede mag-peek pare. It has to be Yotib who's gonna be the first contact on site. CBN. I think he's hearing it. Flash grenade, everything on the site itself. Good shot, Kalaki. Yotib. Here comes CBN on the right side. JJ. NBA will be getting the kill. Execration with only 2 players left to get it. And Execration finally, after 3 attempts, after 3 tries, finally beating Team Stallions.
The last time Stallions lost a local best of 3 in the group stage was June 21, 2025 against Pacific during PH Masters 2025. Ubek maniac na sila nun. At yung mga members nun, MVA at Justin, sila ulit ang nagbigay ng patalo sa Stallions boys in the Execration lobby. The Exe-shot delivered final draw 2-1 victory for the side of Execration. And honestly, Sneaky, as much as I will give credit where credit is due, questions upon questions upon questions will be asked about how Lions played that game. Pero later na natin yung isa lang, let's focus on the good things. Si Yotib, delivering shot after shot. CBN, slow start, diesel engine, that's what we like to see, delivering. MVA, medyo may doubts tayo about the IGLing, but of course we know that he also can work once his system is right there in place and Folex. Always the consistent man at the end of the Stallions 23 wins streak since CFS 2025 regional finals. Syempre, only counting local matches lang to mga kaibigan, no? Kasi syempre natalo sila sa international. Yun yung pinaka malupit. Sa summer qualifiers natin, phase 2, 3 wins. CFSC Masters 2026 Spring 11 wins, no losses. And 2025 regional finals STS 9 wins, no losses. Sa kailan sila natalo? Ngayon, June 13, 12:03 AM. Sneaky, that was crazy. Bipolar, Mochi, bipolar and you're happy, but Mochi, what can you say about this one?
Again, this just amplifies and strengthens yung narrative natin kanino, no? If earlier on we are questioning, is this definitely the breakthrough na para dito for Execration now that they have Yotib being integrated in their team? Is this finally the answer in order to break that curse of finishing very crucial? I guess the answer is yes. And this is our evidence. 1-2 in favor for Execration against the best, the strongest that we have so far here in the scene. Defeating the likes of HG. Dude, 2-1. Insane.
Mochi, is it a hot take? Nah, Bipolar will say, I was not surprised. 2 years in a row, Mochi Bella, that uwu. Bipolar has a heart of execration. And nevertheless, I still love Stallions. Pero yung gap, Mochi, was it even there? I feel like from this matchup alone.
For a very short while, I guess.
For a very, very short one lang, no? A little
Yeah.
bit of backstory, Mochi. Nakausap din natin si Coach Tangs kanina. Funny enough, binigyan tayo ng mga answers. And sabi ni Coach, tinanong natin si Coach Tangs, may mga tinatarget ba tayo mga teams? May nagulat ba kayo na roster na parang, uy, lumakas to dahil sa roster change? Sabi ni Coach Tangs, this is coming from heart naman from Coach. Sabi niya, we all respect each and every team. They acknowledge that this season might be the most stacked great teams and there's no disrespect to any teams. However, it looks like they are right. The teams really did become greater than everyone could have imagined. Look at Execration, man. From a defeat that was 2-0 from the group stage of Masters, now in the first day ng group stage ng Summer Masters, Mochi. And this was a very, very, I believe Stallions map, alam to laruin ng Execration. But when they were on the GR side, it felt like Stallions didn't know what they were doing. Where was the disciplined Stallions that we were looking for? It was always brute force. Contact on contact. Bakbakan parang Manny Pacquiao. Haton na naman yung nakita natin dito, Mochi. Pero this time, Execration si Manny Pacquiao. How did this happen? Big question to Stallions, but big claps towards Execration, man. CYK, you are watching this right now. And I can see the smile on your face that you did not leave a team or you did not sub out for a team out of like leisure lang. You gave a spot towards Yotib. Lionel Flores once again giving the first shot sa last round to stop a B-push na almost 8 times inulit ng players natin mula sa Stallions. That is crazy.
Sobrang laking impact nito para sa ating mga istorya ngayon, no? Especially, this is just the first day. We are actually anticipating that there will be some changes, there will be some very close fights, pero not this early at all. Especially, na mukhang, yun nga, sabi ng direktor, ilagay nga natin ito sa schedule. Unang araw natin tong STS at Execration, abay, dude, I don't know who made this, pero this dude, Red and expected something out of Execration. At yun na nakita rin natin ngayon, we can definitely see here from our set summary how they've been able to actually power through the entirety of the map of New Compound. And boy, oh boy, strong map nga naman talaga ito ni Execration, and they proved na kanila pa rin ang New Compound. And despite the fact that Team Stallions is trying to make their way in order to work out their processes, no, dito sa mapang ito, it seems like it is still not enough. Dude, again, 2 of the members na tinalo nila na nakaraan na wala ang Pacific Macta, ngayon abay bumabawi ata sa ibang anyo at mga kasamang henerasyon ng mga players.
Oh my God, Mochi. I feel like we have to read what the production told us a little bit. Pero while we're looking at the stats, 18 rounds. It took 18 rounds. A battle between the Wild Dogs and the Horses of Stallions. 16-9 to si Loy. Gumana. 17-6 KLB top fragging once again in the entire server together with CBN and IGL. 15-17. When was the last time that you saw with a negative KD? KLP did his work, JJ did his, pero Execration, everybody did their work. This is not the Execration that we know. This is levels above, and it's all thanks to this man.
Look at that, no? I remember the time where during yung ating group stage ng spring, we're saying MVA is so underrated. And it's nice that we're seeing more of him right now. Being the MVP din dito, no, sa mapa ng New Compound natin. Again, the IGLs that we have so far, grabe yung mga utak nila, man. Grabe din yung mga mechanical na skills na meron sila dito. Na micros, lahat-lahat na, no, na may kapares na panulat yung ating baril or mga bala dito, no, sa ating lobby for today. And it's just crazy that a lot of people who are hard stand para sa Team Stallions ay makikita ang overview natin ngayon dyan sa baba at magtataka, magugulat, no, after the performance, such a performance na inilapag dito ng Execration. And I believe we have quite of an idea na kung sino kaya ang ating match MVP. It is no other than NBA pa din. Of course, no, 6-7.10 ang ating overall rating for him. At mapapasabi ka naman talaga na grabehan at napapanahon ang kanyang angking galing.
The oldest in the group of Stallions, Mr. Matthew Arnaez. Kung kanina na pag-usapan natin, age does not matter, Mochi, sa Acceptance and as well as dito sa Comeback Friends. Well, guess what? Execration did it again, but in a style that they stopped the top 1 team for the last seasons that we can think of. Grabe dito, MVA. We know him to be a force to be reckoned with pagdating dito sa Ankara. Looking at New Compound, he played well. Retakes after retakes, contacts after contacts, and using that engagement mula sa New Compound and amplifying it up until here on New Compound. Well, guess what? Hindi nawala yung buga ng apoy dito ni NBA. With the TRG, kahit na IGL dito si Matthew Arnaez, nagampanan niya yung lahat by doing the impossible and still giving a lot of frags. This A-site hold mula kay NBA waiting for Youtube as well in one of these rounds. Sabi niya, wait lang, ano layo pa ni Youtube? I can get 2 more kills before the last player, KLP kills mo. Aantayin ko si Youtube. Pero this determination mula sa Execration, yun talaga ang nakita natin. Amazingness in action, Execration with the exit shot towards Team Stallions.
Grabe, no? Imagine, sino ba naman mag-aakala that after a total of how many wins? No, we have 23 total wins, bigla lang masisira ito ng Execration. Kaya naman, syempre, interview na natin at pakinggan natin ano ang masasabi ng the man himself, ang ating match MVP ng galing dito sa Execration, NBA. Congratulations! Grabe, no? Sang napakahabang araw na puno ng Crossfire. Natalo nyo ang Team Stallions for our first day ng summer. Anong pakiramdam natin ngayon?
Masaya pero hindi fully masaya kasi marami pa kami makakalaban eh. Hindi lang naman sila.
MBA, I do have a question here, no. Yes, matagal na sa scene ng Crossfire si NBA. Ano yung weight ng win na to? Yes, group stage pa lang na to. Still very, very early. Pero I do believe may bigat tong laban na to with Stallions. Ano yung makakompare mo yun sa mga past matches mo?
Siguro sa ngayon, siguro hindi naman siguro sa i-compare, ano lang siguro, yung pag-usapan sa laro. Maganda lang laro namin. Tsaka yung maganda yung comms namin, maganda lahat. Ayun.
I do have one more follow-up question, Moji. Last one
Go.
ko para kay MVA. MVA, we spoke to ZYK beforehand, no? Sabi niya, sinulat ka lang daw niya dun sa registration na IGL ka bigla. And there was a team decision naman, di ba? Na parang lahat kayo kay MVA pupunta. Was it hard na mag-transition mula sa, ipapasok ko sa Execration after one season dito sa Masters, gagawin na agad akong IGL. And was it hard to see up against this first group stage nyo na parang nahirapan ka ba mag-IGL? Transition?
Hindi naman mahirap kasi hindi lang naman ako nagsasalita. Lahat kami nagsasalita. Kaya parang wala kaming IGL. Bali, vocal lang talaga kami sa isa't isa. Kaya siguro napadali yung comms. Ayun.
Very interesting. Okay, MBA, pagka nagkakaroon ng mga desisyon, paano nyo ginagawa yung mga yon? Since ikaw na rin yung nagsabi na wala kayong IGL right now.
Hindi, kumbaga magtatanong-tanong kami kung ano mas okay, kung ito ba gagawin namin o ayun, kung saan mas papabor.
Kinoconsult niya talaga.
Oo, yun.
I see.
Kinoconsult ko
That's
sila
easy.
kung ano mas maganda gawin. Ito or ayun.
Talagang team effort no MVA. Yun yung nakikita natin. Nakita pa nga namin sa Cubs. Sigaw ng sigaw si Folex eh. Parang siya yung pinaka-vocal dun sa mga laban yun.
Lahat kami nagsasalita din. Kasi mahirap pag may isang hindi magsasalita, tapos, di ba? Mahirap pag dead air. Sa laro.
Okay, last question MVA kasi nakita ko yung yung last few rounds dito sa for the entirety of Execration, kasi aminin na natin, it was mostly B push for the entirety of Execration pagdating dito sa BL side nyo. Pagdating naman sa GR side nyo, it was mostly B side tapos like 20-30% nag-AA side ang Stallions. Ano yung thought process doon? Parang alam nyo ba, na-read nyo ba lahat ng plays dito ng Stallions? Haharapin tayo palagi dito sa store B, harapin tayo dito palagi sa long A, pero hayaan lang natin si Yotip doon. What happened sa
siguro,
buong new compound?
Ano lang din namin, parang pakiramdam lang namin na kasi yung mga kampi ko, mahilig din yung info, ganun. Di sila natatakot kumbaga, kaya siguro nalalaman namin kung saan sila papasok.
Okay. Talagang active lang no, lahat ng roster natin yan. Okay. Thank you, MB.
Alright, last question siguro for me, no? Bago ko ibigay ang iyong entablado para makapag-shoutout, MBA. Again, a total of 23 wins ang meron ng STS. Kayo ang nakasira ng streak na yon. Paano nyo nasabi na kayo na ang makakakuha ng seryeng ito? Ano yung nakita nyo sa kanila? And what does this win mean para sa Execration?
Siguro yung STS, hindi naman kami totally nag-aano sa pagkatalo sa STS kasi yung sinabi ko kanina na hindi lang naman sila kalaban namin eh. Wala kaming pakialam kung kami nakaputol ng win streak nila.
Yeah. Okay.
Ganun lang talaga. Naka-focus lang talaga.
Focus
dito.
lang kami kasi marami pang laban eh. Hindi lang naman sila yung kalaban namin.
Unang araw pa lang. Okay.
Grabe. Alright. Congratulations ulit, MVA. Well-deserved ang ating titular dito for match MVP. The floor is yours. Shoutout mo na at thank you mo na ang lahat ng gusto mong shoutout at sabihin dito sa ating broadcast.
Shoutout sa mga kampi ko, sa XC family, tsaka sa boss namin. kay Boss B. Yun lang. Tsaka sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Yun lang.
Congratulations, Santi.
Congrats. Grabe. Very refreshing. And seems like di pa nga tapos ang laban, umpisa pa lang to. A long way to go. At good luck sa inyong mga susunod na mga serye.
Good luck, MD. Maraming salamat.
Grabe. My follower, what a day. Alang oras tayo nag-start? Nag-start tayo 2:30 on the countdown, 3 sa mga laban. At anong oras tayo natapos? It's already the next day. Sabado na, guys. And what a way to end Friday as well, no? Kaya pala sinasabi nila, happy Friday. Kasi talagang masaya yung mga nakikita nating mga laban dito, no? Ang lala ng mga naging performance sa ating mga teams dito. And it's so nice, oh. It's a breath of fresh air. Parang nag-inhale ka ng buong sandamukal na alimuong sa sobrang tindi ng mga nangyayari for tonight. Kasi, dude, di ba refreshing? Ang lala ng kanilang mga performance, and who would have thought that we will see FERVID, Comeback Friends, and Execration sa ating unang 3 spots para sa ating unang araw ng group stage.
Yes. I mean, looking at the standings ng Mochi, this was the storyline before. Habang first 3 weeks pa lang naman tayo ng Masters every time that we are here. It's still the start. So anything can happen. Pero to see them in these kinds of spots, well, this is pretty insane. To see Stallions in number 8. When did that ever happen? In the org of Team Sans, I think never. Ngayon lang natin nakita yon. But wow, looking at it, every Cebuano team actually, tanggalin na lang natin dito yung FERVID, no, is in the bottom. That's actually pretty insane.
Very
Magbabago pa naman
surprising.
yan tomorrow, no, Mochi? Kasi itong mga 4-2-7 spot natin, maglalaro pa yan tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, no. But again, no, I really admire yung mindset din ni MVA that despite that this means a lot. This is actually history book level of achievement. Kahit na, again, first day pa lang na ating group stage. Talagang, dun lang talaga siya nakafocus, no, sa resulta internally ng kanilang team. Which is amazing. And I can't wait to see more para dito sa ating mga teams. Kaya ito na nga ang ating schedule for tomorrow. We'll be having taring Bobby and as well as Acceptance team, and we also have Veteran versus STS, and as well as VP versus MATTJESS. This is gonna be quite a challenge for them after what happened earlier on then, no, against FERVID. This is gonna be pretty crazy again.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, Mochi, it's gonna be interesting tomorrow to a point na parang I see the likes of these rosy teams natin, no, na parang garnering even more with the presence of Veteran last season. Did they learn something with Taring Bobby in and looking at their qualifiers na parang, uy, ang lakas ng team na to ah. Can they possibly win against Acceptance? It might be possible. Pero I feel like MATTJESS and VP, may hidden vendetta pa yung dalawang teams na to. Lalo na kay Vincent ah. So we're pretty excited dun sa matchup na yun, Mochi. But yeah, last words coming in from me siguro, Mochi, is everybody is improving. And you love to see it. Sir Alex, sinabi mo, mag-enjoy kami dito. You said we should enjoy. And I think everybody enjoyed here in CROSSFIRE Philippines.
Everyone's enjoying so far, and I feel like that just makes us hungrier for more, no? The greed is consuming us for more, next level Filipino CROSSFIRE, if I may say. And I guess that is everything that there is to see para dito sa ating unang araw ng group stage for the CFS SEA Masters 2026. Marapat naman na pasalamatan natin ng ating prod. Grabe, no? From morning up to now, 12 hours on duty or more na siguro, no? Talagang lahat ng dugo, pawis, effort, talagang nilatag nila dyan. Please magpahinga po kayo mamaya. Maraming salamat sa paghatid ng napakagandang broadcast dito. Kung wala kayo, wala ito. Of course, maraming salamat din sa mga teams na nagbuhos ng oras and as well as pagod dito, no? Siyempre sa mga co-casters ko na rin, Bipolar, Sticky Frog, El Ramon, thank you so much for your presence here, and as well as kay Salvatore, no, na biro mo kahit nasa swimming yun, dumadalaw-dalaw yun dito, and as well as sa'yo. Maraming salamat sa pagtambay dito for this entire day kasi biro mo naman, ang daming nangyari, and I'm pretty sure na pwede mo nang ikwento yan sa mga tropa mong hindi nakanood, no, sa kung ano yung mga nangyari, i-summarize mo lang sa kanila kasi I'm pretty sure baka ipaulit nila sa'yo lahat kasi hindi sila maniniwala sa'yo kaagad. Pero again, this is just the first day of our group stage and tomorrow, we will be back for more. For now, remember to keep the fire burning at tayo magkikita muli for more Crossfire action tomorrow. See you and good night. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. SA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.